My fiancé lets his mistress decorate the house I bought after not letting me touch it for the 16 years we've been together, so I ruined his life and sold the house. I love my boyfriend. We've been together since high school, and when I picture my future, I always include him. I'm not sure he feels the same way. My boyfriend Rick and I live together. We own a home together. Even though we own a home together and have been together for 16 years, I still feel like a roommate to him, like he can't commit to me. Here are some things he does that make me question whether he's really in this with me. Though we live together and own a home together, we keep our bank accounts separate. He also insists on paying the mortgage by himself, with his account, every month. I pay some utilities and buy groceries, almost as though I'm paying rent to live in his home. Second, Rick has not allowed me to put any personal touches on our home. Though we've lived in it for a while, it looks the same as when we moved in, except the room his computer is in, which is decorated to his liking. Whenever I mention something we could do, like paint, or show him something I like, he either tells me it's dumb or says he doesn't like it. I don't push him because I don't want to start an argument. Third, Rick and I recently got engaged. I know that doesn't scream commitment issues, but hear me out. A few years ago, a couple of our close friends got engaged. I was upset because I'd had to watch my friends get married after being with their boyfriends for much shorter periods. He caught on to my bad mood during their engagement and wedding, and I told him why I was upset. So, a week after their wedding, he agreed to get me a ring. I went with him to buy it. I thought I was finally getting somewhere, but he told me it wasn't an engagement, and that I could wear it, but he'd ask when he was ready. It's like he bought the ring to shut me up about marriage. After months of his friends cracking jokes about our non-engagement, he finally just decided one night while we were at home that it could be official. He said he had a huge plan to surprise me by proposing something, but I had never heard anything else. It wasn't my dream proposal, but it was finally happening, so I said yes. He insisted on a long engagement, at least a year, and didn't want to set a date. I began planning and looking at wedding stuff because I figured it would eventually happen, but he never seemed interested. It's been about 6 months, and we've picked a date, with much pushing on my part, but he wants nothing to do with any wedding planning unless it's to voice his dislike of something I've done. He spends most of his days on his computer when he's not at work, and if he does happen to come out to see me, he goes right back shortly after if I so much as bring up the wedding. He has very strong opinions about what our wedding shouldn't be, but he doesn't want to talk about the wedding to give me an idea of what he wants. Every idea I have for the wedding gets shot down. It's almost as though he's trying to stop the wedding from ever happening by making sure I can't plan it. He told my close friend's husband that he regrets proposing because I've been going crazy about the wedding and that he wouldn't have proposed had he known what I would act like. Like what? He's surprised that wedding planning takes place after you get engaged? I don't think I'm going overboard, but it's a huge deal. I've spent over half my life with this man and always dreamed of a huge wedding. I just don't know what to do. It's like he agrees to commit to me in certain ways, but when it comes to actually doing anything concrete, he can't do it. It's hard to talk to friends about it because those who know the whole situation think he proposed just to get everyone off his back about it. Update: I hired a lawyer and moved out one day while Rick was at work. Because my name is on the title and the mortgage, my lawyer assures me he either has to sell the house and split the profit with me or buy me out. I know he can't afford to buy me out, so I assume we'll put it up for sale. I get most of my things out of the house, except for a vanity and a dresser that are too heavy for my friends and me to move. I moved out the day before Halloween. Since then, I've messaged Rick a few times to see what we will do about the house and to schedule a time to pick up the rest of my furniture. He's pretty elusive about everything, so last Thursday, I showed up at the house with some friends to help me get my stuff. He's changed the locks, so I can't get in. We wait for him to get off work and return, and he lets me in to get my stuff. Before he let me in, he said, "You asked for this, so I don't want to hear it." I didn't know what he meant. I was not prepared to walk through that door, but when I did, it became obvious why he didn't want me to come pick up my stuff. I didn't even recognize the house I lived in just a week prior. It was painted, furniture, art, and things everywhere, and I could tell by looking around that Rick didn't do this alone. There are pictures of him and some women all over the place. They must go back at least a year because one was taken on New Year's, though I couldn't tell what year. I just left. I can buy more furniture, but I couldn't spend a second more in that house. Rick texted me right after I left, saying, "We're not selling, we're just going to buy you out." I was at a complete loss for words. I'm still in shock. I spent 16 years with that a-hole, and he was with someone else for who knows how long. I'm trying to overcome it best, but it's hard. It would be hard to leave just because we've been together so long, but finding out that your life was pretty much a lie was hard to swallow. What hurts even more is that I tried to decorate my house for years to make it a home, but he wouldn't let me. She couldn't have lived with him for more than a week, and the house looked different. I honestly don't know how I was so blind, but I'm glad I got out when I did, even if he did waste half of my life. Update: my name would still be on the mortgage even if I sell, so I've decided not to sign the paperwork accepting the buyout. Rick was not okay with this and has been blowing up my phone ever since he found out today, calling me a petty bitch and saying that I was just trying to ruin his life because he was finally happy. I know they're both pissed off because they put a lot of effort into the home in the short time since I've left, and honestly, I kind of feel better that they won't be able to enjoy it. It sounds terrible, but making this harder on them makes me feel better about the situation. For most of our relationship, I felt like he was always in control of everything. It's nice to have the final say. Since I moved out, I've been staying with a friend. I signed a lease for a one-bedroom apartment today, So by this time next week, I'll have my place. I've already bought many things to decorate it with, and I didn't have to get anyone's permission. It didn't even cross my mind to mention to my lawyer that he's been preventing me from access to a home I own. I will speak to my lawyer about ensuring I get a new key and that she can no longer live there. I don't care how vindictive that sounds, I've earned the right to be a little vindictive.
My fiancée stole my credit card and used it for gambling, so I am evicting her from my life and I am taking back everything. Last night my fiancée left in the evening to give a friend's son a ride back to his home. She implied she'd be home before 9. She left at around 7:45. 10:15 rolled around, and she still wasn't home. I texted and she apologized, saying that her friend's son was actually in the next town over, maybe 30 minutes away, and she was coming home now. 11:45 rolled around, and she still hadn't come home. So I called her, but there was no answer. Texted her but there was no response. I was getting very upset. 12:30 rolled around and still no response and no answer to my phone calls. I was extremely angry. 1:30 rolled around, and my anger had completely transformed into worry. I am not answering my calls, and texts are not read. Around 1:45, I called the police. I have always heard that the first 24 hours of someone being missing are the most important, so I didn't want to delay. I asked them to let me know if there had been any traffic accidents involving her car, and the operator told me that they would put out the word and send some cops to check along the route she would travel. I called all the hospitals in the area to check if she had been checked in, and I waited outside watching the road for her car for 3 hours, partially because I didn't want the kids to hear me on the phone with hospitals, and secondly because I was sick with worry. At 7 a.m. she came home. She apologized for being out and said she had no excuse. She was driving home and felt tired as if she were falling asleep at the wheel, so she pulled over to the side of the road to sleep. When she did that, she found that her brand new phone had stopped working. She says she napped anyway because it was the responsible thing to do, and then came home at 7 a.m. to bring the kids to school and get to work on time. I immediately called the police and told them that she had come home safely, gave them the case number, and told them to stop searching, which they did. My fiancé brought the kids to school and left for work. I set out to start cleaning. Cleaning distresses me sometimes, and I got a call from a policeman asking where she worked. I told him and asked why, and I was informed that it was their policy to check on the person's wellness after a missing person was found. I asked them not to go by her work but to give her a call instead. He said he couldn't promise. My fiancée is relatively new to her job. A police officer showed up and asked to speak with her. She is now enraged at me for calling the police and sending a cop to her work and making her look bad. She is saying I overreacted, that she wasn't missing and that I was punishing her for doing the responsible thing and not driving while drowsy. She is saying that she is never going to leave the house again except for work because she is afraid I'm going to call the cops on her again. So, did I overreact? Should I have waited 2 days like she suggested? Update. My fiancé and I have been fighting solidly since before I posted my last thread. It's been exhausting. I called her out on her obvious lie, and she fumed at how awful I was for calling her a liar. From then on it was as if she was falling down a smooth well, desperately clawing and grabbing at anything she could to blame me for as she went deeper and deeper. I'm not a perfect man, but in this particular situation, I was an angel, so she had nothing to grab onto. I did a lot of soul searching and made a call that most of you will hate. I decided to bury the hatchet. I love her very, very dearly. I had no proof of a lie, and I wasn't too concerned about what she was really up to anyway. Our relationship is open, so even if she fucked around, I didn't care much. She still fought with me, though. The fight continued to the point where she broke up with me, but not really, a common tactic she had used before. I called her about it, and she still fought with me. I asked for space for a night so I could sleep off the exhaustion, but she got upset and told me I was neglectful and selfish for not going to her and making up in person. I am stupid. I am aware of it. Even through all of this, I was able to believe that what she said in emotion wasn't her talking. Today I was having lunch. Money has been tight lately for some reason, so I flipped through my wallet to find my credit card, which was missing. Well, you see where this goes. She had stolen it. She cited our desire to join lives together and merge finances, and when I lent her my wallet once, she took it so she wouldn't have to bother me by asking again. This credit card is mine, under my name, and for emergencies only. She has been using it for the last month and a half. While she has been decent enough to pay back some of it, there was still a $1,500 balance on it that hasn't been paid. She says that it's here just as much as mine and resents me calling her a thief. A lot of the uses were spent at ATMs for cash withdrawals and some interesting ones at the casino. Those of you who guessed gambling were probably right on the money. At that point, I admit I lost it. I am a very calm person, but there was only so much denial of reality that I could take. It's still blurry, but I said a lot of horrible things to her and am in the process of evicting her from my life. I am canceling everything that is in my name that she is a part of, including the new phone/line, canceling her car insurance, and reclaiming the car that I gave her, and she is trashed. Apparently, I can handle lies, cheating, and secrets, but who knew theft was my line? Learning experience.
My fiancé told me that he can't choose me over his guy best friend because he is his life, so I made him come out of the closet and called off our engagement. My fiancé, Sean, and his best friend Ace, spend a lot of time together. He comes home at the crack butt of dawn, 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., after drinking all night on the weekends, and I'm pretty sure he visits his house after work almost every day. They spent the night with each other for 2 to 3 days at a time, and Ace even went to my dress fitting with Sean. I would like to mention the night before my dress fitting, they had a sleepover. Not to mention, they were about 10 minutes late to the dress fitting the next morning. He yelled at me for the first time last week when I asked him if anything weird was going on between the two. He said he was uncomfortable and immediately shut it down. Every time Ace and Sean hang out, Sean dresses up and acts like he's a freaking girl. It's weird. Anyway, Today was our 8th year anniversary. I have put up with a lot of things. One of the days, he told me he couldn't get it up due to him being excited to see Ace. They were going on this trip they'd been waiting for all month and he didn't find it fair to even have intimacy with me if his mind wasn't in it. I said I understood but this was the last straw. He cancelled our 8-year anniversary date to go out with Ace. Then, he spent the night at his house and ignored most of my calls. Once he got home the next morning, it was very early and he apologized for not returning my calls. I told him that he had to choose between him and I if he wanted this to work. He looked extremely defeated and got defensive, saying that if I wanted to leave because he had a best friend that he saw as family, I could, but he didn't know what else to do. I stormed out and I'm staying at my parents' house. He's texting and calling me, but I seriously don't want to hear anything until he tells me that he'll drop Ace. Aita, update. I called Sean at my parents' house, crying on the phone. We talked until 3 a.m. and the engagement is called off. To nobody's surprise, Sean admitted something was happening between the two of them. Sean told me straight out that Ace had feelings for him. I was speechless. I asked him how long he knew, and he said since a few years ago. So I asked if there was anything between the two and he told me I don't know. I was so confused, and we stayed up until 3 a.m. talking about how Sean doesn't really understand his own feelings, but he knows that he feels stronger about Ace than he does towards me, and calling off the engagement would be the only choice if I chose him to choose. He actually referred to Ace as his life. He told me that I was never a bad fiancé and he loved me throughout everything, and it was nothing I did. He just said that he never has felt so connected to someone since Ace commented on his feelings. My suspicion is that physical things did happen, but Sean rejected that idea a few times before going silent altogether when I asked about it. I'm pretty sure they at least did something because he said even if they did, it didn't change anything about the situation, but we will never know. He wouldn't admit it regardless of how heated the conversation got. My engagement is officially off and I'm officially single. He said that he'll pay for the full apartment while the lease is running up, but he'll stay with Ace for now so I don't have to stay with my parents. All in all, it was a pretty healthy conversation and he admitted a lot of things I probably couldn't get out of him if I would have tried to do it in writing or in person. He never fully admitted an affair but alluded to it. Regardless, his affair was emotional nonetheless and he admitted it was because his emotional attachment towards Ace was almost suffocating. I have no idea what that means, but he said it after I told him that the affair was emotional. At least I even asked him if he was in the closet this whole time to put my mind at ease, and he said that he is very much into women and that he still didn't know what changed when Ace walked into his life. I can't make that up, really. I'm not sure how I'm coping with this, but I am going to choose me. I'm excited to start a new chapter of my life without Sean and Ace. My fiancé told me that most men wouldn't even look my way because I stopped looking interesting some time ago. Now, he's throwing a major tantrum because I gave him back the ring. My fiancé and I have been together for almost 5 years, engaged for 6 months. We've never had issues where one of us was mad for a long time until this, and he, my mom, and friends think that I'm overreacting. Some nights ago, I had a dream that I ended up accidentally dating a famous actor. We've both had dreams where crazy things happened, and we told each other about it. I told him in the morning, and we laughed about it. However, he commented on how my dreams are always extremely delusional. I asked him to elaborate, thinking it would be funny, but instead, I was met with a comment about how I wouldn't be capable of pulling someone half as attractive as said actor, let alone him. I was taken aback, and he doubled down and told me to be realistic. Most men wouldn't even look my way because I look like I'm already taken and stopped looking interesting some time ago, and now even more with the engagement. I told him that I didn't want any men to look my way, but the implication of his words hurt me. He told me it was irrelevant because we're together and I wouldn't leave him, and to stop being offended over something I asked, and left. For the record, my weight, hair, and general appearance have stayed the same, and I'm low-key high maintenance, so this isn't me letting go or something. I called my mom for reassurance, and she agreed I was overreacting. I called my friends for the same purpose and was met with the same response. I feel hurt because I love my fiancé and find him attractive, and I know other people do. I am grateful he chose to be with me, making me value him even more. I thought he thought the same about me, but he thinks I wouldn't ever leave him because I can't pull anybody. That makes me feel like he doesn't value me as I do. And worst of all, I may be wrong about how I feel, but I can't control it. Am I overreacting? If so, how can I manage this so this doesn't affect us in the long term? It's been almost a week, and he is still short with me, because I look miserable about a petty thing. I just want things to go back to normal. Update. I got the courage to reach out to my other friends outside my closest circle. They were shocked and told me not to brush it off. My birthday fell in between these dates, and I decided to celebrate it by bar hopping in my city. It went great. My ex was invited. We were still together at that point, and was sulking because I got external attention, which I shut down. Finally, what happened with my ex? After talking with my therapist, I explained my feelings to him again and reiterated that those comments would not be tolerated if we were to continue in the relationship. I also said we needed counseling as a couple because this could stem from insecurities from both sides. He did not apologize but rather justified his actions under 3 arguments. Yes, these came from a 28-year-old man. I do look less interesting, and it's unfair to use my birthday as an example of me attracting anyone because I was catfishing as a younger woman, as the girls I invited are mostly 22 to 24. Adam Driver, the actor I dreamt about, is taller than him. We're both 5 feet 7 inches, and he is insecure about it, so dreaming with people taller than him is disrespectful and emasculating. Even if, his words, I'm objectively attractive. Ever since I started therapy, I became cocky and more demanding, so he took the chance to bring me back to earth. All of this shocked me. I felt like the man I had been with for the last 5 years was not there anymore. This was a complete 180 from what he was before, and I do believe is a mix of slipping off the mask after the engagement and the fact that he changed jobs to a male-dominated corporation. Those new friends did give me a weird vibe regarding their stance on women and equality. Regardless of what prompted this change, I ended it. I returned the ring, packed a bag with my essentials at his place, and left while he threw a tantrum. He was uncooperative in returning some of my remaining stuff. He sent things in trash bags full of glitter and wouldn't let me enter his apartment anymore. He also sent me all of the Star Wars movies with Adam Driver in them, broken and destroyed. This made all of the pain I felt almost immediately disappear, which felt weird because I did love him, and it was a long relationship, yet I grieved for like a week only. I counted my losses and accepted some things I won't get back. I blocked him and haven't heard or seen him since. Thank God it's a big city. My immediate circle of friends was cut off, as they valued going to a wedding more than my well-being. I'm Elsie with my mom and am supported by my dad and siblings. I continued therapy and did a Friendsgiving celebration, and I'm bracing myself for the holidays with my family. I'm mostly okay, relearning to be on my own and to validate my feelings. I am currently debating whether to send a thank you card to Adam Driver. My fiancé wanted a slideshow of his dead ex-fiancée at our wedding to honor her memories. Now I am considering ending our engagement. My fiancé was engaged for about a month to his high school sweetheart when she passed away in a tragic freak accident. I don't want to get into how it happened for personal reasons, but it was no one's fault. This was maybe 6 years ago. I'll call her Mandy. My fiancé has been very open about this loss and how it has affected him throughout our relationship. I know he misses her, and his memories with her are important and special. I don't want to take away anything or demean the relationship, and I've always been there for him on hard days and supported him when he needed it. We got engaged last year, but the date is TBD still for obvious reasons. It was very emotional for both of us, and we were really happy. But since planning the wedding, I've been feeling like I'm not only preparing for myself but for Mandy as well. It started as comments from his family. Mandy would have loved this type things. I first brushed it off and thought it was a way of them processing grief. I have a great relationship with his family, but they loved Mandy too. When I went dress shopping, his mom and sister came. They kept talking about what dress Mandy would have worn, what they could see her in, etc. It might seem like nothing, but it overtook the conversation, so much that another bridesmaid told me later that she felt uncomfortable for me, too. It turned from harmless comments into focusing what should have been a special event for me into reminiscing over Mandy. My latest project has been compiling old photos of me and my fiancé for a slideshow at the reception. He told me there's something he's been wanting to ask me. He wants to include some kind of in memory of Mandy into our wedding and thinks the slideshow would be a perfect place. At this point, I was, and still am, fed up with the Mandy comments taking over our wedding. I sternly told him that I don't think that would be appropriate, as this is our wedding and should focus on us. We are having a table with pictures of loved ones who passed, and she will be featured there. He said he doesn't think that's enough to honor her memory. He wants to incorporate her more, as she never got her dream wedding. He also says it would be a sweet surprise for Mandy's parents, who are invited since he is still really close to them. I did lose my cool, I will admit. I honestly told him how I felt about the Mandy situation taking over our wedding and how uncomfortable I was. I also asked him if he could ask his family to limit the Mandy comments at our wedding since I'm afraid the whole wedding will be focused on her. I told him I needed time to think and had been staying at my parents' house, but we'd still been talking. Update: the wedding is postponed indefinitely, but we are still together and working through things. He was defensive about the situation at first but eventually came around. We both agreed that couples therapy is needed, and we are starting that. As for his family, they are deeply sorry, especially, mostly, his mom. When I went to talk to her about it, she was really in tears. Mandy was like a daughter to her, so she said she hadn't gotten over losing her yet. I talked to her about therapy. She told me she didn't go after Mandy died, and she agrees it's something to look into, though I'm not sure if anything concrete has come of it. I can't say that I feel 100% better about the situation, and I think my relationship with his mom now has a bit of a strain on it, even if she did apologize. But I'm hoping to work through these things in therapy, and if I can't, or my fiancé can't, then I'll have to do what's best for me and end the relationship. My fiancé wanted me to be converted before our marriage and he called his family to gang up on me. Now he's crying on my porch because I am converting my status to single. I and my fiancé Todd, 41, met over a decade ago, and we have a mutual friend group. We started dating last year and got engaged last month. Generally speaking, he treats me like a queen. He spoils me a lot, and I always appreciate it. He's usually respectful and kind, communicative and patient with me. This started to change once the ring was accepted. I must be clear, I don't care much about getting married. I am perfectly fine with not. My parents aren't married, but have been in love and have been together for over 40 years. My siblings are all but one unmarried but in seemingly happy relationships, each at least 5 years old. However, Todd is Christian and believes that two people eventually need to get married to be happy. We talked about it at length both before we were a couple and after we started dating. I was clear that I didn't want or need a ring, but if it's important to a partner I come to love, then whatever. I will do a small wedding. He was overjoyed when he proposed, and I said yes in front of pretty much everyone in our little world. However, I later said that I didn't seem excited enough, and it felt like I didn't want to marry him. I said I loved him and if he wanted a marriage, then sure, but to say I want to marry? I mean I know he wants to, and if that's what he wants, and since it doesn't matter to me either way, the math was easy. Let's get married. I said it sort of jokingly to lighten the mood, but he didn't like that at all, and nearly every other day, he would find a way to ask me if I really wanted to marry him, or he would simply that he felt like I don't. I suggested couples therapy as it seems to really be on his mind and troubling him, and he said he's done therapy before and doesn't need to do it again. Then last week, on our usual date night, he said he had something really big to ask me, call it a favor if that makes it better, and asked me to come to his church and get baptized. I stared at him. I am an atheist and have been since I was in my 20s. He has known that for years, and we've always been respectful of each other's beliefs. I told him I couldn't do that. Baptism is supposed to be sacred and with a true heart for that faith, and I simply would be a liar if I said I wanted to live for his God because I frankly don't. He argued that it's just a splash of water in some words, and since he wants it before our wedding and I don't care about religion either way, this should be easy. I refused again, explaining that I do care about religion. My majors were world religions and anthropology. I care a lot, and it would be dishonest to his God and our community for me to dedicate my life to his religion outwardly but not inwardly. I said it felt disrespectful to his faith and the people who truly live it. He got angry with me. Oh, so you're okay, disrespecting me, though, and when I asked what he meant, he said to drop it and change the subject. I pressed more, but he raised his voice. I said drop it, loud enough for others to turn and look at us. He'd been robotic around me since. Days up in his study all night, sleeps on his study couch, goes to every service and event/gathering his church has, most weekday nights and Saturday morning as well as Sunday, and has been inviting me to every single one. He hadn't done that since we started dating. He did it, and then I said I respect his beliefs and would go to a wedding, christening, or baptism but not a simple service or event. When he asked me just a few minutes ago tonight, I reminded him of the above, and he just dropped into our couch and sobbed, and when I went over to comfort and talk to him, he pushed me away and left, muttering something about running late for service. His sister Esther texted me to ask what happened, and I gave a summary. She texted back that I was being a jerk and one service wasn't going to make me burst into flames, and it was important to Todd. So am I being a bonehead? Am I crazy too? Think that this pressure is a deal breaker? I do love him, but this version of him is not only a stranger to me but a weight on me. But aren't people supposed to work through that hard poop to get on in a relationship? Update. He texted me a few minutes ago saying he wants to have a serious talk when he gets home. I explained that my best friend was over, so it would have to wait, and he replied, no, tell her to leave, give her my love, but this is serious. I told him no, indeed, he can go home to his parents, and he is welcome to come in, pack a bag, and leave because Bess is here for me right now, and I need her here for me right now. He hasn't responded. I guess he and his sister gave his parents an alternate version of events because they came by that night anyway, all of them, his mom, dad, sister Esther, and him. He had a key, so he just walked in as Bess and I were drinking on the couch watching Netflix. I asked what he was doing there, and his family entered the room behind him. I asked what was going on. The way he looked at me is unexplainable, but his mom pushed him and just yanked me into a very aggressive hug. She said that they were here to talk as a family and have a family meeting. Then, she told Bess she needed to leave. Bess refused. His mom turned to me to ask me to have Bess leave. I refused. It's late, and I'm not in a state to talk about anything else. Please leave. It devolves into passive-aggressive disapproval that I won't take guidance from the man I plan to marry. His parents, his father is a pastor, sat down to give me what felt like a whole pre-planned spiel about how I am an adult and need to act like one, and kicking a man out of his home for doing the right thing is a tantrum. His dad once even said that he was so disappointed in me and would be telling my father, also a pastor, about this. Gotta be honest, I was dumbfounded for 85% of this, and then finally, I guess it was the booze, started to laugh and told them to get out. His dad refused, called me volatile and suggested I get counseling. I told him this is my house, and I will call the police and get the F out. It was the first time I cussed in front of them. Pearls were clutched, I was called trashy, and Bess held her phone like, okay, I am calling the cops. She asked you to leave. I heard his dad say, you're not marrying that, as they left, and they muttered other hurtful things, making a whole thing of them being sad and disappointed by me. They left. Todd packed a bag and left with them. He continued to text me invites to services. It will help you. He stated that he was concerned about me and my chosen path, that his parents aren't sure he should marry me but he loves me and wants what's best for me. I told him I needed space and to leave me alone, but he kept texting. I said that the wedding was off on Sunday. When I got home from running errands, he was on the porch crying. He had a handwritten letter that he wanted to read to me, but I said absolutely not and told him to go away. He kept asking me to think about what I was doing and how my choices affected more than just myself and more. I pointed to my doorbell cam and said I had footage of me repeatedly asking him to leave, and Bess was recording the night his parents and sister and he ganged up on me. Go away. He threw his hand up like he was going to strike me, and I just screamed. I didn't even mean to. It was so sudden and scared me. He went to start apologizing, but a neighbor came out to see what was happening and he just left. I texted him never to come back ever. He is no longer welcome. I will mail his stuff to his parents, but he is no longer welcome on my property ever again. He tried to apologize, but I no longer care to hear any of his words. He left his written letter, and I have read it. So has Bess. She keeps telling me it's just manipulation, but it breaks me. The locks will be changed tomorrow. Bez is helping me pack his poop. His father is picking up his stuff tonight, and I am just sitting here replaying the past week and a half in my head over and over. I know it's pathetic, but I am shattered. I haven't been able to really sleep yet, and I feel like I don't even reside in my own body anymore. Just going through the motions. Bez is staying with me. I've been getting texts and social media comments about how disgusting I am, like my notifications just went insane over the weekend. This is just a nightmare and I'm unsure how to wade through this. My fiancé wants me to scrap my backup plan, but I'm not backing down. I've always had a backup plan, a rainy day fund, property, investments, everything to make sure I'd never be financially dependent on anyone. My fiancé knew this from day one, and I was clear, if we get married, there's a prenup protecting both of us. But now, he wants me to get rid of it, says it feels like I'm planning to leave him. Are you effing kidding me? This man comes from generational wealth. His family spends $30,000 on flowers. Meanwhile, I grew up clawing my way out of middle-class chaos. My backup plan isn't an option, it's survival. Here's the kicker, he's insecure because my financial independence makes him feel unnecessary as a provider. I told him, this isn't about trust, it's about being smart. If we divorce, I'm not fighting over scraps. My dad's a divorce lawyer. I've seen enough horror stories to know better. He called me cold for sticking to the plan. I told him he could either accept it or F off. Love isn't a blank check, and I'm not giving up my safety net for anyone. The wedding's still on for now, but if he thinks I'm bending on this, he's in for a rude awakening. My backup plan isn't going anywhere. My fiancé wants to include his high school sweetheart in his wedding party, so I told him that if she's at his wedding party then I won't be in the altar. My fiancé and I have been dating for about 4 years and engaged last year. Before dating, my fiancé dated his childhood best friend, Liz, for 8 years. They were briefly engaged before calling it off. From what I was told, they decided to break it off because they were getting married for the wrong reasons. They were planning to get married because it was the next step, and since their families were best friends, he needed to marry her. After they broke off the engagement, they remained friends. Since the beginning of our relationship, I knew Liz was in my fiancé's family lives. Liz and my fiancé's moms are best friends. Liz is also best friends with his younger sister. My fiancé and her are friends in the same social circle. I don't have a problem with Liz and her friendship with my fiancé. I like her as a person and would consider her a friend. However, sometimes we hang out, and I feel left out, like I am the third wheel, because of their inside jokes and shared childhood stories. I have always tried to be open-minded about their friendship since he assured me they are only friends, and I do trust both of them. My fiancé and I are finalizing our wedding party now. Since we both have best friends of the opposite intimacy, we agreed it's okay to have the opposite intimacy at our wedding party. I told him who I wanted to ask to be at my wedding party. He mentioned that having his sister participate in my wedding would greatly benefit him. I got along well with his sister and agreed to include her. When he listed his wedding party, he mentioned Liz. I was taken aback. I told him I wasn't uncomfortable having her attend the wedding party. I told him I was happy to have her attend the ceremony and reception, and that she can sit with his family and be in the family pictures. However, that wasn't good enough for him. He said that it was his wedding party and that it was his decision who was going to be at it. That I have the right to choose my wedding party, so he should be able to choose whoever he likes. I told him that's unfair because I'm not having my high school sweetheart at my wedding party. This is becoming a huge fight between us. He said he was putting his foot down, and Liz was going to be at his wedding party. I told him that I would not budge on this. Out of anger, I told him to choose me or her. If she's at the wedding party, then I won't be standing at the altar. He responded by telling me that I was acting crazy and that he would go stay with his brother until I calmed down and be reasonable. It has been 3 days now. He has texted me twice since the fight. First time to ask me if I have calmed down and am ready to be reasonable. The second is to ask me if I have agreed with his wedding party list. I told him my answer was still no, and I didn't know if I could let this one go. Update, we did talk. We both laid out where we stood in our reasonings. He insisted that Liz be at his wedding party. His POV is that he wants to share his biggest life decision with his closest friends. Friends that have stayed by him since he was a baby. I get that. I truly do. And I also want my best friends to stand there. It did make me feel like the asshole for being so against it. However, I can't change how I think. I still don't want her to be in the wedding party, but I'm willing to let it go. However, this fight did bring a lot of issues to the surface. For one, her involvement in our relationships going forward. Second, he can walk away easily during a fight. I don't accept how this fight went about. Marriage is forever. We will have bigger fights in the future, but a fight should never end with one side walking away. Third, I was unhappy with his insistent request for her to be at our wedding party. If the role had been reversed and he had insisted that my best friend not attend the wedding, I would have done so because it's our day, not just mine. I believe compromise is important in a marriage. I didn't see any signs of his willingness to compromise. So, after all that, we are still engaged. However, we have decided to postpone setting a date for the wedding. We are thinking of maybe a wedding sometime in late 2025. We are going to see if we can build back the trust that we had and if we can build a stronger foundation for our relationship. My fiancé, who is an argunado and a woman hater, told me that I wasn't special, so I threw the ring on the table because I think he should marry a man. My fiancé and I used to have a great relationship, but for the last year, His political views have become a problem. I mostly bit my tongue about it, but it came to a head when he accused a woman at his job of lying about her intimate assault. I pointed out that when a woman accuses a man of rape, he questions it and says she is lying. He justified that by saying it's stupid to believe an accusation like that with no proof. I pointed out that he has no proof that she's lying either, but he's accusing her anyway. He often sends me articles about women, usually teachers intimately abusing boys. I brought up that he never says the boys are lying or asks for proof. He got very upset and kept repeating that I was trivializing male intimate abuse. I don't feel like I was. I feel that I was just pointing out the hypocrisy. He denied being biased against female accusers. I reminded him that when the allegations against Diddy first happened, he said feminists were just trying to ruin a successful man's life. He defended Diddy up until the video of him physically assaulting Cassie was leaked. Even then, he said, we didn't know the whole story. The final straw was when he was telling me, yet again, how women are actually worse than men because we are sneaky and conniving and at least men will F you over to your face. He kept saying that women are far worse people than men, and I just lost it. I said that there was nowhere on earth, not now or ever in recorded history, has the female violent crime rate been higher than the males. I told him that men delete each other even more than they delete us, so they are a bigger danger to themselves than some girl being sneaky. I said that blaming women for unfair legislation, like conscription, makes no sense when men make up the majority of the US government, and most, if not all, other governments. He was absolutely furious about all this. He didn't argue with me, per se. He just told me that the feminist agenda brainwashed me and that feminism lied to me and convinced me I was special. I still don't know where that comment came from. It was not relevant to anything. I, admittedly, was very pissed off and said, well, maybe, patriarchy lied to you about this relationship being special. I threw my ring at the table, left the house, and haven't spoken to him since. Today, he sent me a long text stating how I belittled him with that comment and that I would be a good wife if I could just stop needing to be right all the time. I haven't responded, and I'm conflicted about if I will at all. I feel bad about throwing the ring. I really feel bad that I hurt his feelings by saying our relationship isn't special. But still, TBH, I'm seriously questioning if I really want to marry him. He has always been argumentative, not just with me, with everyone. Normally, I just ignore it, but he was so egregious with his hypocritical BS. I shouldn't have taken the bait, and I don't feel like men are generally bad. I was speaking out of anger. I don't consider myself to be a super political person. I'm not even sure if I count as a feminist. He just has a new complaint about women every freaking day at this point. It's so frustrating. I don't know when he became this way, but it sucks. There are still things I love about him, but the things he has been saying may be more than I can forgive. Despite all that, I'm still responsible for my intense outburst because I ignored his constant woman bashing in an effort to keep the peace. I exploded when I could have just spoken up from the start. Maybe if I'd nipped it in the bud right at the start, it could have been better. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Aita? My fiancé yells at me every time he's upset and called off our wedding a week before because I do not communicate well. Now he's begging me to take him back. We've been together for about 6 years and lived together. What happened basically was an argument that escalated. We were heading to my program graduation, and that morning as we were getting ready, I asked if he would be okay to wear one of his button-ups instead of the shirt he had on so we could get a nice photo. He was annoyed and snapped saying, why do I have to do things for others? I told him that he truly doesn't have to. I was just asking, but it's ultimately his choice. He ended up putting the button up, and we arrived at the ceremony. Everything went fine, and he was very happy for me. However, on the way home in the car, traffic was filling up, and he was annoyed. I offered an alternative route that I know cut some time and the exit to that route was coming up. He didn't take it and I was slightly annoyed about it because he was cranky with me about traffic. So, I asked why he didn't take it. He started full-on yelling that my tone was rude and that he didn't have to drive the way I told him to. I replied saying that I literally just asked and I don't actually care what route he takes. He was the one having a problem with traffic. He blew up and blamed me for getting him upset. When we got home, I apologized and explained that I didn't mean to come across as mean. I also said that screaming doesn't help in any situation and that we should talk instead. He basically explained that an apology doesn't solve anything and that he needs such things not to happen, otherwise he would continue exploding at me because that's the only time I listened to him. After a few hours we spoke again. He apologized for yelling and I apologized for the miscommunication that happened. Despite resolving this, later that night, I was crying because he so easily yelled at me when he was upset. I was so upset that even on such an important day for me, I felt like he picked fights. Yelling is a red flag for me, and I never do that to him or anyone for that matter. The next morning we were having breakfast, and he asked why I seemed gloomy, so I told him that everything was okay. I was just processing what happened the day. He asked me to please share with him, so I told him that I felt like my special day was kind of ruined by fighting about things we could have easily resolved. He immediately just flipped and started getting angry again. He blamed me for the fights, and when I replied that I didn't think it was fair to blame me, he got angrier and said that he couldn't do this, that I'm not a good communicator, and that he could not get married like this. I was full-on shocked. I thought he was talking out of emotion, but this time he actually ended up sending a mass text to some guests to let them know that the wedding was called off. I was flabbergasted at the quickness and so confused. We started arguing and then had to leave for our days. Later that day when we returned, I asked if this was truly something he wanted and he responded with a confident yes. What I thought was an action out of anger, seemed to be solid for him. For the rest of the night and the next day, I tried to fix things between us. After many hours of talking and lots of crying from my end, he kept explaining that I didn't communicate well and that this cancellation was my fault. I tried to offer some solutions, but he was full on with the decision to cancel and break up. I asked if we could give it another day or two to ensure this is what he wants before we cancel the venue. He declined and asked to cancel the venue and vendors immediately. So we did. The next day, I went on errands and then met with my friend. It was truly such a hard day and I was heartbroken, still digesting this is happening. When I came home, he asked me to talk and started crying that he regretted everything he said in the last few days, that he didn't mean it. He was angry and didn't think straight. He said he would start therapy and wanted to do couples counseling now too, after I offered it many times. Anyway, he apologized profusely and kept asking if we could mend everything or whether he effed up. I was almost sure this regret would come, and honestly, maybe it was mean, but I said, yeah, you effed up big time. You made a rash decision that hurt our relationship big time. There's no going back from here. He pretty much begged for another chance, but everything was cancelled, and my trust was shattered. The wedding's supposed to be in 2 days. His aunt was supposed to be on the way to our house to help us pack decorations, and now, there's no way we can schedule everything again, and frankly, I don't want to at this point. This is not the first he cancels plans or breaks up with me during a disagreement. Everyone is telling us that this is fixable, that clearly we love each other, so if we want, this situation doesn't have to be the end of the relationship. But I don't understand how. So much time, effort and money has gone into this wedding that's now done, and plus, more importantly, I can't trust him anymore. I don't know what to do at this point. We were supposed to go on honeymoon right after, so now I'm thinking of going by myself. He asked if we can go together and spend that time to fix things, but I'm just questioning everything. I think I prefer going myself to do some soul searching. Should I call this quits and move on with my life, or take his word and start couples counseling? Update. Since all this happened, he apologized profusely and offered to return the venue and still go and get married on the same day. He also offered couples counseling starting now and right after we get married, if I still want to. Additionally, he offered to go on the trip together to fix things. I declined everything since the damage had been done, and I decided to go on the honeymoon myself while he packed all his items. He's going to start his own therapy journey while we're broken up. I don't know what's next, but this hurts so much because we still love each other. He's going to work on his mental health to address his impulsive actions when he's upset. He also realized it wasn't actually a communication issue but rather how he felt attacked due to his own confidence. I appreciate his honesty but can't see how it's possible to forgive what happened. Torn between trying couples counseling since he seems genuine to completely separating. My fiancé's best friend is making my life a living hell and constantly picks on me, so I cut off their friendship and made my fiancé drop him as his best man. My fiancé has the biggest heart, would literally give you the shirt, pants, and hat off his body if you ask for it. A few months ago, I started picking up on his best friend making some not so nice comments towards me. He said, "I can't imagine being so unloved that you end up in an orphanage." Oh wait, Shane, you were from an orphanage, right? Care to enlighten us on how it feels to be that unwanted? And why didn't you just pick another orphan like yourself? Maybe you'd actually understand each other. This friend is the type to read who in the room would be most affected by being picked on, and then he picks and picks and picks on them until they can't take it anymore. Nobody ever really holds him accountable for this, and unfortunately, I have somehow become his favorite target. I tried to put up with these comments, but it started getting really elaborate. The friend would make up lies about me saying things I never said. He once called me in front of all our friends, my fiancé included, just to yell "you're a bad friend" into the phone and then hang up. It started having an effect on me and my mental health, and I ended up having a full breakdown where I told my fiancé how much this was all starting to hurt me. The first time I broke down over this, my fiancé said he would talk to his friend about teasing/messing with me less. He then told me his friend was sorry and that he'd be keeping an ear out for any other comments, and he'd jump to my defense if it happened again. A few weeks later I had a second breakdown over all this. The situation itself is hitting a very specific childhood trauma/trigger for me, and he admitted that his friend didn't actually apologize. He actually said he was sorry I was too sensitive to understand his humor. At that point, I told my fiancé my friendship with this person was over and I wanted zero contact from here on out, even if it meant I had to miss out on events and parties that I'd otherwise love to go to. He agreed with me that all of this is being done with the intention to get a rise out of me, and that even if we tried to get through to this friend, he was so diabolical that we could never fully trust him to not treat me at least a little bit crappy. My fiancé kept asking if this meant he had to quit the project they were working on. I told him I would never tell him he had to because I know how much it means to him, but in all honesty, the fact that this person is treating me so poorly that I'm having physical stress reactions isn't enough for him to want to cut this person off does hurt a lot. The fact that it isn't a deal breaker for him is probably always going to sting a little. He's not confrontational at all, and I always knew that, but it's not about confrontation. It's about standing in my corner, and I can't spend the rest of my life with someone who isn't in my corner. This friend is getting married to my best friend in a few months, and we're both supposed to be at the wedding, but I really have no clue how. I get a literal knot in my stomach anytime his name is even mentioned now. I have seen this friend one time since all of this came to a head, and he was so over the top nice to me that it came off as cocky. I had the second breakdown a few days afterward because I realized I'm possibly going to spend the rest of my life on edge and on guard anytime this person is even somewhat in my vicinity, even if they aren't actively f***ing with me. I don't know how to come to terms with the fact that my fiancé was willing to lie to me on his crappy friend's behalf, but he's not willing to stand in my corner against him. I think it'll always hurt. This guy was supposed to be the best man at our wedding, and as a result, we haven't been talking much about wedding plans. I think if he's still planning on this friend being in our wedding, I may have to call it off for my own sanity, and that sucks so bad. This is eating me alive. I love my fiancé so much. I love his big heart, and the way he loves with all of it. But he loves some truly wretched people, and I don't know if he'll enforce any boundaries with those people before the lack of boundaries becomes too much for me to handle. I'm just hurt, and hurting, and I just want whatever outcome to play out so I can stop feeling so guilty and awful all the time. Update. I want you all to know my partner absolutely came through and protected me in this. We spent all this time until last week communicating and trying to find a resolution, and walking through how it got this bad. He took a lot of accountability for that. This is not a case of me giving in. He understands fully that this has only got so bad because it's never been handled correctly, and he had a major hand in that. The bottom line is we are closer than ever, and after a lot of talking, we decided on my partner sending a firm but not unkind message to his friend explaining the behaviors, explaining that they were hurting his partner and that it needed to stop. He asked me to write up the first draft, and we could go over it together to try to perfect it. He laid everything out so clearly and in ways that we hadn't discussed, so I know it came from him. We had to tone down a lot of the big emotions. We really truly gave the message its best shot to address the situation without being hostile. We knew the response would be bad no matter what, but I don't think anything could have prepared us. This man went full scorched earth and blew up everything almost immediately. He insulted my partner. He told me these events didn't happen the way I claimed they did. He demanded they meet up alone with a mediator. He even threatened to reach out to my partner's parents to fill them in, which was probably the moment we stopped taking his responses seriously. All of us are almost in our 30s. If once wasn't enough, he threatened it twice. We actually had to call them and warn them that he would be showing up at their place later this week and not to open the door. There's still a good chance he'll attempt it. We stayed respectful throughout all of this, which I feel good about. We didn't stoop to his level. We didn't insult anyone. We asked for basic human respect, and somehow it blew up spectacularly. In the end, we both received a massive wall of text from my, now ex, best friend, fully backing up her man and telling her side of the story, which is so insanely far off from what actually happened that all I can do is laugh. We've been shifting from crying to being dumbstruck to just straight up laughing because of the absurdity. I went into this thinking she was brainwashed, but it turns out I was wrong. They're a perfect match. I wish them all the best. I am sending them one last message setting the record straight before moving on from this entirely. I'm going to make it very clear this is done. Zero contact is definite, and I will never look back. My partner and I both deserve way better friends, and we both see that so clearly now. I'm so glad I learned my friend's true colors before we dropped $800 on a hotel for their wedding. My fiancé's niece was very rude to me and tried to intimidate me into trying on my ring, so I exposed her to my fiancé and got her uninvited to our wedding. My fiancé has 2 sisters, and he's close to this particular sister and her daughter. Her daughter hangs out a lot with him and sometimes refers to him as Kev. I found that a bit weird, but since he's the youngest uncle, then I thought no problem. She follows all his SM accounts and even knows some of his friends. Also, she drives his car whenever he visits and uses his workout equipment. I talked to him about some boundaries, but his sister gave me no chance and accused me of putting space between the family and him, so I kept my mouth shut. I recently got engaged to my fiancé, 34. He's in the military and has an extended family. He's close to his sister and 21-year-old niece. When I met his niece, she seemed sweet but kept making passive-aggressive comments about me, like how I look older than my fiancé, how we're incompatible just due to our star signs or whatever. And when we announced my engagement, she told my fiancé he is moving too fast. We've been dating for almost 3 years, LDR. Yesterday I visited my future in-laws and his sister and niece were there. His niece saw my ring and commented on it, saying, "I bet this is the fanciest one you've ever got." Just like my uncle. I felt offended and thought that was rude, but I ignored her because of how mother-in-law looked at me. But she, his niece, asked if she could try the ring on. I was taken aback. I said no, and she asked again, but I still said no. Next thing I knew, she got up from her seat and stood in front of me, extending her arm expecting me to take the ring off and give it to her. I was like, what the F? I said, please go back to your seat. I already said no. Sister-in-law said it was fine, but I said I just didn't feel comfortable. Sister-in-law then looked at me quizzically and was like, are you serious? That's his niece. Just let her try it on. I said I was sorry but no. Niece threw a fit and went upstairs. Her mom said I had no reason to act like this and said she didn't get what my problem is. I took my purse about to leave after. She kept berating me for not letting her daughter try the ring. Mother-in-law asked me to stay but I insisted on going. Sister-in-law tried calling me, and because I needed time to answer, she sent a text saying my behavior was alarming and that she would bring this incident up to her brother when he got back because she sensed that I was trying to drive a wedge between her daughter and my fiancé for whatever reason. Update. I called my fiancé later that evening to explain what had happened. He was initially shocked by the behavior of his niece and sister but listened patiently. After hearing everything, he was really mad. He called his niece and sister, telling them in no uncertain terms that they were not entitled to anything from him or me. He said their behavior was unacceptable and disrespectful. He made it clear that if they were not going to apologize for their actions, they should not come to the wedding. His sister tried to defend her daughter, saying she was just excited and didn't mean any harm. My fiancé was firm, telling her that boundaries needed to be respected and that her daughter's behavior was inappropriate. He also emphasized that their comments and actions were driving a wedge, not me. Since then, things have been tense. His niece and sister have not reached out to apologize, and there is an uncomfortable silence between us. I feel a mix of relief and guilt. While I appreciate my fiancé standing up for me, I'm also worried that this conflict might strain his relationship with his family. I can't help but wonder if I handled the situation poorly or if there's more I could have done to prevent this fallout. My fiancé's work wife sees herself as a part of our relationship and told him in our engagement that he can marry her instead, so I am uninviting her to my wedding. I'm supposed to be marrying the love of my life in a few months. We've been planning this wedding for over a year, and it's been a beautiful, but stressful, experience. But there's one person casting a shadow over everything, and that's my fiancé's work wife, Lily, 30 female. Let me backtrack a little. My fiancé and Lily have been friends and co-workers for around 5 years. At first, I was honestly relieved he had a good friend at work, especially since his job can be demanding and a bit isolating. I tried to be the cool, understanding partner who wasn't bothered by how close they were. But over time, their bond became, well, it became something I just don't know how to handle. Lily is a huge part of his life. They text constantly, often late into the night about everything from work issues to little jokes. She knows things about him that I sometimes don't, and it stings to realize how much he turns to her for advice and laughs instead of me. My fiancé reassures me that they're just friends, that she's his work wife, and that it's no big deal. But it feels like she's gotten so close that I'm sometimes the one on the outside looking in. As we got deeper into wedding planning, Lily started chiming in with her opinions. She had suggestions about our venue. It doesn't feel like him. Our flowers, he's never liked bright colors, remember? And even my dress, mentioning offhandedly that she knew his style and could help me pick something he'd love. I tried to laugh it off, but it hurt more than I wanted to admit. Here I am planning my wedding, and I felt like I had to measure up to her view of who my fiancé is. Last week was our engagement party, and it was supposed to be such a happy day, but I kept noticing Lily glued to his side. I tried to join their conversations, but every time, she'd bring up a work story or inside joke that left me feeling like a third wheel at my own engagement. Then, in one of the worst moments, I walked up just as she was saying, "You know, if you change your mind, you could always marry me instead." My heart sank. I didn't know if she was joking or half serious, but my fiancé laughed, brushing it off like it was no big deal. I couldn't just let it go. I pulled my fiancé aside later that night and told him how inappropriate her comment was. He looked at me, surprised, and said I was taking it too seriously and that Lily was just playing around. I felt like I was going crazy, like maybe I was seeing something that wasn't there, but how would anyone be okay hearing that from someone so close to their fiancé? The last straw came toward the end of the night. Lily had had a few drinks, and she came up to me, asking if I was really okay with how close they were. She said something like, "I mean, I can't imagine him with anyone else." It felt like a knife to my chest. I wanted to scream, but instead, I just walked away. Later, I told my fiancé I didn't want her at our wedding, that it was too painful to have someone there who clearly saw herself as part of our relationship. He got defensive, saying I was overreacting and letting jealousy ruin a friendship he cherishes. He even implied that uninviting her would damage his reputation at work, and now he's barely talking to me because he says I'm making him choose between his best friend and his fiancé. I don't know what to think anymore. I feel hurt, small, and like my feelings don't matter. My friends support me, but his friends think I'm overreacting and letting insecurity ruin our relationship. Am I the one blowing this up, or am I right to want some respect and boundaries? Am I the a-hole for asking him to uninvite her from our wedding after everything that's happened? My fiancé, who comes from a lower income background, expects me to cover her family's bills and emergencies. After her uncle asked for a loan, I'm wondering if this is getting out of hand. I'm 26, earning a high salary that puts me in a completely different financial bracket than my fiancé, who's 24. We've been together for 3 years and engaged for a few months, but her constant financial demands are really testing my limits. A few days ago, her cousin had a medical emergency and needed a large sum for hospital bills. It was a significant amount, one I couldn't ignore. I told my fiancé that I simply couldn't pay it. She went off on me, calling me selfish and saying if I truly loved her, I'd help her family. Her mom even sent me a text saying I was wrong for not stepping up. And it didn't end there. Just a few days later, her uncle, who I've never even met, reached out and asked me for a loan to fund a business idea. He made it sound urgent, and of course, my fiancé was right there, nodding like it was no big deal. I said no, and once again, my fiancé guilt-tripped me, saying, "This is how my family survives, why can't you just help?" It's a pattern now, whether it's paying for vacations, covering hospital bills, or funding business ventures, I'm always expected to foot the bill. I'm starting to feel like I'm just a walking ATM, not a partner. Update: I told her I can't go through with the wedding. I explained that the constant financial stress, the guilt, tripping, and the complete lack of boundaries from her family have made it not possible for me to see a healthy future with her. Her initial reaction was a mix of anger and tears, but when her family found out, they started harassing me with messages, accusing me of abandoning her and claiming I need to be accountable for her because she was a virgin before we met. Odd, she helped me a lot. Their messages quickly escalated into threats, making it clear they were trying to pressure me into staying in the relationship and continuing to support them financially. On top of that, when I mentioned that I'd been so stressed I was considering getting a vasectomy because I can't imagine raising children in such a toxic environment, her family's harassment only intensified. They're now demanding I go through with the wedding or pay up. Thankfully, my parents have been an incredible source of support through all of this. They're fully behind my decision to call off the wedding and have even offered to help me handle the harassment legally if needed. I've saved all the messages and threats to protect myself in case this goes further. I also told my fiancée she needs to move out of my place. Now she's refusing to leave unless I give her 6 months or a year of living costs and rent upfront. It feels like she's just trying to take advantage of me one last time before the relationship is officially over. This has been one of the most draining experiences of my life, but I'm determined to move forward and protect myself. My fiancé's parents are freaking out because he is taking my last name because women should submit. Now they are threatening to not come to our wedding. My fiancé Alex and I have been together 6 years, getting married this year. I never cared much about my last name, but after some recent family events I realized I want to keep mine. Alex doesn't mind, and chose to change his last name so we'd match. Upon finding out, Alex's parents, Lisa and Luke, yelled at him. Lisa cussed him out, so my parents let him stay with us for the last week of winter break. Lisa and Luke say Alex is destroying and disowning his family, publicly humiliating them, and say I'm stripping him of his manhood. They told us we're unbiblical, and that women should submit. To them it's political too. They said the queer community is the reason we're susceptible to this, transgender people are to blame, and America is in its downfall. This is just another sign. Alex has gotten plenty of texts from Lisa, calling him hateful, cruel, and cold, asking how he can let her suffer. The meetings Alex had with his parents went poorly. They told him they wanted to see him and not talk about the name, but then did. One meeting involved both sets of parents. Lisa and Luke talked 90% of the time before getting up and leaving. They're mad Alex stayed with us and said even if we go with his name, they'd resent us and my family for supporting us. Lisa threatened to cut Alex off, and says he won't get another penny. Lisa said this is the worst thing to happen to her since losing her first baby, and that it's worse than if Alex had gotten me pregnant, unalived someone drunk driving, or was gay. She's telling Alex that his grandparents will have to move to assisted living from heartbreak, and Luke keeps telling Alex his choice is hurting people. Their main reason seems to be that it is tradition and that they want the last name carried on. I also learned that Lisa borderline tried to talk Alex out of proposing. Alex asked me to marry him anyway, and Lisa called my mom in the midst of the engagement excitement to share her disapproval. They said that they get a say until Alex is married, and that's when they'll leave us be. Lisa and Luke keep texting Alex and my parents, but I have never gotten anything. They openly dislike me now, badmouthing me whether I'm there or not. I've decided my relationship with Lisa and Luke is over. Alex is deciding how much more he can give. He hasn't taken a harsh tone or spoken rudely to his parents, but is tired. Now his parents say if Alex won't move back home, their financial support ends. They say the family won't come to the wedding, and one of his siblings actually has left the wedding party. Obviously I have decided to stay mostly away from Lisa and Luke now, but they are Alex's family. With the wedding still coming up, we're unsure how to move forward. Update. After more months of emotional and verbal abuse, Alex made the difficult decision that his parents were no longer welcome at our wedding. He explained that he couldn't trust them to respect his boundaries, respect us at all, or respect what the event was about. As expected, they freaked out, asking if he was trapped and needed help, saying everything had become about me, and telling him he'd been isolated from everyone he loves. We're not sure what story they told Alex's extended family. Alex reached out to everyone to explain what had been going on, but every response he received was more disgust toward his name choice, refusal of wedding invitations, and saying he needed to apologize and fix the family. His sister Alice also went off the rails. After checking in to see how Alex was doing, Alice got angry that he wanted to discuss things over text instead of on the phone. It became obvious that she wanted him on the phone to berate him, because she ranted about how he was steamrolling their parents, and wasn't really an adult because he wasn't married yet. She said she had encouraged Lisa and Luke to cut him off long ago, and that I wasn't acting like family since I stopped letting her follow my Instagram account. As his only sibling, it was devastating for Alex to watch Alice spiral into fully taking their parents' side, after initially leading him to believe she had his back and being supportive. After saying not to expect her and Alex's brother-in-law at the wedding, there's been no further contact since Alice refuses to speak to him unless he'll talk on the phone. At this point, he won't do any phone calls as we'd rather have record of everything that goes down. Many people tried to talk to Lisa and Luke to encourage them to choose relationship, and explain the damage they were causing wasn't worth the loss they'd endure. It seemed to have no effect. Alex was quick to become no longer financially dependent on his parents. We've changed his phone plan, reclaimed all his bills from Lisa and Luke, fully moved him out, and finished college. We're not sure if they attended graduation. They texted Alex the day before to say they'd be there, but then turned off their location services. Graduation day was stressful and nerve-wracking, with Alex not knowing if they'd make a scene or corner him. He left as soon as he walked across the stage, and made it to his car with no interactions. Since then, we've been nearly no contact with Lisa and Luke. We spent the first 6 weeks of summer finishing wedding details, and our day last month was gorgeous. Alex received no communication between graduation and the wedding, and has no plans to continue their relationship without an apology. Lisa and Luke did not show up to the wedding, or say anything day of. The only recent change is Lisa unfollowing and unfriending both of us and my family on all social media. For me, my in-law relationships are basically over, apology or not. Learning they've never supported our engagement, ignoring my existence, and hating me because of my political and religious beliefs is enough for me not to keep contact. My former doctor intentionally misdiagnosed me and gave me medications that damaged me for life, so I am going to have his license revoked. You don't believe me, do you? What if I told you it happened twice and I nearly died? This is the most painful story of my life, the one I'm encouraged to write a book about, the one I am still in partial denial over, and the one that sent me to the ER over 50 times in 18 months. And it all started with an incorrect MRI interpretation that went far past the point of wrong. As a bit of a backstory, I started having severe, debilitating migraines in the summer of 2021 after my second round of COV-D. By the time I first saw this doctor, I had already trialed and failed multiple treatments/medications. He ordered an MRI. It came back normal, but he diagnosed me with a rare condition called a CSF leak. I scheduled surgery, unaware that this wasn't true. I didn't have a leak. I only became worse after surgery. He actually admitted there wasn't a leak by that point, and my pain was repeatedly ignored and diminished, because I wasn't giving birth. The doctor ordered an angiogram. It was normal, but he diagnosed me again with intracranial hypertension, and prescribed blood thinners. I became so sick I couldn't get out of bed, eat, or even properly use the bathroom. I never knew pain like this even existed. In between all of this, I began to go to the ER. Before that, I had never experienced such rude and sexist comments in my life, how I was being dramatic, or how I was a drug seeker, etc. The female medical staff was much kinder to me than the male doctors. I would eventually learn the truth, that I had been misdiagnosed twice and severely injured as a result. I also learned I'm not the first this doctor has hurt. He knew he was misdiagnosing me and did it anyway. I know how crazy that probably sounds. I learned via medical records he never thought I would get a hold of, as he blatantly refused to let me read them. I haven't been the same since that surgery. It's like a part of my soul has died and I'm now morbid and bitter. I never had anything he diagnosed me with, and the blood thinners were slowly killing me. The point of this story is to advocate for yourself as a patient for anything you might be struggling with. It could save your life. I hope no one here ever has experienced something similar. Update: 2.5 months later, I have some positive news. I believe I have finally found the right attorney. She will not only help me, but she wants to look into having my former doctor's license revoked through the state medical board. I have heard more and more about how this doctor does this to other patients. I've even spoken to a few of them and feel so awful knowing they too have suffered at the hands of a man wanting to be like Dr. Death. For a bit of bittersweet news, I recently did a test and learned how bad the nerve damage is. I am looking at having nerve decompression surgery in the head/skull/brain to help alleviate symptoms. It's not too invasive, but it's a hard few weeks of recovery in a hospital and I have a lot of allergies to medications, but I am hoping for the best. My former doctor put the correct diagnosis on my records but told me something completely different and then refused to send the records to my new doctor because he knew that the information would be very damning. He knew he was misdiagnosing me and for whatever reason, chose to push forward with it. In the US, no medical provider may withhold them when asked by the patient or their authorized representatives. He's been cited for some HIPAA violations as a result. I was very confused as to why he refused, as all services rendered, even the ones I didn't need, had been paid for. My story might sound fake, and I truly wish it was. There are still a lot of components that don't make sense, even to me. My foster daughter told the authorities that my 12-year-old daughter was taking illicit substances in school, but they found out that it was only Skittles and now my daughter is traumatized. I have been looking after my foster daughter Mary for over a year, ever since her parents overdosed on illicit substances. I also have a biological daughter Lila, 12. Mary and Lila mostly get along, although there have been some minor arguments. A few weeks ago, the police came to Lila's school. Someone had sent an anonymous message to the school saying that Lila was in possession of illicit substances. After searching through her phone, locker, and bags, they realized that the illicit substances in question were Skittles that Lila had lying around in her bag, accidentally ripping open the packaging. Lila was terrified of the police and was traumatized by the incident. She's a very shy, quiet girl who had a panic attack at the thought of being sent to prison. While they wouldn't reveal who told on her, Lila suspected that it was Mary since she was the only one who could have seen the Skittles in her bag. Mary denied this at first, but eventually, she snapped under pressure and admitted it. She said she made a mistake and was scared that Lila would overdose like her parents. I know that Mary has trauma related to substances, but that's not an excuse. I've made it very clear that she can come talk to me about anything, even if it involves Lila, and yet she went to the school instead of telling me first. Mary said that she only went to the school in case I was biased towards Lila. She knew full well the legal ramifications of her actions. Both of them could have potentially been removed from my care. I can't help but think her intentions are malicious. Skittles look absolutely nothing like illicit substances. She didn't even talk to me or Lila about it. She just went straight to the authorities. So I decided to ground her, stop her allowance, increase her chores, and take away her electronics for the entire summer. She's still upset with me for this, saying I went too far and I was punishing her for having trauma and trying to do the right thing. But I feel like I have a duty to teach her that it's not okay to potentially get our entire family into legal trouble over a misunderstanding. Edit. The reason I thought she had malicious intentions was because the week before, Mary coincidentally started a large argument with Lila for hanging out with Mary's crush. Lila eats candy all the time, especially Skittles, and Mary knows that Skittles are her favorite. Update. I realized my mistake. I wasn't taking into account the immense amount of trauma that Mary had gone through at such a young age and the effect it had on her actions. I had a tough, but necessary conversation with both Lila and Mary. We had a heart-to-heart so that both girls could hear from each other's perspectives. What had happened was that Mary found out that Lila had been hanging out with the boy that Lila knew was Mary's crush. This was also the first anniversary of Mary's parents' overdose, and she confessed that her grief coupled with what she interpreted as Lila's betrayal influenced what happened the following week. Mary maintains that she'd mistaken the candy for illicit substances, but she owned up to the fact that she'd notified the teachers, not only because she was concerned for Lila's safety, but because she believed that it wasn't fair for Lila to get away unpunished for having illicit substances, after everything that had happened to Mary's parents. I know I should have been angry at Mary. I've been informed that traumatized children can lose their common sense after being exposed to triggers. I assume this applies even more when it occurs around the anniversary of their trauma, and this can lead them to make decisions that may sound outlandish in any other circumstances, decisions such as mistaking candy for illicit substances. Mary has had bad experiences in foster homes before. Several years before her parents' overdose, she was placed in foster care for the first time, before being reunited with her parents. She was in 3 different foster families and, in all of them, her foster parents favored their biological children, and they punished Mary if she told them about their bio children misbehaving. She was terrified that I would do the same, which is why she didn't come to me first. Mary acted out of pain, and I acted out of frustration without even hearing her side of the story. I lifted Mary's punishment. At that point, we still had nearly 3 weeks of summer break left. Lila has forgiven Mary, and we decided to put this incident behind us. Being a foster parent can be challenging, but I will be doing everything I can to learn from this situation and be a better mother moving forward. My friend accused me of being jealous of her online success after she used my husband as an online engagement, so I told her that she was never successful. She's just a creepy weirdo. I am friends with this girl. Let's call her June. My husband and I often hang out with June and her boyfriend, i.e. go on double dates, have weekend trips, etc. We've known each other for over 2 years. I would say that we 4 were pretty tight as a group, up until this weekend. My husband is an orthodontist. One of his patients is June's half-sister, Rhea. June often is the one who accompanies Rhea to her dental appointments. June is also a small time for online influencers. She's always recording and vlogging and stuff. Though my husband and I have made it clear to her that we're absolutely not okay with our faces in her vlogs online, and she seemed to respect that boundary. We don't use social media, and we trusted her word when she said she's not gonna post us online. Cut to last weekend. My brother sent me this TikTok link with a message, "Dude, you gotta watch this." I opened the link and it directed me to June's TikTok account. She doesn't have many followers, less than 10K, but the particular video he sent me had like 500,000 views/likes. Lo and behold, it was a video compilation of my husband with the title "God, I See What You've Done for Others." The video was honestly the creepiest thing I've ever seen. She had recorded my husband during various of our double dates together, and it was clear he wasn't even aware he was being recorded. In some of the clips, she would start with her face and then pan the camera towards my husband with a cutesy expression and mouthing words like, "Oh my God." The worst one was where he was working on her half-sister, Rhea, wearing scrubs, and she recorded even that. She didn't even bother to blur out the kid's face while she was lying on the dental chair. I showed the video to my husband and he was horrified. He said it made him so uncomfortable and violated knowing that someone had been secretly recording him. He was angry that she'd recorded him working on a patient. He texted her asking them to take down the video and delete every video she had of him. First, she feigned ignorance, then she said that she meant no harm and that it was all for online engagement since, I quote, "TikToks with hot guys go viral very fast," and that she'd gained a lot of followers after posting that. This was also weird, but my husband and I got our families and friends to report the video and thankfully it's being taken down now. This pissed off June and she sent me a long butt text saying how I was jealous of her online success and that I couldn't stand seeing her succeed, blah blah blah. I replied saying, "You're delusional and unhinged. You're not successful and you'll never be. Stay away from us, you creepy weirdo." Now she's all weepy and depressed and has been telling our common friends how mean I was to her. She's also been posting about mental health on her socials and about how mean some women are with their words, lol. Update. My husband's practice reached out to Rhea's parents and informed them about the situation via email, as they wanted everything documented. The parents have responded. They are shocked and very apologetic. They have agreed to chaperone Rhea on her appointments instead of June. They wanted to meet my husband personally to apologize, but he informed them that that won't be necessary. June's TikTok video is still in the process of being taken down. No new updates on that. I guess she contested the reports or something. I'm not entirely sure. My husband and I have blocked her. My brother is keeping an eye on her account though, just in case she posts something else about us. We'll see what to do if / when it happens. We're gonna be consulting a lawyer if she bothers us again in the future. My husband is kinda shaken up / upset / annoyed about this whole thing. He's taken some days off from work and so have I. We'll plan a trip somewhere maybe, to take his mind off of these things. Right now, I need to be there for him. I won't be posting anything for now. We haven't contacted her boyfriend yet. My husband is not in the right headspace right now and I feel it'll be better if we focus on ourselves for the time being. We don't want the added headache of how the boyfriend will react / if he's in on this or whatever. We'll inform him after some time. I know this is selfish but I think it's for the best.
My friend and I knew he was going to die weeks before his death. Many years ago I had a friend named Brian. This was before the internet and cell phones. I have known him for about a year. I didn't know him well but I was good friends with his sister. He was a great guy. We hung out occasionally with mutual friends. At one point I kept getting this feeling that Brian was going to die in a car accident. I couldn't shake it and I kept dismissing it. A couple of weeks later Brian asked me for a ride across town. On the way, he asked me if I ever had the feeling that I was going to die. Of course, I said no and I didn't tell him about what I had been thinking. He said he had that feeling. I told him that was ridiculous and asked him how he thought it was going to happen. He said a car accident. I was shocked. I went on to say that it's just in his head. No one can predict these things. He's going to be fine. He didn't seem too confident that I was right. As far as I know, he never talked to anyone else about this. He told me that he left a note in his sock drawer for his father. They had a bit of a strained relationship like a lot of teenagers and parents do. They weren't talking at the time. He wanted his father to know that he loved him in case something happened. He wanted his father to know that, even though they didn't get along at the time, he knew his father loved him and was proud of him. The following Saturday the feeling I had about Brian grew much stronger. I became anxious and couldn't sit still. I was pacing around my apartment. I couldn't think about anything else. That evening I decided I needed to find him. I called several mutual friends, landline, to see if they knew where he was. Eventually, someone told me he was at a party. I drove there but missed him by about 30 minutes. They said he went to a different party. I tried the other party but he wasn't there. I went home and barely slept. The next morning I got a call from his sister. The driver of a truck was drunk when it crashed. Brian was ejected and the truck crushed him. He was on life support at the hospital. I went to see him but he was gone. Still alive on life support. There was no brain activity. His parents took him off life support the next day. Months later his parents found the note he wrote. His parents cried all day and his father, who was devastated because of their strained relationship, found some closure and relief. A couple of months after that they found a message from Brian on their answering machine telling them that he loves them. They said it wasn't there before. I heard from his sister the message was at least a few minutes long and he had a lot to say. I have never experienced anything like this before or again. I still think about it occasionally. Sometimes it makes me cry. Sometimes it makes me happy to remember him. Has anyone heard about people experiencing this before?
My friend has been lying for years about her allergies and revealed that it is just because she hates our culture's food. Now I am stepping back as her friend and as her wedding planner. I have known my friend since elementary school. She has been dating this guy she met for a while, and they've decided to get married. She asked me to help with wedding preparations, so I've been going with her to everything. I noticed that the places she chose served food she was allergic to. Deathly allergic. Having it cooked or eaten near her causes her throat to close up. Allergic. Background: I'm Indian. At my house, we always have Indian food. Whenever friends came over, I asked them if they wanted to try some of the food, but I never forced them to do so. It's spicy and has different ingredients. I usually would order food or make something simple when she came to my house. I did the same. I'd rattle off what was in each dish to see if she wanted to try it. She told me she was allergic to things in it every time. I could relate. I had a lot of sensitivity to fruits that aren't as, and while I'd never heard of people being allergic to some of the stuff she claimed, everybody is different. When she even started coughing and saying she felt her throat closing up when my mom heated up her own dinner. I've never seen my mom move that fast to grab Benadryl and toss her food out the door. We wouldn't even microwave food that had her allergens in it after that. I was so freaked out. That was when we were kids. As we got older, I kept her allergies in mind. I would go out of my way to look up food I could cook that she could have and call ahead to restaurants to make sure they had food options she could eat. She was a bridesmaid at my wedding. Her being there was more important to me than the food we served that day, so I opted to have a Western dinner. This was something I got a lot of crap from my extended family for. It escalated to the point certain family members said they would not attend if I could not serve them a decent Indian meal. So, back to her wedding. Maybe she plans on asking for substitute ingredients to be used, I don't know. However, one day, when I was over at her place and talking to her mom, I mentioned that, just in case, we should have an EpiPen with someone in the bridal party. She asked me who the EpiPen was for. For Maria? But she isn't allergic to anything. I just laughed it off and changed the topic. Well, when I saw a friend later that day, I asked about it. She laughed and said it was just her way of avoiding Indian food. I was shocked. I snapped at her and yelled quite a bit. I just feel so hurt that she could lie about something like this, and keep it going for years. It's not even about the food. I haven't responded to any of her calls or texts for days now. When I spoke to my mom about it, she told me that I should let it go, that I was risking my long friendship with her and possibly ruining friend's wedding by refusing to talk. Update: I spoke with her yesterday to ask her to clear up some things. She said she initially lied because she didn't like the smell. She didn't want to seem offensive by saying she didn't like the smell, and that she kept the lie because it was convenient to avoid the strong spice smell when we cooked or heated food. She then felt pressured to keep the lie going as we got older and did not know how to admit it was all a lie. She would continue to play up the lie at times when we got older because she did not want me to find out that it was a lie. This is the point that still upsets me. The EpiPen was her stepdad's. I asked her why she showed it to me, and she said she doesn't know or remember why. I have a feeling it was to add validity to the ongoing lie. Thinking back, Why would someone with such severe allergies to so many foods not have an EpiPen on hand? She knew what was happening at my wedding, but she reasoned that she didn't want to upset me by stepping in and admitting it was a lie at that time. I had recently lost my dad, was stressed about the wedding, was stressed about my house closing, etc. etc. She didn't want to add stressed about best friend lying to me for years to that list. I told her it could have saved me a lot of worry and stress over her safety and drama with my family if she had said something, and she admits that may have been true, but she didn't want to admit the lie then. I understood that my reaction was more based on the fact that she lied and not anything to do with the food. She lied and continued to lie, knowing that me and my family and some of our other mutual friends went out of our way to accommodate her fake allergies. I considered her a very close friend, and it hurt to know she didn't trust me as much as I trusted her. I told her I accepted her apology but needed space and would be stepping back from planning her wedding, still attending. And I told her honestly that we won't be as close in the future. I'm not going to drop her. Considering other than this, she has been an amazing friend and someone I would die for in an instant. She's been with me through a lot. Again, I'm just hurt. I do think she is a TA for building up this lie for years. With my current state of mind, and for my own mental peace, I'm not going to ask her for another formal apology or anything like that until after her wedding, maybe a few months down the line, when I feel like I'm not being so reactionary and emotional. I would feel horrible if I ruined her wedding experience or the time after it, when she should be enjoying and getting used to life with her new husband. My friend kept critiquing my looks and said that I looked like a used 30-year-old, until one day, I snapped and said that she needed plastic surgery because she looked like a sad horse. I have a friend who's obsessed with beauty, by which I mean bone structures, lip width, and other anatomical stuff. She spends a lot of time on those weird groups where they analyze celebrities' facial features. They think that most are mid. Anyway, it's weird, but I don't mind that. I read Simpsons fan theories and look for clues when watching the show later. My point is that some people have strange obsessions, and it's okay as long as they're healthy. Sadly, her obsession isn't healthy, in my opinion. Sometimes, when we hung out, she would bring her cousin, who's objectively pretty. She got a modeling offer without even stepping into a modeling agency. She's nice, so I didn't mind, but then my friends started comparing us, which is super random. I mean, she's skinny, has dark blonde hair and blue eyes, and I'm overweight, with black, curly hair, and overall, we are completely opposite. So my friend would tell her cousin how pretty she is and how she's jealous of her getting this modeling contract. She was talking about how beautiful her body is and would ask me to confirm. For example, her face structure is superb. Do you agree? No wonder she's a model, right? I mean, she is pretty, but like, who cares? I don't know. I just don't get why it's important. Now that's the part where I got angry. She would also often say things to me like your face is so fat your honker are way too big or your nose is weird. Well, you get it. But once she said that I look like a used 30-year-old, which is old according to her. Used? I asked. And she said yeah you look like a 30-year-old woman who drinks and sleeps around a lot. You know, used. I can't believe you're actually so modest and don't drink. It doesn't look like that at all. Then she laughed super loudly like it was a really funny joke. Now this kind of thing happened a few times but it was way less extreme. This time it was not only unhinged but also in front of a group of people most of which are her co-workers and her cousin. Now that's where I might have crossed the line. I said she might be analyzing all of those faces but it doesn't change the fact that she's ugly. She looks like a sad horse and to change that she would need plastic surgery. Lots of it. At least I can improve my face with makeup. She can't. Honestly, I felt guilty immediately. And some of the people in the group later said I should have let her have it because she's just some girl from a village who doesn't always know boundaries. I mean I get that but it's time to learn those boundaries because being this clueless is crazy. It's not being brutally honest, it's just being brutal. I know that she's the a-hole but am I? Maybe I shouldn't get on her level and be the bigger person. My friend left his wife and child alone to be with his emotional affair partner on Thanksgiving and I want to expose them, but his wife drops an epic bombshell. I met my friend Dave about 4 years ago in an online gaming forum. While we talked, I became friends with his wife, Brenda, and he became friends with my fiancé Mikkel. I live by the rule in a relationship that if there is a conversation that I wouldn't feel comfortable showing my significant other, then I don't need to be having that conversation. At no point did Dave cross a line with me, nor was there inappropriate conversation. This is important. About a year and a half ago, summertime, Mikkel got a big promotion and we hosted a fun weekend-long celebration at our home. We invited Dave and Brenda, who live 5 hours from us, and this was the first time we met them in person. I instantly connected with Brenda, as she was so authentic and sweet. We all got along well and even started talking about doing future get-togethers and vacations. It seemed perfect. At this time my company was doing major layoffs and I was looking for a new career. Brenda has worked at a remote company for over a decade and recommended I apply. After a few intense interviews, I was hired. Quick side note, Dave had been injured in work-related accident that had gone to court. He sued and won. He was permanently disabled because of the accident and can no longer work at his profession. That, along with a large life insurance policy from his parents, he is financially set for life. He stays home and raises their daughter Leah, 5, while Brenda does her remote work from the house as well. So, a little over a year ago, during the fall, a few months after the celebration weekend, Dave and Brenda were getting ready to take their daughter Leah, 5, on a vacation. Before they left for the airport, Dave said he needed to talk to me. It was urgent, so I stepped away to take the call. Dave then told me he had literally nobody else to talk to this about, and was deeply depressed, and needed to confide in me as a friend. I really wish he hadn't. He told me that the night before he had gotten into a huge fight with who he calls his best friend, Rachel, 41 female. I had heard about Rachel but never met her, and didn't know too much about her, to be honest. What I did know, Dave, Brenda and Rachel had been friends in college, approximately 20-year-long friendship. She had visited at Dave and Brenda's house several times over the years, and that Rachel allegedly had been in a string of bad relationships of which Dave had had to bail her out financially a few times. That's about it. Here comes the information that I wish Dave hadn't told me, as it has completely changed how I view my friend. Dave told me that Rachel confessed to him the night before that she knew he was attracted to her. Yes, she is gorgeous. Dave said he has always been attracted to her physically, but mentally her personality, specifically her shallowness, was a huge turnoff for him. Some unkind things were said about Brenda letting herself go since having Leah, which disgusted me. He then said Rachel confessed that she is frustrated with her never-ending chain of bad relationships and wants to settle down finally. She knows he is wealthy and can give her the life she deserves. She wants him to leave Brenda and Leah, move to Rachel's city, buy her a large house, and let her be his trophy wife. I choked back a laugh at this because I literally thought it was a joke. Seriously? She admits to not being physically attracted to him. Okay, who says things like that? Still, she knows she can satisfy him and he can give her the lifestyle she deserves. She just demands that he has to completely cut off the life he has now, including all friends and family, and be with her. What is worse, Rachel has been planning this for literally years, sitting in their home, eating their food, drinking their wine, holding Leah, laughing with Brenda, all while planning this. I was floored. I asked what Brenda thought of all this. He said he didn't tell her. When he told her to F off, I asked him how Rachel took it. He said he didn't. He doesn't want to lose her as a friend, and he has even considered her proposition. I felt sick. I told him I was shocked, and even if he decides not to take Rachel up on it, this is a betrayal to Brenda. Dave explained that while his and my conversations consisted of gaming, stupid memes, and planning potential couples' vacations, his conversations with Rachel were emotional and raw. They spoke for hours on end, every single day, while he was caring for Leah, and while Brenda was working in the next room. Okay, you stop. He asked my opinion, and I told him he had two options, either leave Brenda or completely break off all contact with Rachel and focus on his marriage. But since he asked, in my opinion Brenda needed to know, especially since she considered Rachel a friend, and knew that Rachel wants to screw over Brenda and Leah. Seriously, typing this disgusts me. After the call ended I told Mikkel about it. He was as shocked as I was, but asked what I would do. I just sat there trying to digest what I had just heard. Dave, Brenda and Leah went on their vacation. During this time we didn't communicate. When he got back he told me that he had cut Rachel off, but refused to tell Brenda about it. Okay, fine, whatever. I don't agree with his action to not tell her, but it's not my life, not my relationship. He asked for advice and I gave it. I told him that in my eyes, he had betrayed his wife, whether physically or not, and I still felt that Brenda deserved to know. Almost immediately, I felt myself pulling away from Dave. My image of him was damaged. When I interact with Brenda online for work, I'm professional and friendly, but it's painful keeping this secret. However, as time passed I began to think that perhaps this was over. Dave had just made a stupid mistake and was just thinking about what could be. He didn't actually leave her, right? And most importantly, he cut Rachel out. Dave and I began talking a bit more. I actually thought maybe things can go back to the way they were. Since didn't actually physically cheat, maybe it's best that Brenda doesn't know, for her own mental health and happiness. Maybe we can move past this. So many thoughts going through my mind, so many ways of rationalizing this. The mental gymnastics were Olympics level. Then about a month ago he drops the bomb. He tells me that Rachel and he are talking again. She allegedly begged him for forgiveness, and cried that she is going through another horrible breakup and needs his friendship, or else she doesn't know what she might do. He said he is going to keep her at arm's length, but she needs him. He will just be there for her a little bit, but it won't be like it was before. Oh, holy night. To my chagrin, love that word. As the weeks pass he begins to mention her more and more. I tell him I don't want to hear about her, and when he keeps going I finally snap and tell him not to mention her to me at all. I'm so pissed that he is talking to her again, and that he doesn't care about how me knowing this is putting more guilt and strain in my mind, especially when I have to interact with his wife. It's completely unfair that he told me about his situationship with Rachel, knowing that I consider Brenda a friend, and that we work together every day. I begged him to tell Brenda about it. She has the right to decide if she wants to stay, and most of all that he is actively still friends with a woman who wishes hurt and pain on his wife and little girl. How do you sleep at night, sir? Dave still talks about planning vacations together with Mikkel and I, but I don't even respond. Honestly, I don't see how I can sit at dinner with them and keep quiet, especially if Rachel were to get brought up in conversation, and especially if wine is involved. And let's be honest, there will be wine. I have one of those faces that speaks my mind without saying a word, which is why I do better working remote, versus client-facing. I dread the day when if either Dave or Brenda say that Rachel is coming to visit them again. I can pretend it won't happen, but let's be honest. Dave is a complete moron who managed to somehow miraculously prevent his marriage from going up in flames, only to soak himself in gasoline and open the door to the walking, talking, gorgeous yet shallow lit match. Reddit, help me. I want to cut him out completely because I am so disgusted by his actions, but I know Brenda will be upset and drill me about it, especially since they have been planning a trip to Europe for next year and wanting us to come. Should I just tell her that we had a falling out? Should I find a way to hint to Brenda not to trust Rachel? I didn't even want to know any of this, and I'm so pissed that he dumped this on me. We were friends, but not that type of friend. As for Brenda, I would want to know if I were friends with and playing host to a girl who wanted to steal my husband, and the father of my child. But I'm also concerned about my job, my livelihood. She's been with the company over 10 years and I've only been a year. I've kept this secret from her for so long. If I say something, can it affect my employment? Should I just pull away from them and when asked make some lame excuse like I am too busy? Update 4 days later I mentioned that I would wait until after Thanksgiving to make my decision as I didn't want to ruin the holiday for Brenda and Leah. During that time I decided that if I lose my job then it would suck, but I know I can get another. I have to do what's right, and what is also best for my mental health. Yesterday with Nicole's support, I sent out a group message to them both saying hope you guys had a happy Thanksgiving. To my surprise Brenda replied with yeah not so much. I asked what happened, and she said that Rachel's mom was in the hospital with pneumonia and Dave went to be with her for moral support, and that she was left hosting alone. Dave didn't reply. Nicole told me that this was the perfect time, and he would support me whatever I chose to do. So I sent I'm amazed how forgiving you are Brenda. I don't think I could be so chill, Dave replied with, but Brenda immediately called me and I put her on speaker. She asked what I meant and I said after what happened last year, with Dave and Rachel, before you guys left for vacation, she told me to go on, and that's when I knew he had not in fact told her. So I told her everything. I also told her I was sorry, and had tried to convince him to tell her, but that I didn't know if anything more had happened so maybe there is a chance to fix this. I told her that since Rachel was back in their lives, I assumed they moved past it, maybe since they've been close friends since college. She seemed eerily calm, and said something like no, Rachel never went to college. She met Dave online about 10 years ago. She's never been to college or even had a real job. She asked if there was anything else. Reddit. I started freaking out, lost any remaining confidence I had, and told her that the reason I hadn't said anything was because I didn't have any proof and since working with her I had been worried to say anything about it because I didn't want to risk my job, but not anymore. I was spiraling. Brenda said she had to go and hung up. I just sat there feeling sick. 2 whole hours later Brenda called me back. Some of you called it. When confronting Dave and Rachel, they told her that I had actually propositioned him, and that I was jealous of his and Rachel's friendship, and I wanted what Brenda had. I started shaking and crying. At this point Mikkel interrupted her and said he had heard parts of the original conversation. Not all, but enough to know that what I had told him afterward was the truth. She tried interrupting him but he cut her off. He said that this had been tearing me up and he was sick of it. He wished her the best, and hoped she could remain professional at work, but after this call he wants Dave out of our life for good. Then he hung up. About 30 minutes later I got a text from Brenda. She apologized for us being dragged into this, said she's mortified that I know, and says Mikkel didn't let her finish. She was just telling us what they said, and then she drops this epic bombshell. She already knows what's up, and has since last year. She just had no idea until then that I knew. Y'all get cookies if you call that, by the way. She says the way he acted last year on the vacation, like a heartbroken lovesick puppy, was a huge red flag, and she felt deep down something wasn't right with him and Rachel. As soon as they got back home she started digging, looking through his computer, his phone, and iPad. It's not just Rachel, there's more. She's the only one he's met up with. None of the others wanted him in person, just his money. I asked if she's okay or if she's worried about Dave coming back, but Brenda said she already has a lawyer and has been spending the past several months getting her affairs in order. She was going to give him the divorce papers after Thanksgiving, but with him abandoning them like that, she instead took advantage of his absence to change the locks and start packing his stuff. My information along with their lies just made it easier for her. This chick is so much more badass than I knew. I don't know if changing locks is legal but good for her I guess. She apologized again for Dave and I told her I was sorry I didn't say something earlier. She told me that if she didn't already know about Dave, and hadn't read a lot of our messages, which she said were pretty boring, ouch lol, she probably wouldn't have believed me. It was an impossible situation. I told her that if she needs to talk we are here. If not, then I'll just be her coworker. Either way, I'm done with Dave. Fuck Dave. My friend made me cook for her baby shower and disinvited me after without any reason. Now she wants me to deliver the food so I donated them all. 2 weeks ago I got invited to a baby shower from a friend who I haven't seen in years. She moved to another state but had apparently moved back and now is having her baby shower here. I was so excited since I haven't seen her in so long. She started a GC with all the mutuals she invited. She did disclose that this was going to be a quick and small one since she had just found out she was pregnant when she was 35 weeks with an induction scheduled on her 37th week. We all started volunteering to be responsible for different things for the baby shower. I said I'll cook Filipino food and help pay for some of the decor. I sent money to the friend who was in charge of decorating. I asked Mom to be how many people are invited besides the ladies in the GC. She told me 15. There's 10 of us in GC including me so I thought I'll cook for 50 people to be on the safe side just in case she invited a few more. I started shopping for ingredients for the lumpia, pancit, chicken adobo and rice on a grazing table. I started prepping and coordinating with the decor lady. We figured where we wanted the food and grazing table and told the MTB. She approved. Now the day before her baby shower, I spent the whole day cooking. I took off the day. I only work part-time since I'm the primary caretaker for my baby while my man works. Mind you, I had to arrange for my mother-in-law to watch my baby while I did all the cooking and for me to go to the baby shower. I didn't want to bring my baby since I would be busy with the catering. It was by luck she was off those days. Then the night before the baby shower, she DM'd me on IG that she had to make some hard decisions and had to uninvite me but still wanted me to drop off the food. I told her I understand and respect her decision, but I will not be dropping off the food. She asked me why and I told her it wouldn't make any sense for me to drive 75 minutes to drop off food to an event I'm no longer invited to. That the only reason I volunteered to do what I said was because I was invited. She asked me how she was going to find someone to cater on such short notice, that it was bugged up and hateful. A few friends sided with her while most sided with me. I want to know from a stranger's perspective if I'm the a-hole. Edit. 1. I don't know the full story about her pregnancy. She told me that she went to an OB checkup because her period was unusually heavy and long. They found out she was 35 weeks pregnant and was having complications, which is why they scheduled an induction. 2. I've already sent the SS of the DMs to the 10 mutuals. 3 out of the 10 sided with her, which prompted me to post this because maybe I'm missing something. I was being told that I should have been an actual friend, that I should have been the bigger person, that she was going through a rough time with her pregnancy. 3. My friend never disclosed to me why she had to make a hard decision and why I was uninvited. The whole point of us 10 volunteering was to take off the burden off her shoulders. Our mutual friend who was the decor lady was the first one to reach out to me about me not being there since she and I coordinated where the food was going to be at. She's also the one that told me that MTV was telling her and other people that I got my feelings hurt, which is why I didn't want to come. She didn't tell them what hurt my feelings, or how or when. I was too worn out from prepping and cooking to fire back. I took the peaceful route. I didn't ask for the money I spent on the decor, my gift I guess. Update. I donated all the food to the women's and children's shelters. I figured they're more deserving. I cook Filipino food all the time, plus I got a freezer stash of lumpia. My friend posted a picture of me being exposed and refused to take it down. Now I am considering taking down our 2-decade friendship. To start this off, I am a Muslim woman who wears the hijab. I cover my hair and most of my body. I do not judge those who don't do the same, nor do I try to impose my beliefs onto others. Everyone will have their own personal journeys, and just as I know I'm not perfect, I can't judge others for it either. I recently went to a friend's bachelorette party. Women only, no drinks, just girls being girls and celebrating a friend's soon-to-be marriage. Maya has been a friend of mine since kindergarten, and I'm more than happy to be a part of such a big part of her life. She isn't religious, but she accepts my views and will let me wear a more modest style abaya as her maid of honor. This is to say Maya understands the hijab and what it means to me, or so I thought. I took it off at the party as if it were just women. We were going to sleep over anyway, so I don't think anyone expected me to sleep in the thing. I find it funny how they react when they see my hair, like I'm secretly Rapunzel or something. We watched a movie, took photos and videos, and generally had a good time. I had no problems with the photos being taken since my friends are usually respectful and don't post them anywhere. It just stays in our group chat. We went to sleep, and the next day, everything was normal. We cleaned up, and I drove home, finally checking my phone. I opened Instagram to the tagged icon and checked it to see myself and the girls on Maya's public account. I quickly messaged Maya, asking her to take it down before anyone else saw, as I couldn't control whether or not some guy would see her post, and she refused, saying that there were no other good photos of her. I asked her to simply crop me out or even draw over my hair and neck, but she said that it would look wrong and that I was overreacting. I insisted I wasn't, and she knew I couldn't show my hair to anyone. Instead of responding to me, she took it to the group chat as counsel. Half of them agreed that she shouldn't have posted a photo of me without my hijab, and a couple of others told me I was overreacting and no one cared besides me. Most of us are urging her to take down the post, and now she's claiming we're putting her under a lot of stress with the wedding only a week away, but I don't see what that has to do with this. Am I being unreasonable for wanting to be respected? Update. The post got taken down, the wedding is still happening, and I'm still friends with her. I got a bunch of DMs from her fiancé the other day, apologizing, saying that he'd recognized me in the photos of me without my hijab, and he'd informed me that he told her to take them down. He's Christian, but from what I understand, his mother veils, and he understands the rules around hijab a good bit. He felt bad, and I had to reassure him that it wasn't his fault. I thanked him for talking to Maya for me. He asked if this whole situation would affect our friendship, and I told him I wasn't sure in what way. A bit later, Maya finally messaged me one-on-one for the first time after the whole fiasco. She apologized and explained she didn't think it was a big deal since her other Muslim friend doesn't wear the hijab, and she thought I was simply being dramatic. I told her that everyone is different and that what someone else chooses to do with their body and faith doesn't mean someone else will do the same. My older sister doesn't wear the hijab. Maya's seen her. It's a personal choice, and no two people will have the same relationship with it. I asked her why asking her to take it down wasn't enough on its own, since she'd done similar things for others in the past. Think bra strap showing, unflattering angle, exposed scars, without hesitation. She said she wasn't thinking straight and felt it didn't matter in the grand scheme. She took it down only when her fiancé brought it up to her. She put up the other 4 photos, the ones without me, and she realized that she was being stubborn for no reason. She asked me if there was anything she could do to make up for it, and I asked her just to keep it in the past. I'd like to clarify that this is the first bachelorette party or even wedding our friend group has had since. That's far from it. Added, We've had conversations regarding special occasions many times, so even if it was the first time, this shouldn't have happened. This wedding will be the third, and by September, mine will be the fourth. Also, we've been friends for almost 2 decades, so cutting her off over this would be so out of proportion. My friend said that I should marry someone smart like she did so I can have smart kids like her. I told her I've got nothing to be insecure with her failed marriage. I met my husband Vince after he saved me from drowning at a pool party when I was 18. I took him out for lunch the following week to thank him for saving me, and we soon fell in love and began dating. At the time, Vince worked a blue-collar job while I was studying at university. We married, and Vince supported me throughout my education until my PhD. Vince always told me that he wanted to study at university but had learning disabilities that made it difficult for him to study in a classroom. At times, he was embarrassed that he had to work twice as hard compared to people around him, but I always found that to be admirable about him. When I finished my studies and got a well-paying job, I convinced Vince to give his dream of studying another go. Last year, he was finally accepted into a nursing program at our local university. I'm incredibly proud that he is working hard to achieve his dream. Last week, my friend Alba visited with her son so that our children could play together. Alba was my roommate during my first year at university. She began dating her husband Leo when I started dating Vince. Leo was an obnoxious law student who later became an even more obnoxious attorney. He was a know-it-all who prided himself on his intelligence, which, for some reason, attracted Alba. At the time, Alba would sometimes tease me that I could do better than Vince and would offer to set me up with one of Leo's law school buddies, but I would always refuse, and she eventually dropped the subject. Alba and Leo are currently going through a nasty divorce that stems from him cheating on her. Quite frankly, he is dragging her through the mud and is using connections to try and leave her as penniless as possible. As we were chatting and catching up, Alba began to express concern over the fact that my eldest son was recently diagnosed with dyslexia. Alba started telling me how she worries that my son will be academically challenged like his father and what that could entail for his future. Before I could respond, she told me that I should have married someone smart while I had the chance so that I would have kids like her. Alba's son is an incredibly bright boy and a straight A student. I told Alba her advice was unnecessary and reminded her where marrying for intelligence got her. I then proceeded to tell her that I would rather have my son grow up to be an honest, hard-working person like his father than an academically gifted jerk who wasn't smart enough to know sleeping with his secretary could have consequences on his marriage like her husband. Alba was deeply hurt by what I said and stormed out with her son. Some mutual friends are now chiming in and telling me that I was too harsh on Alba for using her failing marriage to prove my point and that I should apologize. My friend sided with the horrible woman who tried to ruin my marriage, so I told her that she had it coming when the woman picked her new victim, my friend's husband. About a year ago my husband made a friend to work, Jane, who is honestly the worst. I met her at a work event his company had and she introduced herself by hugging my husband's arm and saying it's so nice to finally meet his home wife. I'm his work wife. My husband had enough sense to push her away and announce she was in no way his wife, but after that, she essentially blamed me for wrecking her friendship with him. Apparently, they used to have lunch, sometimes with colleagues, sometimes alone, and got drinks after work sometimes, with colleagues, but he stopped after that. I never had to ask him to. I told him he could hang out with her if he wanted, but he said he could tell it would cause problems and it wasn't worth it. Jane started telling people I was controlling and jealous, and often bullied her when we were alone. I've never been alone with her. Recently she met one of my friends, Kate, and Kate decided she was the nicest girl ever. I warned Kate that Jane had a pick-me vibe, but Kate started yelling that she never wanted to believe what Jane said about me, but since I immediately badmouthed her, everything else must be true too. This shocked me, but I didn't fight because maybe it was true. Maybe I was just jealous and scared and my dislike was just a reaction. My husband said it wasn't and he thought I had a right to dislike her. A couple of weeks ago it got out that Jane and Kate's husband were having an affair. Kate had introduced them, despite my husband saying that she probably shouldn't. Kate blamed this on him, always defending me. When Kate demanded her husband end it with Jane, he ended it with Kate instead, kicked her out of the house, and moved Jane in. Jane told Kate she could use her apartment until the lease is up because they're friends. She's a housewife, her money is her husband's and he cut her off, so I got her a hotel for the week while she disputes that. I've woken up every day to calls and texts from Kate crying about the whole thing. She kept saying she never could have guessed Jane would do this. I told her. I showed her messages Jane had sent me, and Kate had just cut me off. Yesterday I'd finally had enough, partially because Kate had practically ghosted me when I warned her about Jane and started agreeing that I was being petty. Normally I'd always support Kate no matter what, but I felt betrayed too, and now she's back because Jane's a jerk? So I might be the here cause. I asked her to stop talking about it for 10 minutes so I could breathe, to talk about anything else to distract herself. She got mad. I said I understood it was bad, but it also didn't feel fair to me because I warned her. She made her own choices, and honestly had it coming for ignoring obvious red flags. Now many of our friends are saying that was too harsh and unsupportive, but why should I sugarcoat common sense? This is important. Kate and her husband have different stories about what's happening. Her husband says Jane is having a hard time right now due to relationship issues and wants to stay with friends. He agreed to let her stay with them, but Kate got jealous, accused them of having an affair, and decided to leave on her own because he refused to kick Jane out during her hard time. Jane felt bad and offered to let Kate stay at her apartment until Jane felt better. Kate refuses because she's entitled and is now just demanding money because she's an angry gold digger. Both stories sound fun. Neither actually have anything to do with me.
My friend suddenly included his girlfriend in our holiday vacation and wanted me to pay for her accommodation. So I ruined their vacation and canceled everything. My friend and I booked to go to an island we'd both been keen to go to. We booked a 2-bed cabin, and because of the popularity of the place we had to book and pay 10 months in advance. We split to cost 50-50. 2 months before we are due to go, he meets someone and they commence dating. The holiday came up, and understandably she was a bit uncomfortable with him coming with me. I was given an ultimatum: either she comes or the entire holiday is called off. I didn't say yes immediately, because I needed to check with the accommodation as the island has a limited number of guests allowed and I needed the okay from them first. My hesitation wasn't taken well, they thought I wasn't keen. I got back to them within 24 hours and said I'd gotten the all clear for his girlfriend to also come and she could book plane tickets for her. A week later he informed me she had the tickets, and I asked him we could discuss rebalancing the accommodation costs now that there were 3 of us coming, as it should now be a 3-way split. I was surprised that he responded with anger. As far as he was concerned, the accommodation was paid for and it was wrong and greedy of me to expect money from his girlfriend. He told me that he was paying for the entire holiday for his girlfriend, so it was still going to be just him and me paying, so it was unfair of me to not pay for half. I told him that there were 3 adults, 3 people, a way split. If he chose to pay for his girlfriend's third, that was his choice and nothing to do with me. He told me his girlfriend was going to buy me a cocktail to say thank you for the accommodation, but if I was going to insist on a split then I could forget it and buy my own damn cocktails, as he couldn't believe I was being so selfish. The thing is, a cocktail is $15, and I was currently covering half her accommodation costs $600. I don't think I was an asshole asking them to cover her share of the accommodation. I hadn't even met her yet, but they thought I should cover her costs because it was already paid for. Update: I called the accommodation and discussed options, then called my friend. I explained to him that we'd made the agreement to split everything equally when there were only 2 of us going, but I no longer felt that agreement was fair. I suggested the third option, splitting the cost of the communal areas 3 ways but setting cost per bedroom, and also stated that any food, activities, etc. wouldn't be split anymore, and we'd each be responsible for our own and they could decide as a couple how they were paying for themselves. It didn't go down well at all. He didn't see why he should be out of pocket because I decided to go against our agreement that I'm paying 50% of everything. I stuck to it and said that I'd be willing to negotiate the accommodation costs, but there was no way I was going to pay half for his GF's activities or her dinners and drinks, and it was ridiculous for him to think I should be paying half of his GF's costs, especially since she's a complete stranger and he'd already asked me to change all of our previous plans to suit her. He called me a B-word and told me I was acting crazy. I stopped him and said that from that, I don't think this holiday going to work, and I had spoken to the accommodation and I was going to cancel as of today. I told him if he still wanted to go, then the accommodation would hold open the booking for him for 72 hours, and if he confirmed with them I'd instructed them to hold on to $1,800 as what he'd contributed to the booking and refund me the rest, and his girlfriend and him would have to pay the hotel to finalize. If they didn't confirm, I'd get the refund for the whole amount and then forward him his share. He went quiet and then told me that since I was changing the rules at the last minute I should leave the entire accommodation payment because it wasn't his fault that I no longer wanted to go, leaving them in the lurch, and I would be ruining his holiday with his girlfriend. I told him I was canceling and I would definitely not be paying for any accommodation I wouldn't be using. I might have been a little petty when I told him he'd still be paying for his girlfriend's costs. It'll just be a little bit more than he was expecting because I was no longer going to subsidize them. I canceled my flights and the accommodation and emailed him all the details.
My friend that I let to live in my apartment rent-free told her colleagues that I was abusing her, so I made it come true and booted her out. I have my own 2-bedroom apartment that used to belong to my uncle. I made a friend during my uni years I'll call Mary. Mary had quite a hard home life, too long to detail here. I let her know that if she ever needed my help, she could always rely on me no matter what. When we graduated I asked her to move in with me rent-free. She tried to pay, but I knew she had a lot of debt trying to pay for uni, so I told her no and to spend her money freeing herself from it. She was so thankful for this, and I loved having her live with me. We never fought about anything. Both of us have the same cleaning habits and TV interests, so there's never any arguments over the remote or who has to take out the bins, etc. Tonight we were out at a super fancy restaurant in London as Mary had finally paid off the last of her debt, secured herself an amazing promotion at her job, and also finally passed her driving test. All these achievements in the same month were more than deserving of an award, so we splashed out. It was me, Mary, 4 of her work friends, and 2 friends we've known since uni. It was a great night, until I handed Mary a card saying amazing she is and how lucky I am to have her as my best friend, with quite a bit of cash inside to put towards her first car. She started crying and thanking me and we hugged for a long time. When she pulled away I told her I was so proud of her for kicking life in the butt, becoming successful, and showing her dad that his dickhead ways couldn't keep her down. After how she'd struggled through uni, pushing pennies together, and working poop jobs, seeing her in her dream career and being such an accomplished woman is absolutely inspiring to me. She looked mad and said, "Please don't do that. You know I don't like it when you do that." She'd never said anything like this to me, ever, so I have no idea where this was coming from. I apologized and said that I didn't realize saying these things would upset her as it's never been my intention. She just scoffed and rolled her eyes, and when I looked up at her colleagues they were all shaking their heads at me and glaring. I felt so awkward I wanted to shrink back into my own skin, and I was mortified that I hurt Mary. Mary didn't talk to me for the rest of the night and ignored me at the table. When we split up to head home, none of her colleagues even looked at me as they left. I said sorry to Mary as she was heading to her room to turn in, but she just shrugged me off, told me she was tired and that we'll talk in the morning. I'm so anxious that she'll want to move out or never talk to me again. I keep going over every interaction in my head to see if I crossed a line in the past, but she never gave any indication that I upset her saying these things before. All her colleagues messaged me saying I was an asshole for saying those things to her and belittling her, but I never ever meant any of those things like that. Update 1, 6:30 a.m., so I'm even more confused than ever right now. After staying up all night and being constantly on the verge of tears, I finally heard my roommate moving around the kitchen, so I went to talk to her. She acted totally normal and started talking to me about some drama at her work while I just stood there kind of unsure what was happening or what to do. So I apologized again. She looked up at me in confusion and said, "Why are you sorry?" I reminded her of last night and how mad she was. Then she laughed and said it doesn't matter, don't worry about it, and then continued making breakfast. I asked if I'd stepped over a line last night, if the money was too much and if I made her feel inferior, and she said nope. We're cool. It doesn't matter. I think everyone just misunderstood the situation and you're taking things to heart a little too much. I just am even more confused than ever. I told her about her friends texting me, telling me that what I said was belittling and that I was an asshole, and she just shrugged and said they probably misread things and she'll talk to them. But I'm just so winded. I'm so tired because I haven't slept because I thought she hated me, that I'd hurt her and she'd never speak to me again. But she's fine, like she's completely normal and just chatting with me as if last night never happened, but I'm just so confused. After seeing so many Uda comments, I thought I'd really crossed a line this time, but she's not fazed at all. She seemed too upset, ignored me for the rest of the night, and her coworkers treated me like a criminal, but everything's okay, I guess? I don't know anymore. I'm tired and I'm going to sleep, but things still seem unresolved to me. I'm going to talk to her about it when she comes back from work today because her reaction still really bothers me. Update 2, 10 a.m. I got a call from one of the uni friends who was at the dinner last night and we had a chat. She asked me if everything was okay between me and Mary, as she said she'd never seen Mary snap at me like that until last night. I filled her in on everything that we'd talked about and how confused I was as well. She reaffirmed many of my feelings about this being very out of character for Mary, as she had also congratulated Mary and said similar things, as well as given her a bit of money in a card, along with an expensive gift, as did many of the others. After talking to my friend, I've decided that I need to have a long sit down with Mary to clear things up, and it's not only me who's confused by her behavior. Both the uni friends are coming round later to have a chat, since now we're honestly quite concerned about her. Her friends have no let up on their texts to me, so I don't think she's spoken to them. One said I couldn't try and sweep this under the carpet, which is like what? I'm thinking of blocking all of them as they just won't leave me alone. Update 3, 4 p.m. I talked to both of them when they came round in the afternoon and they both denied any of that. The one I had spoken to earlier on the phone, we'll call Claire, said she'd call one of the work colleagues that she knows slightly well in order to clear things up. Let's call the colleague Jane. Jane turned up at the flat and instantly looked pissed. I almost wanted to hide behind the kitchen counter when she came in glaring daggers at me. We all sat down and I let Jane know that I'd spoken to Mary about last night and that she was fine, but I was still confused. Jane then laughed and said, "Oh, don't try that poop with me. You can't just pretend now that you've been exposed in public." The three of us looked at her without saying a word as we were all confused now. Claire asked her what she meant and Jane said that she knew how I really treated Mary. We both asked her to elaborate, and she stood up and went on this tirade about how I apparently regularly abuse and belittle Mary, then intimidate her into saying nothing about it and put on a smile for others. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at this point. She then showed me her text with Mary, where Mary wrote to her in distress about being locked in her room because I was having a meltdown about her making friends at work, something that never happened. Claire and my other friend took the phone and looked through the messages as well, and I had to stop reading them as they all said stuff about how Mary was afraid of me and that I trapped her here and was extorting rent out of her. It all just leaves me numb and dead inside. Eventually Claire got to a point where Mary said I'd cancelled her 21st birthday at uni and told her she wasn't allowed to go out. The things is, Claire and my other friend were at Mary's 21st birthday, which I'd put over £500 towards to have a themed Great Gatsby night she'd always wanted, which in the messages she was claiming never happened. We went over a lot of the stuff in the messages and realized that Mary had been spreading lies about me to all her colleagues about how I was abusive and she couldn't move out because I was charging her so much rent money. This absolutely shattered me. Mary was like a sister to me through our uni years, and I can't fathom why she'd say any of these things. It took a long time, but after Claire and my friend went over all the accusations with Jane and I pulled up my bank details to show that Mary never makes a single payment to me except for her half of the bills, she seemed to cool down and settled into the same confusion we were all feeling. She let us know that Mary told all of her colleagues this story and that the reason they were mad at me is because Mary said I like to use a manipulation tactic where I pretend I support her through everything but use her past against whenever we're in private. They all thought that's what I had been doing last night, that everything I said was meant as a backhanded compliment. Honestly, I'm so just pissed about everything. I can't even put into words the hurt and betrayal I feel that she'd spread these lies about me. For what reason? What benefit? I could never lift a finger to hurt her, but she tells everyone at her work that I isolate her from the world? Claire had to calm me down as I couldn't stop crying no matter what I did for ages. It was quite embarrassing, but I just couldn't do anything else. Now I'm a little more level-headed, still mad but not crying anymore. I don't even want to look at Mary again. My friends have told me not to make hasty decisions. Even Claire said she was disgusted by the things Mary was saying about me in the text when everyone knows them not to be true. I know that I probably won't be able to clear my name with her colleagues, but I don't really care about that. I just want to know why Mary said those things about me. Jane went quiet by the end of our discussion and left without saying much, so I don't know what that means for me in her eyes. My two friends are staying with me for the rest of the day until Mary comes home. We've all got a lot of questions for her to answer. Final update, 10:15 p.m. When she got home and saw the three of us watching television, she got excited and said she'd make popcorn, but Claire took the lead and told her to sit down. She looked confused but complied. Claire led everything. I didn't really know what to say to Mary at all and could barely make eye contact with her. Claire told her that Jane had been round and yelled at me for being an abuser and a bully and asked her why she'd say those things. Mary acted confused and said that it must all just be a miscommunication, that Jane just twists things sometimes and she must have misunderstood stuff she'd said. Then Claire asked about the text messages and started mentioning each event that Mary had cried to Jane about me being an awful person. Jane went quiet and then tried to say it was a work joke, but Claire wasn't having any of it. She pushed harder about all of this and eventually Mary broke. She started crying and telling us that she never meant any of it, that it was a stupid thing and it shouldn't matter, that she loved me with everything she had, and it was just a stupid story that went too far. She started begging me for forgiveness, but I was just so tired and still am. I looked her in the eyes for the first time and told her she had a week to find a place and move out. Then she started really bawling her eyes out and begging me to let her stay, that she didn't think it would matter because I don't work with them, but I told her I was not having that kind of bullshit in my life. I then said, so do you just make up lies about everyone in your life? Is any of it real? She went really quiet, dead silent at that point. I didn't want to believe it, but the way she was looking at me and the lies she'd made up about me abusing her had me questioning everything she'd ever told me when we were at uni together, about her dad beating her mom, about her being homeless from 16 until they divorced. I then told her to get her mom on the phone and she panicked and begged me not to. Claire then realized where I was going with this and asked her if everything we'd ever been told about her dad had been true, and she cracked and said she may have embellished a few things. I'm so effing fuming at this point. Who the F makes up this kind of twisted poop? For what benefit? I can't even write everything that was said as it just resorted into a screaming match between all four of us as we learned that Mary's tragic life story had been nothing but a concoction to gain sympathy from others. Her parents are divorced but there was no abuse involved, they just fell out of love and split. I had to learn this by calling her mother myself later on to get clarity. I'd never said a word to her mom about anything in the past because Mary had warned me against it. She said I could always be open with her about everything as she wasn't ashamed, but her mom was sensitive and didn't want to talk about it. So it turns out my best friend is a master manipulator and probably always has been. I am so tired and exhausted of this whole nightmare. This will be my last update as I'm done. I came here seeking help and advice to find a way to mend a mistake I'd made with a trusted friend, but it turns out that last 7 years have been built on a lie. I'm effing done. With Mary, with everything. I don't want to see her again. I know she can afford her own place so I don't feel bad about kicking her out. I don't care what she does now. I just know that I don't want her around anymore. I think I'm going to book myself some therapy sessions after all of this poop. Final update. Mary moved out the following Saturday of the incident. She spent the following days after the blow-up moping around the flat and wanting to talk to me, but I refused and told her I needed space. Her mom came on the weekend to help her pack up her things as Mary was going to move back in with her. Her mom cleared up a lot of the questions I'd had on my mind. I'd always been told by Mary that her dad had been abusive, but her mom had loved him so much she wouldn't leave him, so she left home and was homeless when she was 14. Sleeping under benches in train stations, just so she didn't have to be in the house with him. She only moved back in when her mom finally got the guts to divorce her dad. This story I had believed for 7 years turned out to be completely fake. Not only was Mary never homeless, but her father was never abusive and loved both her and her mom very much. The reason I never saw him around was because he'd moved to Australia to pursue his career, which was the real reason for the divorce. He loved his family but wanted success even more, so he left. Her mom told me that Mary's dad was always inviting her over for the summer holidays, but Mary never went because she hates flying. The day she moved out I stayed in my room and just hid away, but she knocked on my door before she left, and I answered. I still wanted to say goodbye. She had been my closest friend for so long that it didn't feel right just letting her fade out of my life without a send-off. She asked me if I wanted the money I gave her for her new car back, but I said no and told her to use it instead for therapy. She cried a lot and tried to hug me, but I kept her at a distance. I let her know this would be the final time we would ever see or speak to each other. I just couldn't be around her anymore with the knowledge of what she'd done. She left sobbing, and when she was gone, my little town flat felt suddenly bigger than it ever had before. It's been hard adjusting to being alone in this place. For the first week she was gone I still expected to see her in the kitchen every morning, or on the sofa when I got home. It was unsettling to say the least. I had my first therapy appointment last week, and I think it actually went well. I haven't been to therapy since I was in school, so I was very nervous to begin with. But my therapist is a very lovely lady who helped me understand that Mary's lies were her own making and I had nothing to do with their creation. A lot of people said she was probably a compulsive liar, maybe even a narcissist, and she seemed to agree loosely with that idea from what she'd heard. In yet another revelation, I met with Jane for coffee as she'd asked me to meet up and clear up some details. She told me she'd been wondering about why Mary would make me the target of her abuse story and started asking people in her office about the things Mary had said about me in the past. One that stood out was a painter. They work in art restoration and distribution, who used his art as a means of channeling his traumatic history with his abusive stepmother. Apparently, Mary had taken quite a liking to him, and so she had first told him about her abuse as a way of getting closer to him. She'd mentioned fancying him in the past, but I didn't think she'd go to such lengths to create a connection between them. He'd been furious when he heard the truth, and now doesn't speak to her anymore. Jane told me not many people do now. They were now all worried that she'd make up stuff about them and get them in trouble at work, so they're keeping her at arm's length as a result. I felt a bit bad when I heard this, as I know that Mary is having a miserable time with our friendship group kicking her out as well. Jane apologized to me, but I told her she had nothing to be sorry about, that this was all Mary and she was only trying to protect what she thought was an abused friend. We left each other on good terms, but we don't have much in common, so I doubt we'll be friends in the future. Claire came to stay with me for a bit, which has helped with the loneliness a little. It's hard to be alone after having someone practically attached to your hip with you for so long. My friend told me that I have nothing between the ears and insulted the book that I published. Now he has published his own outrageous book because I don't want to date him. I am a published author and really it's not the purpose of my writing, but I make fun money off my book sales. In a given month I am in the green by $100 to $300 on a new book depending on the book genre and season when first published. I don't really even do it for the money, like I said. I have a full-time job and do plenty of other gigs as a performer/artist on the side because it makes me happy. There is a guy I liked, Brian. And Brian seemed to like me too, so we decided to do non-date causal hangouts to see if we vibe enough to consider dating. We hung out one-on-one for several instances, but once he was super late, so I had my laptop out. He saw me when he arrived and asked what I was doing, and I sheepishly responded I was working on my next book. He asked to read it, and I said no. I use a pen name on purpose as those Amazon reviews can make you want to meet your own soul from your body, so I keep it separate from everyday life. Well, turns out that if you know me and my nerdy joys, my pen name is easy to guess. From there it's easy to find because I mentioned Amazon, and let's just say my bio makes it pretty clear. At our next meetup, he asked me if I was said author, and my shocked Pikachu face told him everything, so he started reading the series. He came back the next time we met to laugh and say, I see why you don't put your name on your works. Don't quit your day job. Your writing sucks. And he placed a copy of one of my books down on the bar. I couldn't help but drop my shoulders. He was laughing and talking, not seeing my expression, and kept saying how he wasted hours of his life and for F's sake someone take my laptop as it might be a lethal weapon meant to kill us all with boredom. Turns out he's not into mysteries or fantasy. I said that maybe it's just not his genre and he said it wasn't, but in our word, third grader could have done better, and it's a good thing I am good at my job. It was then that I could see he actually took in my expression and he backtracked. I mean, you clearly don't do it for money, so it's whatever, right? And said I have other strengths, but he did not believe at all that I make money off this. He asserting surely. I surely buy my good reviews and probably bulk buy my own books to improve sales. I don't do any of that. I just smiled it away and said, well, I can't please everyone, but I did make $250 this month from the sales of my last book alone, so some people must like it, and laughed it off. But I knew then and there I didn't want to pursue him anymore. When he texted to see if I planned our next hangout, I was honest and texted back that I wasn't interested, and said that while I could take note or any criticism, the way he went about it was hurtful and I don't want to be with someone who treats me that way for a hobby, that we are different people but I would like to remain friends, as otherwise we get on well, but nothing more. He went off on me saying I picked the wrong time to lash out as he was having a bad day and now I've made it worse, and that I am so rude and petty to be mad at honest criticism. He said that if I am so sensitive over honest opinions, good luck finding anyone who would want my dumbass, since looks are all I have with makeup and work and nothing between the ears. I blocked him, but we have a mutual friend group and almost all of them have been asking me what's going on and that I broke his heart. I was thinking, what? How? They said he's been depressed and asking about me, and figured out I blocked him on everything. Update: Brian told all our friends that I rubbed my achievements in his face and called him an idiot. I never said anything like that. Some of our friends came at me hard saying I was bullying him and trying to ruin his rep, and all he did was ask a girl he liked out for drinks and that I need to apologize and just suck it up and go to drinks with him. They since have either outright not invited me out with the group or disinvited me to events, and it was really hard to accept. It wasn't until I checked our text and message history that it occurred to me to send the screenshots, as he called me a moron, and then when I rejected him, he called me fat, desperate, and stupid. And there were more such messages after he found my book series. So I took screenshots and sent them to my friends, and they were shocked. I even pettily went back before all of this and screenshot some of the rude or mean texts he made, and I screenshot my actual rejection text and his response and sent that along. I feel really bad as I wanted to stay friendly, but I can never look at him with any semblance of respect anymore. Update 2. I had opted to ignore Brian in any attempt he made to get a rise out of me. Now he is going to places I also frequent, and he will loudly have phone calls talking about the beach who broke his heart because women are so sensitive, and getting an alt account on nearly all social media to find me and follow my accounts, which are public, as a workaround my blocking him, to comment reviews on any of my art, books, acting, modeling, doesn't matter. He will comment a reason I suck. I use this time to go to work, and then spend my non-working hours on my book, and I came up with a new pen name. I decided to revamp the whole fictional universe I created and was excited after I designed the cover for my first book. I shared it with all in the group, but he found out about it anyway and flipped out in the group chat saying I was trying to show off again and that I was trying to steal his spotlight, as we all know damn well he is publishing his first book on Amazon this summer, and me publishing mine at the same time with my fancy cover etc. was just another form of bullying. I have to honest here, I had enough. I put up with this behavior for months now, so I flat out said he never mentioned a book to me and shared a screenshot of calling writing the profession for the R word, but unlike sharing the screenshot before, I didn't blank out the word. What a difference a word can make. Apparently the friend group thought the word I blanked out were milder and not slurs, and we as a group are quite diverse on every spectrum save maybe politics. So they dogged him for using a slur, and he said that he's autistic and he can use that word. I said right, so I'm done with this, and left the chat. I didn't argue or do anything other than leave the chat. This man rage texted me for hours until I got off work, saw his messages, and blocked him. I then see ads on FB and Instagram about his book. He was paying for ads on social media. His name is on the cover and he has comments underneath calling the book incredible, a masterpiece, undiluted artistry, etc., and his book isn't out yet. He said his publishing date was August. Update 3. So Brian's promised book came out on the 1st, and the cover art looks AI generated. His page promises that it's the start of a series. Even before it came out, it had reviews rating about it being a masterpiece. So okay. I went and bought myself a copy. It's a fantasy story, about 30-ish chapters. I don't want to say too many details. It's smutty, but in a way, a horny teenage boy would want it to be, if that makes sense. I read the whole thing. There is an elf character by my real first name that the main character sleeps with, and she is described as remarkably similar to my appearance, including my non-natural colored hair. She ends up be outed as a narcissistic traitor and is killed, like Game of Thrones style dead. I talked to some friends and we spent a good chunk of time reading pieces of it over drinks, and my friends agree it's a rage write. They even pointed out other characters named and given the vague appearance of other people Brian knows or has talked about and the ones we know he doesn't like, such as our friend group that cut ties with him. All have something awful done to them, and characters with the names of his two friends that sided with him became rulers in this fictional land and were portrayed as heroic sidekicks to the main character that has his real name and of course is the hero of the story. Brian saw me out and about a week ago, and he beelined to me. I knew what was happening before he even opened his mouth. He needed to talk about his book. I shrugged, and he had this grin and muttered, loudly, "Yeah, I thought you'd act that way," but I just kept moving. A mutual friend sent a screenshot of his Facebook post that he posted that evening of how jealous people are so funny and pathetic and that his book has record sales. The same friend then commented on the post asking for a pic of the dashboard that would show said sales, and he commented on a photo I sent in our old friend group chat of my sales from several months ago when I got a bump in sales. So my friend took the time to scroll back in the chat, screenshot that part showing it was mine, and commented on it under that, which caused a lot of drama in the comments. People went from congratulations to what the F quick, and Brian deleted the entire post and blocked my friend. Since then, he's been avoiding me publicly, but keeping up his fake social media profiles and insulting me every chance he can. He talks to himself as alternate accounts, gossiping about how I am fake, rude, a bully, jealous, and the like. If I block one another, it pops up, and a comment will appear from another account outing me as someone who blocks anyone I don't agree with for calling me out. I stopped blocking mostly because in our new friend group chat, we post screenshots of the comments and messages, and it's become a sort of game to spot his accounts. So Brian, because I know you're reading this, I will be keeping this account, and I found writer subs here I will be joining. You're welcome to follow this account, and good luck on your sequel. I will be the first to buy it. My friend told me that I look like poop and that I should not be tired because I am not a mother like her, so I slapped her with reality. My friend and had her birthday dinner with the group yesterday. Anne's friend Beth is 22 and Assam. I am a university student. Yesterday, when Beth arrived, late, she looked at me and said, "You look like poop." Not very nice but true, so fair enough because I really looked like poop. Why? I have a lot of courses that I have to attend and I cannot delay them. The exams are coming. I am studying for more than 90 hours per week without counting the lectures. I am also working, although only 3 hours a week, preparing at home for at least 2 more hours. I am stressed and I fear that I cannot pass these exams. I kind of developed insomnia due to the stress, so I have not slept for the last 3 to 4 days and you can see it in my face. I am starting to think that if I die right now at least I don't have to do the exams, but I think I will feel better again after the exams. I did not even want to go to dinner because I just had so much to do, but I cared about and so I went. I said, "Yeah, I am very tired from studying." She laughed and said her usual mantra, "You don't know what tired is." I have 3 kids. Talk again about it when you also have 3 kids. You could have at least put on some makeup. Now, I don't really know what happened to me because we are all used to this kind of comments from her, but I snapped. I told her exactly how tired I was. I told her that she wasn't the only one tired and that her gatekeeping being tired is annoying, and also showed what a selfish person she is and that being empathetic for one time would not unalive her. I followed by saying that I am without doubt more tired than her since all her kids are out of the house for 10 hours a day, good daycare since her husband has a good job, and all she has to do is cleaning and not even cooking because her husband does this. Moreover, she has her mother-in-law taking care of night duties because she and hubby are too tired. She told us all of this herself, while I have to clean and cook and do all by myself. I think at the end I was kind of screaming because when I looked around people were staring at us. She asked Anne if she had anything to say, and after Anne didn't say anything, she told me I was a childish bee and to go to hell. Then she left. I think Anne was just too shocked to react. After that, I started crying and I immediately apologized to Anne for ruining her birthday dinner. Anne was kind and told me not to worry about it and that she would have a chat with Beth later. The other girls messaged me after we left saying that I had to apologize to Beth, that I was insensitive to her struggles and that it was not okay to bring her home situation to the discussion. Update: I called her and apologized again for yelling and ruining her dinner party. She said that I did not ruin anything and that she should have put a stop to Beth's actions long ago. She also told me that I was paranoid as always, that I did not yell but just raised my voice a bit, and that it was normal that the table next to us seemed invested in our discussion. I insisted on taking her out to dinner, just the two of us, after my exams, and we went and had a great time. We are both in no contact with Beth and low contact with the other girls. Regarding my university problems, I contacted my teacher. He was as useful as always and told me that I should continue to do my work, meaning all the work, and that he would ask his superior for help. I did not hear back from him before my presentations. At that point I was angry and bitter of all the work I had to do, so I said screw them, signed everything with my name only, and presented it alone with my colleague standing next to me completely silent. I repeated several times that I did everything alone and told my teacher that I sent him an email with proof of this, email, screenshots, etc. He said he had not seen the mail yet. He asked the others if it was true that I did everything alone, and 3 of them actually tried to lie after I told the teacher I had proof. But the last one, I will call him Boy, said the truth, and apologized to both me and the teacher. Boy took me out to lunch after the presentation, apologized again, and explained that he was like stuck in a mental coma after a traumatic event that occurred to him, and that I snapped him right out of it when I told the teacher about all the work I had to do alone. His words. He told me that he was thinking about quitting his studies because he was so behind, but I managed to dissuade him, and we now regularly meet up to study together. We have become good friends, and he will be back on the path with his studies in about a year hopefully. I passed all my exams, but my colleagues failed all of them. The 3 other colleagues are currently facing some troubles with the university for fraud/cheating, since they continue to claim that they worked on the exams and will not back down with these statements. My teacher is confident that they will be expelled over their stubbornness. The boy is okay, as he admitted everything and just failed the exams. My friend tried to kiss my boyfriend for a TikTok challenge and told me I should be grateful because she showed me how loyal he is, so we are taking her to court. One of my friends that I have known ever since we were in high school has started to take an interest in TikTok. She already has a big Instagram following, so she decided to try something new and participated in a few challenges. Our friend group supported her decision, even though the opinions on TikTok as a whole vary from person to person, from liking the app, being indifferent, to disliking it with passion. Well, now I think my friend has crossed a line that I'm not sure I can forgive, but just like the opinions on the app are different among our friend group, some of the girls are saying that she just participated in a challenge and I should chill out. This TikTok friend decided to kiss my boyfriend on camera as a kiss my friend and see their reaction challenge. She was always pretty close to my boyfriend, which I didn't mind since she's my friend, and I trust my boyfriend not to get shady with my friends. My partner told me about what she tried to do right away. He literally sprinted out of her house and called me. He didn't know that it was for a challenge, but even when he learned about it from her, because she was calling us both to clear up the misunderstanding, he wasn't happy about that, and I don't blame him. I wasn't either. We both decided that it was better to cut her out of our lives, even if for a little while, to cool down. Still, my friend group is saying that while they can understand my boyfriend, they can't understand my reaction, and that I should be grateful that my TikTok friend showed me how loyal my partner is to me through this experience. They have been making me out to be the bad guy for the past few days because I'm abandoning them and breaking girls' code for a guy. I don't know. I feel like I didn't need her to test my boyfriend, first of all. Second of all, as a friend, she just shouldn't throw herself at my partner, and third of all, she shouldn't throw herself at anyone that she knows has a significant other. That's just scummy in my book, but apparently, I'm in the minority in my opinion. Update: before dropping the news to my former friend group about my wanting to contact them, I decided to talk with my boyfriend once again. I told my partner about my decision to cut off the TikTok friend and anyone that's defending her, and assured him that I would stand by him when he decided what he personally wanted to do with her. I showed him the post I'd made because I wasn't sure if he even realized that he was a victim of an intimate assault, since my country is still stuck in this backward thinking that men can't be taken advantage of. My partner told me that he needs some time to think about the steps he would like to take against my ex-friend, but first of all, he wants to make sure that she's not going to post the video that she took of them on her TikTok. Now to the fun part. I told my former friend group that I decided to no longer keep in touch with TikTok friends and anyone that was on her side. I also added that my boyfriend doesn't consent to release the TikTok she has taken with him. The TikTok friend quickly responded that he was not giving her consent didn't matter, since it was a video not taken for commercial purposes. Other friends said, "Sed oi esn't need yrt ois ko and say nt to post a vid ao of ers." We started to argue, with me saying that this is illegal and them saying that nobody cares. He already told me that if she does post the TikTok he will deal with her, even if it means taking her to the court over it, which I completely support. But our question is, would it be very petty if we posted my original story on our social media accounts while tagging my ex-friends? We do realize that it's pretty childish, but at this point, we are thinking about taking our own little revenge on them, since consent apparently has no importance to them. Would it be worth it, though? My friend wants to cook me for her boyfriend in my vegan home, and I should just get over it. Now she's hysterical because her boyfriend broke up with her right after. I have been friends with Jane for most of my life. She is like a sister to me. Jane is not vegan, but my family and I are. My mother is especially strict about animal products being brought into the house, and I share her values. This has never been an issue, and Jane and her family have always been accommodating and mindful of this. Obviously, Jane was welcome to wear whichever clothes she wanted in our home, but my mom asked if she wanted to eat at ours, if she ate our meals, or if she wanted to bring snacks that were free of animal products. This was never an issue. Fast forward to last weekend. Jane has recently started dating Brian. They live about 3 hours away from me, so I offered to host them for the weekend. They arrived late on Friday and I had already cooked and had dinner ready. They both seemed happy with the food. However, the morning after I wake up they are gone. I message Jane and she tells me they left to get groceries. It was a little weird since my fridge was packed, but I didn't question it. When they came back I saw that they had brought beef burgers and expected to be able to cook them for lunch. I was a bit surprised and asked Jane if she had forgotten about my rule. She sheepishly admits that no, she hadn't. She just didn't think I would mind this one time. Brian is one big question mark. I thought about dropping it, but it made me uncomfortable. She went behind my back and put me in an awkward position with her new partner, not just because I didn't like the food myself. I pulled her aside and told her as much and she begged me to drop it. She hadn't told Brian about my boundaries on this because they are embarrassing. I reiterated that the boundaries were still in place and kindly asked her not to cook the food in my home. I offered to go out and get plant-based burgers instead, but she doubled down and called me a weirdo and stuck up. This was a shock to me because never in my 20+ years of knowing her has she ever mentioned this being an issue, and to be honest her words hurt. I told her to please pack her stuff and leave. She stormed off and told Brian they were leaving. She later texted me calling me an asshole for embarrassing her. Brian, bless his heart, had absolutely no idea about what was going on. I don't blame him for bringing the food into my house, but Jane should have known better. I feel bad about the fight. I know my rules are not conventional and likely feel strange and inconvenient to those who have different dietary requirements. With that said, no one is forced to stay at my house and my boundaries are clear. I don't know if I should have dropped this or not. Update: I host dinner parties for friends and family on the regular. My guests know to expect fully vegan meals. I'm a rather good cook, though I say so myself, and take pride in my dishes. I regularly do full Indian dinners, Mediterranean, with a twist, Chinese, or even just everyday comfort foods like mac and cheese, homemade soups and bread, Italian, and there are always desserts. There's quite some misconception in place around vegan cuisine that it's nothing more than rabbit feed and tofu. I enjoy introducing people to the other side, the one with spices. No one leaves my home hungry unless they really want to. As I mentioned in the previous post, Jane and Brian left mine on Saturday. Jane messaged me soon after they left and she was too emotional for me to want to respond. I was also in a bit of a shock, so I thought it would be best to cool off and have the conversation later. On Sunday evening I called her only for her to hang up on me. I messaged her and asked her to give me a call when she was ready. On Wednesday she called me, and to make a long story short, she expected me to apologize. I told her that I was sorry the trip ended this way, but I wasn't sorry for enforcing rules in my own home, rules that she has known and followed since she was 9. She kept fighting me on it and insisted that it was a stupid rule and that people eat meat. Get over it. I simply responded with, not in my home they don't. She then hung up again. On Friday morning I woke up to a Facebook message request from Brian. I accepted it and he thanked me for hosting them and apologized for overstepping. I assured him that he did nothing wrong and that if Jane hadn't told him there was no way for him to know. As a side note, I cooked spaghetti bolognese for them on Friday and apparently, he didn't even realize it wasn't vegan. Perhaps I should have told him it was, but according to Jane, he had no allergies, so I just cooked and served. They both enjoyed the meal. Afterward, we had sorbet and black coffee, and no comments there either. Brian then told me that she had indeed told him. Side note in case this is confusing, Brian didn't respond with this information until after I had posted my first post. He works long hours and we wrapped up our Friday chat last night when he had time to chat. The morning after I slept and they woke up before me and helped themselves to breakfast in my downstairs kitchen. He had asked for milk in his coffee and she told him I only had oat. That sparked a conversation and she told him I'm vegan. According to him, he didn't mind. He then suggested that they go out and shop for lunch and cook for us. During that shopping trip, he suggested burgers and Jane said it was fine. They got beef and got me plant-based sausages. Once they arrived at mine and he saw how uncomfortable I was, he realized that Jane hadn't been honest, hence him looking like a walking question mark. I can only imagine how uncomfortable he must have felt standing like this in someone else's home with nowhere else to go and no real rapport with the homeowner. At this point in the conversation I was getting upset. Jane had knowingly put us into this position and embarrassed everyone. There was no need for this, and if Brian is to believe, then he had no problem with eating vegan for the weekend. I thanked him for contacting me and told him I'd have a word with Jane. He asked me to let him have a word with her first to make sure there was no misunderstanding on his part. Well, apparently Brian wasn't happy with this either and he broke things off with Jane today. She called me absolutely hysterical this morning and told me that they had had a massive fight last night that lasted well into the morning. He stormed out and told her it was over. I tried my best to console her, but she is very hurt and shocked. I told her to get some sleep and call me again later in the day. Around 4 p.m. she called me again and apologized. She didn't get into the nitty-gritty of the fight, but it turns out that their relationship, albeit short, has been on shaky legs for a couple of weeks. She admitted that she does indeed think I'm a little stuck up for my rules, but doesn't say anything since it's never been a real inconvenience for her. Wanting to keep Brian happy, she just went along with his suggestions at the grocery store and hoped I'd make an exception. She's angry with us both for going behind her back to discuss it, but after I sent her the conversation I had with Brian, she said she understood. So that's where we are right now. Jane is my oldest and best friend and she made a bad call. She was feeling stressed about her relationship and struggling to keep face and she lashed out. I can forgive that and I will. I have invited her to come over between Christmas and New Year so we can heal our friendship. My friend was being verbally abused by his boyfriend in front of all our friends and said that she was a false advertisement because of makeup, so I shamed him and called him Captain Weak Chin. In my opinion, Dan is a walking talking red flag. He insisted on meeting all of Leah's friends pretty early but didn't introduce her to his friends. Lee has a lot of self-esteem issues despite being an absolute gem of a human. I don't like Dan because he subtly, and sometimes not so subtly, puts her down in public. I've spoken to Lee about this, but she's made it clear she wants to be with him and just wants me to be happy for her. I do my best, and I'm civil. Recently, Dan blessed Lee by finally introducing her to his friends. He wanted her to invite her friends, too, so it ended up being a party of 10. It was actually going okay until we started talking about kids. Dan cracked a joke hopefully, "Our kids will look like me." One of his friends jokingly commented that Lee is way out of his league, to which Dan responded, "You should see her without makeup. Makeup hides all the flaws." Before this point, he had made many disparaging comments that we all let slide. It's also worth noting that Lee does wear makeup, and it's fabulous. She's gorgeous with or without it, but she's self-conscious about it. He started going on about how many times he's told her to wear less makeup because it's false advertising and how most women who wear makeup are insecure liars blah blah blah. I got annoyed and said, "Maybe you should shave your beard then." I heard a lot of men grow beards to fake a jawline and hide their weak chins. All of the women laughed, including Lee, but he was sulky and had a face like a dog's arse for the rest of the night. I've been told by 2 male friends to apologize, saying I took it too far. Lee called and asked me to say sorry because he really took it personally and is insecure about his chin apparently. I didn't know that beforehand, but he's going around saying I'm a massive asshole who embarrassed him in front of his friends. I feel like he did a great job of that all on his own, but now one of his friends has made a post on Instagram that is defo directed at me about bullies, and now I'm low-key feeling a bit crazy. Insta was his girlmate's story about men get body shamed too. I responded with, 100%, speak your truth, babes. Do you wear makeup, by the way? No response yet. She's in Mua. Update 1. I called Lee and apologized if my comment made it worse for her and told her it hurt to see her sit and take verbal abuse from someone who doesn't appreciate what a beautiful, gentle soul she is and can say such awful things publicly with no consequence. She started bawling and asked if we could meet this evening. It was horrible to hear her like that, but I'm so hopeful that this spells the end for Captain Weekchin. Update. Lee spent last night at mine, got drunk with me and my girlfriend, Tina, and we talked until a.m. Lee opened up about the full extent of Dan's behavior. I didn't realize just how bad it was. I said very little. Tina, who hates talking, did God's work. I know Lee thinks I'm biased. I am, but Tina is the most balanced and fair person we know. Lee respects Tina. She doesn't often weigh in, so this advice was gold. Tina said Lee should only dump Dan for herself, not me or Tina, and with the knowledge that she is everything and he is a fuck all. But if she stays with Dan, that's fine too and we're here regardless. Dan moved in with Lee 8 months ago without really asking. And nope, he doesn't contribute to the mortgage bills, rarely does groceries, but considers it a favor when he does. Lee texts him to take his poop from her flat and please leave by tomorrow. He has to move back in with his parents. He's seething. He's calling and sending voice notes, essays, and dissertations. It's giving tantrums. We'll go to her flat tomorrow evening and take a guy pal for safety. Dan's not taking this on the chin. If he's not out by tomorrow, we'll call the police. I'm blessed with flexible work, so I'm crashing at Leah's for a while to ensure he doesn't come back. Leah's kind of reeling from hearing herself say out loud the abusive poop Dan said and done. She doesn't want closure or a chat. She just wants him gone. I get it. My friend who has chased married men before wouldn't stop bombarding my husband with messages and I think she is into him. When my friend first got together with her ex-husband, she was in a serious relationship with her then boyfriend and he was married with kids. Long story short, they both left their relationship and had a shotgun wedding. 3 kids later, he left her to move to another state. Surprise, the ex-boyfriend she cheated on is now married and guess what? One day she saw him online, so she texted me and said maybe it's a sign from the universe that she should talk to him. She asked me if he was happy in his marriage. I told her he seemed happy and she should stay away. Apparently, she wasn't happy with my answer so she asked my husband the same question. Again, my husband told her the ex was very happy. Recently, she has been bombarding my husband with random messages of spirituality. She got into it during her divorce. She would send him paragraphs and paragraphs of random thoughts even though sometimes he would go on days without replying to her. When he does it would be a simple I'm busy with kids or even a swear word, and then she would go on again. She somehow figured out my husband's birthday and asked him why we never celebrated that it's private. My husband never celebrates it with friends, and texted him to question him on what he is against weddings and then gave him reasons why weddings are great. We had a small wedding and she wasn't invited, so maybe she thinks that we didn't have one? My husband did not respond to that question. One day, she texted me to see how I was doing in my marriage. I told her it's not as romantic as before which is fine because we are focusing on the kids. Then, she mentioned how she is fine by herself and said I can find someone else romantic too. I tried to dismiss it like it was a ridiculous joke but she just wouldn't drop it. The next day she tried to bring it up again. My husband and I were going to move and she asked me if that's what I wanted. I could sense that she was trying to make me doubt my husband again. Unluckily for her, that was actually my idea. In the days that followed, she sensed something was wrong and even tried to explain herself and how it was not in her place to suggest I leave my husband. She said how she was actually talking to a guy, and explicitly say that it was not my husband as if that would exonerate her, a known two-timer. Then she said she would not bother my husband again. But then she didn't stop. She is now sending my husband paragraphs and paragraphs of thoughts again like before. My husband responds to her sometimes because he thinks that she needs someone to talk to. They also sometimes exchange investment ideas because it's their common interest. He is worried about her mental state and that if no one talks to her she would harm herself. My husband knew my friend long before we were together, so I didn't mind their independent friendship, but I suspect now that she is pursuing something more. Update. I confronted her yesterday and she dared to reply back and said how those spiritual messages were supposed to help my husband treat me better. She made it sound like she had no one to talk to besides him, while there were at least 10 other women from our group including me. I told her that she needs to see a therapist, and he is not her therapist, and she said she will talk to herself and she can be her own therapist. I have had enough and sent her one final message. You need to understand that there are boundaries with married men and your past behavior indicated otherwise. Let me be clear. There is no place for you in my marriage. Both my husband and I were so blind. My husband has very low opinion of her and she is no threat to my marriage. However, she can still drive us apart. I am a working mom and have no time to monitor the situation, so we both blocked her. It's over and I am so relieved.
My friend's bride did not invite me to their wedding because I am single and expected me to help cover for their honeymoon. Now my friend is slowly opening his eyes that he has a foolish bride. For about 11 years now, I've been pretty close with John. We met at a job in my mid-20s and were pretty regular company until the pandemic, where our hanging out has declined but isn't extinct. John and his partner Jane have been together for about 8 years now, engaged for a little under 2 years, both with a child from previous relationships, so they have taken trips with their kids near yearly. I've been happy to help visit John's, now their, home, check on things, take care of their animals, etc. while they're gone. I've helped them out with other projects/tasks over the years and most recently picked up Jane from the airport returning from a work trip, and got her home this past winter during a snowstorm because my vehicle could handle it. Generally, I have been present and helpful on top of our base friendship. About 5 weeks ago, I found out from a mutual friend their wedding was coming up, and invites went out a while ago. Everyone in our circle but I was invited. As a gay guy, I've experienced being iced out of some of my straight friends' lives and events in ways minor and pronounced, but this one has definitely been something that has had me thinking about my time and energy with people. I decided I would take the hint and begin to distance myself. 3 days ago, John texted me asking if I would be around in early to mid-August. I say I am. John asked if I wouldn't mind visiting as I have before to look after the animals and property because they were going on their honeymoon. I said, sorry, I can't. He calls to talk about it. We run through the same conversation, polite but a bit tense, so I finally say, I just won't be visiting your home. After a moment of silence, I bring up that I'm disappointed that I appear to be the only person in our group of friends not invited to his wedding and that I can't be helping as I have before if I'm just a background friend at this point. I wrap up the call positively and sincerely, wishing them a good wedding and trip, and maybe we can grab drinks soon. Jane reached out 2 days ago, sending follow-up texts saying John is upset about what I said and with her because she made the final calls about friend invites, and that I am taking this the wrong way. There is only so much capacity and that the others in our friend group have partners that took up space. She added that she hoped I'd change my mind and help them out because it would put John's mind at ease. I'm not entitled to the company of others or invitations to anybody's events, but am I wrong for setting my boundaries in response to theirs? I try not to frame my friendships as transactional, but they want something out of me here despite their not inviting me and then avoiding even bringing it up with me until they needed help with covering their honeymoon. Update. Yesterday afternoon, a few days after John made the initiating contact that led to this altercation, he reached out by text, telling me the following. I want to take you up on that drink tomorrow if possible, and I want to apologize for my royal fuck-ups in person. I agreed to meet. After we kicked off with a round of shots, John's first line was that he had failed me as a friend in this situation. With non-family invites, Jane seemed very preoccupied with a philosophy of couples over singles at the wedding. He had previously voiced that he felt it was exclusionary and silly. Still, I guess Jane prioritized couples on the first round of friend invites and told John that it would be easier to fit in others after receiving RSVPs. John backed out and says he felt that going along with her initial plan of inviting the rest of our circle, and not me, and had faith the RSVP thing would materialize. She used the bit of space to plug in some more family. John admitted he folded and felt ashamed enough that he could not find a way to tell me. He knew reaching out to me about that favor was a risk but took it anyway because he wanted someone he could trust, and my response was a materialization of everything he feared would happen, and in his words, deservedly so. He told me a wedding should be a gathering of your family and company who have been a part of your lives and who you want to be part of your lives, and I fit that bill to him by any measure. He, trying to paraphrase accurately, said I've done more than most of the people on the guest list for him and his family over their relationship, including helping make memories with trip coverages and helping build their back deck with him to share meals and host events over the last 6 years. He got visibly upset when he said that he couldn't believe Jane even considered holding my single/dating status against me after I got her home safely during a snowstorm earlier this year and that he did not more adamantly confront that bullshit reasoning the instant she voiced it. He is even more pissed at Jane for reaching out to me in the manner she did after my original phone call with him. John acknowledged it would come off as hollow at this point, but after a few exchanges with Jane said there would be no more nonsense, and I would at least get a proper invite and +1 if I wanted, and they would make it work if I even desired it at this point. He said he is not going to try to do panic damage control but will be upfront with our circle. One has already dropped the wedding, and I guess another couple has said something else, by his reporting, like he was with me for his faults because he and Jane deserve the blowback. He needs to earn trust back if it's at all possible. He has also made it Jane's problem to find a friend who can come out 9 days to care for the home and pets. With a smirk, He said she's having difficulty securing it and may likely have to hire help. I told John the first appreciated his owning up to this, and it was good to see the friend I had shine through here. I told him that I have always appreciated his and Jane's friendship. So, it hurt when I was excluded and not even addressed. I felt that close enough anyway, and I don't mean to complicate his wedding. I've always thought he and Jane were great for each other. Earnestly, I have supported them as best as I can. And I've been confused about what I have done or haven't done to be iced out. I also admitted it's hard to trust Jane again if she has been weighing the validity of my presence based on my relationship status. I added it's not like I haven't been trying, and you guys haven't met some of my previous long-term partners. He said he doesn't get it either, and she has at least one good friend who is single that she may have burned a bridge with over the wedding philosophy she had. I said the friendship is going to be changed and informed by this, at least very different for a while, and I know that you and Jane had a disagreement leading to this, but that I hope that the wedding goes on to be a good celebration. I informed him it felt best to take a pass on the invitation, but he said if there was a change of mind up to the last minute, to let him know, which was kind, and he wasn't desperate/pushy about it. John said the fault is his for not stepping up on my behalf, that he is sorry. While he feels, he is very lucky to have her in his life and thinks their marriage is a positive development for them, he even told her this whole situation will have him questioning and second-guessing her judgment on social matters with his friends for the foreseeable future. By his reporting, but a credit to their relationship, it was quite a blow to her to hear from him, but it was one she accepted and apologized for after their argument about the subject. Before we parted ways in the parking lot, we gave each other a bro hug, and John's voice broke a bit when he said he was sorry one last time. And I think mine did too when I forgave him. It was legitimately surprising and therapeutic to have John be so frank and accountable, but not, unlike the friend I've known for most of my adult life. It was bittersweet, being all things considered a makeup but also a breakup of sorts to what was previously an unquestioned and assumed strong trust and camaraderie. Maybe we can get there again. It seems possible, and it'd be nice.
My friend's girlfriend accuses me of having a baby with him. Now, my friend is demanding a paternity test when I never hit the sack with him. I had this friend who used to have a very strong crush on me but never confessed. It was very obvious to everyone around. We were teenagers, grew apart, dated others, and made our own lives. He moved to another state and has a long-term girlfriend, and I have been married to my husband for almost 6 years now, with 2 beautiful babies, and I'm currently pregnant. My friend, or former friend, I should say, and I barely talk. The last time we had a conversation was when my youngest was born, and he texted me saying congratulations. I replied with thanks, and that was literally it. My husband knows about him and the crush he had on me. They met because we were part of the same group of friends, and we met his girlfriend, too. There's no problem with that. I don't reach out to him. All of our conversations before he initiated the last one, and they're always like, hello, how are you, good, and you, and that's it. I don't always reply. My husband's family owns a small coffee shop. My former friend knows about it. I spend part of my afternoons there while I wait for my daughter to finish her activities. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law are often there, and my 3-year-old son and I stay with them for a couple of hours. So, I was surprised to find my former friend and his girlfriend at the coffee shop last Friday. They had rented a space there for a week since he returned to our city to do some photography and video work. He's a visual artist. Part of his team was with them. It was weird but not a big deal. We crossed paths at the shop, and we all greeted each other. They didn't know I was pregnant, and he looked quite shocked, to be honest, which was weird and made me uncomfortable because he started acting as if he was nervous. They hadn't met my son before. This was the first time they saw him, and although he didn't pay much attention to him, his girlfriend did. It all made me feel uneasy, especially when she started staring at my son so much that it gave me chills. My sister-in-law noticed it, too, without even knowing who she was. I was texting my husband about it and decided to leave the place. My husband and I talked about it that night. He tried to give it a logical explanation and said it was odd, but maybe he chose the coffee shop because it felt familiar, and he said maybe the girlfriend wanted to have kids herself, which is why she was staring so much. Anyway, I decided not to return until they left the coffee shop. They rented it for an entire week. He said he could ask his mom to kick them out, but I didn't want to because it wouldn't be fair to her business. That night, she tried to contact my husband through the coffee shop's Instagram, asking if he was sure our son was his. That was her only text. Are you sure that baby is yours? The text was sent around 2 to 3 a.m., and a bit later, she wrote, he doesn't look at all like you. So it seems like this woman started spiraling, thinking that my husband's and my son are her boyfriends. She described how our baby's hair is curly and light, but he has dark and straight hair. My natural hair is curly and light. He's my baby too. My husband has no access to the shop's account, so the next day, we were woken up by a call from my sister-in-law informing him about this. My husband is completely sure I never cheated on him because I never cheated on him. We weren't even in the country when our son was conceived. My husband was sent out of the country to work for a few months, and we all went with him. This is nuts. She said that 3 years ago, the former friend traveled to our city alone and she now understands why. I also got some texts from my former friend asking if I had said something to his girlfriend like he was accusing me of something and accusing me of what? Tell her what? At this point, I just gave my phone to my husband so he could deal with them. I also started receiving very nasty texts and voice notes from her, calling me horrible things. I wanted just to block both of them, but my husband thought it was better to keep the messages in case we needed to get the police involved. On the other hand, my husband replied to her first message and told her he was 100% sure our son is his and that she should take her insecurities elsewhere. She asked if we had done a paternity test, and he said we didn't need to. She's now demanding we do a paternity test if we have nothing to fear. Direct texts from her address to me have decreased. I'm staying locked in the house with the kids because we're afraid this woman might do something, as she seems unhinged. Of course, they weren't allowed back at the coffee shop. My mother-in-law also refunded their money because she doesn't want more problems and is beyond angry, too. This is also so embarrassing. I can't stop crying. I don't feel in physical danger because they don't know where we live, but I am so full of rage that I can't stop crying. I know this stress is not good for the baby I'm carrying. This morning, my former friend called me. My husband was still at home, so he answered the call. He said his girlfriend does not believe anything he says and practically begged me to please do a paternity test so she can calm down. I already blocked them both. She's now using other accounts to comment on the coffee shop's Instagram, offending me, saying that our baby is an affair baby and I should be ashamed. Update. As sister-in-law's lawyer warned us, poop hit the fan pretty quickly. They received 2 cease and desist letters, one under Eel's business and one from us. These were written by sister-in-law's lawyer and delivered the same day, yesterday, as an emergency matter. He also warned my husband that the girlfriend might get even crazier when she finds out we're taking legal action against them and advised him to be ready for what might be coming. Until this point, my husband was a bit scared she might try to do something to our son or me, but deep down, he didn't believe she was capable of causing us physical harm. Until now. At first, we talked about me and the kids staying locked at home until they returned to their hometown, but then we decided to keep our routines, with slight changes, mostly because our kids don't deserve to suffer the consequences of this woman's actions. Tuesday was alright and very calm, but today, I was driving out of the garage to take our daughter to her dance lesson when the girlfriend crossed my path. I almost ran over her because I didn't see her. She wasn't screaming but was like, "Stop, stop, stop, stop." I did scream, "Sorry for my little ones," but I couldn't help but smile. I froze because what the hell was she doing there? How the hell did she find out where we live? Our toddler was like, "Yeah, whatever," but our daughter was terrified. The girlfriend moved to my side of the car, and I think she wanted to talk, but I really didn't pay attention and couldn't hear her because Moana was playing in the radio. My daughter was crying, my son was starting to freak out, and I just kept driving in reverse to get the hell out of there. Now, I'm thinking about many things I could have done, but in the moment, it was all chaotic, and I just wanted to run away. I called the police when we were far from the house and returned a few minutes later. I was shaking. Then I called my husband, and I took our daughter to the rest of her classes so she could be distracted. It worked for her, but not for me. Jesus Christ. At least in the studio, we were safe and surrounded by people. I asked our mutual friends if they had given her or him our address, but everyone swears that they didn't. I believe them. Yesterday, they had a reunion to which my husband and I were invited, but we refused to go because it was meant to catch up with the former friend and his girlfriend. She didn't show up, and our mutual friends told me the atmosphere was weird. According to what they said, the former friend asked if I was coming, didn't ask about my husband, and kept discreetly bringing me up throughout the night. He only wanted to talk about this mess, asked if I was mad, and dared to say things could return to normal if I did the test. He then proceeded to insult my husband, saying he was controlling me. Now, listen, friends said maybe they misunderstood, but they think he implied my son could be his. I want to throw up. They shut him down because he was upsetting everyone and told him he was being lame, or so they say. That's what happened. So, the reunion ended earlier than expected. We weren't there, but I am angry. My husband is extremely angry, saying if he sees him, he's going to beat the S out of him. I'm extremely worried for our son now. One of my female friends told me the girlfriend texted her, asking if the former friend was actually at the reunion with them, and requested proof, to which my friend refused to send anything. I now realize it was around the same time she was messaging us on social media, insulting me, and telling my husband how she was sure her boyfriend was banging me. I can't with this level of disrespect. Mind you, I was in my pajamas, lying on the sofa like a couch potato, watching TV with my husband at that moment, so jokes with her. It was hard for my husband not to reply, but we followed the lawyer's instructions. We will proceed to sue her for defamation. It is very easy to prove our son was conceived when we were out of the country, but if needed, we'll do the paternity test only if requested by the court or if it helps to fix this sooner. We tried for a PO on Tuesday. We will try again to get one tomorrow, and after the girlfriend showed up at our house and we filed the police report, our lawyer says we will get it for sure as an emergency resource. Legally, she can't visit the coffee shop either. We're staying at my sister-in-law's place tonight. None of my friends know we're here, and they don't even know where she lives. The kids are all right. They know something is happening, but they seem to be at peace. Our daughter was back to normal after her dance lessons. She is excited because she gets to have a sleepover with her cousin. Our son was mad because he missed his bed. He gets to sleep with mom and dad tonight, though I don't think I'll be able to sleep. My husband is installing a Ring camera at our house, just in case he, or both show up. His dad is helping him, so he's not alone, but I will feel more in peace when he comes back to us. We decided on staying here with our son tomorrow. I work from home, so it's not a problem for me. My husband will take and pick up our daughter from school. I'm not scared anymore, but I am. I'm mostly very angry at both of them, but I remain calm for my baby. I'm just focusing on the fact that we are safe at the moment, and that's working to ease my mind. My friend's girlfriend confessed that she is my friend's online bully because she wants to remind him how great she is, but her plan backfired because I exposed her. I knew both of them separately before they met and started dating. They fell in love pretty fast and became a couple. We always thought they were perfect for each other. They were both attractive, fun, energetic people who were crazy about each other and also great friends to the rest of us. After a while, Ben had some family problems back home, which required him to fly back to be with his family. But this would be temporary. Blair has always been great, supportive, and understanding towards Ben. He would always say how happy he was and how proud he was of his relationship. I met Blair recently for a little girl's outing. After a few drinks, she told me that she had created a fake account to test her boyfriend. I thought it was weird, but I didn't say much. She said he didn't reply and blocked the fake account, which should have been the end of her test, in my opinion. But she continued to tell me that she used another fake account to add him and call him names like ugly, good for nothing, and pretty bad stuff. I was flabbergasted and could not believe what the F was happening. I asked her why on earth she'd do such a thing. She explained that she was the best girlfriend he could have, and she just wanted to remind him how great she was so he could appreciate her more. She wanted to show him how horrible the dating pool is and that he should hold on to her tight. I told her this was insane and she needed to stop, but she continued to tell me no, that this was nothing harmful. Ben had told me about a fake account message to him, but I didn't know it was her. Ben assumed it was his ex who was proven to be a stalking weirdo, but now I know it's not her. It's actually his loving girlfriend. I told Blair she needed to stop and that I would love to help her work on the issues that make her act like this. I tried to explain how this would eventually ruin her relationship and Ben's confidence, but she is not listening. So I told her if she didn't stop, I would go ahead and tell Ben everything. I have screenshots of us discussing this matter over text and how she's unwilling to stop. Would I be the if I told Ben everything? My boyfriend says Ben needs to know, and I totally agree because nobody deserves to be treated this way. But some of my friends back home told me not to tell him but instead convince her to come clean, which I've been trying but to no avail. Update: we had a phone call with Ben. My boyfriend was there with me to break the news to him. First, I asked Ben whether the fake accounts were still messaging him, and he said no, not for a week or so. Then I told him that the messages were being sent by Blair and she told me this herself. He didn't understand at all. I told him everything. The girls' night out Blair and I had, how she told me what she was doing and why, how I asked her to stop, but she didn't see the point etc. As I was explaining, I saw my friend Ben losing the spark in his eyes, and I saw the devastation settle in. The horror was real for him. Then, when I was done telling him everything, there was a moment of silence. My boyfriend told him that if he needed or wanted us to help him in any way, we would be more than happy. He thanked us for telling him everything and wanted us to keep this a secret from Blair. He didn't want her to know that he now knew everything. He said he needed time to figure stuff out since it's all a big shock now. I sent him whatever evidence I had, and we ended the call. We didn't hear from Ben again for a couple of days. One night he called my boyfriend to ask for help retrieving a box from his and Blair's apartment. He said Blair would be home to let us in and that we could take the box after checking its contents. He gave us a list of everything that should be in the box. When we arrived, Blair was there with the box, but she seemed off. I asked her how she was doing, and she said not very well cause the antidepressants were weighing on her. She self-diagnosed and started taking unprescribed, illegally obtained antidepressants. I said antidepressants could be dangerous to take on your own due to side effects, and she really should ask a doctor before taking them. She brushed me off, gave us the box, and shut the door on us. We called Ben, told him the box was with us, and asked if he wanted us to send it to him. He said just to keep it safe until he was back. He came back to the country 3 days ago. He went to see Blair, and they had a huge fallout. He confronted her with everything I gave him and she said it was his fault for being absent. Ben said he would be willing to try to understand and help her if she didn't blame him. After all, it's not his fault that his father is dying and he has to be there for his family. He came to fix things, but her reaction blew up everything. He took the remaining belongings and left the house. He's now staying in our spare bedroom. The man is devastated. Blair has been blowing up social media in the past 2 days with lies, posting things about how Ben cheated on her while he was supposed to be helping his family, saying he's always been one foot out the door and she is better off without him. She should have never lowered her standards for him, etc. etc. Ben is not a social media person, so he just deactivated his accounts and is now trying to heal. She's called me to curse at me multiple times. We now all blocked her number and her socials. Ben will be staying with us until he returns home in the upcoming weeks. I tried to help both of my friends and now I'm helping my only friend in this situation. I texted Blair's cousin to let her know that she was taking unprescribed antidepressants, acting erratic, and should see a doctor, and that was it. I don't like this at all. I don't want to be in the middle of all of this, but Ben needed to know the truth. For Ben, he still feels betrayed and shocked, but he also feels that it was for the best that this would end since he cannot trust her anymore.
My friend's girlfriend had a panic attack because of my name and he told me to get out of my own house to calm her down. So I snapped and dragged them both out. I have a small group of friends who decided to have a game night at my place. My friend Nick asked to bring his new girlfriend, Pam. I said sure since none of us had met her yet, dating for 3 months, so it seemed the perfect way to introduce her to the group. The night comes, Nick and Pam are the last to arrive. She greets everyone and Nick introduces her to us all. I welcome her to my home and introduce myself with my full name. She went quiet and asked me to say that again. I was a little weirded out, but I told her my name again. Fake name but let's say Andrew James Manson. She screamed and fell to her knees. Nick immediately consoles her and tries to calm her down. It turns out that she has a fear of serial killers. I share a last name with one from the state I live in because I am also, unfortunately, distantly related to him. It wasn't a big profile case that everyone around the country knows, but it's enough for some locals to wonder if I had a connection to him. This is considered pretty heavy information to most people, so I don't tend to tell it to everyone. My friends all knew at this point, but Pam didn't. Nick said she'd be okay in a while, but then she screamed, "How could you bring me here, you monster?" That seemed really atypical, so I asked her what was wrong. She said that her great aunt was one of the victims and her body was never found. I told her that I'm sorry, but I can't control my genetics. I'm related to Charles Manson. Again, not the real name, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna delete anyone like he did. Then she screamed for me to get out and Nick told me to leave until she calms down. I snapped and that this is my house, so you should leave. He said to be reasonable and understanding cause this is a hard thing for Pam to come down from. But here's where I may be the a-hole. I grabbed my keys from the kitchen and when I went by the living room I heard Pam say, "I can't believe you brought me to a murderer's house." So I snapped. I shouted at her that she has a lot of nerve acting this way the first time we meet her, and how dare she demand that I leave my home and call me a murderer. I grabbed her and Nick's things, threw them at them and demanded they leave right now. Pam wouldn't stop screaming and crying and Nick asked me to be reasonable. I told him to F off if he's okay with his girlfriend insulting me like this. After I kicked them out, our other friends began arguing about how I could be such a dick to someone having a panic attack. The others defended me and think that Pam was out of line and Nick didn't do a damn thing to defend his friend against his girlfriend of 3 months. That it's her own fault for being overly dramatic and demanding just because of a panic attack and Nick is only enabling her. Nick has demanded an apology for Pam and him and I told them both it ain't gonna happen after the way she disrespected me. The petty part of me started calling my place the murder house in the group chat with my friends on my side. I think it's gonna stick. My friend's girlfriend is furious with me because I refused to take home her drunk friend. Now she's losing her mind because she thinks she can control my life. 2 days back, it was Matt's birthday. He invited me and a few of our friends to a small birthday dinner at this restaurant which is also kinda of a bar. The plan was to eat, drink, and chill. Matt's girlfriend, Lisa, also invited a few of her own friends. It was a group of around 15 people. I mostly hung out with my own friends and Matt, and Lisa's friends with her. One of Lisa's friends, Jane, kept trying to talk to me throughout the evening. It was kinda awkward for me as I'm an introvert and the conversations with her felt like they were going nowhere. I'm pretty sure Jane is 20. Part of the reason the conversations were awkward with her was because she sounded like a kid to me. I felt there was a generational gap. Lol. I'm about to be 35. At around 12, I decided to head back home. Jane came up to me and told me that even she wanted to go back home. I was like, okay, cool. Then she asked me if I could drop her off at her house. I asked her where she lived and she told me some address that wasn't even on my way, so I told her to ask someone else to drop her off. She asked me if I was sure I couldn't and I was like, yup, absolutely. Jane was visibly drunk but I figured she had like a group of friends so someone would give her a ride. Also, I was tired as F and just wanted to go back and sleep. The next morning I woke up to some very angry messages from Lisa. She was furious at me for leaving Jane alone at the party. Apparently, they all assumed that since I was hanging out with Jane, I would have the decency to drop her back home. I told her that I talked to Jane for a total of like 15 minutes in the entire 3 to 4 hours and I didn't understand why everyone wanted me to be her personal chauffeur. All of her friends obviously think I'm a huge asshole. Matt has decided to stay neutral on this. Update: Lisa entirely stopped talking to me after the incident. Not that we were close before, but she would sometimes forward reels, etc. on Instagram. Matt was also being distant, but whatever. I got busy with work and forgot about it. A week after the said incident, Matt texted me saying he needed a favor. He said he wanted me to apologize to Jane. I was like, no, I'm not apologizing to her. Matt said that he knows that it's not my fault at all and he's tried explaining this to Lisa but she's adamant that I was an asshole to Jane and made Lisa look bad in front of her. Apparently, Lisa gave Matt an ultimatum saying that if I don't apologize to her and Jane, Matt needs to cut me off. This honestly was some high school BS that Lisa was partaking in, and very toxic. I told Matt the same thing, but he was really desperate and pathetically sad so I agreed to text Jane an apology. I texted her something along the lines of, "Hey, sorry I didn't drop you off at your place like you asked. I was really tired and wasn't thinking. My bad." She replied, "It's alright. Don't worry about it." But this apparently made Jane think I was interested in her or something, and I felt like an absolute idiot for agreeing to apologize. She started texting me a lot. In the beginning, I gave monosyllabic replies but then her texting increased a lot and I straight up hit her with, "Please stop texting me. I'm not interested." This hurt her and she snitched about this to Lisa. Again, high school BS, and Lisa started threatening Matt to go NC with me. They fought about this non-issue for like a week, and this made Matt realize that Lisa was really toxic and they broke up. Jane hasn't tried contacting me either. Life is peaceful, for the time being.
My friend's rich boyfriend wants to pay me to wear a skimpy maid outfit to an exclusive party, and my friend is calling me boring for refusing. Now, she regrets everything. So I live with my friend and she recently met a guy at a beach party. She's pretty much obsessed with him because he comes from a well-known, well-off family in the area and has a certain level of status associated with him. She told me they were sort of dating and obviously I've been supportive throughout it all, as a friend. However, I've met him a few times and I don't exactly hold favorable opinions of him. I didn't tell my friend because I wasn't fully sure of my views yet and I didn't want to be negative. Anyway, he's throwing a party soon and invited my friend. He asked her to bring me along too. He said it was a themed party and that everyone would be assigned a character/style to wear. He sent my friend a picture of our outfits, 2 skimpy as hell made costumes sprawled on a bed. I immediately told her that I wouldn't be wearing that poop and especially not to a party with a bunch of strangers. Initially, she thought I was kidding but then understood that I was serious. She said that wearing these fits isn't a big deal at all and that I need to stop being so prudish and serious. I told her that it is very humiliating that this guy thinks it's perfectly fine to request 2 women to wear that to his party. Like you're seriously asking two girls who are clearly not as rich as you to dress up as maids to your party? I asked her if she seriously saw nothing wrong with it and she said no. She explained that he just has a weird taste and that it might be a weird rich people thing. I told her again that I will not be wearing some skimpy ass maid costume. Not only is it embarrassing, it is especially disrespectful to me because I don't have any sort of meaningful relationship with the guy and yet he thought it was appropriate to include me in this request. I told her that I wouldn't be wearing the clothes, wouldn't be going to the party, and would from now on avoid her new boyfriend altogether. We had a massive argument and she said that I'm lame, boring, and not a supportive friend. She said that instead of helping her I'm ruining everything and being a killjoy. When she fed back to the guy that I'm refusing to participate, he even asked her if getting paid for it would change my mind. That made it even worse. Apparently, he told her that I have the right attitude, which makes no sense as I've been combative all this time, and that his friends would love to get to know me. I'm just getting angry typing this. I was pretty upset and told my dad about the situation. The party is tomorrow night and my friend decided to go alone, and she's not really talking to me. RN. Am I the asshole, or is she? I feel strangely very guilty even though I'm standing up for my boundaries. Update. So, the party happened last night, and as expected, I didn't go. My friend got all dolled up in that skimpy maid costume and headed off on her own. We barely spoke before she left, just exchanged a few words like, "Are you seriously not coming?" And no, I already told you. The vibe was super tense, and it felt like everything we had argued about was just hanging in the air between us. I won't lie, I was curious to know how the night would go, but I wasn't about to break my stance. Instead, I stayed home, chilled with a movie, and tried to distract myself, even though I kept thinking about her. She finally came back this morning, around 5 a.m., looking like a complete mess. Her makeup was all smeared, and she just had this vibe that something didn't go right. I didn't want to be pushy, so I didn't ask right away. Eventually, she started talking about the party, and here's the kicker. Turns out, the whole thing was way worse than I imagined. She said it started fine but quickly spiraled into something she wasn't comfortable with. Apparently, the themed part of the party was more like a thin veil for everyone to act wild and inappropriately. A bunch of the guys kept making lewd jokes about her costume, and things got uncomfortable fast. She said the guy, let's call him beach party dude, barely paid any attention to her after the first hour. He spent most of the night talking to his friends and other girls, which left her feeling like an accessory, exactly like I'd warned. But the thing that really hit her was how fake the whole crowd was. It was clear that none of them actually cared about her or even knew her name. She said there were moments when she felt completely out of place, even though she'd been so excited about it all. She admitted she wished she had listened to me and that she felt stupid for letting the guy's status blind her to how he really treated her, and me, for that matter. But at the same time, she didn't outright apologize, which kinda bugged me. I guess she's processing her own stuff right now. I'm still a bit pissed, to be honest. The fact that it took her actually experiencing the disaster for her to see my point makes me feel both validated and frustrated. I'm relieved I stood my ground, but the whole situation just leaves a bitter taste. I hate that we fought, and part of me feels bad that she had to go through that, but at the same time, I'm glad I avoided what could have been a very awkward, if not downright degrading, night.
My friends all excluded me from their wedding and claimed I was ruining it. I, 28, used to have a friend group of about 10 people back when we were in middle and high school. Then college happened and we all drifted apart. Nothing happened to make us drift apart, just growing up and losing contact. Still friends but not talk all the time. Hang out regularly friends if that makes sense. But of course, some of us stayed close friends with each other. One person from this friend group, Kayla, fake name, 28, is getting married in a few weeks. I didn't get an invitation but I wasn't hurt. I understood. We didn't stay close friends. But then I was hanging out with my best friend Bob, 28, who was also in that friend group, a few days ago, and he mentioned that he was going to the wedding. I was a little surprised but I just told him I hoped he had a good time. He asked if I was going and I told him no, I didn't get an invite. He said that was strange because everyone else from the group was going. 2 of them were plus ones as they were dating or married to other ones who got an invite. But they were all going and Kayla knew it and even told Bob she was really happy that the gang was getting back together on her special day. I told Bob I was kinda hurt by that but I didn't want to make a big deal of it. 2 days pass. Kayla calls me fuming mad that I was whining that I didn't get an invite to anyone who would listen. I told her that I wasn't. I explained to her what happened. She said that she's been getting texts and calls from other members of the group saying that she should have included me and wanted me to put a stop to it. I said I would do my best and that I was sorry that I caused her this trouble. She thanked me for the apology and hung up. I called Bob and asked him why he spread this around and he said that he didn't mean to. He felt bad that I was hurt and he wanted to ask someone else from the group if they knew why I wasn't invited and she spread it around, I guess, and everyone wanted to know why Kayla cut me out specifically, so they started asking her. So I made a Facebook group chat with all of them and politely asked them to leave Kayla alone. That I was just hurt in the moment and vented about it to my best friend and that's where it should have stayed. They all said okay and apologized to Kayla. Yesterday Kayla made a Facebook post ranting about me without saying my name and said she had to hire security and give them a photo of me to make sure I didn't try to crash the wedding. Something I would never do. The comments under the post were calling her out. She called me again and screamed at me that I was ruining her wedding and told me that some of the friends are considering not going to the wedding now. And now I'm just wondering if I should have just kept my mouth shut or stood up for myself or what.
My friends branded me as their rich friend and expected me to cover for everything, so I left them without paying. Have an amazing group of friends, 7 people. from university. We met in our second year and have been super close ever since. For context, we go to a relatively expensive college with no scholarship, so it's safe to assume all of us are somewhat well off. When we were first getting to know each other, we often went out for brunch and drinks and split the bill most of the time. However, I've been brought up to never let others pay and would offer to cover the bill whenever I could. No one else offered to cover, but I believe it's just not common where they're from. A few months ago we were talking about our parents' occupations and I told them about my family. A quick Google search of my name brings up my father's page, however they had never connected the dots regarding our relationship. My father is well known in the real estate industry and makes quite a bit of money. Since then, I've been labeled as the rich friend in our group. Whenever we go shopping, I'm expected to buy expensive items for myself and ride Uber everywhere instead of using public transport. When I do shop cheaper, it becomes a spectacle. I also feel guilty whenever I withdraw only my portion in cash, since I can tell it makes everyone else uncomfortable to dig through their bags for their share. Therefore, I often just end up covering anyway. A few weeks ago, it was one of my friend's 21st birthday and I told him I would pay for any activity as a birthday gift. We went out and had a nice dinner as a group. I didn't mind since I offered. What bothered me was when I turned 20 recently and was hoping my friends would take care of me for one day. I usually never have this expectation, but was really let down since I always seem to be the one treating everyone else even on my special day. My last straw was when we went on vacation recently to my home country. They, as usual, made plans for a pub crawl night. I initially didn't intend on going since I had scheduled dinner with my parents later that night. I eventually caved and ended up going for only a few hours. During that time I had maybe one drink but hadn't eaten all night. I decided to call it a night after 2 hours to go have dinner with my family. Before I was leaving, however, one of my friends asked if I could quickly cover the tab before I left. I would have usually agreed, but this circumstance felt different since I hadn't eaten and barely drank. I also didn't want to come in the first place. This time, it seemed like they were trying to use me to pay even if it was unintentional. I simply said I would, but left without paying. I got a text later from one of them saying, "I thought you said you paid, lol. How was dinner?" We brushed over that instance quite easily, but their behavior from that night still bothers me. It seems like I have become the rich friend character that always pays for their friends. How do I fix this without seeming like an update? As of now, the best option seems to be to blame it on a third party, even if that may not be so kind to my dad, haha. I might bring up that I have an allowance so I can start cutting back on expenses.
My friends left me out of their wedding and did not invite me. Now they are making me the bad guy because I did not RSVP. A friend, Greg, in my circle of friends met Shannon about 5 years ago and they immediately hit it off. Everybody instantly fell in love with Shannon because she's friendly and really fun to hang out with. They were everybody's favorite couple and really made our hangouts much more fun. We all knew they were perfect for each other. They both made our crew that much better. The engagement was expected but much welcome news. Our friend circle was buzzing about the inevitable wedding. Then the invitations went out. You know those save the date magnets that people send out? Well, it really sucks seeing them on everybody else's fridge when I visited friends knowing I didn't get one and wasn't invited. Feeling left out really sucks. But it gets worse. I completely understand how stressful wedding planning is and I believe nobody should feel that they have to invite people they don't want to their wedding. It's their day and their ceremony and they shouldn't have to have people there who they don't want there. I didn't cause a fuss or express to anyone that I was hurt that I felt excluded from the wedding and by extension, excluded from the group. I didn't want to be looked on in an even worse way that I feel I was apparently being looked at. But one friend actually stood up for me. When their wedding came up in conversation and people talked about booking flights and rooms, destination wedding in New York City, eventually I was asked if I booked yet. I said, me and my girlfriend, weren't invited. Nobody could believe it, but I insisted that I wasn't upset because I know how situations like this can go. I didn't want to cause trouble because then the happy couple might resent me. Then I'd be the bad guy. I heard through other friends that my friend Tracy thought it was really messed up that I wasn't invited. She and I never spoke of how I wasn't invited to the wedding, but she really felt a certain way about it. So a month before the destination wedding I got a text from Greg basically saying sorry for forgetting to send an invite, but that they would love to have us come to the wedding. It was way too late at that point for me. I couldn't get away from my job and I didn't have a chance to put money aside for a year for an expensive NYC destination wedding like everyone else did. I didn't even get a save the date. Every flight and hotel, no rooms where everyone else was staying, obviously. Too late for that, was unaffordable for me. I texted him back that I couldn't make it. The wedding came and went and I felt bad about everything. I saw the Facebook pictures of my friends all having the time of their lives. It looked like a great wedding. There's even a picture of just the group of friends labeled the crew. I don't think I've ever felt so left out. Honestly, it really made me feel worthless and unwanted. So naturally the typical thought surfaced. They don't like you. They think you're annoying. They think you're an asshole. If you can't identify the schmuck in a group of friends, that means you're it. They think you try way too hard to be nice and think you're a phony. Then as if it couldn't get any worse, Shannon messaged me on Facebook asking why I didn't RSVP and said they missed me at the wedding. RSVP? RSVP? Doesn't one have to be invited in order to RSVP? Everybody has a year to prepare between getting save the dates and actual wedding invitations. I got a text message a month before the wedding. Just as I feared, I'm being made out to be the bad guy and I even made a point to keep my feelings to myself and play it cool. But as usual, I didn't say this to her because I knew how I would end up looking. I actually apologized for, I don't even know, but I made a point to mention how I spoke with Greg about it. I also made sure to compliment the wedding pictures and say it looked like fun. I did everything I could in that conversation to make it easier on her, and of course, now I feel like a total schmuck. That was this past summer and I haven't seen them since. I feel like that's it for me in the group now. I see some of the friends in our group every now and then, but everything feels different now. None of them even responded to my birthday party Facebook invite this month. I feel like things are being said behind the scenes and I feel completely out of the loop. It felt like a passive-aggressive message that maybe Greg and Shannon never actually liked me. My fiancée gets along great with Shannon and she's just confused. Seeing her confusion just makes my heart break even more because she's a sweetheart who's never offended anybody in her life. I wish I could break it to her that I'm just the guy in the group that Greg and Shannon think sucks, but I don't know how, and I feel like a complete loser who deserves this. I'll always appreciate Tracy for sticking up for me. She may never know how awesome it feels hearing about how she told everybody it was messed up that I was left out. I haven't even spoken to her about how the whole thing made me feel, or anybody for that matter, because I didn't want it to appear like I am making a stink and become even more disliked. This whole thing just effing sucks. I feel like I don't have friends anymore. And to make it worse, soon I'll have a wedding of my own and I'm afraid I won't have any friends there, except for Tracy. Of course. How am I supposed to handle who I invite so it doesn't seem like I'm leaving people out for petty revenge? Update 1. I half took everyone's advice and brought it up with Tracy. She just confirmed that Shannon was full of poop when she asked me why she didn't get my RSVP and wanted to absolve herself of guilt. I'm not sure if they forgot or if I just wasn't invited yet, but Tracy said we'd talk about it more tonight when she gets out of work. Final update. I spoke about it in depth with Tracy. It turns out Greg's best man, someone who was never in the gang but grew up with Greg, always hated me and Greg thinks I'm annoying. Shannon later felt bad they chose not to invite me and pressured him to invite me over text knowing I wouldn't be able to make it. Also, it wasn't only Tracy who thought it was wrong that I didn't get an invite, and the chatter is what made Shannon ask me why I didn't RSVP, to make it seem like my invite was lost in the mail. It feels better knowing this because, like I said, they don't have to have people they don't want at their wedding. But knowing Greg doesn't like me effing hurts because I always thought we were friends. Turns out he's the phony. Unfortunately, everybody else, except for Tracy and a few others, liked Greg more than me, so they kind of felt like they had to choose a side after Tracy brought up why I didn't get invited. Lots of people are feeling guilty about this. They still felt like they had to choose a side for whatever reason. Probably because most of them went to high school with Greg. Oh well.
My friends told me that I ruined their vacation and called me selfish for not helping to babysit their children. Now our friendship is shattered. Good riddance. I just got back from a vacation with two of my longtime friends, Kate and Mary. I've known them both since university, and we've always been close. The three of us had been planning this Bali trip for a few months, along with our husbands and their kids. They both have children under 5, while my husband Jake and I are child-free. We agreed to split the cost of a 4-bedroom villa 3 ways, and everything seemed fine at first. Jake and I arrived in Bali earlier than the rest of the group because we had different flights. Once we got to the villa, we waited to choose rooms with our friends and didn't mind when they both chose the ones with en-suites. We had a great time during the trip. Jake and I did some couples activities, massages, hiking, dinners, but we also spent time with Kate and Mary and their families whenever it worked for everyone. To be nice, I even surprised them with massages to give them a break. The only thing that made me uncomfortable was that whenever I ordered a drink, a cocktail before dinner, or a glass of wine with meals, I get comments like, "Oh, you're drinking again?" For context, I'm a social drinker and don't drink often, but we were on vacation, and I didn't think it was a big deal, especially since our husbands were drinking too. I just ignored the comments so I could enjoy the trip. On the last night, Jake and I made plans with the guys to go out, and Kate and Mary said they were staying in to pack. Jake convinced me to join him, and since it was the last night of our vacation, I didn't want to stay in either. We went out and had a great time. We got home at 1 a.m. and I passed out straight after. The next morning was a bit chaotic with everyone packing and checking out, but we all made it back home without issue. We had booked business class seats back, so we were separated during the flight and said quick goodbyes at the airport. A week after returning home, I got a long text from Kate saying that both she and Mary wanted to reduce contact with me because I had ruined their vacation. They mentioned several things, like me drinking every night, that I wasn't acting like a girl's girl, that I booked different flights, didn't hang out with them enough, and that I was selfish for not helping with their kids. She even said I was just focused on partying and not acting my age. This message really hurt me. I cried after reading it, and I honestly don't know what to think. I thought I was just enjoying my vacation, but clearly, they had a very different view. I haven't responded yet, and my husband has been asking what's bothering me, but I don't know what to say. Update. I spoke with Mary by text, and she said she agreed on most parts, and they both have had a problem with me for ages because I invited them to our only organized adult-only events and nothing family-friendly, which isn't true. I was the one who organized her baby shower. I added both of my ex-friends to a group chat to discuss my feelings. Throughout the interaction, no apology for their passive-aggressive comments or even acknowledgement that I tried to be accommodating. I gave them better rooms, organized massages, kept our shared space organized, made all the dinner reservations, helped prep snacks, got gifts for them and the kids. Mary just said that she's sorry it's come to this, and Kate just ignored me. I was so disappointed in these women who I thought were my friends. I blocked them and unfollowed them on social media. I am going to share this Reddit post with our mutual friends who want the tea. I told Jake about it. He just said good riddance. I'm going to Japan next March and Fiji in December for a wedding. I'll be posting on social media with the caption "Finally a real vacation."
My friends tricked me into breaking up with my boyfriend 8 years ago. I want him back now. I knew my ex-beau since we were both 11 years old. Our families were neighbors and became very close friends. We started dating in our junior year of high school. He took me to prom, to homecoming dance, and we both picked a college that was in the state that had majors we were both interested in. Everyone expected us to get married when we went off to college. The college we went to was 3 hours from our town, and it was closer to a major city in our state, and it was a bit of a culture shock for the two of us. Bo had issues at first making new friends, but I sort of jived with the gals in class. My new friends didn't think much of Bo. They kept telling me I could do better than Bo. They thought Bo was slow-witted. They thought he was too religious. They said Bo would just pull me back down to our small town, anchor me with children, and we'd both be stuck as hicks. It reached the boiling point on my 21st birthday. 2 of my girlfriends came to me claiming they saw Bo cheating on me. They were stone-faced, they kept to their stories, and I foolishly believed them. I confronted Bo and started screaming at him. Bo didn't apologize, he didn't beg and plead. Instead, he got cold and mad. He said that he never trusted my friends, that they were playing me, and he thought I was better than this. I didn't believe him and I let him walk away. He promised that if I took their word without even looking at them critically, that we were over. And he kept his word. From that day, he wouldn't even look at me. He wouldn't talk to me, he wouldn't acknowledge I existed. For the rest of college, he never dated anyone. He just worked, went to class, and graduated early. My friends, they set me up on a ton of dates. I had a bit of a wild college ride, racking up a body count in the 80s before leaving. Once I graduated, I tried to get established in life, but my college friends kept just wanting to hang out, chill, or party. It honestly got tiring, and I couldn't believe I had the energy to do this for nearly 4 years while getting an education. It was when I was 23 that one of the girls called me a stick in the mud and said something along the lines of, "I can't believe we went through the effort of breaking you up with Bo if you were just going to become a wallflower." I couldn't believe it. She went into detail about how easy it was, and I felt disgusted. I didn't give Bo another thought after the breakup. I thought he was a cheater, and I told my family, who told his family, and it strained his relationship with his mom for many years. But after that point, I couldn't stop thinking about him. I told my family the truth about what happened with Bo. This apparently helped repair the relationship Bo had with his mother. Apparently, Bo's mom liked me quite a bit, and she went out of her way to sabotage Bo's relationships with any girl he brought over to meet the parents. My mom said Bo's mom did it very discreetly, but after finding out the truth, Bo's mom came clean and Bo nearly cut her out of his life. She apparently begged and pleaded, and was able to work from there. I have many unfinished drafts of emails to Bo, some saying I wish to catch up, others begging for forgiveness and pleading for him to come back to me. But any news I got on Bo after the blow-up with his mom has been sparse. Bo doesn't do social media, and I had no idea where he lived. I found out this year that Bo has been married for 3 years, and has a 2-year-old son. He has moved back to our hometown, and I saw him at the grocery store when I went to visit my parents 2 weeks ago. He didn't see me, or at least I think he didn't. But, there he was with his wife and child, and I instantly felt a swirl of emotions. Jealousy, rage, regret, depression. Even now, seeing him with his full family, I still want to beg him for a chance, which makes me feel awful, but at the same time I feel like I should at least say my piece. I talked to my mom about it, and all she said was the chickens come home to roost. Don't make trouble for Bo. I just know that if I can't talk to Bo one last time, I will regret it for the rest of my life. What do I do?
My future mother-in-law was trying to squeeze into my wedding dress and ripped it. I've been engaged to my fiancé for a year. We're planning to be married in December. My soon-to-be mother-in-law is extremely upset about this. I always knew that she wasn't really my biggest fan. She's polite and very fake-friendly, but she'll do things like sit on my fiancé's lap, or tuck his hair behind his ear, and cut his food for him, especially the crust off his sandwiches. On occasion I actually saw her actually feed him in public. Future mother-in-law is very upset about our destination wedding, which is Colombia. She has started exposing her prejudiced ways when talking about it. I try to limit her exposure to my wedding planning, though when I do this, she complains to my fiancé behind my back on how she's being excluded. She came over yesterday, theoretically to see our new house, but instead offered the following criticisms. She hates my engagement ring. Our house is an extravagant display of wealth and just isn't us. It's a townhouse that we got a steal on. I'm getting overweight. Need to watch the calories so I can fit into my dress. Future, meanwhile, is bragging about her diet and how chic and slenderizing her mother of the bride dress is. This delightful conversation was interrupted by my fiancé asking me to help him put a bed in the spare guest room together, so I left her to her own devices and Netflix while I helped. About 40 minutes into assembly, I went to take a bathroom break and headed into the master bedroom, and what do I find, but future mother-in-law struggling to yank my dress over her head but was stuck. I blurted out, "What the hell?" And she immediately started stammering, "Oh my god." At that point my number one concern was her tearing the sheer backing of my dress, so I rushed over to help her. It was all for nothing, as she managed to scratch her way through the back of the dress and completely destroy the sheer material. She burst the side zipper of the dress and got a dirty footprint on the train. I asked her, as soon as I got her out of the dress, what the hell she was thinking. She responded that she was just trying to make sure the dress would fit me, because if the dress fit her, then it absolutely fit me too. If it didn't fit her, then I obviously had some work to do. Never mind that I just had my final fitting and it had fit like a glove. My future fiancé is very disturbed by what happened. I'm also disturbed, mostly because I doubt she was trying to just try on the dress for funsies. There was also a bouquet of dried flowers on the bed that wasn't there before. I think she was actually trying to pretend she was the bride, which for so many reasons, is so wrong. She hasn't offered to pay for any of the repairs to the dress. A section of the train is ripped. I have no idea how much it's going to cost until I can get to the seamstress tomorrow. In the meantime, in lieu of an apology, she's lecturing me on spending so much money on a wedding dress, and clearly the trouble she had getting into the dress was a sign to get something less dramatic and ostentatious.
My future sister-in-law continuously called my car a piece of junk, so I opened her door and dropped her off in the middle of nowhere on her engagement night. My brother's engagement dinner was last night. I don't like his fiancée for several reasons. She's mean and brutally honest with her comments about my life. Always tries to belittle me every chance she gets, like belittling my degree and living situation. I'm civil, though I have a temper, and sometimes I can be mean towards those with no respect. My wife passed away from breast cancer. We bought a car, and it's the first decent car we got my wife, and I didn't make a lot of money, so it was a challenge to save up. It was her choice, so I make sure to keep it maintained regularly. My brother's fiancée made comments about it, calling it a piece of junk, and it hurt cause it's part of mine and my wife's past. When the party was over, my cousin left and my brother didn't want to take an Uber. He wanted me to give them a ride. I said okay, but his fiancée stood there saying she wasn't going to ride in that piece of junk on her engagement night. I got really annoyed by this comment, and my mom, who was in the passenger seat, did too. My brother spent 5 minutes convincing her, and she finally got inside the car, but didn't stop with her constant criticisms of how awful and dirty my car was, and continuously calling it a piece of junk. My brother said nothing, so I made eye contact via the rearview mirror and said if she called my car a piece of junk one more time, she was out. I don't care if I drop her off in the middle of nowhere. My brother's fiancée went quiet for a few minutes, then commented on the necklace that was hanging from the rearview mirror, calling it ugly and asking why I'd hang cheap, ugly stuff to make this piece of junk even uglier. I effing had it. That necklace belongs to my wife, for Christ's sake. I got mad. I stopped the car and told her to shut the F up and get the F out. My brother asked if I was serious while mom was trying to get me to continue driving. I repeatedly told her to get out, but didn't, so I got out, walked up to her side, and opened the door for her to step out. She started crying, and my brother called me nuts for acting out like that. I told both of them to get out, and they did. I drove off, and mom didn't stop yelling, saying I couldn't leave them on the street. They just gotten engaged, and told me to turn around and pick them up, but I screamed at her to stay the F out of it or she'll join them. She told the family what I did, and my dad was pissed, saying it was disgraceful to do this to my brother and his fiancée and should be ashamed of myself for making a scene on their engagement night. He said I need serious help for my anger and should have just sucked it up till I got home. Mid-argument I walked out, leaving him to talk to himself. I'm sure my brother doesn't want to see me for letting him down on a special night in his life, but his fiancée was being disrespectful. So was Ita?
My future sister-in-law uninvited me to their wedding because I refused to go to confession so I could take communion, so I told them thanks and went home. I, 31, have 3 siblings, 40, 38, and 27, and we have a good relationship despite the age gaps between some of us. My older siblings are both married and so am I. The wedding in question is my younger brother's. My younger brother Luke is engaged to his girlfriend of a year, Emma, 28. She is nice, I guess, but we have never really clicked and are just polite to each other. Something important is that we are all Catholic, but not really hardcore ones, and some of us are even lapsed. I do believe this whole situation started just when I met her for the first time. I look younger than Luke, and it has always been a sibling joke that I am truly the baby of the family. Most people who meet us assume he is older than me, but nobody has had issues with it until Emma. The day I met her, she kind of scoffed when I said I was happy the baby had a proper girlfriend. She has this weird thing about being the eldest in her family and refused to believe I was older than her until I showed her my ID. She has been hot and cold with me since then, often infantilizing me or trying to have a sort of boss attitude. I just let her be and usually ignore her since I have no time to try and beg for her friendship, so I am just polite and civil. Always include her when planning stuff but don't really make an effort. The family knows about it, but we just shrugged it off to different personalities. Then the wedding planning started. Emma decided I could not be in the wedding party since I was not married in a church. Fine by me. Then she requested that immediate family submit their dress plans so she could check it fit the wedding dress code. Whatever. You see where this is going, I hope? You'll see I have not gone to confession or have communion in more than a decade. If I go to a mass for whatever reason, I am respectful and simply sit or stay standing during the rites I don't participate in. Well, this is not good enough for her, and she says I need to take communion during their wedding. I said no, and she has not taken it well. For the most part I avoid her, as I said before, but this time I wasn't gonna say yes or risk an issue. I told her for taking communion one needs to go to confession, and I didn't want to. She said all immediate family is doing it and it would look bad if I didn't. I told her sure, fine. Then I'll just go have communion in front of everybody but won't do confession. She said if this was gonna be my attitude, I was uninvited from the wedding because I clearly wanted to ruin the day for her. I turned to my brother and told him thanks, gave him a thumbs up, and went home. My family understood my reasoning and said they respect everybody's choices, but I shouldn't have said what I said. I told them I really didn't want to go to the wedding anymore and I didn't owe Emma explanations of my life. I only called my grandma because she heard what happened and asked me not to disrespect the church by doing the communion without confession. I promised I wouldn't do it and she is fine with me now. I got a text from my brother wanting to compromise, so I replied by asking if the other lapsed people were being made to take confession too. He said no because it was only nuclear family members. I find it funny since all the others are clearly older than her and she just behaves like this with me and the youngsters. Am I the a-hole? Update 1 day later. Things have moved, but I wouldn't call any of this a positive progress. I would like to clear something I kept seeing in the comments. I won't request a special blessing or go in the queue for communion. It isn't about the blessing or the compromise but the singling me out. I often just stay quiet or take a general family blessing if we go to weddings, etc. I have no issue with compromises. I have an issue with Emma and her ridiculousness. I don't know why she has this thing with me. I do look young but not like a teen or a child obviously. She has 2 younger sisters and is very authoritative with them. I have witnesses her being very my way or the highway with younger people, so she has issues for sure. The confrontation from the last post was on Tuesday and today we had lunch at my grandma's. I think you should also know that my brothers have a tricky relationship, as in they are not as close with each other as they are with other siblings. My older brother Robert is very no-nonsense and he has never been a fan of Emma, but he didn't think he should have to intervene because Luke is an adult and capable of navigating relationships. All this is gonna be relevant, I promise. We visit grandma a lot since she lives by herself and we truly enjoy her company. Today we were all there because she is over this drama already. After a lunch, that was more like snacking to be honest, she asked us all to clear the air. Emma continued with her rant about me being a disrespectful person and that she was asking the bare minimum from me. My grandma asked her why she had no issue with her not taking communion, and Emma said that she was her elder and for sure her reasons were more than a tantrum like it was in my case. She also repeated that she was asking this of all the siblings and I was the only one that was being difficult with her tiny request. This is where everything crumbled for her. I mentioned in the comments that Robert is also lapsed and he was already exhausted by this situation. He asked her why she had no issues with him not taking communion and she looked like a kid that was caught. She didn't have a proper answer. Robert then asked her if she even knew why he and Grandma had lapsed. She shook her head and looked at Luke for help. Luke on the other hand was staring angrily at Robert and me but said nothing. Robert explained to Emma he was the reason Grandma became lapsed. When Robert was a teen he came out as gay and was so worried about our grandparents' reaction since they were very active in the Catholic Church. Grandma felt awful about it and even worse when she went and spoke about this with the then priest of her church. That priest was super old school and told her that Robert was committing sins, he was going to hell, he needed to find his way. The whole 9 yards. Grandma didn't take that so well and simply stopped going to church and started spending that time with her grandchildren. Over the years she started getting into the whole community again, but she decided she was done taking the sacraments. She respects parts of the church but can't fully reconcile with it. Emma was a bit confused since Robert is married to a woman and he explained he is bisexual and ended up with a woman just as he could have ended with a man. He also commented they are not married in the church, but that didn't matter to her like it mattered when it came to me. He asked her directly what was her problem with me. Long story short, she said I was rude since the beginning and kept treating Luke wrong. Oh, and I also was very snarky about looking younger than her. Crickets. She is a beautiful, successful woman, so I still don't understand her obsession, but it seems like she wants people to see I respect her and what she says. I just started laughing. She started crying and saying I turned my grandma against her. My grandma told her to stop blaming people for her being a negative person and she was always going to side with me over her. Luke got upset at that and asked her why she was not supporting him, and she simply said she doesn't support him being a lapdog for a crazy woman. More was said. Nothing got truly resolved. I was kind of invited again but declined going. Grandma is undecided if she even wants to go at all. My older siblings told Luke they will go to the ceremony if he seeks couples therapy or at least therapy. My parents are having headaches and now dislike Emma so much they can't hide it. Oh, and yes, Grandma spoke with the priest and he wants them to do extra premarital counseling or he won't officiate. Update 2 days later, my brother has gone too far and I decided to be done with him. He made our grandma cry and I think permanently damaged a lot of his relationships. I want to mention some of my cousins and other family members thought I was just stubborn and creating drama, but now there is no longer my side or Emma's side. Maybe he always felt this way, but the issue he has with Robert is absolutely ridiculous. He was so upset with what Grandma said about him being Emma's lapdog that he called her to speak about it. I was obviously not present for the conversation, but Grandma told me what happened and Luke confirmed it. He told her that it was unfair of me to ask Robert for help since he was her favorite grandchild and would get her to side with me no matter how wrong I was. He also told her that many of the cousins believed this and that it was so obvious since she even left her religion for him. He claimed the other LGBTQ+ members of the family, most were not even born when Robert came out by the way, doubted if she would do it for them. So Grandma explained to Luke and then call every single one of her grandchildren to ask them how they felt and explain to each a part we didn't know. She said that when Robert came out and she spoke with the old priest, he hinted about knowing of places to set Robert straight. Grandma had heard horror stories from these places and so had Robert, and they both spoke with my parents together about that not being an option at all. My parents never intended to send Robert there and are very casual Catholics, but Grandma wanted to cover the bases just in case. I was told Grandma sounded like she had been crying on the phone, and after the first couple of calls, which went from oldest to youngest, the group chat started to blow. Robert is livid. Our LGBTQ+ cousins are livid and say Luke lied. Even the cousins that were telling me to stop being a stubborn head are livid. By the time I was up for my call, I was already on the way to Grandma's. 2 of my cousins were already there and the youngest one, Sarah, 16F, was ready to literally fight Luke. For a bit of levity, Sarah is about 35 centimeters smaller than Luke and the image of her swinging at him made me laugh a bit. She asked if I was making fun of her and I just explained the whole mental image of her trying to hit him and she admitted it was kind of funny. What I didn't tell her is I would love to slap some sense into Luke. She looked puffy-faced and kept asking everybody if they truly felt unloved by her, saying she would do everything for any of us, explaining how Robert was the oldest grandchild but that didn't mean she loved the rest any less. She is a strong woman, but I think something inside her broke a little with the thought she hurt her grandchildren. It was a poop show, a big one, and I was just so done with Luke. My parents have been passive towards the situation so far because I asked them to, but after they heard what happened they told him they need time away from him. Robert is simply disgusted and decides to not speak with him anymore, which he communicated through the cousin group chat with Luke responds that this is why Emma's help on reigning all of us would be so beneficial if we just let her. He also added how Robert never cared for him or anybody really and he just tried to be the center of attention all the time. He cited his coming out, his announcement he was gonna marry a woman, the birth of his child. It was ridiculous. He came out when Luke was a toddler and for many years only our parents and grandparents knew. He announced he was gonna marry his now wife through a text but didn't interfere or took from anybody. His child was born 4 months before Luke's graduation and apparently that was a big issue for Luke that he never commented. Maybe I am biased, maybe I am selfish like Emma claims, but I call bullshit on his tantrum. Every single one of the cousins has been helped, babysat, tutored, gotten out of trouble, you name it by Robert. He isn't perfect but he isn't the conniving ass Luke is claiming. Maybe Luke has always felt inadequate and we didn't notice, maybe it was his last-ditch effort, maybe Emma has manipulated him so far that he can't come back. It doesn't matter anymore. If he does marry Emma I wish him the best, if he doesn't I hope he goes to therapy. Regardless of what he decides he burned so many bridges and hurt so many people, I don't see this resolving anytime soon. For now I will focus on my grandma and making her feel better. I feel extremely guilty because it was Emma's situation with me that opened this can of worms. I know I shouldn't but it's hard not to.
My gay best friend refuses to accept I'm bisexual because he hates women. He stopped talking to me when I got a girlfriend. Steve and I have been friends for over 10 years and we've been inseparable since we were kids. I loved him like a brother and he was a good pillar of support when we went to college. This exposed us to a completely different world where we were able to learn things our conservative families didn't teach us, like the concept of queerness. Quickly into college, Steve realized that he was gay. It didn't take long for me to come to the same conclusion. Since I was attracted to men and didn't know anything about being queer, I thought I was gay too. Steve and I found other queer people and our new friend circle was made of gay people. We couldn't tell our families that we were queer, so Steve and I could only depend on each other. We even started dating men, but our initial relationships weren't very serious. After my first gay relationship ended, I realized that I was attracted to both men and women. I was bisexual. I told this to my group of queer friends, who said that I was going through a phase, that years of brainwashing was the reason I was attracted to women, that I would get over it and they told me that I was gay. Steve refused to accept that I was bisexual and told me that bisexuality wasn't real. He said I either liked one or the other, I couldn't like both. I tried to convince him but he refused to accept that I wasn't gay. We were roommates and this started causing a lot of tension between us. We would constantly fight over this because Steve would ask me every day if my phase was over. He even had me take an "Am I gay?" quiz, which just doesn't work. I told him to let it go because I was done trying to convince him I was bisexual. Somehow, he took this as a sign that I had come to terms with me being gay. So, things went back to normal between us and I had 2 more gay relationships. Steve would use this as ammo to say that I never liked girls and was just brainwashed with my parents' ideals. This actually made me really uncomfortable and it was a big reason why I ended those relationships. To cheer me up over my breakups, Steve and our friends took me to a bar. That's where I met my current girlfriend Mary. Her and I hit it off immediately and my feelings for her felt natural. We exchanged numbers and kept talking for a week before I invited her to my apartment. She was so amazing and I wanted to show her off to all my friends. I introduced her to Steve but his vibe was really off. I didn't think much of it at the time, but when Mary was leaving, Steve glared at her. I asked him what that was about and he rolled his eyes then went to his room. If he didn't want to talk about it, then I wasn't going to push it. I invited Mary over a lot and every time Steve refused to talk to her. Whenever I mentioned she was coming over, he would just hide in his room until she left. I thought it was very weird and Mary even questioned me on it. I told her I had no idea why he was acting like this, but I was going to ask because I was curious myself. When Steve and I had our talk, he told me that Mary was not good for me and asked me why I was being so close to a woman. I said it was because I really liked her and I was planning on asking her out properly very soon. He got really mad and stormed off. From then on, Steve started picking fights with me about the most trivial things that didn't matter before. Just me looking at a girl would set him off. I distanced myself from Steve for a while because I thought that's what we really needed. I spent most of my time with Mary and I did make our relationship official. I posted about it everywhere on social media because I was so happy. Well, when I got back to my apartment, I saw Steve and a few of our friends waiting for me. They were having an intervention because I love women. Steve immediately started shouting at me, asking why I would betray him. He told me that I turned my back on him and called Mary a beach. I told him he couldn't call her that and he had no right speaking about her. I also said that I am bisexual but that doesn't mean I was leaving him. Our friends took Steve's side and asked me why I started dating a woman. They all said that Mary bewitched me. I couldn't take it anymore and just left. When I came back later, Steve refused to talk to me and told me that he wouldn't talk to me as long as I was in a relationship with Mary. I hoped that this would blow over quickly, but Steve refused to talk to me for a whole month. Steve is being really unfair and I don't want to end my relationship with Mary. Still, Steve needs my support and nobody back home knows anything about us being queer. We would most probably be disowned if they found out. Mary eventually found out something was wrong so I decided to tell her about Steve not talking to me. She said she would support anything I decided to do but also let me know that she thinks Steve is really codependent on me. I started to really think about it and she was right. We were the only connection to home left for each other and that made us way too dependent on each other. I felt like we needed space from each other. She also said he was being really biphobic, which wasn't a healthy friendship for me to stay in. I did not know biphobia was a thing because I assumed that everyone in the LGBT community supported each other, and I thought I was doing something wrong. I went ahead and cut off my toxic friend group and I won't be talking to them in the future. As for Steve, I decided to move out, and when I told him about this, he started crying and begged me not to leave. He said he would talk to me and that he would tolerate Mary. I told him that we were being codependent and he wouldn't need to tolerate me if he didn't like my choices. I told him that I would be there for him when he decides to come out and that he could always count on my support. Steve kept crying, but I told him my decision was final. He wasn't being a good friend and I didn't like the way he spoke about Mary. His intervention was a step too far and I really needed to rethink my friendship with him. I called Mary after my talk with Steve and basically cried on the phone for hours. Steve was my best friend and I was sad our friendship took this turn for the worst. She listened to everything I had to say and reassured me everything was going to be fine. When I stopped crying, I told her I had to look for a new place to live, so I hung up. A few hours later, Mary called me to tell me that one of her friends has a room and that I could move in with him. She was truly a goddess. The next day, Steve's friends started calling and yelling at me for abandoning them for a girl. They accused me of being a bad friend and accused Mary of breaking up our friendship. Mary called me and told me that my friends were calling her and shouting at her for breaking up my friendships. I apologized, but she was very understanding and told me that she would be there for me if I needed her. Hearing her say that made me feel better. This ordeal has made me understand that I made the right decision by sticking with Mary. I think I'm in love with her. My girlfriend broke up with me because I do not support her princess syndrome. Now I am left miserable because guys started flocking when she changed her status on social media. I have been with my girlfriend for about 5 months. We've been casual friends since college but only began dating after she graduated. We get along really well. When I say princess syndrome, I don't mean that she is spoiled or entitled because she isn't. Her clothes seem to take over her life. She dresses like a sort of fairy tale princess on a near daily basis, excluding at work. Long, frilly skirts, lacy blouses, things like that. It works for her because she is very pretty and can pull it off. At first, I found it very endearing, but then I became aware of how much time she spends on her outfits. She runs a blog with a sizable number of followers and is constantly posting outfit pictures, links to clothing items, and whatnot. She spends a few hours a day on her blog, at least. Then, she spends time sewing items for new outfits or her Etsy store. When we go out, we get a lot of stares at what she's wearing. I've also caught people sneaking pictures of her on their cell phones. This attention makes me uncomfortable. I have asked her to tone it down a bit, but she took that to mean not wearing anything in her hair when we're out together. I have told her several times that I love her just how she is, but she seems to brush it off. I had hoped when she started her new job in the career of her choice that she would become more serious, but her new boss and coworkers encouraged her. I worry that people won't take her seriously or miss how kind and intelligent she is. How can I talk to her about dressing appropriately without hurting her feelings? Update 1. I realized from my last post that I needed to be more supportive but also communicate on how she could dress down on certain occasions so we could both be comfortable. Well, I never got a chance to talk to her about it. Last week, she called and wanted to stop by my apartment after work. When she got there, I offered to make dinner, but she said she couldn't stay and we had to talk. I jokingly asked if she was breaking up with me, and she looked guilty. You can see where this is going. We talked about how we were in different places in life and had other goals for the future. Well, she spoke, but I agreed. It was a pretty amicable breakup, even though I felt blindsided. We decided to stay friends. I've never been dumped before, and it's effing awful. I'm having trouble with the whole social media thing post-breakup. I wanted a way to keep in touch with her, but as soon as her relationship status changed, all these alternative-looking guys started liking her posts and commenting on her pictures. I don't think she's seeing these guys, but it still hurts. My friend wants to set me up on a date, but I don't know if it's a good idea. Update 2. It's a bit embarrassing to relive this breakup from almost 10 years ago. In retrospect, it wasn't meant to be, and I think I was reeling more from getting dumped than losing the relationship. I am 33 now and have been married to a wonderful woman for 4 years. I learned my lesson about supporting my significant other's hobbies. My wife loves running and baking. We have a daughter who is turning 3 this year. I want her to be free to express herself how she likes, as long as it is safe. Of course, I would do anything for them. I am still friends with my ex on social media. We don't talk but we'll like each other's posts. She is married to another woman now who also dresses differently. It's not as frilly as she used to dress, but it's still unusual. Her pictures look like something out of Anne of Green Gables. She seems very happy on their farm together. My girlfriend chose her simp over me. I had bad feelings about a guy my girlfriend met and I was right, but my trust is already destroyed. Some weeks ago my girlfriend attended a party with 2 friends of hers and there she met some male friends of her friends. One guy really stood out to her because he kept looking at her, he kept playing with her, and he also carried her on his back for fun. My girlfriend was very excited when she told me about all the new friends she met including that guy, and she didn't hesitate to tell me everything about him, also saying how awesome and hilarious he was. She also gave him her number since they met each other and became friends. I kept my mind at peace at first. I accepted that they are just friends and I appreciated his behavior since my girlfriend is shy and doesn't party. She usually just stands there. Next day my girlfriend told me that the guy had sent her 70 messages, actually 70. Some of them were just random letter spams, and there was a 7-minute voice message of him talking about his 2 exes and how working out changed his life and body. I immediately knew what was going on. I warned her that he was flirting with her and that she should be careful, and she should also keep him a little away. She started saying that that's not what's happening and that he is just being friendly with her. I tried many times to convince her that I was right but she wouldn't believe me. She also supported him in many ways whenever I said something wrong about him but I won't go into detail. That resulted in me not being able to trust her any longer and breaking down for half an hour. Some days passed and I somewhat got past the situation. Around that time I told her to hop on a call sometime to talk instead of text, but she always said how she was really busy and never had the time to call. I accepted it because she actually is a busy person. Some days later she actually told me that she and her friend were talking on the phone for half an hour as if nothing had happened. I got furious and sent her a wall of text saying that our relationship is not a joke and demanded to know what was going on. The call itself wasn't the problem, that would be a silly reason to get mad. However, lying about even small things in our everyday lives is a problem. We managed to resolve the problem by having a big conversation. It seemed that the problem was finally fading away. I started slowly regaining trust. Some weeks later I even met the guy, and he wasn't that bad after all. He really was cool and funny, as she said. I thought it had ended there. Truthfully, my trust for her still isn't complete after what happened. It will take a lot of time to regain it. That brings us to today. She just told me the guy texted her something along the lines of, "Hey, I don't know how to put this, but I have something to tell you. You always make me feel amazing and comfortable around you. You are a very great and awesome person to be with. I have a lot of these feelings for you. However, I feel bad that I'm feeling this way while you have a boyfriend, and I respect him. I have decided to cut off ties with you so I can forget about you. I'm sorry." She said that I was right all along and that she's sorry. I responded calmly saying that I was indeed right. She replied that if anything like this happens ever again she will trust me when I warn her, and that she really is sorry. She keeps asking if there is anything else she can do to apologize. I told her that she ruined my mood for a long time. She broke my trust for her, she made me think if I was overthinking and being paranoid, she made me behave in a negative way towards her, all of that because she wouldn't believe me when I said that he's flirting with her. Everything could have been avoided that easily. I said I need some time alone to process this madness. As I'm writing this she's spamming me messages. I confronted her about her ignoring me about her simp. Today I decided to talk with her about setting some boundaries on our relationship. We never set any boundaries before because I thought some things were just obvious, especially considering that when I showed that I was upset about her actions she kept on doing wrong stuff, but I was wrong and now I realize that. After I told her my boundaries, and she accepted them. She says that she really was naive and actually thought that guys were only trying to be friends with her, and only now she realizes the truth. She says that she will always listen to me when I warn her from now on. Everything's okay now. As I have said countless times, our relationship was and is very great, it's just this one inconvenience. I have warned her though that if anything like this happens again it will be an instant breakup, and she says she understands and that now that she knows it won't happen again. I mentioned that she made me act in a negative way and people didn't like that. I understand the reason, but I'll explain. Because of her actions, and because she continued doing stuff I didn't feel good with, I turned upset and sad. That resulted in me not believing basic stuff she said due to fear that I might be getting played with and asking her if she really cares about us. That was my negative attitude. I have never acted violently against her, I have never tried to embarrass her or scare her, and I am not ever planning to do so. There were times I was really angry but still acted nicely as always because I want this relationship to continue. The reason my trust is destroyed is because one of the most important traits this girl had even before she became my girlfriend is that she was extremely kind-hearted. Everybody knows how kind she is, and me and other people close to us knew that she would never cheat on me or do anything suspicious. However, ever since she met the guy her behavior has changed. She lies much more about stupid everyday things, for example the call. When she has absolutely no reason to lie about. Her behavior towards the guy was insanely overprotective. She even accused me of talking crap about him when I don't even know him just because I said he's flirting with her. She gave him her phone number just like that, she was content with him carrying him on his back for fun, and she didn't think anything bad about someone talking 7 minutes about his personal life just a few hours after he met her. We hung out with the guy and some other friends. While the guy was kinda funny and cool, he wouldn't stop talking about how fit he was and secretly telling me I am not showing you my actual strength because your girlfriend is here. Later he also joked about how my girlfriend flirts with him and how she talks with many guys simultaneously. Of course that didn't help with my overthinking. My girlfriend didn't even think to keep some distance after what he did. She kept on supporting him and was fine with his behavior. Not to mention how mad she gets whenever female friends of mine even talk to me. Apparently any female that approaches me within a 2-meter distance is flirty, but the guy was just a great buddy of hers. The least I would expect from her would be to stop texting him so much. Whenever girls text me for romantic purposes I always make it clear that I have a girlfriend and I notify her about it. She didn't do the same though, instead she turned against me, and now she's apologizing. She finally got rid of the little femboy simp. My girlfriend was once again invited to a party, just like how all of this started, but I couldn't attend the party. Together with her would be all of the friends that attended the first party, including the guy. At first he didn't want to go, because of my girlfriend being there as far as I'm aware, but in the end he decided to go. Because of that, my girlfriend specifically asked me if I was okay with her going there, or if I would be uncomfortable with that. I said that I would be a little uncomfortable but told her to go and have fun, that's what matters. When she arrived at the place with her friends, the guy saw them and said hi. He went over to my girlfriend and said, "You don't hold a grudge against me, right?" She replied with, "I do," and moved on. Later at the party the guy kept asking her to dance and generally be more active, and my girlfriend kept saying no. Then, he grabbed her by the arm and pulled her to the others to dance with them and apparently have more fun. She resisted and the guy eventually went to some other friend group of his for a while. That was it, he didn't bother her any longer and they left. I had told my girlfriend to discuss with him a little and tell him to F off and never talk to her again, but she didn't because of the loud noises, and she generally didn't find a right time. Next day my girlfriend told me everything that happened and swear that she tried to stop him as hard as she could. I said that it's fine. However, I gave her 2 options. She would either unblock him and text him to end this bull once and for all, or I would. She said that both options are good, but she decided to text him herself, to which I agreed. I also asked for screenshots of the message. You see, I couldn't be any more satisfied. Not only did she send me screenshots of her messages, she sent a massive wall of text telling him all of the reasons she wants to cut him off, that she does not like him at all after what he's done, that his behavior was annoying and his actions were completely wrong. She also added that she almost broke up because of him. That was perfect. Also, my girlfriend's best friend, M, who is her childhood friend, and the one who introduced my girlfriend to the guy during the first party, found out what he did and how he acted, and he agrees that he's a jerk. He told us that he's generally a jerk and his behavior is annoying and bad towards everybody. This is the true end of all of this madness, and I'm extremely satisfied. We won't be hearing from him ever again. My girlfriend claims to be a dirty hippie or a raccoon girl and will go about her whole day without washing her hands. Now I'm getting sick of her poor hygiene. I don't think I'm in the wrong here, but maybe I'm being unreasonable. I don't know. I have been with my girlfriend for about 2 years now. She's wonderful and I love her a lot. On our very first date, something I noticed was that she didn't seem very concerned with cleanliness. Something to note is that masks were still mandatory where we live, and so COVID concerns were still very much a thing. We ended our date by grabbing a snack that she wanted us to bring back to her place. We got there and she immediately started taking everything out without washing her hands. Maybe I'm just a clean freak, but this surprised me a little. I brushed it off until she excitedly tried to get me to try some charcuterie jelly she had. She did this by dipping her finger directly into the jar and holding it out for me to try. At this point I felt pretty icky about it and jokingly said something like, "And get a taste of all that stuff we were touching earlier?" We were out and about, public transit, etc. She seemed a little embarrassed but agreed that was a little gross, but still didn't wash her hands. This was the first day we knew each other. To this day, I have not witnessed her wash her hands with anything more than water, and even that takes me asking multiple times. She will go about her whole day, use the washroom, etc. without washing her hands. She loves finding treasures when we're walking around, like abandoned toys, household stuff, clothes, etc. even if they are visibly very dirty. She touches everything and anything, doesn't wash her hands. She also showers maybe twice a week, doesn't use soap there either. The only time she washes her hair or uses soap to clean her body is when I literally do it for her, which she says she enjoys. This wouldn't bother me so much if it weren't for a few things. She likes to cook for me. She loves to dip her fingers into jars and drink straight from bottles instead of using silverware and cups. She touches my face a lot, and to be honest, she stinks. And on to my main point, she is always sick. She tends to be very sensitive and gets very upset if she thinks that I'm implying that she's gross in any way, so I try to be as gentle as possible when encouraging her to wash herself. Eventually, I guess I got fed up when she was complaining about being sick again, and said that maybe the reason she keeps getting colds, COVID, etc. is because her hygiene isn't very good. She got really quiet, and cried a bit, and now she thinks that I think she is disgusting and cries whenever I bring up washing hands or anything like that. She used to just laugh and brush it off, but now she seems to be really upset by it. I don't know what else to do, and I feel like a jerk, but I don't think I did anything wrong either. Edit. I'm getting a lot of the same questions in the comments and I responded to some, but I'll add it here. What about when we're intimate? I'm a top. We pretty much only use toys and a strap, and I don't like receiving, ever, not just from her. So yeah, I'm not concerned about getting UTIs from that. I only go down on her after she's had a thorough shower, done by me. Have you ever asked why she doesn't want to wash / why she doesn't like soap? Yeah, and she usually brushes it off with humor or starts crying. The little information I've been able to gather is that her parents were kind of neglectful by not really teaching her about this stuff. She also used to be bullied for being the smelly kid at school, and past partners have called her gross. She claims to not like the soap I have, even though I have several different types: bar, liquid, Castile, unscented baby soap. She also claims to be a dirty hippie or a raccoon girl, and I think she just considers this like a quirky personality trait. I feel gross when she touches me, shares a bed with me, touches my things, and cooks for me. I always change my sheets after she leaves, and clean everything. I can usually get away with not eating what she cooks as I'm vegetarian and she usually cooks with meat. The odd time she cooks something vegetarian I'll insist on doing the veggie cleaning and chopping and dump it in the pan or whatever for her, so minimal touching on her part. I know a lot of people don't wash their hands often, but I've always washed mine frequently, and I sanitize my phone every day. I don't like feeling this way, but the way she reacts makes me feel like I'm overreacting. Update: I gave it a lot of thought and I've realized that my boundaries basically become non-existent in a relationship. I keep letting things slide that I really don't want to. I'm allowing myself to be uncomfortable for her sake, and I've done this in the past, but I don't want to do it anymore. So yeah, I decided I'd be very direct with her and we either get on the same page or I'm done. So I very plainly asked her, why doesn't she want to wash herself? She cried and sobbed about how gross I think she was, but I asked again, and eventually, she told me that she just likes it when I do it for her. She wants to feel pampered and cared for, and it is definitely a kinky thing. She wants to be a dirty pet that I can clean up, and she thought that I was into it. That's it, no other reason. I never said that I was into it, but I guess I led her to believe otherwise by agreeing to wash her hair and body for her from time to time. Honestly, I can't believe that I put up with this for so long. She is a really great girl otherwise, but yeah, this is a deal breaker for me. I told her this, and that I didn't want to have to wash her, and she just absolutely broke down. This seems to be a deal breaker for her too. She wants someone who will treat her like a pampered pet. So we are done. Anyway, thanks again guys. I can't believe this is how it ended up, but I guess I'm happier for it. I will never ignore bad hygiene again. My girlfriend confessed to dancing horizontal tango with other men and blamed it on her mental illness, but I told her that is not an excuse and now she has to live with the consequences. I dated my ex-girlfriend for 2 years. For the most part, things were going great, although there were issues with her sometimes, usually with fits of anger. It wasn't too bad. Well, All that came crashing to an end when my girlfriend had what was a manic episode. After drinking copious amounts of alcohol on a night out, she had a severe manic episode where she spent $10,000, cheated on me by sleeping with a random stranger, and then sent incomprehensible audio messages to me. She was checked into a mental health facility after that episode and diagnosed with BPD. She had long suspected she maybe had this, but it had never manifested so intensely. The psychiatrist said she had undergone psychosis, severe mania, and had BPD. Since then, she has been placed on meds and undergoes talking therapy. Shortly after, she confessed to me she had cheated and was extremely remorseful, saying she'd never do anything like that. I was shocked by her admission and had to hide my tears. I stormed out and went to a hotel by myself for a few days. I then plucked up the courage to confront her. She tried telling me she loves me and that she has a lot of regret for what she did, that she feels immense shame, and that it's because of her sickness. I told her that her mental health issues are not an excuse, that it has nothing to do with that, and that she cheated because that's just who she is. I then told her we were finished. She began sobbing uncontrollably, saying she wanted to end her life. That hurt me, but I stood firm. I told her that her cheating was her own fault, that it was a reflection of who she was, and that she needed to stop hiding behind her mental issues. Her friends have been messaging me, calling me and heartless, but I feel they are the ones being heartless. Aita, update. Admittedly, I think I was perhaps a bit ignorant of mental health and how her psychotic and manic episodes affected her state. I really contemplated it. My ex has been spamming my messages and begging me to talk to me so she can explain. I thought about it, and the truth is that while I have a more objective understanding of how her mental health led her to do what she did, I simply do not feel empathy for her. My concern right now is taking care of myself, so I have blocked her on everything, including all her friends. I think this is the best path forward, rather than talking it out with her, as that could go badly for both of us. My girlfriend gave my childhood plushie to her dog who destroyed it, and didn't even care it hurt me, so I gave the dog her fun time toys and she went crazy. My girlfriend and I have been dating for almost a year now and she just moved in with me last month. Since then she has been disrespecting my boundaries constantly. She uses my bath towels to wash off her makeup, talks to her ex on speakerphone around the apartment. She's thrown away bags of chips I buy to go with my lunch because she said they were too unhealthy, and most recently I came home to find a puppy chewing on my shoes in our living room. She wasn't even home, and it took over an hour for her to get back to me and tell me she met a guy on the street selling puppies so she got one. I asked if she even bought anything for the dog and she said no, as what does a dog even need besides food anyway? I told her a lot, and she clearly wasn't ready for a dog, let alone a puppy. I told her she needed to pick up some toys and treats for the puppy on her way home and asked if she got a leash or collar. She just stayed silent, so I made a makeshift one out of my belt and some rope to take it for a walk. When I left for work the next day I told her she needed to spend the whole day taking care of the puppy and if I get home and the place is a mess, we can't keep it. She said that was no problem. Only of course, it was a problem. When I got home the first thing I saw was stuffing everywhere. I went over to my girlfriend who was playing tug of war with the puppy with one of my belts and I asked why she didn't just get a tug of war toy, when she got the other stuffed toy that had been destroyed in the living room. She said that she forgot, and hadn't gotten around to getting any toys for her yet. I asked where all the stuffing came from then and she told me to check the trash. I opened it up and immediately felt my heart drop. It was my childhood plushie torn to shreds. I didn't even notice until she asked if I was crying, that my eyes had welled up. The plushie was a gift from my deceased mom, who died barely a year after she gifted it to me. After she died, I got placed into group homes since she was a single mom with no family. All I had of her, of my childhood, was that plushie. Seeing it so torn up and shredded made me feel like my inner child had died. I took it out of the trash can to see if maybe it could be fixed when my girlfriend told me it was fine. She would just go get some toys for the puppy tomorrow while I was at home. I turned to her and told her this was my childhood plushie. I had told her more than a few times what it meant to me. I asked if she remembered the time I told her someone in one of my group homes had stolen it, and I cried for a week before it was found and brought back to me. She said she remembered, but that was when I was a kid. I shouldn't still hold such strong feelings for a plushie now that I am an adult. I told her she was wrong, and I absolutely still cared for it. She said she was sorry about what had happened, but how was she supposed to know the puppy would destroy it? I told her because it is a puppy, something you know nothing about and never should have gotten. I want it out of my apartment by the end of the week. She corrected me and said our apartment, and that if the puppy left then she would go too. I was so stunned with the lack of care towards my feelings that I just went to bed. When she joined me she tried to be intimate, but I just pushed her off. She scoffed at me and rolled over to say she didn't need me anyway. She pulled out her fun time toys and took care of herself. That's when I got the idea. After she left for work the next day I took out all of her fun time toys and put them on the ground around the house. The puppy immediately started chewing on one of them like a bone, and I felt a sense of satisfaction. By the time she got home, there were ripped pieces of silicone all over the floor and some of the toys had been broken into pieces scattered around the apartment. She screamed when she found one of them and I heard her call out my name. By the time I got to the living room I was laughing. It wasn't exactly fair as she could just buy new toys and I would never be able to replace my plushie, but it was something. I had already put the order in to buy her new fun time toys that would arrive later this week, and planned to tell her as much when I went out into the living room and saw her hitting the puppy with a dildo, screaming out bad dog. I ran over and took the thing out of her hand and asked what the hell she was doing. You can't just hit a dog. She looked at me furiously and asked if I had done this on purpose. I admitted I had, but I just wanted her to know how I felt. I went to show her I had ordered new fun time toys for her on my phone, when she grabbed it and threw it to the ground. I said she needed to calm down and stop being so violent as this was not okay. She said I was the one who was not okay. That what she had done with my plushie was nothing compared to deliberately trying to hurt her feelings. I said I was sorry, but she also hurt me and she never even apologized. I told her I finally saw her for the toxic person she is and I didn't want to spend another moment dating someone like her. She told me she felt the same way. She went into the room, packed her suitcase and told me she'd send someone to get her stuff later. I asked about the puppy and she told me I could keep her, since we were both so invested with ruining her life. By the next week both her and her ex showed up at my apartment and said they were here to collect her stuff. As they were grabbing the last of her things she went to grab the puppy and I scooped him up real quick and said I don't think so. She said, "It's my dog. You can't keep her from me." I said it wasn't her dog anymore as she had abandoned it. She told her ex to grab the puppy from me, but I told him if he touched the dog or me I would call the cops. She complained that I didn't even want the dog in the first place. I told her no, I didn't want someone who sucked my soul out and didn't care about my feelings. The dog isn't the one who made me feel that way. She scoffed and told me she would be back once I learned I couldn't handle the dog. Literally the next day I took the puppy to the vet for a checkup and got a chip installed that was under my name as the owner. I wasn't sure about taking care of her, but I knew I could do better than my ex, and I was willing to put the work in. I may have lost my childhood plushie, but now I think I found my best friend for life. My girlfriend has weird historical knowledge, odd behavior, and changes her accents. I am convinced that she's a time traveler. I met my girlfriend 3 years ago in my second year of college. She was out of state and didn't have many friends here. She was kind of odd for reasons I will explain later, but she was nice and we bonded over watching and poop talking movies together. When we first got together she told me that she was polyamorous, not interested in intimacy, and not looking for something long-term as she was going to move away after she graduated. It seems weird, polyamorous but not interested in intimacy, but actually polyamory isn't all about intimacy, I have learned. We came to an agreement that we would date, but we could both date and flirt with other people. I didn't think I would want this for a long-term partner, but I'm still young and experimenting, and since she doesn't really have intimacy, sometimes she gives me a handy but nothing more and she always declines when I offer to return. It doesn't really bother me. Now into the weird stuff. She doesn't go into detail about her family. She's from the rural Appalachian part of Georgia. That's it. That's all I know. She won't talk in detail about anything else and her past always takes like 5 to 10 seconds to remember her birthday. And she can never remember if the month or day is meant to come first. She's always changing her accent depending on who she talks to. She says her brain does this automatically, but her sentence structure is weird. She sometimes uses British slang and words, says lift, flat, wanker, waffling, blackguard. How do you mean instead of what do you mean, can nay instead of can't, I will do instead of I will do that. When she watches Shakespeare she literally talks like Shakespeare for an hour after. She only has a southern accent in the morning before she has a conversation with me and when she's talking to a southerner. She does say words like holler and y'all like a southerner though. She doesn't wear modern clothes. She wears corsets and slips and instead of bras and underwear. Always has multiple layers of petticoats and dresses with styles from all different times. Like I'm talking vintage 50s to medieval. When we watch historical movies, she's always pointing out flaws of the accuracy. But it's not big historical events. It's stuff like metal wouldn't have been used for that until X year. Why are her laces in the back? That's not really a thing in that era. That's not how Christmas was celebrated back then. That cutlery is inaccurate for the time. She's too old to have her hair down, doesn't shave. Don't get me wrong, that's her choice. I just thought it was a little odd. Claims that it is a modern invention, shaving the body, save for working women with lice. Why does she know that? And by modern invention she means the 1920s. Obviously she is really into history, but when I ask her where she gets her information she can never give me sources. Just I don't remember, it must have been in a book somewhere or probably online or something. When I doubt all the little details she tells me, she says that it's okay that I don't believe her, but that she knows she's right. She's a scholar. She always stresses the importance of sources when I tell her things, but it's like she doesn't even care to prove the things she says. She gets irritated at things on the internet, and talks about how much better the old web was. When I ask her what she means by that she said before 2010. I was like, wouldn't you have been 8 in 2010? And she said something like, oh yeah, I guess I would have been pretty young. Whenever I bring up the fact that she never really experienced the old web as an adult or even teenager, she agrees with me and then changes the topic. Even though she's always calling out inaccuracies in the media she makes no attempt to be accurate herself. Like she mixes up all the eras. I called one of her outfits medieval and she listed every item she wore and what century, decade, even down to the exact year sometimes, to prove to me that it was not really medieval. I'm making her sound annoying, but really she doesn't talk about her clothes unless you specifically ask. When I called her born in the wrong time or she was very against it, she says she doesn't feel like she missed out on any of the eras, and that she likes living in the now. I asked why she's always wearing old styles. She said just because she wears old styles doesn't mean she wants to live back then. She said that's why she doesn't do reenactment, because she has no desire to relive the past. I can't remember what it was in reference to, but she said jokingly, I've lived through the year 2012 too many times. She said it as a joke, but I didn't really understand. So I asked her and she said she was joking. I said I knew she was. I just didn't understand what the joke was. She just brushed it off and never explained. Has a bunch of vintage USSR and American space pins. She says she's not a fan of the USSR or USA, but she was a bit of a space race fanatic back in the day. Again, she said this as a joke. Struggles to use TV. Something about the remotes and buttons confuse her. She says it's because she grew up without a TV, but then she also claims that she was on the internet pre-2010, and it's not like just a little tech savvy. She knows HTML and a bunch about like radios, cassettes, CDs, and vinyls. It is just TVs and modern computers she struggles with. I introduced her to Doctor Who and jokingly asked if she was a time traveler, and she said something like, I've never understood the appeal of time travel. I mean, wouldn't things get confusing? never remembering your age and always second guessing if you were following the societal standards of the time. Maybe I just don't have a big enough imagination, but that's a lot of thought put into time travel for someone who doesn't desire to time travel. She was making a comment on trans issues, said something like back in the day you could cross-dress and everyone just assumed you were that gender. It didn't take a lot to pass. I asked back in what day, and she was like pre-1850s. I asked her where she heard this because it sounded silly to me, like I'm not transphobic or anything, but I can tell what intimacy someone is by their facial features. She said something like, well, we told it by the clothes. I was like, we? And she was like, by we I mean humans pre-1850s. Not like I was actually there. I said, what if you were actually there and you were actually a time traveler? And she said something like, I would probably have been a nun. No need to tell the men from the women in the nunnery? Where did that come from? I was like, what's that all about? And she was like, nunneries were the original sororities. Everyone thinks it's all holy, but really it's mostly lesbians. It's not sodomy if there's no penis. Where is she getting this? Speaking of cross-dressing, she does a lot. She wears men's historical fashion. I am straight, so I see her as a woman, but she told me that she was really agender. I asked why she didn't tell people that. She said it's not that I'm not a woman. The definition just changed. I'm a woman of the old standard and most people assume I'm a woman, so I let them. I asked if she would prefer I use other pronouns than the girl ones, and she said that she didn't really care either way. I'm not really into gay stuff. Like I have gay friends, so I know more than the average het guy, but they don't really talk about gender and stuff, so maybe that's not really that odd, but it seemed odd to me. And probably the weirdest thing, she's 5 feet 5 inches and average, looks skinny, but weighs probably like 150 to 175. That's just an estimate from when I pick her up. When I comment on this, she says she has dense bones. What does that mean? She looks slightly underweight if anything. So why is she technically overweight? There's other stuff too, but that's all I can think of off the top of my head. I just had to vent because it's getting to me. If anyone has any advice or similar experiences, feel free to comment. Update: I decided just to accuse her of time travel. Literally just called her and opened with, I know you're a time traveler. She laughed and asked what the F I was talking about, and I told her okay, I don't really think she's a time traveler. I just think she had been keeping things from me. I asked her if she was lying about her age. She got serious and asked me to come over because she didn't want to talk on the phone. Obviously, part of me was hoping she was going to reveal that she was a time traveler. Spoiler: she is not a time traveler. She told me that she has been lying about her age. She's 28, but started college older than usual because of a hard time getting out of her hometown, and felt like she missed out on her early adolescence. She regrets it, but she had wanted to fit in. She told everyone she was 18 when she first got here, and now there was no going back. She was embarrassed to tell me because she had lied about it, and didn't know how to tell me the truth. She asked me what brought on the suspicion, and I showed her this post. She laughed for like 10 minutes and thinks it's very funny that my first thought was time travel, and expressed what you all have, that the oddities were just autism. She said she might not have a diagnosis, but I guess I've been community voted now. She explained everything I was curious about, and gave me permission to post it here. She grew up in a large family in rural Georgia. Her family were poor and had multiple addictions. Her dad was an alcoholic, and were overall very neglectful. The community she grew up in was really behind in technology because of poverty, and her family didn't have TV. She would spend lots of time in the local library just to be out of the house, where they had free internet access and lots of books. She found interest in historical clothing, and since she already knew how to sew do too. Her upbringing, modifying hand-me-downs, repairing clothes, she got really into it. She was always the least favorite of her siblings, not physically abused, but ignored. When she was older, she found out that she was intersex, and had a penis that was removed at birth. She thinks that's the reason her parents ignored her more than the others. They were very religious and she thinks they saw her as a mistake in God's eyes. The bone density is probably related to her being intersex. As for the 2012 thing, it was a really traumatic year for her. She relives it a lot in her dreams. The sources thing, she says that it's important in academia, but she doesn't bother when it's just SHing on movie inaccuracies since most of it is stuff she learns for fun and then doesn't remember the sources. The accent thing, she was basically raised by online media. She was quiet growing up and avoided talking to people, so she ended up hearing and absorbing different bits of slang from all over. So, not a time traveler, but she pointed out that if she was a time traveler, she could have told me all this to cover for it. I said if she was, it was a pretty genius cover story. Thanks for enduring my silly theories. My girlfriend invited her ex-boyfriend to my apartment to chill while I was away. Now she's hysterically apologizing and desperate for my forgiveness. I live in a big city in my own apartment. My girlfriend, Lily, lives with her roommates, but if I'm being honest, she basically lives over here 80% of the time. Early today/yesterday while I was at the gym with my friend, Mike, she texted me that she had an old friend she hasn't seen in a while that's in town and that it would be nice to have a quiet place to catch up. I said they could use my apartment and that I'd go out for dinner with Mike so they'd have time to catch up. During this time I'm at the gym, so I was in rush. I didn't ask who she was inviting over at. Well, apparently I should, as the old friend she was apparently catching up with alone in my apartment was her only ex-boyfriend Kyle. Around 30ish minutes after this conversation I get a text from her saying they're at the apartment. I just said bed and continued with my friend. Mike and I finished our workout around 7 p.m. and decided we'd go to Whole Foods as their hot/salad bars got some great food. We ate there and finished around 8:30ish. I'm on my way home now, and honestly I wasn't expecting anything other than just saying hi and heading my ass to bed. Poop had been a long ass day and honestly, I was just ready to get to sleep. I arrive home around 9 p.m. and at this point, I had no idea if her friend was still over or not. When I walked in the apartment, I see some big ass Timberland boots that obviously are a man's. I'm immediately like, F, her friend brought her boyfriend, I'm going to have to stay up and socialize now. I take off my shoes and jacket and start heading down the mini hallway. As I enter the living area, I see my girlfriend sitting on the couch with a man at separate ends but staring right at each other talking. My girlfriend notices me and jumps a little. At this point I'm still completely oblivious. I say hello and start walking towards the man. I'm looking around the house at this point for her friend. Honestly, I just thought she was in the bathroom or some poop. I shake the guy's hand and say some poop like, hey, I'm Lily's boyfriend. He replied back in like a cocky ass way with some, I'm Kyle, Lily's ex. I was like, oh my fault, I thought you were friend's boyfriend. Then it got a little quiet and I rapidly come to the realization that my girlfriend has been alone with her ex in my apartment for the last couple hours. I look at my girl and say, so I'm taking this was your old friend? She said yeah in a soft ass voice. At this point I wasn't letting myself jump to any conclusions, but I'm tired and I don't feel like socializing. I'm also now upset my girl was just chilling with her ex in my apartment. It got quiet again and these two made zero effort to continue whatever convo they were having just moments ago. Lily asks how my day was and I was like, it was fine, I guess, again getting the vibe I'm interrupting something. At this point I'm fed up and I look at him and asked Kyle, hey, do you mind ending it here for today? I actually got some things I got to talk to Lily about. He said she invited me over though and we're still reminiscing on the good old days. I look at Lily, she can't even look me in my eyes. I looked back at Kyle and said, alright, let me rephrase it, this is my apartment and I'm telling you to leave. He then looks at her and says, do you want me to leave? At this point, and I'm not proud of it, I completely lose my poop, saying, what the F do you mean by that? I don't give a poop if she wants you to leave or not. I'm telling you to get the F out my house. Lily is telling me to calm down and turns and tells him he needs to leave. Kyle gets up and heads towards the hallway to get his poop. I follow and he ends up leaving. I come back and Lily is now pissed at me saying I embarrassed her. I embarrassed you? She then goes on about how my reaction is totally uncalled for as she told me he was coming over and asked. I was like, no Lily, you said a effing friend was coming over. Not once you mentioned this friend was a male, much less your effing ex. She then says my reaction was bullshit and that I acted like an ass. I tell her you were with your effing ex in my apartment. Do you not understand how much of a F you that comes across as? I then asked why the F y'all were meeting in the first place, and she tells me he was going through rough times and needed someone to lean on, and that she just wanted to be there for him as he's a nice person and that by hanging with him in my apartment it shows nothing shady is going on. I explain how that is bullshit and that if my ex started having issues and I was the one comforting her she would be pissed. She was like, no, she'd understand because she has empathy. I was like, that's bullshit Lily, you got pissed at me at the gym cause I smiled when a girl complimented my form when lifting. She then was like she was done talking and stormed out. I didn't say anything. I didn't chase. I haven't reached out. I just sat on the couch and thought about what the F just happened. I then called my father who gave me some great advice. She then texted me these 2 hours ago. Can we talk? I'm sorry for not telling you it was my ex that I invited was inviting over. I don't want you to get the wrong idea, nothing happened. Nothing is going to happen. I love you. He messaged me out of the blue he needed someone to talk to. I didn't think that much of it, I'm sorry for deceiving you. I wanted to talk to him at your place because I didn't want you to assume something else was going on. Please talk to me, I love you. Update. I knew if there was one person who could get through to me it would be my pops. The whole time my pops is dead silent and doesn't say a effing a word. I finished up the story. All he asked was what does Kyle look like? I said, his ass was like 5 feet 9 inches max. My dad laughs a bit and says explains the Timberlands then. Effing male equivalent of heels. He then was like how much you think he weighed? I had to think for a minute but I was like maybe $155-ish. My pops then brought up the argument between Kyle and me. You said Lily told Kyle to leave after you started to get mad, right? Yeah, I responded. My dad pauses for a long time again and takes another deep breath. I wouldn't be surprised if this situation is a lot deeper than it seems. It speaks volumes to me she only rallied for him to leave after you began to get real upset. You are 6 feet 0 inches 190 pounds and were just disrespected in your own house by a man you do not know. When a woman cares for someone the last thing she wants is for him to be in harm's way. She understood exactly what was going to happen if the situation continued to escalate, and she chose to get Kyle out of harm's way, followed by switching all the blame to you and leaving. Honestly son, where do you think she's at right now? I didn't say anything. I knew what he was implying. I know it hurts, but promise me you won't do anything irrational. She made her decision, there's not much you can do to change it. You've proven your whole life you're one of one, don't lose yourself now over something that will just end up a tiny bump on your roadmap. I mean seriously, I couldn't be more effing proud of you son. You're 22 living on your own. You got your poop together, that's rare. You're rare. The right woman like your mom for me will walk into your life when you least expect it. Don't waste your energy. Everything happens for a reason son. Fast forward back to this morning. I couldn't sleep for poop last night so this morning was just completely ass. Lily was blowing up my phone the whole night apologizing and begging for my forgiveness. Around 1 o'clock I got a phone call and you guessed it. It was from Lily. No part of me wanted to pick up the phone, but we've been dating for 2.5 years. I felt obligated. What's up? I say to be immediately met with crying, I'm sorry. I love you to death. Please just talk to me. I shouldn't have left last night. I panicked. You know I love you. I didn't say anything. Please talk to me. This isn't right. Please just talk to your girlfriend. I'm sorry. I told you nothing happened. I won't ever talk to him again. Please I beg, can we just talk? At this point, the realization of my feelings for her started to really kick in. Instead of anger, sorrow, or any emotion tbh, I just felt a sense of indifference when she spoke. I responded, can you come over around 3? Still crying at this point, yes, she said. I hear from the hallway. Shortly after I see my girlfriend emerge from the mini hallway. She begins to start smiling and crying while wiping her tears. Again I take notice of how I feel at this moment. A sense of indifference. A feeling I don't care about anymore. It really started to hit me. 2.5 years wasted just like that. The woman who I cared so deeply for just 24 hours before now is in front of me crying and I don't feel a thing. Lily, it's over between us, I said. Completely shocked, She barely manages to mutter out what? While still crying. It's over, I repeated. No, please, I'm sorry. Don't end this between us, I love you to death, she said hysterically. Now I won't lie, that last bit hit hard. I mean effing hard, man. I couldn't mask it anymore. The lid had been broken. Don't end this between us? I say, Lily, I'm sorry, I can't take this poop anymore. I don't know what impression I gave you over our relationship, but I won't stay in a relationship with a woman who thinks that effing little of me. You made the decision to end poop between us when invited your ex into my apartment behind my effing back, Lily. That is something I refuse to let slide. At this point my thoughts just begin to flow out of my mouth like a effing tidal wave. No man is that cocky for no reason, Lily. I'm not a effing fool, Lily. You gave him some type of reassurance to give him the confidence to act like that. Poop, you even backed him in front of me. Why the F would I stay with someone who's not going to have my back? Absolutely bawling at this point, Lily says, I'm sorry. I love you, I'm sorry. I really did love her. Poop, I still effing do. But I understood this was what's best for me. I wouldn't have been able to trust her again. You can't be in a relationship without trust or loyalty. I lost both from her. As she cries, I look up and say, Lily, please. It's over. There's no saving this. Please just do us both a favor and take your things and leave, Lily. It's over, please, let's just end it here. She doesn't say anything and gets up and starts grabbing some of her things around their apartment. I grabbed a garbage bag and helped her pack. She left the keys to my apartment on the table and left. This all finished up around 4:30 today. I've just been sitting here trying to process what the F just happened. Honestly, it all still doesn't feel real. My girlfriend is lying about being on a trip and gives me an Oscar-worthy performance in deflecting and gaslighting, so I snapped and broke up with her for real. My girlfriend Amy and I went on our first date around 1.5 years ago, took things slowly while being exclusive, and have been officially dating for 1 year. Overall, the relationship has been pretty good, minus some small hiccups in communication that she chalks up to her neurodivergence. Amy isn't great with texting, which I thought was a red flag at first until I found out she's like that with almost everyone. Most of her friends and family included. To give a little background, Amy and a few of her girlfriends go to this conference a few states over twice per year. It's a 2-day event, which they usually turn into a 5-day vacation because it requires a flight and hotel and is in a nice city. Amy's friend group is typically very active on social media during these trips, posting on their Instagram story during all points, flights, conference, beach, etc. This weekend was supposed to be their third time attending. Amy and her friends have had their flights and hotels booked for a few months, confirmed by some of their posts on social media being excited about having everything booked. Unfortunately, the conference was cancelled, but they already booked everything, so they decided to still enjoy a vacation. My girlfriend and I had a date night last weekend. She was telling me how excited she was for her trip. All was good, but at the end of the date, I caught a glimpse of Amy's phone. She was on her airline app and it looked like she was reading cancellation policies. We had a long day and I was tired and felt like I was snooping/being nosy, so I didn't say anything. During the week, I asked Amy to hang out the day before the flight, emphasizing that I wanted to see her before her trip. Unfortunately, she was meeting up with her group of coworker friends, so she couldn't. No worries. The morning of her flight I texted her wishing her a safe flight and a happy trip, and she liked my message. We haven't talked since. As I said, she's not a big texter, so we usually don't text much besides planning dates and in emergencies. I figured she was on her trip, so I haven't texted to plan a date. Now onto the meat of the issue. Amy is now supposed to be a few days into her trip and I noticed none of her friends were posting on Instagram. I thought that was weird because they usually post a lot, but I shrugged it off. That was until tonight. Amy started posting videos of her at a show. It looked fun and I didn't think twice about it. Until the end, where the show host called out, "Thank you," and then the name of the major city nearby where we live, approximately a 30-minute drive. I looked up the name of the show, and of course, it was in that nearby city this weekend, meaning she wasn't on that vacation after all, and never thought to say anything to me about it. I did a little snooping on Venmo and found out that over 2 weeks ago Amy's friend paid her back the money that Amy had sent her for the hotel and car rental. So she's known the trip was cancelled for 2 weeks and hasn't said anything to me every time I brought it up. Where do I go from here? I feel like I'm suddenly spiraling, going crazy overthinking everything lately to see if I've missed any signs. I've already started assuming the worst and I'm panicking. I'm out of town for the weekend and I feel like this has totally thrown off my trip. Is this worth a conversation or is the relationship already over? Is there any reason she would have not said something by now? Even if she tells me the trip was cancelled right when I see her before I confront her, would that still justify not telling me until after the trip? Edit. Her best friend just uploaded a picture of them together during the show, so I know she wasn't there with some other guy. But that doesn't explain the lying. Update. 2.5 weeks later. So here we are. Almost a month later. I was wrecked and spiraling these past few weeks, and after being together for almost 2 years I was too panicked to reach out and ask to see her. During the 3 weeks since her planned trip, she hasn't reached out once to me. That was until yesterday when she casually reached out like we hadn't just ignored each other for 3 weeks and asked to see a movie. So I just finally saw her tonight. In the car I asked about her trip. Her facial response was really weird, like she got caught off guard. I'm guessing she was expecting me to forget about it after a few weeks of not seeing her. She just said it was okay, which instantly confirmed my suspicions. I asked her what she had done and she said she went to that conference one day, which as I said in my last post was cancelled, and went to a show before returning home the day after I made my original post. I asked her which and she claimed the show that was in our local city. I was driving at the time and it was dark out, so I waited to confront her as I didn't want to get emotional and endanger us. I confronted her for lying about the trip, doubling down and lying about the conference, and tripling down to lie about the show. Her immediate response was to start deflecting, saying that if this is making me upset, to imagine how she felt that her conference and trip were cancelled. She said how she was so heartbroken and upset that the conference was cancelled, which was cancelled 5 weeks ago, that she didn't want to talk about it. She kept saying that she doesn't owe it to me or anybody else to tell us about her business and what's going on in her life. I of course called her out for gaslighting me, to which her response was that she was not gaslighting me. Kind of ironic, I guess. When I talked about how it made me feel and that she damaged my trust in her, she again tried to belittle my feelings by rolling her eyes and saying that it was only a a show. This conversation ended up opening to a much bigger issue in our relationship that I didn't mention in my last post. Generally, Amy treated me really poorly throughout the relationship. She was hot and cold, put zero effort into communication, and it never felt like she made a priority. She'd give me zero affection or compliments despite drooling and crushing over male celebrities all day. She's made little effort to connect me and her family and friends. We've talked about all of this a few times now. She would always say she was overwhelmed with some new excuse and promise it would get better. I would cave in and agree to work through things. As expected, things never got better. This time was the same, where she blamed a new job for being overwhelmed and that's why she's been so distant. But this time was different. I guess her blatant lie to my face and your guys' comments in the back of my mind gave me power to put my foot down. I broke up with her then and there. She kept begging me for one more chance, to think on it for a few days, that she cares about me and didn't intend to hurt me, all that nonsense. But the whole time I was the one bawling, and there wasn't a tear on her face. It really broke my heart ending things, but I've also really grown to hate myself for putting up with her treatment for so long. I'm hurting a lot right now, and I'm scared to get back into the dating world after 2 years of aging and some weight gain. I really loved her with every bit of my heart and I'm terrified to picture my life without her. I really want to call her up and give her one final chance to get things right, but I know I'd never forgive myself if she didn't change and broke my heart again. My girlfriend is planning to move in with me with her 4 children, but she told me that she doesn't like my daughter as the queen of the house, so I kicked her to the curb. My daughter Stacy has one of the 2 rooms in my house with an ensuite bathroom. It's a largish room with a nice bay window, obviously very nice. I've recently become engaged to my girlfriend of 3 years, Alice, and her landlord has recently hiked her rent, so we're planning to have her move in with me. She has some kids. She has 2 daughters and 2 sons. She is also pregnant, and our daughter is due in about 5 months. I've made it absolutely clear to my daughter, as a condition of getting her approval on moving my girlfriend in, that she is allowed to keep her room, and she is also allowed to have a full lock on her door. My daughter plans to go to school locally, and I have told her in no uncertain terms that she's welcome to live at home for the rest of my life, and after that, she can inherit the house. I bought the house with her mother and paid it off in large part with her mother's life insurance 10 years ago, so it only seems fair. She says she's alright as long as she has her room and bathroom and is allowed to put a lock on her door. Stacy will be giving up a room she's currently using as a studio/project space. She does art, videos, voiceovers, etc. So even her larger room will become a bit more cramped, and she'll definitely need the extra space she has. There will be a bedroom for Alice's girls, Stacy's old project room, and Alice's boys, who will be getting an old room. I will be putting in a finished nursery/bedroom in the basement for our new daughter. Alice thinks that this is unfair. She thinks it was wrong of me to decide without her, and she also thinks that she should move her 2 daughters into Stacy's room and that Stacy should have to move to the smaller room they'll be getting. The 2 of them already share a smaller room than the one I'm moving them into, so they are getting an upgrade regardless. Alice thinks that it's not fair for Stacy to have a bathroom all day herself and that there won't be enough bathrooms for everyone else. She also disapproves of Stacy being able to lock everyone out. There were other smaller things she didn't like that I agreed to with Stacy, like the fact that she is to be paid for any babysitting or that my older car, her mom's old car, is hers when she gets her driver's license. We'll have our own bathroom in the master bedroom, and the house has 3 other bathrooms besides, 1 on each floor, 1 near what will be her girls' room, 1 not far from what will be the boys' room, and 1 little basically be directly next to the newly finished room. I told Alice that my deal with Stacy is non-negotiable, set in stone, and that it's literally a condition of her even moving in. Alice is upset that Stacy and I have spaces completely dedicated to ourselves. I have my office, which I need because I work from home and have projects besides, and there aren't many other spaces to put people. I told her she could pretty much do what she wanted in the living room, but that it is what it was, and there was pretty much nothing to be done about it. A bigger house is not an option unless Alice is going to start making a hell of a lot more money and buy her own bigger house. It's already a pretty big house, and housing is expensive. I told her that she was already getting a break by my only expecting her to contribute 15 or 20% to household bills. If we were doing it proportionately, it would be more like 25 to 30%. We keep separate finances, and we've agreed to a prenup. Alice just seems upset that I won't change the setup even though there's no real way to change it, and she's accused me of treating Stacy like a spoiled little princess and letting her be queen of the house. Frankly, my daughter comes first. She's lived here all her life, and I already know it will be a big adjustment having all these other kids move in. As much as I love Alice and as much as I want our relationship to work out, if it's a matter of choosing between the 2 of them, then my relationship with Alice is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I've told her that if she comes into this with wicked stepmother vibes, and that'll be the end of things. She thinks I'm being unreasonable. Update: it was Friday, and Stacy texted me, asking for her allowance. I was with Alice then, and I went ahead and let the subject come up. I give Stacy $100 a week. Alice thinks that this is crazy and excessive. She thinks it's improper and brought it up as an example of how she thinks I'm raising Stacy like a spoiled princess. She said as much again when I told her I was sending Stacy her allowance, but this time, Alice also asked if her kids would get the same allowance after we get married. I told her that someday our new daughter would probably get an allowance just like Stacy does, but that there was no way I had any plans of shelling out an extra $400 a week for her other kids. Alice got upset. She said that Stacy wasted my money on shoes and makeup. She has previously criticized Stacy for wearing fancy sneakers, high heels, and makeup, and she said that I was showing favoritism and that that is a form of abuse. She complained about me letting Stacy buy things with my credit card and store my credit card on her phone when I didn't even let Alice do that. She said that whatever money would go to the kids should be split evenly amongst them. When I shrugged and told her that that wasn't going to happen and that I wasn't going to cut Stacy's allowance, she snapped at me. She said that a man living alone with his daughter and doting on her like I do is creepy and incestuous. And she said, "You've just replaced your dead wife with your daughter, and you need to stop. That was it. Sure, I've ignored many red flags until now, but that was it. She started trying to tell me about how it was unhealthy for me to be so close with Stacy, how she didn't want her kids to be neglected, and how she wanted to be treated as an equal if we were getting married. Still, I interrupted her, and I told her that I didn't think we should be getting married. I told her that I didn't want her moving in and that we would need to work something else out. To be perfectly honest, my sister, my brother, and some of my friends have expressed some of the same misgivings about Alice that I've read, although they were generally much more gentle about it. I was in love with her. In fact, I'm still in love with her, and I wasn't seeing things clearly. I told her that I would always make sure that our child had a roof over her head, but that she was going to have to work something out for herself and her kids on her own. Obviously, we had a huge fight. She screamed at me. She called me a heartless bastard. She blamed Stacy for trying to sabotage our relationship. She guilt-tripped me about her cost of living and how I was in an empty house all by myself. She also guilt-tripped me about the stress on the baby, and I actually do feel bad and worry about that. She eventually broke down crying and told me to leave. In the past 10 years, this was my first relationship with a woman that became serious. I love her, and this hurts. It hurts a hell of a lot. I told Stacy that she didn't have to bother moving her stuff out of the other room and that Alice wasn't coming, and we hugged. She asked if this was her fault, and I told her no. I told her I honestly feel like marrying Alice would have been a mistake even if the two of them could have been best buddies. I always wanted to have a few more kids and missed having a wife, but things don't always happen the way we want. So I'm pretty sure my relationship with Alice is effectively over, even if we're raising a child together for the foreseeable future. I'm not sorry to be having another kid, even if I really wish the circumstances could be better. The red flags were always there. I guess it's better that I notice them now instead of later. My girlfriend is the gentlest person I know and she can't even hurt a bug, but someone broke into her house and she beat him half to death. A little bit about my girlfriend. She cries when she sees sick or hurt animals. She's constantly doing or offering to do nice things for people. She won't even squish bugs. She catches them and releases them if she finds any. She's a Buddhist. Nonviolence is important to her. Before this, I described her as the gentlest person I knew. So what the F? The other night, I was sleeping over at my girlfriend's. She lives one street over from the middle of nowhere, with no street lights, and no sidewalks, and keeps her house dark at night except for the room she's in to attract bats and attract bugs. I think it was like 2 a.m. when I woke up to my girlfriend telling me to call 911. Long story short, a guy had broken a window into the garage and was going through my car. He had a knife but my girlfriend had a shotgun, unloaded, and wanted to scare him off with it. But this guy was unhinged and charged us. I don't really remember how it happened but my girlfriend somehow tripped him. Or maybe he tripped on his own, and then started basically tamping this guy's ribcage down into his lungs with the stock. I had to physically stop her. After I stopped her, she was so calm. She sat cross-legged on the floor and called a lawyer before the cops even arrived. No charges for my girlfriend. Lawyers have been helpful, cops less so. They wanted to arrest me when they got there for some reason. And my girlfriend had to actually ask for an ambulance for the guy because they tried to just load him into the police car and he was screaming and moaning. He lived but is still in the hospital. It's been 2 days since this happened, and I still feel like my heart is racing. Every time I see my girlfriend I see her covered in blood with a shotgun. It hasn't changed how I feel about her but goddamn, it's changed how I see her. Update. My girlfriend is doing good all things considered. Someone was worried that the blood was hers. The guy came in pre-wounded because there were bloody handprints on my car. He was definitely on something. My girlfriend is currently taking a bunch of drugs since she was exposed to his blood too. Girlfriend hasn't talked much about what happened and I'm not going to push her right now. I am worried about her. I am taking care of her. I've been staying with her since this happened, and feeding her. Many people seem to think my view of her has changed for the worse. That is deeply untrue. It's still pretty fresh in my mind and I'm processing things on the go. I was just having difficulty reconciling this new view of her with who I thought she was before, but I realize now that she hasn't changed. I just learned more about her, and I learned that she's a certified badass. Also, a lot of people are calling me out for not helping more. Don't get me wrong, I feel guilty that I didn't do much other than call 911 in the moment. I don't want to sound like I'm making excuses for myself because I was still absolutely scared crapless, but my girlfriend didn't really give me a chance to help. This all happened very quickly. By the time she woke me up, she was armed and out of bed. I'm deaf in one ear and a heavy sleeper anyway, so I'm glad she woke me up at all. I'm not sure why the shotgun wasn't loaded. She only told me afterward. I was expecting her to shoot him, not beat him half to death. My girlfriend is threatening to break up with me over a prank that I pulled on her and her family. Now I do not know what to do. This past weekend was the big camping trip that my girlfriend would be taking with her and her family. It would consist of her, her parents, her younger sister, her aunt and uncle, and her 3 cousins, and it was a big family trip that was being planned for cooler weather. My girlfriend told me all about where they would be camping and I decided to take advantage of that knowledge. I visited my girlfriend's house to say goodbye to her and wish her a fun trip, and when they all took off in their cars, I got in my car and drove to the campsite that they would be staying at. I know the area pretty well and I was able to find a spot to hide my car from view, and I was able to navigate the woods and keep an eye on them while remaining hidden from view. When it came to nighttime, I put on a Chewbacca costume and ruffled it up a little to make it like wild and untamed. While the family was gathered around the campfire, I started to rustle the bushes. The family noticed, but they didn't think much of it. Then I started to make growling noises. The family was getting noticeably freaked out, and then my girlfriend's uncle started to walk towards where I was hiding. As soon as he got close enough, I jumped out from behind the bushes and started making roaring noises while running around acting like a Bigfoot. I shook their tents, threw lawn chairs around, and chased after some of the cousins. I heard my girlfriend's dad yell, "Get the gun," and that's when I knew I had to end the prank. I took off the costume, revealed myself, and the entire family was pissed. Long story short, I got yelled at by almost all of her family, and the noise attracted the campsite manager, who kicked me out after hearing what happened. Today I heard back from my girlfriend for the first time since the prank and she said that she's seriously considering breaking up with me. She just said that she needs some time to think and that she'll let me know when she's made her decision. Now I'm just left, wondering what I do. I'm thinking that I need to pull off a major apology and I need some advice on what to say to save this relationship. First update, I'm honestly really embarrassed and humiliated about this update. I almost considered not even posting it, but I feel the need to vent and express my frustrations on some way. So here it is. I really hope you don't think too badly of me and you understand what I'm going through after last night. Last night, my girlfriend's family was holding a barbecue in their backyard and my girlfriend was able to talk her dad into inviting me. He was originally against the idea of me coming, but he was willing to let me come so long as the first thing I do is offer a genuine apology for the prank that I pulled on all of them. I arrived in their backyard and everybody that I pranked at the campsite was sitting at a table and they were all clearly waiting for me to arrive. I sat down next to my girlfriend and I began my apology. I stated that my prank was ill-timed, immature, and thoughtless and I apologized for ruining their camping trip that they had apparently been planning for some time. I tried to make it as genuine and sincere as possible and when I was done, I waited for some type of response. There was a really long awkward silence as the whole family just stared at me. Then the uncle whispered something in the dad's ear and they both burst out laughing, but I couldn't make out what he said. The dad then said that he didn't accept my apology and then he told me to leave. My initial response was a very loud "what the F?" and that made things worse. My girlfriend's dad kept telling me to leave and I lost my temper. I swiped an empty plastic cup off of the table and I said to the family, "Fine, F all of you," while flipping them off with both middle fingers. As I was leaving the backyard, my girlfriend caught up to me and said that she was breaking up with me. She said that I was too immature and impulsive and she said that she wants me to leave her and her family alone. I tried apologizing to her profusely. I kept saying, "Babe, I'm sorry, just give me another chance and I promise I'll be good. I promise." I kept saying this over and over, but she said that she's given me millions of chances and that she can't fix me. She then walked off and I did something that made things even worse. I yelled at her, calling her a bitch, and then I started kicking and punching their wooden fence that separates their front and backyard. I knocked down part of the fence and then I left. All of that happened last night and I feel like poop. Part of me wants to just give up on her and move on, but I also want to prove to her that I'm capable of changing. I want to promise her no more pranks along with trying to control my temper. What do you think I should do? Second update, long story short, I got in a fight with my girlfriend and her family last night. She's now my ex-girlfriend and I lashed out and broke down part of their wooden fence that separates the back and front yard. Her father hasn't contacted me about it, but I'm worried that he's going to come after me eventually. What kind of trouble can I get in? Third update, I'd rather not go into detail on this post, but the reason for the breakup is on my profile and can be read there on another post. Simply put, I can't stop thinking about my ex-girlfriend. I can barely eat, sleep, or do anything that used to make me happy. Last night I watched my first ever hockey game and I was excited about that a few months ago, but now I don't even care. I spent the whole game thinking about my ex and how she broke up with me. She's all I think about right now and I feel like putting in one last effort in making her see that I'm a better man. What should I say to her? What can I do to get her to come back to me? Fourth update, for those who may or may not know, my girlfriend broke up with me because I pranked her and her family by dressing up as Bigfoot and ruining their camping trip, but I think that since some time has passed, my girlfriend might be of a cooler head and I was thinking of trying to win her back in a clever little way that involves the Bigfoot theme. My idea is to dress up as Bigfoot again, but not to scare anyone. I'm going to dress up, go into her backyard with an old stereo/CD player that still works, and play Sorry by Buckcherry. I'll play it loud enough for her to hear and I'm hoping she'll accept it and see it as a cute apology. I know it sounds a little cliche, the whole stereo outside the window thing, but I'm hoping that the Bigfoot costume might be a new little twist on it and it'll be my way of apologizing for the Bigfoot prank. What do you think? Fifth update, after reading through some of the responses from yesterday, I decided to just go for it and get it over with. I dressed up in the ruffled up Chewbacca costume, grabbed the stereo, and walked over to my girlfriend's house at nighttime. We live in the same neighborhood and there's a shortcut through a little stretch of woods that I take from my place to hers and that's the route I took last night. I climbed into their backyard and I stood in their grass, holding up the stereo while playing the song that I had intended, Sorry by Buckcherry. The problem is that the stereo was an old piece of poop that I dug up from my basement and the volume wasn't loud at all. It sounded muffled and I didn't want to risk moving closer to their house in case I was seen. But I wanted something to come from the night and I set down the stereo and peered into the window that I knew lead to my girlfriend's room. My girlfriend was just playing with her phone on her bed and I just stared into her room for a little while. I guess I was caught up in staring at her since I hadn't seen her in a few weeks and I didn't realize that I had been staring in there for a long time. I turned to leave, but I saw one of her neighbors out on their porch, looking directly at me and they were on their phone. My first thought was that they were probably calling the police and I panicked. I did something really stupid and tried to go in my girlfriend's house by pulling at their back green door, but her mom saw me trying to get in and she screamed. I then ran back towards the woods and I tried to pick up the stereo, but I really hurt my back while bending over, so I just left it in their backyard. The back pain was also shooting down my left leg and I had to limp away from the house and I limped through the woods back to my house while also cussing at myself over how effed up my plan was. The worst part is that this morning, my girlfriend called me and left a message on my phone. She said that she knows it was me at her house and that she's only giving me one final warning before she talks to the police about harassment charges as well as a restraining order. She says that she's never getting back together me and she told me to move on. Now I'm really depressed, which is how I've been feeling in the past few weeks. I'm physically hurting from my back and leg pain, and I'm emotionally hurting from my girlfriend's words. I'm just really upset and pissed off. What should I do? Sixth update. My ex-girlfriend left me a message on my phone threatening me with a restraining order. It's just a threat at this point, but I still want to know what happens to my record if she were to file one against me. Will it give me a criminal record and officially list me as a stalker? Is it something that appears in a background check? I just want to know how this will affect things like me getting a job or something like that. Would this affect me nationally, or just in my hometown of Denver, Colorado? Seventh update. I won't go into detail, but but I left a stereo of mine at my ex-girlfriend's house and this morning I got a text from her dad. It was a picture of the completely destroyed stereo next to a baseball bat and the message read, "That's your head if you come near my house again." I want to know if I can actually take action against him for this. He destroyed my stereo and threatened to bash in my head with a baseball bat. What actions can I take? This is all taking place in Denver, Colorado. 8th update. I've spent the past few weeks thinking about how I can possibly get back together with my ex-girlfriend. I've decided to just move on. She doesn't ever want to get back with me and I've caused enough trouble with her family as a whole. I need to get over her and I don't know how. My older brother has a wedding in a few days and it being a romantic occasion is really going to mess with me emotionally, especially since me and my ex were planning on attending together. It hurt even more to see that my ex was selling her dress and posting about it on Facebook. I can't get over the memories and all the time we've spent together and it hurts knowing that I lost her because of my immaturity and stupidity. How do I get over her? She's literally the only thing on my mind and it has to end. Help me out please. 9th update. I know that most people have seen my previous posts on here regarding me and the issues with my ex-girlfriend and her father. He's already threatened me violently and as of last night, he's called the cops on me and now I'm awaiting a court date here in Denver, Colorado. Here's a prior post to catch up. www.reddit.com. Last night was obviously Halloween and while I normally don't trick or treat at my age, I ended up taking my little cousin out around the neighborhood while my parents and hers were at a Halloween party. I also figured that I would wear my Chewbacca costume since I wanted to dress up and I didn't have any other last-minute costumes. We walked around our neighborhood for a little while and we ended up on the same block as my ex-girlfriend's house. I knew it was only an inevitability that we would cross her house, but I honestly wasn't worried about it. I figured that her dad may not even be out to see us and all I'm doing is trick or treating. We ended up walking by her house and of course, both of her parents were sitting by their garage with a bowl of candy to hand out. I tried to grab my cousin and make for the opposite direction, but it was too late. I heard my ex's dad yell, "I see you," and he clearly recognized me. I just grabbed my cousin and we made our way back to my house without looking back at my ex's house. We got home, but almost an hour later, the cops arrived and they told me that my ex's dad wants to press charges on me for stalking and harassment. I'm currently awaiting a court date and I think this is all bullshit. I didn't have any premeditated plans to go near their house, nor did I have any intent with their property. I was simply trick or treating with my cousin and we just happened to come across their home. The dad simply acts as if he's king of the block and he can dictate who walks in the area. What can I do to prepare for my court case? What arguments can I make? I wasn't stalking the house last night and I wasn't planning on doing anything. I simply walked by it while trick or treating and the dad threw a fit. What can I do? 10th update. It's been a little over a month since my girlfriend broke up with me over a prank that was admittedly my fault. It was a dumb, immature move on my part and I've accepted the consequences. That being said, I'm now in serious legal trouble over what happened a couple of nights ago on Halloween. I ended up walking by her house while taking my cousin trick or treating and her dad saw me. He's now pressing charges for harassment and stalking and I'm awaiting my court date. Last night, my ex texted me and she was clearly drunk. A lot of her texts were either gibberish or in poor grammar, but I could make out what she was communicating. Basically, she was celebrating me having charges pressed against me and she was texting stuff like "I hope you rot in jail and lock him up." I responded with texts of my own. I called her names like cunt and bitch, but she obviously didn't seem fazed. But simply sending her some mean texts isn't enough for me. I honestly think that she has some nerve to kick me while I'm down while all she has to do is just stay on the sidelines while daddy does all of the work. I've spent all day thinking about how I can get back at her over this. Part of me thinks that I should just wait until I'm done going to court, but I also want to strike back while the event is still fresh. I'm thinking of one final prank. What should I do? TLDR. X texted me insults. Want revenge. This is when the op deleted his Reddit and we will never know if he showed up to his court date in a Bigfoot costume. My girlfriend made a speech in her ex's wake that if things had been different, they'd be a happy family with kids, so now I am burying our relationship. So my girlfriend and I have been together for about 4 years. She used to be close friends with her ex. However, he tried to make a move on her while she and I were together, so she cut off their friendship. They knew each other for about 10 years. They were high school sweethearts and stayed together throughout college. They broke up because he did not want kids. He died recently, and my girlfriend was invited to the funeral. While I wasn't happy, so to speak, to see my girlfriend cry about this guy, I swallowed my emotions and offered my full support. She asked me to come with her. Here's where things get messy. She kept talking about how she wished they never broke up in the first place, and that she's never met someone who she loved as much as him. She made a speech about how she says that if things had been different, they'd be a happy family with children. I had to force myself not to say anything then. Now we're back home, and she hasn't said anything about what she said. I'm so close to just leaving, but I just don't know if she only said that out of grief. Update post. 3 days later. Hello everyone. It's been a stressful couple of days, and my post got a lot more attention than I expected. It was overwhelming, to be honest. Truth be told, I've been hesitant to talk about this to my girlfriend about because she's still been depressed. She's not talking to me at all and I've been taking care of everything around our place. She's just been lying in our bed. I've tried to talk to her, but she just shuts me out. I've been reflecting on our past relationship and realized a couple of things. My girlfriend was never as passionate with me as she was with her ex. She never did anything as romantic or thoughtful for me when compared to her ex. For example, she's never gone traveling for more than 3 days with me, but she traveled often with her ex, sometimes for years. It's not like I haven't offered. I was simply told to get over it, and that each relationship is different, and people said poop like if she wanted to be with her ex, she would be something. Also to note is that some of you actually pointed my attention to another post. One that's about a girl going to her ex's funeral. I read the post, and I don't know if it's actually my girlfriend or not. Some details are different, like our age, we're both 30. Also, I never said anything about breaking up with her for going to the funeral. I wasn't exactly happy to see her mourn the guy who wanted to sleep with her while she was with me, but I didn't actually say anything. Now, that post admitted that she actually cheated. I thought about this for a second, but it doesn't matter, because if she cheated or not, I already broke up with her. I did have a talk with her, but she refused to at first, by not responding to me. But when I told her I was leaving, she finally said something to me. I basically told her that I feel like crap ever since she said those things at the funeral. How I feel like she would rather be with her ex than me. That I felt like her second choice. She started to yell at me, calling me selfish, and that she's lost one of the most important people in her life, and I shouldn't make this about me. I was too tired to try to yell back. My things were already packed up. I'm staying with my parents for a while. Our lease doesn't expire for a few months, so I don't know what she's planning to do. I don't know what to do now. I thought I was gonna marry this girl someday and have kids, but she wanted someone else all this time. My girlfriend shouted at my pregnant sister after she requested to use my dead wife's name for her baby, so I gave her a dose of her own medicine and broke up with her. I was with my wife for 16 years. We were high school sweethearts and got married when we graduated college. She was an amazing woman, sweet and kind to the bone. We had 2 beautiful children together, now aged 11 and 8. However, she died 6 years ago in a tragic car accident. I was devastated, and only thanks to my amazing family was I able to pick up the pieces enough to be able to raise and be there for my kids. I now have a new girlfriend who I have been dating for 8 months. My sister is pregnant with her first child. My sister was very close with my wife, as she practically grew up with her around. She was equally as heartbroken and devastated as I was when my wife passed. Recently, we found out my sister was having a girl, and she invited me and my girlfriend over for dinner. There, she asked what I thought about her giving her daughter my late wife's name as a middle name and stated she would only do it if I were okay with it. I said yes immediately, but my girlfriend blew up on my sister, saying she thought it would be disrespectful to her and that she would always be in my wife's shadow with a baby that had her name around. My sister tried to say it would only be the middle name, but my girlfriend carried on shouting at her and saying she was sick of competing with dead women and how she wished we would all get over it already. I got up and told my girlfriend that we were leaving and would talk about this privately. The car ride home was silent, and as soon as I got home, I texted my kids' aunt, wife's sister, who was watching them during the dinner, and asked if she'd keep the kids overnight as well, and she agreed. I then blew up on my girlfriend, first berating her for shouting at my pregnant sister and then asking why she would disrespect my late wife like that. She tried to turn it around on me and make me feel guilty for not defending her and told me that agreeing with what my sister asked made me a shitty boyfriend, and it showed I didn't care about her at all. I told my girlfriend I had tried my best not to make her feel like she had been competing with my late wife, as she had put it, but she had always known how important my wife was to my family and that she was previously very understanding about it, so why had that changed? She then said she was hoping if we were together long enough, I would start to forget about my wife. I reminded her that she was my kid's mother after all, and her memory would never fully be gone. That didn't mean I loved her any less, but if she couldn't accept that, maybe we shouldn't be together. She left shortly after, and we haven't spoken since. I'm now getting texts from her friends and family calling me an asshole and saying if I really did love my girlfriend, I would tell my sister not to use my late wife's name. I don't plan on asking my sister to change the name, and even though I love my girlfriend, I don't think I can move past the things she said, so am I the a-hole? My girlfriend tormented me for years, and as I was planning to leave her, she used my credit card to buy herself an engagement ring. Now, I'm taking everything I own and letting her go crazy. I've been with Nicole for a couple of years now, and she's always liked survival stuff, weaponry, and all that. I don't. My mother and my dog were unalived by a mugger using a knife, and Nicole knows about them. I didn't know Nicole liked knives at first. We started dating and eventually went on a camping and hiking trip, where she used a knife to split some kindling and pointed it toward herself. I remember telling her to watch out, and she had me relax because she always did it. She asked me if I wanted to do it myself, and I admitted I didn't like knives. Later in the trip, we drank by the fire and talked, and that's when I told her about my trauma. She promised to protect me, and I remember that exactly because I had the mental image of her fending off a mugger, and I joked that she was my hero. After the camping trip, I don't know if it was always there, and I noticed it more after or what, but she started to be more obviously into knives. She was practicing tricks in front of me, showing videos to me, and starting a collection. She even asked for a knife for her birthday that year, showing me exactly which one she wanted. She started doing the tricks more often before me, even sitting next to me on the couch or at the dinner table. She would gesture with the knife without thinking and even point it at me. She started sending me videos of news clips of other break-ins or news reports of robberies ending in murder, between a bunch of other funny videos or pictures. So checking Snapchat became a game of Russian roulette. If I didn't check the links sent through text, she'd keep sending them and ask what I thought. She'd forget she had the knife in hand when she came up to me, sometimes from behind. My nightmares came back. My anxiety got worse. No matter how often I reminded her to please stop playing with the knife in front of me, or at least not next to me, she would always forget after a little bit. Some part of me refuses to believe there's no way she risked bodily harm just to unnerve me. 2 days ago, she was playing with it again, and I asked her why she kept forgetting, and she said, "Wow, okay, don't insult my intelligence again," and then that it was just a knife and therefore not a big deal and thus not that important to remember. After that, she put away the knife, and we continued to have an okay night, but I was on edge and jumpy whenever she touched me. Yesterday, she called me into the kitchen. She was playing a 5-finger fillet, and I startled her, so she messed up badly. I lost my cool. I screamed my head off and tried shouting what I knew about first aid at her while I raced to grab my phone, in complete panic, dialing 911, only for her to start laughing and show me that it was a prank involving red food dye and a carrot. She laughed about how I would have known it was a joke if I wasn't so squeamish about knives, that it's proof I need to get more comfortable, that anyone with passing knowledge knows that it doesn't look like that when something like that happens. She kept explaining how she did it, how she practiced, and how she could show me, but I didn't even answer her. My head was underwater, and my heart was beating out of my chest. I just moved on autopilot, grabbed my keys, and drove a few blocks away before pulling over to breathe. Nicole tried to call me, and the first thing I said was, "It wasn't funny at all," and she asked, "Are you crying?" Then I hung up on her. She kept texting me, saying she was sorry, Didn't think I'd react so badly to a joke, and that it was meant to be good fun in the Halloween spirit. I ignored her. I texted her after that I was home but ignored everything else. Update, I reached out to Nicole again yesterday to talk, and I stood my ground and explained things so she could understand my side. She greeted me with, "Thanks for gracing me with your presence," and asked if I was here to act my age and talk like an adult. Considering the situation, Nicole admitted that my reaction was unreasonable and completely out of line. I said that things needed to change because the prank wasn't okay at all, and she knows I have issues with knife violence. I asked, what was funny about the prank? She interrupted and said that ultimatums aren't part of any relationship, so I said, I don't think this is working out for us. I don't think we're happy together. Nicole froze initially, and I explained that the knife thing and our different stances were unfair to either of us. But she repeatedly asked, so you're going to break up nearly 3 years just because of this? I tried to tell her it was more than just this. It was everything else. She kept forgetting and telling me she loved playing with them, but it upset me. Still, she started talking over me and yelling that I thought she was an idiot and that I was the best actor in the world because she never knew I felt so horrible and that maybe I should call the cops on her for abuse. She grabbed her cell phone and offered it to me again and again, saying, go on call. But when I said we just needed to talk, she interrupted with, no, you won't because you know, I know, we both know, no cop is going to arrest me for a joke. Also, after throwing her phone on the couch next to me, she stormed into the kitchen, shouting that she should get rid of all her knives because I was so terrified. She threw a few into the sink and the whole block of knives into the trash, asking, what about this one? Too sharp? Too scary? When I flinched at the noises, she said, oh, do you feel threatened? How do you feel when I defend myself against your feelings? Nicole told me to quit crying and that I couldn't use tears to manipulate her. She mocked me when I said, please stop. She said she has to walk on eggshells because she has to deal with a boyfriend who can't handle a single joke without running off into the night. It's not hard to not overreact. Just think before you go crazy. It's that simple. And it's ridiculous that a grown man can't handle a knife or a gun. I refuse to let go of my victimhood because anyone normal would have gotten over it by now. It's been nearly 9 years. She called me stubborn and childish for picking this hill to die on that I'm not innocent. It's not fair that I'm allowed to ignore her for hours, but she can't have a little fun? And is my ego really that big? It's sickening that I don't trust her or think she's smart or skilled enough to handle a knife properly. And it's sexist, infantilizing, and insulting. At some point, I said I thought I needed to go home, and it was like a switch, and she said, please stop crying, I hate when you cry. Joked, I guess hibachi dates are off the table, huh? And I should probably take the knives out of the trash now, shouldn't I? She apologized and said that she'd put in more effort since it meant so much to me. She admitted that I'm such a sensitive guy that if she stopped doing everything that made me uncomfortable, she wouldn't be able to do anything. She pointed out that I cried watching my girl the other day as proof that I was overly emotional, and it made sense that she thought I was just being my normal self. However, she was sorry for not realizing it was upsetting me sooner. She promised to do her best not to bring the knives out when I'm around. Nicole hugged me and told me to let go. We can get through this, there's nothing we can't get over, and asked for a chance to start over, fresh start tomorrow, no more jokes. It's stupid, but I just said yes. I wanted to go home, get out of her house, and leave while she was still acting nice, and I didn't hold my ground. I feel like an idiot and a coward. I got home and puked and couldn't get to sleep again. Today, Nicole came and dropped off lunch and coffee for me, kissed me, and said she loved me, and all the old ladies in the office were gushing about how cute we were together. I will reach out to one of the guys I'm closer to and the friend who set us up to find out when Nicole got so into knives. I will officially break up with her tomorrow with one of the guys if possible to get my stuff from her place. My girlfriend wants me to get rid of my beloved cat because cats eat meat and mice. She was dumbfounded when I told her that I was willing to give up our relationship. I've been dating my girlfriend for 7 months. She's amazing, and we're super compatible in a lot of ways. She is an outspoken vegan and made it clear at the start of our relationship that it was important to her that any potential had similar cruelty-free values. I, already being a pescatarian, had little difficulty transitioning to a fully plant-based diet. My girlfriend was proud of me for going cruelty-free and everything seemed well. We became the vegan couple on our college campus. Then there is my cat, Mittens. I've had her for 3 years and I adore her. She's such a sweet and cuddly cat. However, my girlfriend was always a little apprehensive around her, and she blamed it on not growing up around cats. After a while we sort of made a tacit agreement to mostly hang out at her apartment instead of mine, so Mittens never really came up again in conversation. Fast forward through all the quarantine stuff. My girlfriend and I have spent a lot of time together during this pandemic, and we've started talking about taking our relationship to the next level. We began seriously looking at either buying a new apartment together or having one of us move in with the other. However, after a lot of talking and planning, my girlfriend sat me down and dropped a bombshell on me. She said that with this next phase of the relationship, she did not see a future with me unless I was willing to give away Mittens. She said that she believed owning a cat is unconscionable for vegans because they hunt mice and eat meat and because the very act of owning a pet is a violation of vegan principles. I was stunned. I told her that I was not willing to give up Mittens, and she had no choice but to eat meat, so I reduced the harm as much as possible by buying reputable brands of cat food. Plenty of vegans own cats and think along those same lines. My girlfriend got mad and said, how much flesh does your cat eat? How many animals died to make all that food? Would you be okay with that being human flesh? I got mad and told my girlfriend that I would have appreciated her telling me about her cat's opinions before we got serious. She went on and on about cats killing animals. I ended the conversation there. I was so angry that I left my GFS apartment, and I snuggled with Mittens when I got home, although the mood soured a bit when my girlfriend sent me a link to a Reddit thread advocating for the extinction of domestic cats. Sigh. I think it goes without saying that I am not going to get rid of my cat. However, it pains me to think that an otherwise wonderful relationship could be ending because of a difference in ideology. I don't even really understand where my girlfriend is coming from because, like I said, a lot of vegans own cats. Now granted, cat ownership can be a controversial topic in vegan circles, and I probably would would not have gotten a cat if I had been vegan then, but I have mittens now, and she deserves to eat. I've talked to some of my vegan and vegetarian friends, and they all think my girlfriend has lost her mind. Some have suggested that it's not about mittens. My girlfriend just wants an excuse to end it. They probably don't understand why I haven't broken up yet. But I care about my girlfriend so much. I'd hate for this bizarre curve ball to be the end of a beautiful thing. I want to try and work something out. Where do I even go from here? I will not compromise on mittens, and I don't think my girlfriend will compromise either. Update. We broke up. I would never, ever give up my cat Mittens. I called my girlfriend and said I was not willing to give up Mittens under any circumstances, and given the recent issues we'd had, and our incompatible views, I thought it was best that we parted ways. I said she deserved a partner that shared her values. She then asked if we were breaking up. I said yes. There was some anger on her end, but otherwise, the situation actually went better than I expected. So, yeah, that's really it. My girlfriend won't remove spiders in her apartment. Then I found a spreadsheet on her computer named Babies, keeping track of all of the spiders in her apartment. My girlfriend and I have been dating for just over a year. This sounds so cliche, but she is almost perfect for me. She is really into health and fitness, has an excellent career that she worked really hard for, is great in bed, kind and intelligent. But, she lives in a basement suite which is nicely decorated and she keeps it very clean. Any of you who have lived in a basement suite before knows that, no matter what you do, you get bugs, ants, piddlebugs, beetles, and spiders. I spent a fair amount of time at her place and noticed right away that there was a spider in almost every corner. I asked her about it and she told me she doesn't unalive them because they eat the other bugs. Okay, I did some light research and sure enough, she was right. I found it a little creepy but not a deal breaker. Here is where things get weird. About a week and a half ago I was using her computer and noticed a spreadsheet called Babies Curiously. Curiously got the best of me and opened it. She lovingly named all of the spiders, KLLS the other bugs, feeds them to the spiders, and keeps track of it all in a creepy rear-end spreadsheet. She keeps track of their food, their color, size, website, and some other poo that I didn't really understand. I closed the spreadsheet after I realized what it was about because I felt bad for snooping and was honestly pretty disturbed. I really love her and don't want to break up, but am afraid that this is a sign of mental illness. Has anyone ever heard of anything like this before? Should I say something to her? Is it okay for me to ask her to stop? Is this really that big of a deal? Update. So I took all of your advice and tried to embrace this part of her life. It was our anniversary last week and I decided to get her a spider-themed gift. I was at the mall and one thing led to another and I ended up buying her a pet tarantula and an aquarium for it. She loved it, but I noticed the beloved spiders disappearing from around her apartment over the last few days. I asked her about it and turns out she's been unaliving them and feeding them to her new tarantula. I don't know how I feel about this. First, she is calling them babies and now she is unaliving them. Arg, I'm just trying not to think about it and hoping she doesn't find a better boyfriend to feed me to one day. Lolo, well, my girlfriend's brother threw me down the stairs and ruined my life, so I made sure he lost everything, including the ability to walk. The first time I met him, I genuinely thought he was an intruder. It was late, the apartment was quiet, and this sketchy guy was rummaging through my girlfriend's kitchen. Naturally, I grabbed my .45 and confronted him, ready to protect her and her daughter. Turns out, he wasn't a burglar, he was worse. He called himself her brother, but he was just some leech she'd let move in. That moment should have been my warning to get out while I still could. But I didn't and he almost destroyed everything. Let me back up. At the time, I was head over heels for my girlfriend. We'd reconnected after years apart, and things felt perfect. She had an adorable 3-year-old daughter who started calling me daddy after a few months, which honestly melted my heart. I was already picturing a future with them, marriage, adoption, the whole deal. Then he showed up. This guy, let's call him Ryan, wasn't actually her brother. He was just some guy she'd worked with at Target who was down on his luck. One day, he claimed he was too sick to go home, and she, being the kind-hearted person she is, let him crash on her futon. Big mistake. He quickly made himself at home. At first, he said it was just for a week. That week turned into a month and then months. He never paid rent, never cleaned, and basically turned her apartment into his personal flop house. Ryan was a nightmare roommate. He treated her place like a free hotel. Dishes, left stacked in the sink. Laundry, he'd dump it on the floor and complain when she didn't fold it for him. Once, I caught him eating an entire pizza she'd bought for her daughter and not even bothering to apologize. Oh, and his hygiene. Let's just say flushing the toilet wasn't high on his priority list, and the bathroom smelled like a crime scene half the time. He spent his days smoking weed on the balcony, playing Call of Duty on the PS3 I'd stupidly loaned him, and bragging about how he was a former street racer and successful dealer. Yeah, right. The only thing this guy was racing was to the fridge. But what really got under my skin was his attitude. Anytime I called him out, he'd puff up his chest and act like he was 10 feet tall. You better watch your back, he'd say. I've got friends who'll take care of you if I can't. I bit my tongue because I loved her, but every time he crossed the line, it got harder to keep my cool. One morning, after months of this crap, I was heading out the door when he barked at me from the couch. Hey, clean those dishes when you get back. I froze. Those weren't my dishes, they were his from the night before, when he decided to make mac and cheese at 2 a.m. and somehow used half the kitchen to do it. I turned and told him to do it himself, but he didn't like that. Before I could even step outside, I heard him storming up behind me. I turned just in time to see him shove me hard. I went flying down the stairs. When I hit the concrete landing, my back screamed in pain, and my leg flared up where I'd been injured years ago. Before I could even catch my breath, he was on me, fists flying. Big mistake. Despite the pain, my instincts kicked in. I fought back, landing punch after punch until he was the one sprawled on the ground, bleeding and groaning. My girlfriend came running, screaming for me to stop, and pulled me off him. And somehow, I was the one who ended up looking like the bad guy. Ryan spun some sob story about how I'd attacked him first, and my girlfriend actually believed him. Or maybe she just didn't want to lose the only male figure her daughter had ever known. Either way, she gave me an ultimatum. Either I left, or he did. I couldn't believe it. I loved her daughter, and this guy was a freeloading loser who just tried to kill me. But I knew her well enough to see she wasn't going to budge. So, I packed my things and walked away. That should have been the end of it. But Ryan wasn't done with me. A week later, I found my car on cinder blocks, all 4 tires gone, windows smashed, and slurs spray painted across the hood. A month after that, someone threw a Molotov cocktail at my front door. Luckily, the fire sprinklers went off before it could spread, but the damage was done. I knew it was him, but proving it was another story. The cops were sympathetic but couldn't make anything stick. I thought it couldn't get worse. Then one night, I came home from work and found him and 3 of his friends waiting for me. They rushed me as I opened the door, pushing their way inside. I was outnumbered and unarmed, but they didn't know one thing. I kept a loaded pistol in the closet by the door. In the chaos, I managed to break free and grab it. They froze when they saw the gun, but I didn't hesitate. I fired, hitting the first guy in the chest. He dropped. The second lunged at me, and I fired again, taking him down. The third tried to run but didn't make it far. The last one? Ryan. He wasn't so lucky. A bullet caught him in the back, shattering his spine. He hit the ground, screaming, and didn't get back up. The cops cleared me, ruling it self-defense. Ryan survived, but he'll never walk again. He ended up getting charged with the deaths of his friends and the attempted attack on me. As for my ex, she cut me out completely. I heard through the grapevine that she moved away, got married, and started over. Good for her. Me, I rebuilt my life with a new job, a new city, a new partner. Things are good now, but the best part, a few weeks ago, I got an alert. Ryan's name popped up in the news. Turns out someone in prison got tired of his mouth and ended things for good. My girlfriend's father lunged at us with a crowbar to test me, so I jabbed his eyes with full force. Now he has not only lost his vision but also his family. So I have been with my girlfriend, who we'll call Jada. We are freshmen in high school and have dated since 6th grade. We have big families who get along just fine. The relationship is amazing, but her dad and brothers have a habit of testing me to see if I'm fit to be her boyfriend. Jada, her other sister and mom have told them to knock it off multiple times. They keep doing it. My parents don't know about this as I didn't think it was a big deal. But this time, her dad took it too far. So my parents were going to be busy on some road trip and my other siblings were staying home. Basically, I and my girlfriend were going to have a date at this restaurant in the city while her family wandered around town. I had a feeling her dad was going to pull something too. It was evening when the date started, and by the time we walked out, it was nighttime. Jada and I were walking around when a big man covered in black and a ski mask lunged at us with a crowbar. Jada screamed very loudly. I instinctively, without thinking, and jabbed this man's eyes full force. His eyes were bleeding badly. My fingers had some blood on it and was jammed. The man stopped, fell over and started screaming. My girlfriend Jada apparently recognized the scream as her father and started panicking. Some people started gathering around and some person called the ambulance. I guess the disturbance was loud because as the ambulance arrived, Jada's family arrived and broke down at the scene. The police showed up to start asking questions about what happened. What happened? Who attacked first? Etc. I answered honestly and they said I was off the hook for now and that they'd be in contact. My parents were called and they were furious with Jada's family for pulling that stunt. They had to drive 4 hours to reach me, so at this point, it's midnight. We went ahead to see her father. I was panicking that I really might have made a man blind by my own foolishness and get arrested or charged. When we got there, an instant arguments broke out. Her dad said he wants to press charges and her brothers agree, but Jada and the mom don't believe that's a good idea. We had to leave because the commotion was too much. I might have ruined the relationship by doing this. What should I do? Update: Jada's mom is divorcing and suing for full custody of Jada and her sister. Her mom has a job, so they'll be fine. Apparently, the dad lost his vision in his right eye permanently. He will recover eventually. The wife gave him an ultimatum and he refused to change and apologize. We were told that we could take them to court for everything they had done. The restaurant had footage and we didn't walk too far, so they got it on camera. My family didn't want to do this at first due to the expenses, but seeing as we would most likely win this case, my parents got a lawyer. Also, Jada's dad just got fired for this too. I don't understand the court processes and things, so that is all I can say. So her brothers will likely end up in the adoption center. Jada and I will be staying together. She has agreed to cut her father and brothers out of her life. If her mom can't take care of them, then my family will have them overnight. My girlfriend's father thinks that his wife is emotionally cheating on him with me because she gives me coffee. Now, I am considering breaking up with her to escape this madhouse. I have been dating a girl for about a year and 3 months now. When we first got together, she warned me that her parents, mainly her father, were a bit crazy. Boy, was she right. When we first got together, everything was good, no issues with them, and I heard good things back from her that her parents liked me. Her dad is a very straight arrow type of guy. His way or the highway. He has a lot of control over her. She has a curfew and is not allowed to stay over whatsoever. Don't even think about it. Which I can somewhat respect considering she still lives at home, etc. She's not allowed to attend any of the weekend trips that me and my family go on, even though her parents are invited as well. There was one instance where he did say yes, that she could go on one camping trip with me and my family. What a F up. We were lying in bed at night about to go to bed. We have very limited service where we are, so text messages and phone calls kinda come when they want to. She gets a text message from her mother saying to call her ASAP, etc. We blast out to the road to try and gain some better cell service for a phone call. She reaches her mother and her mother tells her that she is here to pick her up. We meet up with her mother and she says that her father sent her up here to get her. We are about 5 hours from home. So here we are thinking something terrible has happened for her to drive 5 hours to come get her, only to find out that he just wants her home and regrets saying yes to her going. Let me remind you, her parents were invited on this trip but chose to stay home. They both end up staying with me and my family for the night. Her mother woke up and left before the sun rose due to fear of embarrassment. She goes home later that weekend to find that her mother is in trouble with her father because she went up there and tried to get my girlfriend to come home, which would then go against his word that she could go. Then my girlfriend was also in trouble for not listening to her mother. Sounds crazy, right? Just wait. Her mother has always been nice to me, making me coffee and sending me home with leftovers, etc. Her father has always been nice to me as well, even though he always has something to say behind my back to my girlfriend for something as small as the vehicle I drive isn't a high-quality long-lasting Toyota. Just recently for family day, I invited her family up to my father's house to go ATV, something I have done on a few occasions but they have never taken me up on my offer. This time they did. The morning of when they were supposed to come, her dad says he isn't feeling well, which is fine, no pressure. He ends up saying he's going to pass but that her mom can still go and he will load the ATVs for her and she and my girlfriend can go together. So the ATVs are loaded, trucks packed, they're ready to leave. At the last minute he says to her that this isn't a good idea because she's never towed this specific trailer with this truck. She's been driving big trucks and trailers for over 30 years, they owned a landscaping company together. She ends up starting to second guess herself and ends up bailing too, but she still decides to come up and she will just ride one of our machines. The day goes by, we have an amazing day and she goes home to find him in a fit of rage that she went without him and all this other stuff from past experiences with her. He ends up kicking her mother out for this and she goes and stays at a friend's house. Few days go by and she comes back and they talk. My girlfriend overhears them talking about me, mainly him yelling at her, and she's just listening. He tells her that she emotionally cheats on him with me because of how nice and helpful she is with me. The coffees, leftovers, etc. Turns out he doesn't like that she's nice to me because I haven't put in the work. Not sure what that means, he can't even explain it himself. I have helped them around their house many times, from yard cleanup to cooking dinner and breakfast. This is getting to the point where he's mentally abusing all of us and he's playing mental gymnastics to get them to listen to him and go by what he says. No one's allowed an opinion or an option. I recently offered to let her move in with me to escape this, but she seems hesitant to leave them. But I frankly want absolutely nothing to do with her family anymore. I feel bad leaving her over her family stuff, but I have to deal with these people for the rest of my life and I just know I won't be able to do it. I feel lost and muddy on how to deal with this. I don't see us lasting much longer if she stays with her family because I will not deal with their stupid small bullshit issues with me and her dating. Update: I sat my girlfriend down for a chat before I made any permanent decisions. I would actually like to keep her around. I explained how I was feeling with the situation with her parents and how much it puts on me. I told her how I don't see a happy future for either of us if things don't take a drastic change. I explained how when I look at my life the most stressful part is her parents and it shouldn't be that way. I also told her that I don't feel good brining my future kids into that situation and that my days shouldn't be spent worrying about her and her family constantly and waiting for the next big blow up. She was super upset that I was at the point of ending it with her. She reminded me of how she had me promise I wouldn't ditch her because of her parents, which made me feel very guilty. I told her I love her and I don't want to hurt her, but I also need to protect myself too. She said she understands that completely and it's along that same line of reasoning for why she wants to move out. That she loves her parents but has to protect herself. She apologized several times for letting it go this far and dragging me into it. I could tell she felt absolutely horrible, which made me feel horrible in return. Something must have finally flipped for her because she asked if the offer of moving in was still on the table and I told her it absolutely was. I asked her why she changed her mind and she said that she could never look at her parents the same for being the reason she lost a good guy who she loves and that she didn't want to go backwards anymore. So she moved out, told her dad where he could stuff it, and I'm happy to say we're unpacking her stuff and getting her settled in as I type this out. She has also agreed to severely limit contact with her parents and any contact she shows us to have with them will have nothing to do with me and they will have no place in our lives as a couple unless we're both okay with it. My girlfriend's mother stole my Transformer toys from my flat to give to her grandson, so I filed a police report because she refused to give them back after she learned their true value. My relationship with my girlfriend's mother has recently turned sour after she took my Transformer toys from my flat to give to her grandson. She has refused to give them back, saying that someone in their 20s shouldn't have toys in their flat. The issue is that they are collectibles in addition to toys. Since the majority of them date to the 1980s, their combined value is estimated to be roughly $10,000–11,000. Haven't gotten them appraised, but that is what I'll put down if I make the report. I informed her of their value, but she brushed it aside by stating, well, they're just toys. I even told her I'd go to the store to pick some toys for her grandson, but she didn't want that and refused by saying they don't make them like they used to. My girlfriend and I have spoken about this, but she doesn't want to become involved and prefers that I handle it on my own. I told her that I had exhausted all options and that the next logical step was probably to report the items as stolen. Stealing something worth $10,000 isn't a misdemeanor either. This is felony level theft. Additionally, the mother took them by entering my flat using my girlfriend's key. My girlfriend said she would speak to her mother and ask her not to do anything similar ever again, but that I should let this one go and not escalate the matter because if I reported it, we would be done. She said she would only talk and involve herself if I promised to not do anything about it and I should value our 2.5-year relationship more than some plastic toys. I don't understand why she isn't valuing our relationship and getting my stuff back from her family. I just want my things returned. I genuinely find it hard to believe she is siding with her mother. We've already been into a few arguments over this over the past several days, and I don't think things will get better. A part of me believes that her mother will likely sell them for a profit or something, and then purchase the cheaper ones for her grandson to give to him on his 6th birthday. I don't want to involve the police and ruin my relationship with my girlfriend or her mother. Up until now, her mother has been nothing but nice to me. Update 2. I broke up with my girlfriend because she continued to take her mom's side and threatened to break up with me. A police report has also been filed. Wrote down the estimated value to be $13,000 when the police asked me for it. I have my fingers crossed now. Final update 2 years later. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to recover any of them, but we settled for $7,000. This amount is less than what I believe was fair, but at this point, I'm ready to move on. The past 2 years have been incredibly tough, and I just want to put this behind me. Thank you all for your support. It meant a lot to me when I needed it the most. My girlfriend's Portuguese family was making racist and derogatory remarks about me and thought I couldn't understand them, so I shut them up and spoke their language. My girlfriend's family is Portuguese, and from the beginning, I've tried to get to know them and get involved despite the language barrier. I've met her family several times. On the surface, they've always been welcoming and nice to me. However, they have a habit of speaking Portuguese around me, which I initially didn't mind because I understood it was their first language, and it made them comfortable. Wanting to connect with them on a deeper level and surprise my girlfriend, I recently began learning Portuguese. My new language skills unexpectedly revealed a hurtful reality at a recent family dinner. As I listened, I realized they were talking about me in derogatory terms, calling me dumb, among other insults, right in front of me, all while smiling and acting friendly. From what I've gathered, my girlfriend understands what's being said but doesn't seem to join in on the insults. However, she hasn't done anything to stop it, occasionally trying to hide her reactions or snickers. I feel betrayed and humiliated and am questioning the integrity of our relationship and her loyalty to me. I'm at a crossroads and unsure how to address this situation. Confronting her family directly seems daunting, especially considering the language barrier and not wanting to cause a rift. However, I also feel that I can't simply ignore such disrespect, and I'm concerned about what this means for the future of our relationship, especially if we were to have a family of our own. Should I confront my girlfriend about her family's behavior and express how hurtful it is to me? Update: this past Sunday, we visited her family again, and not surprisingly, the pattern of rude comments continued. This time, they called me dumb, among other things, and everyone laughed. I laughed and then asked them to pass the salad in Portuguese. I could see the awareness and embarrassment spreading across the table individually. I guess you don't make friends with salad. The dinner that followed was inevitably awkward. No one made a scene, but the atmosphere was tense. On the way home, I told my girlfriend I wanted to break up. To my surprise, she didn't even ask why, which only confirmed my decision was the right one. Since we both moved to this town for work and were living in a company-supplied rental, I contacted our HR department to explain my situation. They were understanding and agreed to arrange a separate place for me. In the meantime, I'm staying at a hotel until everything is sorted out. I honestly feel empty about it now, empty inside. It's been a roller coaster and now there's sort of nothing. Maybe I will feel better tomorrow. Update 2. I spent today packing my things and she spent it crying. Difficult day for both of us. My girlfriend's sister mocked me while I was performing stand-up, so I went nuclear on her and made her the laughingstock of the night. I'm a successful comic working my way up in the comedy scene in the city I'm living in. I'm dating a woman from here, and she is very supportive of my career as I am with her. She has a 21-year-old little sister who I think is a spoiled sorority brat, but I rarely see her, so I pay her very little attention. Just the other night, I was performing at a comedy club, and my girlfriend came to watch me perform. The night before the show, she informed me that her little sister was coming to the show with some friends. To me, this news was a possible red flag. To give some background, my girlfriend comes from a pretty affluent background where ritzy vacations and luxuries were the norm, whereas I come from quite the opposite. I come from a large family where we had to wear the busted pair of shoes for a little longer until the money was finally scraped together. This difference could be intimidating for many people, but it's never been a big issue. She is very level-headed, works hard, and never looks down on others less fortunate than her or her family. Her sister, on the other hand, is quite the opposite. She goes to a university that is completely paid for, has all the niceties, and lets you know when you don't. She can get rude with people quite easily, especially when dealing with someone working a low-paying job or someone she views as lower in status. I've only acted as a silent observer of her behavior because I've only seen her a handful of times, and I, quite frankly, didn't want to deal with her. When my girlfriend told me she was coming to watch me perform, I grew pretty alarmed. The people that I work with are a pretty working-class group of people. They deal with hard truths and can laugh when they are made fun of. Whenever my girlfriend's sister gets put in similar situations, she does not have the same reaction. She handles it just about as well as Vince Wilfork finding out the buffet closed. I also went with her and my girlfriend to a small concert at a bar, and she was rude and disrespectful to the performers the whole time. I told my girlfriend my concerns about her sister coming. She wouldn't enjoy herself, make a scene, or interrupt another comic's set. The ultimate sin. My girlfriend said it wouldn't be a problem. I buckled and said she could come, but I would not be held liable for whatever happened in the club. She agreed, and that was until the next day. We met the sisters and friends beforehand and went to the club. The first comic was a lady I know, and she was spot on that night. She's by no means a pretty woman, so the girls started making sly comments to each other about it until I told them to cut it out, which they did. I then went backstage to the green room, but they were on fairly good behavior from the little bits I saw and heard. Then my set happened. My first 6 or 7 minutes started well. The crowd was great, and I felt in the zone. I then started talking about North Face being tacky, which proved to be the catalyst for the sister and her friends. They started talking loudly in the back, and I told them to stop. I asked my girlfriend to corral them in and provide some silent reinforcements. Those reinforcements never came. About 2 minutes later, I was working through a piece about being hairy, to which the sister commented. At this point, I noticed she and her friends had put down quite a few drinky poos. So basically, I started making fun of them being sloppy drunks. This shut them up for a little bit. I then had a piece about my mom, to which the little sister commented loudly about my mom being a slut. She threw the third pitch, and I choked up on the bat and began to swing away like Joaquin Phoenix in a room full of Marvin the Martians. I called her out for being a petulant rich girl, made fun of her appearance, and ended up calling her a whole drunkula. The crowd was really into it, so I was eventually able to cut off the set with some grace, but I was livid. When the crowd left, and the lights went up, the sister approached me and started getting in my face. I walked back into the green room and asked the bouncer to take care of it, and she eventually left with her friends. As I saw my girlfriend afterward, she seemed a little upset. I told her that I was furious that she didn't help me out with controlling her sister. She asked why I was so upset whenever the set went so well. I told her that even though that set went well, if a heckler catches me on a night when I'm not at my game, it F's my entire performance. We eventually cut the conversation and drove home. The next day, My girlfriend's sister left a message for my girlfriend in tears about how the night went. She was upset at the things I said and wanted an apology. I told my girlfriend that would not happen, and I deserved an apology. Even though my sister doesn't view what I do as a job, that is my livelihood. If I pulled a similarly disruptive stunt in someone else's place of work, I would most likely be arrested. My girlfriend did not take to this well and hasn't talked to me for the last 2 days besides small talk at dinner. Update: on Monday, I was returning to my apartment after doing a spot for a radio station. As I walked back in, I saw that my girlfriend's dad was there and waiting to talk with me. He had stopped by to say hello to my girlfriend, but his real reason was to talk to me. He's normally a pretty even-keeled guy, but he was miffed that day. He wanted to talk with me about what went down at the comedy club the previous week. We sat in the dining room, and I could tell this discussion would be long. My girlfriend's sister told him about the show, and he was justifiably upset that I called his daughter a cunt. I stayed cool and told him I wasn't intentionally saying it to hurt his daughter's feelings. I was simply trying to regain control of my show and the audience. He kept talking about how awful that was, and it sounded like he didn't get the whole story from his daughter. I asked him if I could give my side of the story just so he had some frame of reference, to which he let me. After my initial concerns, I told him about her repeatedly interrupting and heckling me. I said I had gotten carried away with my choice of words, but I had to do that to keep the crowd. I didn't pose this as an excuse, just where I was coming from. He wasn't as upset, but he still was angry. He started hounding me about my line of work and what kind of job makes you call people that. Now, I think this line of questions stemmed from some deep negative feelings about my career as a comic. We ventured onto that topic fairly soon. I still don't think my girlfriend's dad thinks highly of my career, but I feel like that was the best face-to-face conversation we've had, and he at least now knows that I work hard and am passionate about my career. He wasn't completely alleviated, but that's all right. I can work on that after all this. After this, my girlfriend and I got to talk about the evening at the comedy club. I said that I was sorry for going so nuclear on her sister. She said that she wasn't mad about this or even the use of the word a-hole, but the negative comments I made about her sister being a rich girl. She wanted to know if I felt the same way about her. I told her that while I seem to have an inferiority complex regarding people from wealthy backgrounds, I view her as the woman I love, not Cruella de Vil. I also apologized if my comments made her feel undervalued. That was not my intent. She asked me about my upbringing, and I told her more details. She asked me if I thought about counseling to work through some of these issues, and I said that I'd be down for that. I'm scheduled for a few appointments in the upcoming weeks. If I can get the counselor to laugh, that's a win for me. She apologized for not getting her sister to be quiet during the set. She said the whole thing seemed like a nightmare, and she froze up when her sister started yelling. I told her that I accepted her apology and offered to meet with her sister soon to go over the events of the evening. She seemed happy about that, and will meet her sister over lunch this weekend. So far, many of these issues are slowly but surely getting resolved through solid communication.
My goddaughter wanted me to babysit children at her wedding because my wheelchair would ruin the photos. Now they are getting a ton of hate because I made her comments public. I was so happy to see a wedding invitation in my mailbox. I pulled it out and a little note fell out on an index card, but I looked at the invitation first. It was truly beautiful and I immediately stuck it to my fridge like the work of art it was. It was addressed to my husband and me and I was beyond stoked. I love weddings. I tend to get teary-eyed and smile until my face hurts at the joy of new beginnings and all the love. I was even a wedding singer. That's how much I love them. I picked up the note card and read that, and while my husband was invited, I'd be in another room helping to babysit all the children there with several other female invitees. There's a special room for children at the church and that's where I'd be. For everything. I'd still need to dress for a wedding in case I wind up in any photos, but I'd be taking my reception meal with the children and I'd be with all the kids for the ceremony. Then there was a link for their gift registry. Oh, and the meals for my husband and me would be $100 each, and we have a link to pay when we digitally RSVP. The first problem here is that I am disabled at 50 years old. Legally, I use oxygen. I use a walker when I need to walk long distances. I sometimes have to give up the walker entirely and use a wheelchair. I'm not proud of it, but there it is. I could happily sit in a room and look at kids, but I'd be pretty useless to prevent a fall or stop a child from choking or anything else that would require me to move quickly. Second, my husband isn't the one who has been friends with these people since childhood. I am. Why would he be invited to watch the ceremony and be part of the reception but not me? My husband said he'd happily watch the kids and let me attend the wedding and reception, but the invitation specified that only other female invitees would be watching the kids, so I doubt they'd let him. Is this a normal thing at weddings now? Do you pick guests to babysit other guests' children? Should I call them up and explain my health situation even though they already know it and visit me during my multiple hospitalizations a year? I hate having to pull the health card, but honestly, what were they thinking? I confess that I feel offended and hurt that I'm nothing more than a babysitter to them who are expected to pay for my supper and babysit for free. Would I be wrong to simply tell them we won't be able to attend and to find another sitter? And if we don't go, do we still send a gift? Update: I spoke to my friend, the mother of the bride, and I'm pretty upset. I've been bawling for most of the day. She called and said that they were getting a lot of backlash from the wedding guests. No one wants to pay $100 for dinner and only 3 of the women asked were okay with babysitting. I told her I understood that the guests were upset because it's just tacky to 1, be asked to pay, and 2, be told you are invited but only to babysit. I told her I would not be a babysitter, at all. No, just no. She got mad and brought up how we were lifelong friends. She said I'd be helping them more by babysitting than I'd be helping by simply sitting in a pew watching. I reminded her that I couldn't physically help it all due to, being legally disabled. She said they completely understood that and expected me to simply supervise the other sitters since they trusted me most. Again, I told her that I felt it was insulting to be voluntold that I'd be babysitting and that I had no desire to do that, especially not dressed in formal wear. Then we got to the truth. She said that she didn't know if I'd be in a wheelchair that day or require a walker. That's fair. I don't always know which one I'll need. She said that they wanted everyone in the pews for the wedding video and me sitting in a wheelchair would make me stick out and ruin the video/photos. I said, if I need a wheelchair that day then I can move to a pew and my husband can put the wheelchair in another room or back in our car. I may not even need it that day. Then she says, well, space is limited in the pews. You would take up the space of 2 people with your purse and oxygen tank. I said, no, I would not. I wouldn't bring a purse in and the oxygen tank either sits on my lap or between my feet. Then she said, well, having you in oxygen in the photos would be distracting from the other people. And there you have it. Words were exchanged and she hung up on me. I haven't been removed from any social media yet, but I fully expect to be. I already feel awful for being this way at only 50 years old. I didn't choose this. I didn't want this. If she thinks it's awful to have it photographed, just imagine living with it. Which is what I told her before she hung up on me. I'm devastated. Just devastated. Update 2. I'm not in the greatest headspace. I don't think I've ever been less okay. Honestly, I did not register to RSVP or communicate with them further, until another invitee got in touch with me and said that the mother of the bride, a person I thought of as basically my sister, was bad-mouthing me into the ground. I explained my side and our mutual friend was livid. They told the mother of the bride and the bride that they were wrong to want to exclude me because I might or might not need a wheelchair and would have oxygen on my face. I could remove the oxygen for photos, they told her. So, the mother of the bride sent me a message saying, and I quote, well, if you're going to be butthurt about the aesthetic we want to achieve and try to turn other guests against us, then you can effing come and sit in a pew. But not in photos. And we'll try to get the videographer to do edits to the wedding vid, too. But I won't forget how you made this difficult for us. I replied, how did I make it difficult other than existing? She replied, you clearly told about what I told you regarding your wheelchair and oxygen. And she's telling everyone else. We're getting a ton of hate, I said. She asked me if I was attending and I told her no and explained why. I didn't lie to her. I told her exactly what you said. You didn't tell me not to tell anyone your reasons. If they're valid reasons to you, then you shouldn't care who knows. So, I'm now blocked. By the bride, the mom, the dad, and the groom. A friendship I've had my entire life is over. A goddaughter that I helped nurture and care for is just gone now. We paid for the bride's car insurance, gas, and cell phone all through high school and college because we wanted her focused on just her studies and not a part-time job. Her parents got her a car but insisted she work, but her grades fell when she did and we helped her. And this is how they thank us. This is how they repay our kindness. I guess I'm a great friend when I'm giving money, but I'm not good enough to be seen. I felt like a burden my whole life and this has set me back so far. Last thing I've heard about them is a lot of visitors are not coming. Some of those people are the ones my husband and I helped.
My golden child brother proposed to my fiancé. Then my mom hit my fiancé and said she regret having me. We decided to report her to police and block her. Mark was my mom's baby boy and she didn't do much to try and hide it. They didn't spend much time with my sisters and I like normal parents did with their kids unless they had to. But they'd spend time with Mark as often as possible, like taking him out shopping while we stayed with a sitter, or bringing him home his favorite food and toys from the store when they'd shop alone. He usually got better things compared to the rest of us, like new expensive clothes, while ours were thrifted or new toys just for him. Compared to old toys we had to share with each other. If my sisters and I got gifts, they were for us to share, but my mom made it pretty clear that Mark's things were only for him and we shouldn't touch it. When Mark would screw up, I'd get punished for not being a good role model and showing him the proper way to behave. For example, Mark went through a phase of breaking his toys and I got the beating because obviously he learned the behavior from me. When he was 8, Mark got in trouble at school for trying to push a kid down the stairs. I was grounded for 2 weeks and told to apologize to the kid for not teaching my brother right. When I turned 13, I pushed for my parents to start giving me an allowance. They agreed as long as I did household chores like mowing the lawn, taking out the trash, and raking leaves. It was usually somewhere around $25 a week to help me start saving. Mark saw that I was getting money and he begged my parents for an allowance too. Instead of making him work, $10 of my allowance money was given to him each week because we were doing such a good job with our chores. Whenever I asked him to help, he'd tell me it's not his job to do chores, so why should he bother? It was around this time that I started really distancing myself from my brother. By the time I entered high school, we only talked to each other when we needed small favors or when we absolutely had to. I got my first job when I turned 17 because I wanted to finally get my own car and make money that they couldn't force me to give to Mark. My oldest sister Maggie helped me start my own bank account and showed me how to properly budget and save my money. I got my first car at 18 after all of my hard work. When Mark got his license, my parents asked me to let him use my car to get around and for extra practice behind the wheel. Reluctantly, I agreed, and for a while the arrangement was fine. Mark used my car when I didn't need it and helped maintain it pretty well. When he expressed wanting my parents to buy him his own car, my mom came to me and told me to give him my car because he needed it more. When I refused, she threatened to kick me out. We got in a fight that night, which ended with her giving Mark my car and taking me to transfer ownership of it to him within the following few days. Since I didn't have anywhere else I could go at the time, I just sucked it up and signed it over. When I graduated high school, both of my parents skipped my graduation because Mark didn't want to sit in a long ceremony just to see me get a piece of paper, and my mom didn't want to leave him alone for the night. So I only had the support of my sisters, aunt, and uncle who wanted to take me out. They ended up having to bring me home at my parents' request because they made me dinner to make it up to me. It was a dinner I couldn't eat because my mom put shrimp and chicken on the same serving dish and I'm allergic to shellfish. At the start of the new school year I moved away from college and cut contact with them. Around the time I moved back, Charlotte told me they had been seeing a family therapist and my parents wanted to apologize for their treatment of us. I was hesitant, but I agreed as long as they would be genuine, and the reconciliation process started when I moved back home. Then I met Jen. I wasn't sure where my relationship with her was going or where my relationship with my parents was going. I didn't want to mention my family at all. Mostly because I was ready to cut contact again if I needed to. At dinner with my family, my parents asked to see pictures of my girlfriend and they started passing my phone around the table. Mark saw it and blew up calling me a poop brother for dating his ex-girlfriend. He demanded I break it off with her. I refused. When I asked Jen about it, she confirmed they dated and gave me the details about their breakup. They dated back in August 2022. They were only together for a month before he broke things off with her because he was bored of being in a relationship and never really wanted to settle down anyway. At the time they were dating I was in a different state so I had no idea he even had a girlfriend and I had no idea who Jen was until I met her. Jen and I met at a bar when I moved back in October and hit it off really well. She was easily the most beautiful and intelligent woman I ever met and we met up a few times more before we made it official. It took a few weeks, but eventually Mark stopped bringing up me dating his ex and I thought he was over it. On Jen's birthday this year, I took her out to a fancy dinner with both of our families and her closest friends to ask her to marry me. Mark flipped once again and blew up about me proposing to her, which I and my sisters immediately shut down. Mark had been pretty quiet about the whole thing for the last 2 months. I didn't see him much and figured he was in low contact with me, which I had no problem with. Then he invited me and Jen for family dinner at his apartment with my parents and sisters. I thought it was weird but my parents and sisters were also going so we agreed to go. The dinner was nice, nothing too fancy, and we moved to the living room to talk. About 30 minutes into normal conversation Mark stood up and told us he had an announcement. He made a long speech about being happy to have his family around for his big moment, then got on one knee and pulled out this cheap ring while asking Jen to marry him. Jen was confused and obviously uncomfortable. She demanded that he put it away and stand up. My dad tried to make a grab for Mark but I got to him first and punched him. He said something along the lines of wanting to show me that Jen wasn't really into me and just wanted to get back at him. We went home after that and the day after, I called Mark to ask him to meet up with me to talk. He agreed to talk to both of us and showed up at my place around noon. It was pretty quiet for a few minutes before I started the conversation. I apologized for not warning him I would be proposing to Jen, and I apologized for hitting him. He said whatever, but he appreciated the apology. I told him what Jen had said about the relationship and breakup when I asked her about it and I asked him to confirm if it was true. I pretty much said that his reaction throughout the whole thing has been extreme and I wanted to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding their relationship or downplaying how serious they were. He confirmed that they only dated for a few weeks and he broke up with her because he lost interest. Jen asked if he was acting like this because he still had feelings or regrets about ending things with her. He said he could admit he thought she was more attractive than when he last saw her, but there weren't any feelings or regrets. He said he just didn't like seeing a girl he dated, even if it was short term, with his older brother, and as a man I shouldn't have violated him by pursuing things with his ex. I reminded him that I had no idea they dated, so it wasn't like I consciously did this knowing their history together. He shrugged me off and said it didn't matter, I still should have broken it off. I asked him why he proposed to her if he didn't have any lingering feelings. Basically, to sum it up, he was talking about it to one of his buddies who was around when Mark and Jen dated. The guy put the idea in his head that maybe Jen knew from the start that we were related and was doing this to get back at him, considering Jen had been hung up on him after they ended. He and his friend thought it would be a good idea to test it and see if they were right, so he came up with the idea to propose and see if she dumped me for him. Jen asked him to elaborate on why he thought she was hung up on him and he told her that he heard she was asking about him following the breakup and still hanging out at the places they used to go to, so it was a valid assumption. Then for her to pop up randomly with his brother affirmed his suspicions. Jen told him she'd only asked about him once following the breakup and she'd been hanging out at those places with friends before they started dating and she wouldn't avoid them because of a breakup. She also told him she was offended at the idea that she would go as low as to pursue me, just to get back at him. He shrugged and gave her a half apology but said she had to see it from his point of view. He asked her if she really didn't know and she told him that she didn't see the resemblance in us until we were in the same room and we act nothing alike, so it never crossed her mind, and he said okay. That pretty much wrapped up the conversation. He did tell me before he left that I could take back his invite to the wedding because he can't bring himself to support our relationship knowing he used to date her. I told him he didn't have to worry about that as he was most likely going to be uninvited anyway.
My golden child sister abused me my whole life. Now, I am delighted she can't have children but she wants me to be her surrogate. I have an older sister, Angela, whom I have never liked. She always had to compete with me, but never in a normal sibling rivalry way. Our entire life, she always seemed resentful of my existence as the spotlight couldn't perpetually shine on her, so she had to step on everything I enjoyed. Per se, if I learned piano, she had to learn piano. If I excelled at a subject, she suddenly became a scholar in it. If I told my mom I had a crush, Angela would be dating that boy in a week. I would always tell my parents when she did this, but I was disregarded, because sisters copy each other and I can't gatekeep what she likes. She always monitored what activities I did, and the clothes I wore, so she could outdo me. If I wore a flannel, Angela would come to school wearing an all-flannel dress. There was also more praise that followed Angela. Even if I took the initiative to begin the activity first, she was praised because she was better. My parents would miss work to attend her dance recitals, going to every single one, because the world would stop if they missed it. However, I remember they attended only 2 of mine because they were stuck at work or were otherwise preoccupied. Angela reveled in this. She would make comments under her breath around our parents. Whenever our parents weren't around, she'd tell me how much she hated me and how I should stop trying because I would always come second to her. She also physically bullied me in school. Angela purposely tripped me, threw things at me, and hit me in the hallways on a nearly daily basis. The school had gotten involved multiple times, threatening Angela with suspension, and my parents fought it every time. My parents repeatedly told the administration that this was a family matter and we were just bickering like normal sisters. She was never once reprimanded by either parent. Once Angela was caught impaling a cat on the school fence and my parents still defended her, saying this was normal teenage behavior. I often was in trouble as Angela would start crying, saying how she was being targeted by the school when I had antagonized her. After one of these occasions, Angela cut and bruised herself to prove to Dad that I was the aggressor. I became a pariah due to Angela's malicious rumors about me, so it was difficult for me to make friends and I resorted to only befriending people from other districts. Angela eventually made sure I had nobody by stalking them, befriending them, telling all my friends lies about how I was favored by our parents and that I constantly bullied and belittled her. She even stole boyfriends of mine doing this, convincing them I was horribly mean and an awful person who copied her every move. Once she catfished me on MySpace for 4 months and baited me into sending her nudes, which she proceeded to send to my parents and everyone in school, including teachers. Later on, she told one of the boys I liked that those were actually her pictures and I had catfished her. The day of my high school graduation, my mom sat me down and told me Angela revealed the horrid abuse she'd suffered at my hand and I was no longer welcome in their home. After moving out the next day, my parents made very few attempts to communicate with me, only the occasional holiday and birthday text. All financial aid was also abruptly ended as soon as I stepped foot on campus. I met my now husband shortly after this, and we were married within a year. They did not feel inclined to attend my wedding or even congratulate me. I informed my parents when I had my first child 8 years ago as an opening, but they have not attempted to contact or meet any of my 3 children. The best I know of Angela now, from what I've heard, is that she got married to one of the boyfriends she stole from me in high school, and she's been posting about her infertility issues and how she can't offer my parents their first grandbaby. After years of silence, I received a text at 8 this morning from my mother saying, "Hey, it's me, your mama. We haven't talked in a while and I surely miss you terribly. I wanted to let you know your sister just had a miscarriage earlier this week. Angie and Justin are struggling a lot right now. Send something a little sweet her way, I'm sure she'd appreciate it. Get back to me, I love you. I hate to say it, but I'm glad she's suffering. I'm glad she doesn't get to be a mother. If she tormented me for years, what would she do to a child? Especially a girl? I don't wish death on any baby, but I know in my heart that child would be damaged by her. I'm angry at my parents for expecting me to have any sense of obligation to her. I don't even have any sense of obligation to them. They always believed her and dismissed me. I was always the problem child, and it's strange how my mother can be so warm to me when asking me to do something for my sister. Also, the fact they cared more about my sister's now dead fetus than my actual children, who wonder why they only have one set of grandparents. I feel some sort of guilt for it, but I refuse to offer any condolences to my destructive narcissistic sister who has been justified in her bad behavior since birth. Maybe this will change her, and help her develop empathy or any type of emotion that isn't hate or vindictiveness. If that happens, I would be more than willing to offer support, but until then I feel nothing but a small inkling of happiness that she's hurt. I decided not to respond to my mother. I blocked both of my parents and I thought it would end there. Wednesday morning, my messenger was being flooded with texts from my relatives. Most of the messages consisted of me being told I needed to answer my mother's calls and how callous I was being. I proceeded to block all of them as well, except my one cousin with whom I am still in contact because she knows what Angela did to me. She said that Angela kept calling me an abusive ingrate because I wouldn't talk to her mom. And my mom also said that they needed to start inviting me to family poop so I come around to being a surrogate. She said that it really got weird when Angela said that she wanted to use my husband's sperm so her kids would come out as tall and with blue eyes. It is mind-blowing. They even said that they just needed to be around me for a year and they could cut me off again. Angela also said that I am the only way she can have babies because she doesn't want to raise someone's trash child. Reading those messages made me want to hurl. Do they think my uterus is some fish hatchery that can be bought with some kind words in casserole? It's nice to know Angela is too much of a narcissistic SS to adopt, though. I'm officially done with every single one of them. If they try to come around me, I will get a restraining order before they can even darken my doorstep.
My golden child sister thinks she can take everything from me, even my baby. Please send help. Let me start by saying that I love my sister, Jenna. She's been there for me through thick and thin. We were raised in a tight-knit family, and despite our occasional squabbles growing up, we've always had a strong bond. Or at least, I thought we did. But recently, something happened that made me question everything. I, 35, have a 4-year-old son, Liam. He's the light of my life. I wasn't always planning on having kids, I wasn't against it, but I just didn't see myself as the dad type when I was younger. Things changed when I met my wife, Sarah, 7 years ago. We fell in love, got married, and after some long talks, we decided we wanted to start a family. It took us some time, but Liam came into our lives, and I couldn't be happier. My sister, Jenna, 38, on the other hand, has struggled with infertility for years. She and her husband, Mike, have been trying to conceive for as long as I can remember. They've gone through rounds of IVF, hormone treatments, you name it. I can't even imagine the emotional and physical toll it's taken on her. I've tried to be supportive in every way I could, listening when she needed to talk, helping her financially when they were going through expensive treatments, and just being there for her. But here's where things started to get complicated. Jenna has always had this aura around her, like, no matter what, she always got what she wanted. She was the golden child growing up, everyone admired her, and in a way, I did too. But there was always a sense of entitlement, like she expected life to keep rewarding her. So when she and Mike couldn't conceive, I think it shattered something in her. Over time, her behavior towards Liam began to change. At first, she was the doting aunt, showering him with gifts, visiting us all the time, and offering to babysit whenever we needed a break. But gradually, her comments became more possessive. She'd say things like, "You're so lucky to have him. I wish I could just keep him for a few days." Or, "If Liam were mine, I'd do XYZ with him." I chalked it up to her frustration with not being able to have kids of her own and let it slide. I didn't want to make things harder for her than they already were. Then, about 6 months ago, Jenna and Mike announced they were looking into adoption. Sarah and I were overjoyed for them. I thought this might be the turning point where she could finally move forward and find some peace. But after a few months, Jenna started making more intrusive comments about Liam. She'd ask if he could stay over for extended periods or if she could take him out for the weekend to give us a break. She even started calling herself Mommy Jenna in front of him, which made me and Sarah deeply uncomfortable. We tried to brush it off as a joke, but it started happening more frequently. The breaking point came a few weeks ago when Jenna came over for what I thought would be a casual dinner. Everything seemed normal at first. Liam was playing in the living room, Sarah was setting the table, and we were all chatting. But then, out of nowhere, Jenna said something that stopped me in my tracks. She said, "I've been thinking, and I think it's only fair that you let me take Liam for a while. I deserve this. You've already got what you wanted, and I've had to fight for everything in my life. I don't see why I can't have this too." I was stunned. I didn't know if I'd heard her right at first. She looked at me like what she said was the most reasonable thing in the world. I could feel the tension rising in the room. Sarah's face went pale, and I could see her gripping the edge of the table. I tried to stay calm. I asked her, "What do you mean by that, Jenna?" She sighed, almost as if I was being difficult, and said, "I mean, you've always been the one who's let everything come to you easily. You weren't even sure if you wanted kids, and now look, you've got this perfect little boy. I've been trying for years, and it's not fair. I'm his aunt, and I love him like he's my own. You know I'd be a great mom, so why can't you let me take him for a little while? I'll take care of him, and you can have a break." At that moment, something inside me snapped. All the years of supporting her, trying to be understanding of her pain, and dealing with her subtle digs at my life choices, all of it boiled over. I couldn't believe she was asking me to give her my son like he was some kind of consolation prize for everything else that hadn't gone her way. I stood up, and in a voice louder than I intended, I said, "Jenna, are you out of your mind? Liam is my son, not some object you can just take because you think life hasn't been fair to you. I'm sorry you've struggled, but that doesn't give you the right to demand my child as if you're entitled to him. You've got everything else you wanted? That's not how life works. You don't get to borrow someone else's child because things didn't go your way." Jenna looked like I'd slapped her. She stood there, speechless, for a few seconds before she burst into tears and ran out of the house. Mike followed her, but not before shooting me a look that made it clear he thought I'd gone too far. Sarah, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke. "I think you needed to say that," she said quietly. But I felt awful. Not because I didn't believe what I said, I absolutely stand by my words, but because I never wanted it to come to this. I never wanted to hurt my sister, especially given everything she's been through. But how could she think that taking Liam would ever be okay? Jenna hasn't spoken to me since. She's blocked me on all social media, and even my parents have been hesitant to get involved. They told me Jenna is going through a hard time and I should have been more understanding, but I'm struggling to see how I could have handled that situation any differently. Was I too harsh? Should I have been more patient given everything Jenna has been through? Or am I justified in snapping at her for trying to take my son?
My grandmother hired a private investigator to follow us because she thinks that my mom deleted my father. She died and now her family wants her to be buried beside my dad, so I told them to throw her in the trash. 2003, my grandpa died. Dad buys a family plot. He tells mom it's for grandpa/grandma and maybe themselves. November 2015, dad gets sick and dies within a few weeks. Mom buries dad in the plot with grandpa. Shortly after, we noticed we're being followed. My sister sees this dude in his car with a camera while walking out of the grocery store. We tell mom, and she doesn't know what to make of it but tells us not to go out alone. Weeks later, mom gets a call from one of dad's sisters who accuses mom of murdering dad. My dad had CKD caused by HPP. He didn't know about CKD, but knew about HPP, but still managed it poorly. When he found out about CKD, it was cause his heart and lungs had issues which lead to his death. My grandma and her family have no reason to question why my dad died. She was being hateful, and for what? Oh, that's right, her meal ticket was gone. She had made comments at my dad's funeral that she found it interesting that my dad died so quickly. My dad had been supporting my grandma before his death. My mom stopped sending money afterwards. I think she had some involvement with encouraging her kids to come after my mom. Mom is actually concerned by the allegations. She provides the death certificate and medical records. My siblings and me have no contact with them from this point on. 2019, I get a call from my sister, who tells me to look at my texts. She had sent me pictures of a private Facebook group. From 2015 onward, there are photos of us around town, Mom's new husband, our house, cars, and Zillow photos of the house that we sold, as well as Dad's death certificate and medical records Mom had provided years ago, room and board, and tuition cost of my brother and sister's schools, speculative cost breakdowns of Mom's wedding and honeymoon, the price and tax history of our new house. Essentially, it was like all this stuff showing how Mom spent money. They were accusing her of murdering Dad for his life insurance money. Their theory was my stepdad poisoned that dad. This page accumulated evidence to prove they did it. I then find out that they had spent the whole time harassing Mom about the insurance money. They believed Dad's will stated they were entitled to 1/3 of Dad's money and assets. Present time, Grandma dies. Mom calls and asks me what I thought out about allowing Grandma to be buried with Dad and paying for the funeral. I say no. Mom says okay. Later, on a group call, Sister and Mom think we should cover the cost and allow her to be buried. She explains how she got a call about how they couldn't afford to pay for the funeral and it was Dad's wishes to have her be buried there. The rest of us disagree and don't care about their lack of money or Dad's wishes. Outnumbered, Mom said okay but clearly disagreed with the decision. My mom allowed us to decide what happened to the plot. Considering that she remarried, she did not feel it was her place to determine what happened to the plot as she would no longer be buried there. My mom has a soft spot for everyone but is also a pushover. In my opinion, she's being guilt-tripped into doing it. My aunt began speaking like she was reading a script saying how our mother would be honored if she could be buried next to our father and our brother. My grandma and grandpa are divorced, so it's not like my grandpa is not missing out on the love of his life. Since then, we have been harassed by their calls. I haven't taken any, but my brother accidentally answered. Plus, I do not think my dad ever considered all this happening. He probably would have yelled at his family for subjecting my mom to their BS. I got pissed and I was like, how about you throw your mother into the fucking trash and leave our family alone? I guess my grandma is in the fridge, still awaiting her final resting place. Edit. My grandma was not the creator of the group but a member. I still think her resting place should be the garbage. It's eco-friendly and maybe she'll become compost and come back as a tree.
My grandmother served her church for almost 50 years, but when she became disabled they acted like she did not exist, so she remembered them in her will in a 1-2 punch. My grandmother was a member of a large conservative Bible-believing church for her entire adult life. Grandma was very active in Big White Church. She worked in the nursery every Sunday morning, helped cook hundreds of church fellowship breakfasts and dinners, accompanied her children and grandchildren on dozens of church retreats and choir tours, taught youth Bible study on Sunday nights, and was very active in supporting home missions, as well as helping with other youth programs. She always tithed and often gave extra for missions and special offerings. I've seen her single-handedly cook breakfast for dozens of Big White Church youth, a task which took over 2 hours, even in the church's large kitchen. Grandma's service to her church ended abruptly at the age of 73 when she broke her back in a car accident. Afterward, for the last 10 years of her life, she was homebound and could not go to church because of this injury and declining health due to old age. During those 10 years, she made many efforts to reach out to her church, its leadership, and her church friends, inviting them to visit her at her home, etc. Without success, every one of these invitations was declined or simply ignored. Near the end, when she was in home hospice care, she decided to plan her own funeral. She and my grandpa called her church and asked for the senior pastor, Roldan, whom she had known for over 30 years, to visit her so that they could plan her memorial service, which she and grandpa wanted to be held at the church. Roldan was too busy, but Eric, another pastor, stopped by a few days later. According to my grandpa, with my grandma literally on her deathbed, Grandma, Grandpa, and Eric discussed her funeral for a couple of minutes. Then Eric started pressuring her to lay up your treasure in heaven by remembering your church and your will. Grandpa told him firmly, this is neither the time nor the place to discuss her will. They went back to discussing the funeral for a few minutes. Then Eric steered the conversation back to Grandma's will, with liberal injections of how badly her church needed her support. Grandpa told him several times that it was inappropriate to talk to Grandma about her will or the church's financial needs because she was terminally ill and in an enormous amount of physical pain. Eric would agree and briefly talk about the funeral, but would then go back to talking about the church's financial needs and heavenly rewards. Where your treasure is, your heart will be also. My grandma started crying. She rarely ever cried, and never ever cried about herself. My grandma was sobbing uncontrollably. Grandpa, a retired steelworker, former Marine sergeant, and Korean War combat veteran, physically grabbed Eric and escorted him out of their house, not too gently. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Grandma lived another 6 months, mostly because of sheer force of will. Eventually, though, Grandma passed away and we held her memorial service at the funeral home, not Big White Church. Roldan and Eric were conspicuously absent. There were no professional Christians, from Big White Church, at the service at all, not even in the audience. A couple of weeks later, it was time to start distributing the bequests in Grandma's will. Nobody thought that my grandparents were wealthy. They had lived in the same small but charming house in a prosperous, well-maintained suburban neighborhood for the past 50+ years, and had worked hard and lived modestly. But it was rumored that they had a very nice nest egg. The reading of the will was a tradition in our family because it was one of those events that gave our close-knit, extended family an excuse to get together. We never had family reunions. With this family tradition in mind, many of our family members' wills often contained very personal bequests of items that had little cash value, but were the departed family members' way of telling their loved ones that they wanted to share a cherished memory with them one last time. As an added incentive to attend, the family rumor mill had been buzzing with speculation, encouraged by Grandpa, that Grandma's will contain some surprises. The reading was held in a conference room at a lawyer's office. Unsurprisingly, the attendees included my mom, as well as aunts, uncles, great-aunts, great uncles and many of the grandchildren. We were all surprised, however, to see Roldan and Eric from Big White Church. They informed us that Grandma's lawyer had told them that Grandma's will had bequests not only for Big White Church, but also for them personally. Maybe it was just our imagination, but my siblings, cousins and I couldn't help noticing that these preachers appeared to be actively salivating over their good fortune at Grandma's generosity. Grandma had a large family, so a sizable number of beneficiaries were named in her will. The lawyer's conference room was a bit smaller than an average middle-class living room. Extra chairs had been brought in, every seat was filled and people were standing in every remaining space. There was barely space for all of us. Grandma's lawyer suggested that Roldan and Eric sit in chairs which were in the front of the room, next to himself. Since there was a large table in the room, this meant that the lawyer and these two preachers were the only ones who were directly facing everyone else. Although the preachers were gratified to be physically next to the center of attention, they did not notice, as all of the rest of us quickly noticed, that these seats made it easy for everyone else in the room to watch them closely, and practically impossible for them to leave the packed to more than overflowing room before the entire meeting was over, because they were farthest from the room's single door, and almost 24 people were standing or sitting between them and their only path to escape. Grandpa was the first beneficiary listed in the will, but, after him, all of the other bequests were arranged in order of increasing worth. They started with sentimental items, which had very small cash value. Then each grandchild received several $1,000s. Then each son, daughter, brother, sister, niece and nephew received a little more. Then several local nonprofits received very nice amounts, etc. Bequests to Big White Church, Roldan, and Eric were, almost, the last ones listed in the will. They listened politely to the other bequests, but with steadily growing anticipation, as they noticed the exponential upward trend in Grandma's largesse. When Grandma's lawyer got to the Big White Church and preachers part of the will, he said, "This is a bit unusual, but before I announce these bequests to Big White Church, Roldan and Eric, M's, Grandma's name, requested that I read the following statement to everyone present." He opened a letter that was written in Grandma's own handwriting. "For the past 10 years, not one person from Big White Church has ever called me, come to visit me or sent me a note to tell me that they cared about me. Not one minister, not one deacon, not one of the church women, not one of the church members who I worked with for all of those years, loved dearly and thought were my friends. I worked very hard for you when you needed me, for many, many years. But when I needed you in your church, you all pretended that I didn't exist. I only got one visit. When I was dying I invited Roldan to come to my house and help me plan my funeral. This was my last attempt, after many attempts that I had made over the past 10 years, to reach out to my church and pastor, whom I still love dearly even though they had made it clear that they did not love me. If only I could have my funeral at my church, maybe some of my church friends, whom I had not seen in a decade, would come to the service to see me one last time. And I know they love to hear Roldan preach, so if he preached at my funeral, maybe they would come too. My funeral to hear him, even if they would not have come to see me. But Roldan couldn't find the time to visit me, or even call me to tell me whether or not he was willing to preach at my funeral. Eric came by my house, but he didn't want to talk about my funeral. He just wanted me to remember his church in my will. That's all. Just remember his church in my will. It was then that I realized that I had allowed my church to break my heart for one last time. But that was the last time. The very last time. Eric did not know it when he visited me, but Grandpa and I had already prepared my will, long before his visit, which did include a double tithe, 20% of my entire estate, for what was now my former church, Big White Church. This amount was, named the amount, an enormous shitload of money, generating muffled wows from many of her heirs, including me, but I felt badly that we had not personally remembered such nice people as Roldan and Eric, so I changed my will to include them by name. While I was at it, I changed the amount of money that I left to Big White Church to match all of the love that they have showed to me during the last 10 years of my life, when I was suffering and lonely, and no longer able to work my ass off for them, for free, like I had done for almost half a century. That is her entire written statement, the lawyer said. Now let's get back to the bequests in the will. Bequest to Eric, 1 cent. Bequest to Roldan, 1 cent. Bequest to Big White Church, 1 cent. The Roldan and Eric sat there looking like someone had just injected a gallon of Novocaine into their jaws. Every one of Grandma's family and friends felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud. But we kept quiet because we knew Grandma. We knew she wasn't finished yet. Grandma was simply setting them up for a 1-2 punch. The best was yet to come, and we didn't want to miss it. There is one last bequest, the lawyer continued, for a charity called Black Charity. Then he paused before naming the amount. Most of us had no idea what Black Charity was, but, by the looks on their faces, we could tell that Roldan and Eric knew Black Charity very well. Their faces displayed the same expressions of shock, dread, and horror that they would have if the lawyer had said, "This bequest goes to the demonic baby eaters to buy extra large rotisserie barbecue grills and tons of charcoal." Every eye in the room was now fixated on Roldan and Eric. Black Charity was sponsored by a large black church just a few miles from Big White Church. They ran a free food/clothing bank, assistance programs for foster children, home delivery of pre-cooked meals for homebound seniors, legal aid, and other social services. A long time ago, Big White Church, which was, and still is 100% Caucasian, had provided a few years of financial and other support to Black Charity. Then there was a very bitter, acrimonious breakup, allegedly because Black Charity was practicing the social gospel, while Big White Church was preaching the true gospel. Big White Church even sued to try to get some of their money back, although the suit was eventually settled and very little money actually changed hands. But, this being the Deep South, everyone knew the real reason why Big White Church, or any white church, would stop supporting a black charity. Those N-words were getting uppity and not staying in their place. Grandma and Grandpa had seriously considered leaving Big White Church at that time. but they had reasoned that it was better to stay there and teach tolerance by their words and example. They knew they would never persuade everyone, but maybe they could reach some of the youth at their white church and break the generational cycle of racism. Grandma used to tell us, "My church is my mission field." We did not learn the true depth of her statement until after she died. Since then, Grandma and Grandpa had secretly sent a portion of their tithe to black charity every month. Most of Grandma's family, including me, didn't find out about any of this until after the meeting had ended. But Roldan and Eric obviously understood what Grandma, by her actions which are more powerful than words, was saying to them. If you had grown up as a white person in the Deep South, as Grandma, Grandpa, Roldan, and Eric had, you would understand. To many white Southerners, this was one of the most personally insulting things you could do to them. It simultaneously labeled them as racists, condemned their bigotry, and crushed their delusions of white superiority by saying, "These black human beings, whom you hate, disrespect, and have mistreated, are better people than you are, so they deserve my money more than you do." Having allowed time for everyone to observe Roldan and Eric while they thought about how their white church had treated this black charity, and how they and their church had treated our grandma, the lawyer said, "The amount is." Then he named the exact same amount that Grandma had named in her handwritten letter, the huge amount of money that would have gone to Big White Church if she had not changed her will.
My greedy in-laws wanted me to pay for everyone at the table during night dinner, so I silently got up and walked out. I recently inherited a good amount of money from my mom. I keep the money in a separate account as I still haven't decided what to do with it and I didn't want it to go to waste. I noticed my husband constantly bringing up the inheritance money and making countless suggestions as to how I should spend it. Another thing is that he expects me to pay for nearly everything the past couple of weeks. For Nye, my husband and I met up with his family at a restaurant to celebrate. It was going fine until I found out that I was expected to pay for everyone at the table. My husband's mom joked about paying for dinner out of my inheritance pocket, which made me livid, but I showed no reaction. Just silently paid for my own food/drinks. Then got up and made my way out of the restaurant. They were shouting after me like a crowd and my husband tried to get me to come back, but I drove home. He got back at 3 a.m. yelling at me, saying I was pathetic to get up and walk out on him and his family after they relied on me to pay for their food and thought I was gracious enough to do it, but they were wrong. He said I humiliated him and family and that what I did was an attempt to get back at them for not being able to help mom when she was sick. Not true is all I'm gonna say. He is mad and is saying that I caused a huge rift between his family and me when it wouldn't have hurt me to pay for the celebratory dinner. My greedy sister-in-law made us pay $1,000 to live in a glorified closet space. Now she wants to live in my farmhouse, so I told her I am charging her the same. 2 years ago my house burned to the ground after being struck by lightning. Thankfully it was during the day, so our 3 kids were at school and my husband and I were at work. We lost everything, but we were safe. It took almost 11 months for the insurance to pay out. The insurance covered 1 month's worth of hotel stays, but after that, we were made to fend for ourselves and the only option we had was to move in with my sister-in-law. She tells us we can have her spare room and her office space since she used neither of the rooms. Her stipulation was we needed to purchase all of our own food and pay her $100 a week. By week 3 all of that changed. She then decides we need to pay her $250 a week and we can only use 1 room. So all 5 of us were crammed into the smallest room she had, which was the size of a glorified closet space and didn't even fit a twin bed and a small dresser, so we lived out of trash bags and slept on the floor, for close to $1,000 a month some months, and still had to purchase all of our own food, despite her claiming my children on her food stamps. She also had no bills outside of her land tax, $450 a year, electricity, and heating oil, which she hardly ever filled. So we were essentially paying her so she could do leisure activities. It was the worst 8 months of my life. 3 months ago, my grandmother decided that she wanted to go to assisted living after a fall. She transferred the deed of her house to me and basically said it was mine now. It is a 5-bedroom farmhouse. My boys insist on sharing a room, so we have 2 extra bedrooms. Well, my sister-in-law lost her house last month due to not paying her land tax for several years and asked if she and her stepdaughter could stay with us until they get enough money to move down south. I said sure, 1 bedroom, $800 a month, and you have to buy and cook all your food separately. Because my daughter is vegan. She looked at me like I had 10 heads and said that she and her stepdaughter should not be made to share a room when there are 2 extra rooms, and stated she cannot afford a rent of $800 while purchasing all of her own food on top of it. I said neither could we, but we managed to cram 5 people into a glorified closet space while you were getting $1,000 in food stamps. Take it or leave it. She decided to leave.
My greedy uncle tried to steal all of my dad's inheritance. But I hit him with the Uno reverse card. A few years ago, Granddad died in a rehab facility as a result of gross negligence. Dad and Uncle opened a lawsuit on behalf of Granddad's estate. It drags on and looks like it's going nowhere. 2 years ago, Dad died a couple of months after a cancer diagnosis. It was sudden, and Uncle had promised him his kids were now his. He'd look out for us. I was the executor of Dad's estate and did the usual business of selling property and closing accounts. Since Uncle was the executor of Granddad's estate, I asked him if it was still open and what the lawsuit status was. Uncle said the lawsuit went nowhere and the estate was closed. This is where I made a mistake. I took him at his word. Dad's estate was settled and closed last winter. My siblings and I split everything according to the will, and life continued. In April, my uncle called me to tell me he wanted to gift my siblings and me a small amount of money. The lawsuit on behalf of Granddad was paying out, and Uncle wanted to give us $10K to split. Then he told me Dad's estate needed to be reopened to claim it. There were so many red flags you would think the circus was in town. I played nice, thanked him, and immediately called the courthouse where Granddad and Dad's estates were established. The clerk told me not only was Granddad's estate still open, but there was also a large bond on a sum of money recently placed. Did I want the name of the lawyer on file? Yes, I did. I called the lawyer, and the receptionist exclaimed that they were trying to find my contact info. The lawyer gets on the line and, as one of the beneficiaries, he's able to fill me in on everything. Right after Dad was diagnosed, the lawsuit for Granddad was settled. Dad died without knowing the rehab admitted their part in causing his father's death and paid out a settlement. The money sat in limbo for 18 months, through the funeral and the sale of properties. The first business day after Dad's estate closed, Uncle petitioned for the release of funds as the sole beneficiary. The estate lawyer discovered Uncle wasn't the sole beneficiary and requested my contact info, which Uncle claimed he did not have. The lawyer tells him that my siblings and I were still his beneficiaries even though Dad's estate closed. We were entitled to Dad's share. This is when Uncle called me with this tale of wanting to gift us a small amount. The total sum of the lawsuit after taxes and the lawyer's fees was around $150K. Since Dad and Uncle were the sole beneficiaries of Granddad's estate, they would each get half. Guys, I was furious. I called the siblings, and we agreed to play it cool. The lawyer for Granddad's estate knew Uncle was being shady and never intended to split the money, so he refused to release the funds to Granddad's estate. The checks would go to Uncle and Dad's estate directly. I decided to bide my time with Uncle and not reveal the extent of what I knew. 2 more months go by, the estate is reopened, and the bank account is established. This is when Uncle finds out through the lawyer that the funds would not be given to Uncle to disperse but would go directly to the beneficiaries. Uncle calls me spitting mad, saying he did all the legwork of getting the lawsuit done and deserved payment. He felt giving us $10K was fair. I told him the courts had a system for that sort of thing, and he would get his hours and time through the lawyers. Uncle went into a rant that Dad owed him money, and that Uncle would bill us for so many hours, we would get less than $10K if we didn't agree to the 10. I told him to try. Uncle did try. Granddad's estate lawyer wouldn't say how many versions of the application he rejected before they arrived at an acceptable rate the judge would agree to. Uncle wanted us to pay for a grave plot since Dad died first and took the last plot in the family graveyard. He wanted repayment. For all sorts of things that had nothing to do with Granddad's estate. The poor estate lawyer had to try to beat estate laws and inheritance into Uncle's head, but Uncle was determined to take both his share and Dad's. I'm the executor, and they don't deserve a thing. My siblings and I can't accept that this person is trying to steal what's rightfully ours, so we sued him for emotional distress because of all the anxiety he has given us. The judge fined him for almost half of his share of the inheritance and practically left him with almost $10K only. My greedy wife stole our daughter's college money to fund her shopping addiction and wants me to take the blame. Good luck to her finding a new husband. I've been with my wife Andrea and my stepdaughter Cassie for 8 years now. Cassie is a very brilliant young woman. Recognizing her potential, me and Andrea decided to put together a college fund for Cassie so she wouldn't be crushed by debt. Over the years, it has amounted to over $200,000. Cassie is aware of this and is banking on it since she's trying to get into the Ivy League. To make a long story short, last week, I found out that almost $170,000 of the money was missing from the account. I freaked the F out and asked Andrea if she knew anything about it. She teared up and said that she had been spending the money over the years to fund her spending habit. Of course, I was furious, but I had a moment of clarity. I asked her if she was having an affair. She adamantly denied it and offered any proof I needed. Social media accounts, emails, her work phone, everything. She offered to show me the receipts as well. There was nothing that popped out as suspicious, and the math from the receipts added up as well, so I let it go. But we still had the major problem of the money being gone. She described herself as a shopping addict, and the money from Cassie's account was just too tempting not to use. She didn't make excuses but offered no solutions. As stated before, I was beyond furious. She ruined Cassie's chances at going to college debt-free and has changed the trajectory of her whole life. I had asked her to stay with her sister while I tried to figure this out. Cassie was concerned about why she was leaving, but we just said we needed a little bit of space. I asked Andrea to come back home yesterday and we had an extremely long discussion about how to handle this. She stopped me from talking and asked a disgusting favor from me. She asked if I could take the fall for her. For context, she and Cassie don't get along for a variety of reasons, and knowing how independent Cassie is, she will probably leave right after college if not during. Me and Cassie get along very well and she comes to me for a lot of her issues. Andrea fears this will permanently drive Cassie away and she doesn't want to lose her. I told her that before we even talked about that, she needed to acknowledge her mistake and own it. She needed to go to individual therapy and find a shopaholic support group. I will be controlling the finances from now on. She said those terms were steep but fair. I said she needed to tell Cassie what she did, apologize, and hope for the best. She refused and said she could never lose Cassie. She said I could survive the mistake, but she couldn't. I told her that to even consider me taking the fall, she needed to agree to my terms. I don't know what the hell to do. The last thing I want to do is lie to Cassie, but I don't want Andrea and Cassie to split up forever. And the worst part about this whole thing is that Cassie's life is ruined either way. I talked to Andrea deep into the night. She went back and forth with me on admitting to Cassie what she did. She said that she or even both of us could get loans and take care of the money then. I said she had a problem and she needed to make amends, which was a talking point from here. When I threatened her with divorce she agreed to tell Cassie. I guess she's afraid of losing everything. That afternoon we sat Cassie down and told her the facts. She thought we were just kidding at first, but when she realized weren't, she got extremely upset. I'll spare you the details, but she and Andrea got into an extremely loud and vicious shouting match. Cassie called her some truly awful names, and Andrea, while she didn't curse at her, tried to defend herself but started getting angry at the names she was being called. They were so loud that the neighbors called the police. I had to awkwardly explain the situation to them while hoping they didn't think I was some kind of wife beater. Cassie told Andrea that she never wanted to speak to her again and that she never wanted a dime of her money, and stormed off. I asked Andrea at this point to stay with her sister indefinitely while we give Cassie and me some space. She didn't want to go, and she fought me to stay, but I told her I and Cassie needed time apart from her. So she packed her stuff and went to her sister's house. As for Cassie, she went to her room and locked the door. She let me in after I told her that her mother had left. She cried in my arms and expressed that her future was now ruined. I told her it wasn't because I would cover her college from my retirement, and that I would make it right. She doesn't exactly know what a 401k is yet, but she told me that she doesn't want me to work until I'm 90 like the people at Walmart just because of her. I just told her she's worth it, and that you do stupid things for the people you love. She said that she would start looking for scholarships and maybe other schools where she could get a full ride since she has excellent grades and extracurriculars. I then admitted Andrea wanted me to take the fall for her and that I had considered it, but I came to my senses. She got upset with me and told me that would have been the stupidest thing I could have done.
My grieving husband said the meanest thing when I refused to have intimacy with him after his father passed away. I think he is going to divorce me soon. 3 weeks ago, my husband's father unexpectedly passed away. It was very shocking for the entire family and we are all grieving. Because he passed away the week before Thanksgiving, the funeral was scheduled for this coming Friday. My husband is the oldest of 3 brothers, so he has taken on a lot of responsibility with helping plan the funeral, get his dad's estate in order, and helping his mom with pretty much everything she needs. His younger brothers help when and where they can, but they don't take initiative like my husband does. This has made my husband very stressed lately. I have done my best to be patient and understanding with him, but he just seems so angry all the time. It doesn't help that our relationship hasn't been the best for the past 6 months or so. We started couples therapy about 2 months ago, but our therapist has been on paternity leave for the past month, so we haven't been able to meet with him. One of the ways my husband likes to relieve stress is through intimacy. But one of the biggest reasons we started couples therapy is because our intimacy life has been basically non-existent. We've maybe had intimacy 5 to 6 times this year. Due to some childhood trauma, intimacy and showing physical affection can be difficult for me. It's something I've always struggled with and my husband has been understanding, but I know it's frustrating for him. This all came to a head the other day when he was clearly very stressed. He was short and snappy with me and our son. He ended up retreating to the basement. When I went down to talk with him, things got even worse. I tried to console him and figure out what was bothering him, but he just said he's sad and angry. I asked him if there was anything that would cheer him up and he said yes, intimacy. I told him that I don't really have an interest in intimacy right now because I'm exhausted and have been having headaches pretty much all the time from stress. He said that he just wants to feel something other than hurt and pain, and I told him that he's going to have to find a different release for that. He then said the meanest thing he's ever said to me. He said, "Then if you're not going to F me, leave me alone. You always have an excuse to not have intimacy and I'm tired of being rejected all the time. If we're not going to have intimacy, what the fuck are we even doing?" I told him that was very mean and that I understand he's grieving, but we are all hurting right now and his wants and needs aren't more important than anyone else's. I told him I know he doesn't mean that, but I will give him some space. He said he absolutely means it. He said that his dad's death made him realize life is too short to stay in a situation that doesn't work for you, and this clearly isn't working for him. I told him we should wait and talk with our couples therapist about this, and he said, "What's the effing point? Nothing is going to change. I'm sick of sugarcoating this so that I don't hurt your feelings." I ended up crying myself to sleep that night and he's barely spoken to me since. Everything is a one-word answer. When I try to talk to him about how he's feeling, he always just says he's fine and he just wants to get through the funeral on Friday and relax this weekend. I was talking to a friend about this because I needed to vent. She told me that he's probably just grieving and doesn't really mean the things he said. But I'm worried that he's telling me the truth about how he feels and that he's really checked out of our marriage.
My homophobic Christian sister-in-law doesn't want me to attend their wedding, so I ruined their party. So my brother's wedding happened 2 days ago. And it turned into complete chaos, which I know even though I wasn't there. You might wonder why I didn't attend the wedding if it was my brother's. Well, it's because of his wife. He did send me an invitation to the wedding because he wanted me there, but his fiancée told him I couldn't attend because I had a boyfriend. You might be confused. I'm a bisexual man to be exact, and I have a boyfriend who I wanted to bring to the wedding. She said she has extremely religious parents who already forced her to do the wedding in a church and would most likely banish us from the wedding and cause trouble between our families. After she told him that, my brother told me I couldn't attend. You might think I was angry. The truth is I was relieved. I hate going to big events with lots of people because of my social anxiety, and I already was used to not being able to attend certain events because of my sexuality, so it was nothing I hadn't heard before. On the day of the wedding, I stayed at home with my boyfriend. It's worth mentioning my parents apparently didn't know I wasn't attending the wedding. I was chilling at home cuddling with my boyfriend when I suddenly got a text message from my parents asking me where I was because they couldn't find me at the wedding party. I told them I wasn't attending the wedding and asked if my brother hadn't told them anything. They said no and asked me what happened. I didn't see any reason to lie, so I sent them a text message telling them exactly why. Now I have to admit I don't exactly know what happened after I sent them this message because they read it but didn't reply. However, apparently, my parents talked to my brother about it and all of a sudden my absence was the main topic of the wedding party. From what I heard, two fronts formed. On the one hand, my parents and the rest of my family were against the family of my brother's wife. My brother, apparently a husband now, felt compelled to take her side and tried to argue in her favor. It's crazy to think that I was just sitting at home living my best life with my boyfriend while all of that poop went down at his wedding. The wedding party was ruined and my brother appeared at my door angrily screaming at me why I felt the need to ruin his wedding. I was confused and asked him what happened and he told me everything. I told him it wasn't my intention. I just told our parents what happened because they didn't know and wanted to know where I was and I thought he told them beforehand. He screamed at me that I ruined his wedding. I told him it was not my fault, he wasn't honest with them. I just respected their wish to not attend the wedding. I didn't know it would go down like this because like I said I couldn't attend several events before because of my sexuality and my parents never said anything about it, so I thought it would be the same thing here. But I gotta admit it's kinda sweet that my parents and the rest of my family stood up for me. They haven't done it before. That's a more than welcome change. The way the wedding party went might have been even worse than I imagined. What happens now is incredible. When I said in the main post that two fronts had formed, I only meant that metaphorically, of course, but it's no longer that. While nothing much interesting happened in the first 2 days afterwards, the terror started as soon as my brother and his wife went on their honeymoon. My mom and my dad visited me and told me how the wedding party escalated and they were so close to physical violence. I thought it was funny at first, but this truly bothers me. However, like I said, the terror started shortly after they went on their honeymoon. And when I say terror I mean that my sister-in-law's family found both my Facebook and Instagram accounts and started spamming me with hateful messages. I received insults and hateful messages from various different accounts that all had one thing in common. They all had somewhat of a Christian theme and all of them had the same last name. So it wasn't hard to find out whose accounts it was. Mainly because I don't know my sister-in-law's family at all. I only know her and I know her parents were homophobic Christians. They not only started attacking me, but they also found the account of my boyfriend over my account because we're linked as a couple and started to send him the same messages. The messages contained on one side are typical bigot stuff like, "You're burning in hell for your sins." One even called me and my boyfriend two devils in disguise. The other side was just blatant insults. You get the idea. I called my parents and told them what they were doing. Then I sent a text message to my brother with screenshots of the messages his wife's family sent me, to which he replied that I shouldn't disturb him with that during his honeymoon as I already destroyed his wedding party. I couldn't believe it. He was just like them. He did send me an apology after my mom told me she called him. My mother reported the insults and the harassment of these people and she demanded for my brother divorce his wife or she would disinherit him from her will because that's not how she raised him.
My horrible boyfriend recreated the worst day of my life as a prank. I was devastated and accidentally broke his ribs and punctured his lungs for trying to save him. Almost 6 years ago, I lost my partner suddenly in an accident while he was overseas on a work trip. When I lost him, I cannot describe the pain, the anguish, and the emotional hellscape that I found myself in. We planned a life together and in a fraction of a second, it was all gone. In the aftermath, I completely collapsed as a human. I left my career in healthcare and couldn't leave my apartment for 3 months. I lost 60 pounds and was already really skinny, and I just shut down. In short, I was a mess in every single way. With the support of some very persistent friends, community resources, and an amazing therapist, I started to process and move forward. Through intense therapy and temporary psychiatric help, I've been able to heal over the years, though grieving isn't a linear process. Fast forward to around 2.5 years ago when I met my current boyfriend. It's hard to describe getting into a relationship after losing a soulmate, but please know that he wasn't a rebound and isn't second place or anything like that. I do love him with all my whole heart, even though I'll always still love my late partner. My boyfriend has a foundation of similar values, ideal relationship dynamics, and communication styles to my late partner, but has a completely different personality, look, lifestyle, and appearance. I love him for all of his differences as much as his similarities. My therapist and I knew that it was important for me to not date someone who I would expect to be a stand-in for my late partner. She and I have checked in constantly throughout the major stages of my relationship to ensure that I'm sticking to that. At this point, I've honestly pictured what the rest of my life would look like with him in it, and he said the same. He was also the most understanding boyfriend when I first told him about my late partner's passing and my grieving journey. If there was a textbook way to handle the situation, he could have written the whole thing. I truly could not have asked for a better boyfriend. That was until yesterday. My boyfriend likes to play pranks on me, and he's even filmed some of them to upload online. It's not a constant thing or frequent enough for me to always be on my toes, and I've always said that I'm prone to weird things happening to me, so I'm never the wiser when I'm being pranked. As much as I hate being pranked, he's never gone too far and he's always checked in on me. He also gets my permission to post them, and all that. I guess I should say that he had never gone too far until yesterday. At least twice a month, he cooks us an elaborate dinner, so he texted me in the morning to confirm dinner plans we had that evening, and I replied asking if he needed me to pick up anything on my way home from work. I planned to FaceTime him at lunch like I always do, but he didn't answer me. No big deal, he's probably busy. I sent him a couple more texts after lunch, just random stuff, but he never responded, and when I finished work my phone showed he never even read my messages. I got a little anxious but pushed it aside. I don't need to hear from him constantly, but a sudden break in our routine feels weird because he always tells me in advance when something is going on or if he's busy. He also always forgets something for the dinners he makes us and asks me to grab something on the way home. Not today though. Anyway, I drove to his apartment from work and let myself in with the key he gave me. I expected to hear music, smell some dinner, or something, but it was completely silent. I put my stuff down on the hall bench and walked toward the kitchen. I saw grocery bags at the kitchen's entrance, which I thought was weird. As soon as I entered, I saw a broken wine glass at the far end of his kitchen island with a few drops of what I thought was red wine until I saw his feet sticking out. I sprinted around the island and he was lying on his side, facing away from me. There was blood everywhere. There's blood on the edge of the island, splatters on the wall, and a large pool around his head. I am shocked. I haven't made the sounds that came out of me since I got the call that my late partner passed. My heart was racing so badly that my chest and head hurt. Though I felt like I was in full-blown panic mode, I physically went into autopilot. I work in healthcare again, so I'm glad that my instincts kicked in. He was on his side, so I flipped him flat on his back. From what I tried to take a medical visual inventory of his injuries, it looked like he was just bleeding from his head. He didn't respond to my voice or a quick sternal rub. He wasn't moving at all, and when I put my ear down to his mouth, I wasn't hearing or feeling breathing. He had blood all over his face, so I couldn't tell if his lips were blue or anything like that. I do remember checking for a pulse and I truthfully didn't feel one though in hindsight, I can't be sure if I was mentally stable enough to discern one either way, so I tilted his head back and put my hands over his chest to start CPR while screaming at my phone for Siri to call 911. I only got 2 hard and fast compressions in when he miraculously came back from the dead screaming bloody on alive. After that, I'm not going to lie, I blacked out a bit. I remember getting lightheaded. He was shaking me and he's apologizing. I remember him calling 911. But none of that is important to me because I need to get away fast. I remember leaving his apartment covered in what I had obviously figured out was fake blood. I did get a call from 911 to confirm basically that my boyfriend had played a prank and no one needed help. Otherwise, I felt completely catatonic in a way. I dissociated. Needless to say, since last night, I've been a complete mess. I'm angry and devastated. The entire thing keeps playing in my head, and while the logical part of my brain knows that he only pranked me and that he's alive, my body hasn't figured it out. Worse, this completely brought up everything surrounding my late partner, and I feel like I have to start my grieving process for him all over again. The anger I feel isn't a revenge type of anger, but an exhausted type of anger. The rage is so strong and intense that it's taken every ounce of energy away to act on any of it. I guess that's a good thing. After that, I barely slept and woke up with my boyfriend trying to call me over 40 times. He sent me too many texts to count. He even came over to try to talk to me, but luckily, even though he has a key, I have a deadbolt chain, so he wasn't able to get in. He shouted an apology through the crack and begged me to talk to him. My neighbor shooed him off after a while. My friends have also messaged me to ask if I was safe, saying he contacted them and told them everything. I've only texted one of my friends back. My boyfriend's sister called me this morning in tears apologizing on her brother's behalf and told me how sorry he is. She said that if he would have told her about the prank beforehand, she would have chewed him out for even thinking of the idea. Their parents were horrified as well and have said that they are here to support me in whatever way I need. His sister told me that he had come over to her house after I didn't let him into my place and he was having a major anxiety attack with chest pain, racing heartbeat, and trouble breathing. It was so bad that she took him to the ER where they learned that I had fractured a couple of his ribs while attempting to give him what I thought was life-saving CPR and in the process had also punctured a lung. There are so many emotions going through my head right now. I am so angry at the world for, yet again, ripping away a man I love from me because even though he's alive, I don't think that I'll ever be able to get over this. At the same time, I still love and care for him. It's like, all I want to do is rush to the hospital to be by his side, while at the same time, feel like the sight of him would make me sick. He disgusts me in every way, yet the thought of being without him breaks me in ways I can't explain. My horrible ex-mother-in-law cut my trans daughter's hair and made her wear a suit. I will never let them see her again. I split custody of my transgender daughter with my ex-husband. Custody is an uneven split in my favor, and ex gets every other weekend as he moved a few hours away. My daughter is 16 and only came out to us as trans about a year ago. My ex-husband was raised by very conservative, very religious people. So when my daughter came out to us as trans, my ex still hadn't fully accepted it. My daughter is a typical girly girl, far more than me. We have mother-daughter days where we get our nails done and I buy her some clothes. One thing she likes to do the most is to style her hair. Every day, she looks for a different kind of hairstyle she could do and post it on social media. I could say this is the only thing that gives her enjoyment as she is often bullied at school for being trans. She's been growing out her hair and it's a little below her clavicle. But I never knew that this only thing that makes my daughter happy would be snatched by my evil ex-mother-in-law. My ex-mother-in-law has these 2 specific photos that she's obsessed with. It was my ex-father-in-law's 16th birthday where ex-Phil is in front and ex-Phil behind him with his hands on ex-Phil's shoulders. Both men in the picture are wearing suits. The second photo is from ex's 16th birthday. It's a recreation of the first photo, but now ex is in the front and ex-Phil is behind. When I was still pregnant and we were told she'd be a boy, ex-Mill immediately got excited about the idea of recreating that photo when our son turned 16. My daughter turned 16 at the end of September. I had pretty much forgotten about the photos until she turned 16. I didn't hear anything about it from ex or ex-Mill, so I figured that since they no longer had a 16-year-old son to take the photo with, they'd just leave it alone until our actual son turned 16. This is when this horrible incident took place. I brought my daughter to ex's place as normal and then headed off. I told her to text me if she needed anything. The plan is always to drop her off Friday night, straight after school, and ex drops her home Sunday night. My daughter came home Saturday afternoon, fresh off the train, 24 hours early, with a short, uneven, chin-length bob. My jaw dropped. My daughter told me that she'd woken up Saturday morning and come downstairs to see ex-Mill and ex. My ex-Mill said they were taking a photo for Christmas cards and handed my daughter a suit. My daughter explained that suits aren't really her thing, but ex-Mill insisted and ex agreed, leaving my daughter feeling she couldn't argue, so she put the suit on. Ex-Mill then picked up the kitchen scissors and told her to sit for a haircut. My daughter said no way. Ex then suggests she tie her hair back as a compromise. They took the photo. At some point after taking the photo, she sat down and turned her back on ex-Mill, then the entire ponytail was cut off. My daughter was shocked, ran upstairs, got changed, and told both ex and ex-Mill to go F themselves and left. Then she got the first train home. I've done my best to even out the bob. I am now looking into fixing it so she doesn't have to go to his place again. The custody agreement was made over a decade ago and both kids are now teenagers. I can see ex putting up a fight if they just stopped going. I'm going to have to go the legal route and see if I can renegotiate custody so they can never see my kid again.
My horrible fiancé tried to pay his brother's expenses using my money. I told him I will never fish out any amount for his pathetic SS. My fiancé's brother Chris moved to Mississippi from our hometown 2 years ago to be with some girl he met on the internet. Chris has always been the type to make terrible life choices and my fiancé is always the one who bails him out, except my FMEAL. My fiancé does this because he has survivor's guilt. They lived with their father growing up and their father hated Chris with a burning passion for whatever reason but loved my fiancé Heath, so Heath saw a lot. Yes, they both got out physically but mentally, Chris was ruined. Refuses therapy, and gets into trouble constantly. He is 33 and my fiancé is 28. So when Chris left to go to Mississippi, I was working at the hospital 70 hours a week while Heath stayed home with the kids. We have 3 kids. He had no income but he was a sod and this worked for us. However, I started noticing money going missing quite often and when I checked the bank statements, Heath handled them because he was an accountant for a couple years and better at budgeting. I noticed a poop ton of Amazon purchases and money transfers through FB Pay. When I confronted him he told me his brother and the chick didn't work out so he was helping him with like hotel stays, food, and essentials. It's important to note that during this time, I was pissed because of how much money was being spent and limited him on what he could send his brother a month because it's not my responsibility. So I didn't make him stop but limited him. Well, budget cuts went through my hospital 2 months ago and I was cut, along with 340 other employees. 4 wings were closed down, mine being one of them. So I am currently unemployed but Heath works constantly now. I also just got my taxes back and I got back a big chunk of money. Last night Chris calls and Heath shuts the bedroom door, I assumed cause the kids were being loud, but I walked in roughly 10 minutes later and see Heath has my debit card in hand, typing in the info on Amazon to buy his brother over $400 worth of poop. Books, board games, playing cards, nothing he needed. I rip the debit card out of his hand and ask him what the F he is doing and he just looks at me like I am an and asks what the F I had the nerve to do that. I told him I am not fishing out $400 worth of poop to his brother, and he goes my brother has nothing to effing do and this is the only way I can help, and said since I got back a ton of money, I should be willing to help, especially considering he gets his paycheck Friday and can make up for it. I still said no. He is now saying I am a controlling a-hole. My horrible mother had an affair with my brother's timid fiancé. They were on FaceTime 24/7 and we found a strap-on in my mom's bedroom. My brother met his fiancé, F25, in his last year of pharmacy school. She is a timid woman and we think it is because of her religion. The two of them got engaged very soon after meeting only about 4 to 5 months because according to my brother, she has all the values he has been looking for in a wife. During the time that they were engaged, they would spend a lot of time together but they were never allowed to be completely alone until they married. So this meant that she spent a lot of time at my house where either me, my sister, or my mom would stay with them. So all got pretty comfortable around each other and this is where it started to get weird. My mom, 44, specifically got along with my soon-to-be sister-in-law too well but they were too friendly for everyone's liking. Sister-in-law goes to our house even if my brother isn't there because she wanted to bond with my mom. We sometimes watch a movie and they, my mom and sister-in-law, would sit next to each other then turn in to lean on one another then full-on cuddle. We did not care back then because we thought that they were just too close and my sister-in-law just thinks of my mom as her second mom. If you think that isn't weird enough, well, another example is they would be on FaceTime literally 24/7. I'm talking about waking up together and falling asleep on the phone together. It got so bad that my brother would complain that he never could call her because she was always too busy talking to my mom. Eventually, we called my mom out on this, saying it was a little weird that she was always on the phone with her. Of course, she went mad, but she said they are just really close and that she would stop calling her so much, but that never happened. She just started to hide it and then would spend hours on FaceTime without even saying a word. They would just have their AirPods in and listen to each other's background noises, then text each when they wanted to say something. This went on for the entire engagement. My sister and I can't help but joke about the two of them being gay lovers, but we were always innocently kidding because we never would have thought it would get that far. So let's fast forward a couple of months of their weird behavior. I came home from work and my sister also just got home maybe 20 minutes before me. My mom and sister-in-law were sitting in the living room and after a few minutes, sister-in-law went back to her house. My mom also went outside to run some errands. I went to the kitchen and my sister told me that when she arrived, sister-in-law was already here. That means, they were all alone until we came. My sister was acting weird and was staring at her coffee mug for a few minutes before speaking. She said, "Go look at what's on mom's bed." So, I got up and started walking to my mom's room. That's when I saw a strap-on sitting on the corner of the bed. To say that I was shocked was an understatement. We both knew that they were alone all day. I went back to the kitchen completely stunned because I never would have imagined my demure sister-in-law to be like that. But we don't have any proof that they were doing something gross behind my brother's back. I really think that there is no secret that won't be revealed since 2 days later, my sister got the shock of her life when she opened her laptop. Here's the thing, my sister was using my mom's old laptop to do her work but my mom's Apple ID was still connected to it, so all the notes from my mom's phone were sent to the laptop. There it was, over a dozen pictures and videos of my sister-in-law doing extremely inappropriate stuff and literally thousands of hypersexual text messages and conversations. One that I can remember is, "I wish I would have met you first. I love you more than I love your son." My sister and I agreed to tell our brother of the situation. When we told our brother what we found out, he was quick to believe us because he also saw all the red flags. He called his fiancée and told her he knows her relationship with our mom and ended their engagement. My horrible stepsiblings took everything away from me and treated me terribly, but my father didn't care because the family is all about sacrifices. Now, I'm done being the family's doormat. My dad married my stepmother 3 months ago and I feel like it made my life significantly harder and less pleasant. They moved in with us and for the indefinite future this situation will not change. We have a 3-bedroom house and before they moved in, my dad and I had our rooms, both with bathrooms, and there was a smaller room which was a study for my dad. After they moved in, Jenny, 17 got my room, and I had to share the smaller room with Tom and Mike. All my books, my telescope, and my stuff are packed and in the basement now since there's no space anymore. This made me really angry but my dad told me that I have to be a team player and this is what he and his wife agreed on. Jenny treats me like poop. She sometimes acts as if I'm not there at all, and sometimes is super aggressive and hostile towards me. The other I asked Tom to stop going through my things and she became so angry that I have no right to order her brother around. She told me to get it in my thick skull that I'm not their big brother to tell them what to do, even though all I asked was for them to stop going through my things. She said it's best if I don't talk to them at all since that way they will get less influence from a weirdo like me. What I don't get is that if she's so concerned that I might leave a bad influence on Tom and Mike, why doesn't she take them into her room? Tom and Mike don't respect any boundaries. They're always through my stuff. I have a watch which was a gift from my mother. She died of cancer, and they took it from my drawer and lost it. I found it weeks later in the basement with its front glass broken. Before they moved in I used to get a $100 allowance every month. Now Jenny gets $75. I get $35 and Tom and Mike each get $30. I had an Xbox but these kids broke it down. I used to spend a lot of time with my dad. He used to come see me play basketball almost every week. He hasn't done it even once in the past 3 months since he's always working overtime. We eat out once a week and none of them in these 3 months have been to any of my favorite places, but Jenny, Tom, and Mike have each chosen their favorites more than once. I complained about all of it to my father last week and he told me that family is all about sacrifices, and I have to make mine. Haven't I made enough sacrifices already? I feel like I'm the only one making sacrifices. I looked forward to them moving in here but I now feel like an outsider at home. It's not my home anymore. Life has become very difficult for me. I spend as much time as I can outside because inside is so frustrating but this is causing problems as well. My dad keeps telling me that not being around means I'm not accepting them as part of the family while in reality, it's the opposite. So I get grounded for not being around. And being around is horrible. I don't want to live here anymore but I'm only 15 and can't move out. I have nobody else who can take me in. I can't stay here for 3 more years. I'll go crazy. Update 1. I decided to just ask my dad and stepmother for some time to talk to them and I just showed them my post on Reddit. They took a good half an hour reading it. There were times when it looked like they were going to start crying. Eventually, they told me that they needed more time and we'd talk about it in a couple of days. 2 nights later, my dad asked me to come to their room, and to make it short, they got it. They both hugged me and at some point, my stepmother started crying. They apologized to me for their negligence and told me that they effed this up. They put all their attention and focus on helping my step-siblings adjust given the new living arrangement and everything and neglected how difficult it must have been for me. They promised me that things would change. About the room arrangement, they realized that it was not reasonable. So they offered me the basement as a lot of you suggested. We went to the store and bought a lot of supplies and made it a family exercise for everyone to contribute to refurbishing the basement and making it like a bedroom. So I'll have my own room now. It won't have a bathroom like before but I can really share a bathroom with the boys. That's not a problem. The money allowance changed as well. It was Jenny $75, me $35 and Mike and Tom $30 each. Now it's Jenny $60, me $50, and the boys $30 each. So $15 from Jenny comes to me now. I think it's much more fair. It's not as good as the $100 I used to have, but this arrangement is something I can easily understand and accept. Now to Jenny. Well, my stepmother told me that Jenny's problem was not me. It's that her mother married and she doesn't like that because she was hopeful that she would return to her dad. Now she's trying to make this not work and I'm just in her crosshairs. She's been a little bee to my dad as well. She promised me that she would handle Jenny and make sure she won't be a problem. Now to the boys. This is the most difficult one as they're 10 and 11. They gave me a small lock so I can lock my bag for now, and when the basement is ready I can lock its door and only the parents will have the key. So at least my stuff will be safe. About other things, they also made little changes to make things easier. They told me that I could come to them for any problems and my dad promised me some father-son time every couple of weeks as well. I was happy with everything. They addressed most of the issues and found solutions and so far done their best to do everything that they promised. Jenny came to me a few nights later and asked if I would come with her for a walk in the neighborhood as she wanted to talk to me. So we went and she apologized to me for everything and told me that she didn't and still doesn't like that her mom married my dad and she was forwarding her anger and frustration towards me, the only person she could, which was not right. She said that I'm probably going through similar things as she does and, really there's no reason for us to make each other's lives even more difficult than it already is. So I accepted her apology and we shook hands on being on the same team from now on. And honestly, she's been very different ever since. She's helping me a lot in preparing the basement and she makes Tom and Mike help as well. The other day when I asked Tom to turn down the TV volume and he refused, she told him to listen to your big brother. Yeah, good things. I hope she remains this way. Overall things are a lot better. I trust my stepmother a lot more now. Jenny is much better than before and we're becoming more and more like a family and the place looks and feels like home again. My huge husband attacked my innocent son. I, 34, married my husband, 40, 10 years ago. He had twin boys from a previous relationship that are now 19 and almost 20. I love these boys so much. Although they are not my bio sons, they are mine and no one can tell me otherwise. I legally adopted them a few years ago as well. So they are mine. I came home from a shopping spree and dropped off my older son at the airport. When I walked in, I heard my husband yelling and cursing. I got closer where he was in his office, hitting our younger son while he was on the ground. I begged him to stop and eventually he did. I rushed to comfort our son and he aggressively grabbed my arm and demanded I don't lay a hand on him. I stressed that he was hurt and he was our son. My husband retaliated, he's not our son. He's a pathetic man that needs get the heck out of my house by the morning, kicked him and walked away dragging me with him and not minding my pace. We got to our room and he locked the door and went to the bathroom to shower. I brought him new clothes and went back to sit on the bed. After some time, the water turned off and then I went to see if he was calm. I found him sitting on the floor crying. He cried all night while holding me and only just fell asleep less than an hour ago. My husband is the personification of a gentle giant. He's 7 feet 2 inches, over 400 pounds, buff and used to box. But this man would never hurt anything. I mean, if I asked him to take care of a bug for me, he will slowly pick it up while talking to it and then take it outside. He has never had a loud voice or shown any aggression. So I've never seen him that way before. Our son is 6 feet 6 inches and almost 300 pounds and does football himself. Meanwhile I'm 5 feet 8 inches and 127 pounds. After seeing the damage he did to our son, I'm very frightened to think of what he could do to me. Turns out my son isn't so innocent. I was able to get some details on the cause of the fight. My husband didn't sleep for long. After some hours, he woke up again really upset and wouldn't say anything to me. He went to the bathroom and cried for a few minutes. I texted my son threatening him and he finally called back. He wouldn't tell me what happened either, he just told me he was fine and kept apologizing to me and I didn't know why. After my husband's shower, he got out and went outside. He didn't take his phone, wallet, keys or even shoes. While he was gone I went to go see my son and he locked himself in the room and kept apologizing to me. I had picked up food on my way and forced him to open door so I can feed him since I know he hadn't eaten. He did open door and I got to feed and hold him. I know people said I should have left but I just felt off so I went home to bring my husband some food and in hopes he would be in a better state to tell me. I waited some hours when he finally came back. I stood my ground and demanded he tell me. I told him how I felt about the whole situation and how upset I was with him, and threatened to call the cops and even divorce. He fell down and cried again. I comforted him for some time and then he went upstairs and came back down with his suitcase packed. He didn't say anything to me, and took my arm and brought me to his office. He made me sit on his chair readying me to look at something on the screen. He started crying and apologized profusely. On his desk my son's iPad was there. He opened the computer and there was a flood of pictures and videos of me in very inappropriate situations. And these were things from my son's tablet. Whenever I'm on my period and have bad cramps, I like to lay on the tub and let the hot shower run on me and oftentimes I fall asleep. There were so many pictures of me in that positions. There were pictures of me getting dressed, picking up things, in intimate positions with my husband when we obviously thought they couldn't see, and even from our bedroom, there were pictures. There were even some where he touched me while I was sleeping. There was just so much. I'm a very curvy woman and get looked at intimately a lot outside, but I have never expected that from my son. Especially because at their schools their classmates talk about my body and he is always defensive and protective of me. I don't have a habit of dressing immodestly around the house when the kids are home, but there have been instances where I'll wear some leggings or really fitted top or dress. My husband told me he'd be staying at his friend's house to give me space and I couldn't bring myself to say anything asking him to stay because I didn't want to be alone at that moment. He left and left me sitting there looking at myself in very vulnerable positions that my son captured. I don't know what he does with these photos. I feel so vulnerable and dirty right now. My husband decided to tell me that he co-signed on a $1 million home for his mother. Now she is refusing to sign a contract and I am considering divorce. My husband and I have been happily married for over 2 years. We own a home and do quite well for ourselves financially. He generally maintains the finances for our family. However, my husband's mother and sister live a few hours away, and I have always felt they were very abusive towards him. They speak down to him, disrespect him, and essentially make him feel as if it's his responsibility to clean up their financial mishaps and poor choices. There are other incidents of how they have treated me disrespectfully that even I have distanced myself from them. That is also why my husband decided for us to move away from them. Now, my husband, sister, and mother have been renting a home from another family member, which is well under market value, at least $3,000 less than what it would rent for now. The owner has decided to sell the home. Mind you, it has been trashed and not maintained by the sister and mother. They have little to no respect for having had it so good for so long. The owner gave them 90 days to vacate the premises. Immediately, the sister and mother asked my husband to help them buy a home. They live and work in one of the most expensive housing markets in the US. Additionally, they do not qualify for the type and amount of loan needed to buy a modest home in the area, and they refuse to move to a more affordable location. After a lot of back and forth, they finally asked my husband to co-sign on a very basic older home that costs $1 million. I immediately told them absolutely not, and I voiced my concerns to my husband. He is usually very level-headed and financially savvy, but I had to be the one to push him and his family to some sort of plan for how this would all work. Going from paying $1,000 a month in rent to well over $6,000 a month on a mortgage, not even including bills, seems questionable and a terrible decision at worst. I asked my husband why they couldn't move into a modest apartment and make a plan to buy in a year or two. He didn't really have an answer but agreed that they needed a plan for him to engage. Again, after several weeks of back and forth with his family, they had yet to provide any solid plan to pay the mortgage bills and avoid default. Who would be responsible for repairs? No idea. Finally, last week, before I left for a work trip, my husband told me he would not be co-signing on the home and that they had done zero planning. I was so relieved and was able to relax on my trip. I returned home at the end of the week and took a shower when he walked in and told me he had co-signed for the home. To say I was taken aback is an understatement. I went through all the emotions in a short time, but it wasn't until the next morning that what he had done really hit me. He made a risky investment with people who don't respect him and did it behind my back after assuring me he wouldn't. He kept telling me I was safe from any potential impact, but I don't understand how that could be. I asked him to walk me through the conversation, the plans, and any assurance that our own assets were safe. He couldn't. He then had the audacity to tell me, "At least I decided to tell you." That is when I lost it. I felt betrayed and disrespected. I cried and screamed and told him how he could not see how they used him. I told him I was questioning his integrity in our relationship. We are also in the midst of the IVF process, and it has been extremely hard on me and my body. I told him I didn't think he deserved to be the father of my children, and if we did have children, his family would have limited contact and not be allowed around my children. At first, he was remorseful, but then he got defensive of his family even though I and many others have tried to show him how abusive they are. I told him if he wanted any chance of making our relationship right, he was to immediately work with his mother and sister to write a contract that he had majority ownership in the home so that if they continued to make poor decisions and default, he could sell the house. To no one's surprise, his family would not agree to these terms because they believe living there is enough to solidify it's theirs. For the last 3 days, I have asked over and over again why he made this drastic decision without a plan. My friends agree that this is a divorce-worthy offense, but the reality is besides this, we have a wonderful life together, and I love him dearly. So Reddit, am I the a-hole for calling my husband stupid and threatening divorce over co-signing the loan?
My husband abandoned and ignored me during our honeymoon, so I ruined his free vacation and canceling everything, including our marriage. My husband had one job, and that was to secure plane tickets and hotel reservations for our honeymoon. Everything else, including the wedding itself, I had planned out. So of course when we got to the airport, we discovered that my name was written incorrectly on my plane ticket. He said it was a mistake, and he'd go see if he could change it. He came back 20 minutes later to say that it was too late to change the name, as the plane had started boarding. I was really disappointed, and grabbed my stuff to leave. Only when I looked back, my husband was still standing by the gate. He said he thought it would be a better idea for him to go on ahead, so that way only one of us would miss out on the excursions we had planned for tomorrow. I said that we could probably still make it, and if not then we would just cancel. But he said he was really looking forward to it, that the first day was filled with so many fun things to do, and he didn't want to miss out simply because my name was wrong on the ticket. I reminded him he was the one who had made the mistake, and I didn't feel comfortable being away from him for so long as we literally just got married. He said I could just catch the next flight like I said, and arrive a few hours after him and meet up later. I told him that was ridiculous, as we would be spending our first night as husband and wife away from one another. He just shrugged, and said he'd tell me when he landed, then headed to the gate and boarded. I went to the counter and asked when the next flight was, to exchange my ticket. The woman was super helpful. Then she asked why I didn't just change my name on the ticket, since I was already here. I told her my husband had tried, but was told it was too close to boarding. She gave me a look, and said that he must have gone to the wrong person, as they are allowed to change it and there was plenty of time. This made me upset, but I assumed that maybe he just went to a worker who didn't feel like doing the extra work. By that time the plane had already taken off, so I just accepted my new ticket and went to the bar to wait it out. About an hour later, there was an announcement that multiple flights were cancelled due to bad weather. Go ahead and guess if my flight was one of them. I went home, and decided to try again in the morning. I left my husband a bunch of messages, and by the morning he had only responded that he had landed. When I checked his social media pages, they were filled with pictures of him at our resort. He was eating chocolates left on the bed for us, going to a barbecue and making friends with strangers. He got wasted and danced a lot. He hasn't answered any of my texts or calls. Just as I was about to leave for the airport, he posted a new picture of him with another woman. holding her waist tightly with one hand, and holding a drink with 2 straws in the other. I saw red and threw my suitcase down. Now I'm in my living room, looking at a large stack of wedding gifts, having second thoughts about being with this man. I feel like the entire trip is ruined, and I can't even contact him to talk about it. That's when I decided, if I can't enjoy our honeymoon, why should he? I got out the itinerary I had made, and started calling every single place up, and canceled everything. Some of them I got the deposit back, others I did not. But I was so sick of his lack of care towards my feelings, I didn't care at that point. I decided to call up my friends and just go bar hopping for the night, so I wouldn't be stuck at home alone. When I got back home and checked my messages, I had a lot from my new husband, freaking out, saying some of the excursions had been canceled, and he asked if I could send him some money to do other things instead, as all his money and cards were in my suitcase. I told him I was the one who canceled everything, and I hate that the first time he chose to finally contact me was to ask for money. He called me up, and we talked for a bit. I explained how he made me feel forgotten and unnecessary. He said he didn't know, and thought he was doing the right thing. I thought we were actually on a good track, until I asked about the woman in the photo. That was when he went ballistic, and started accusing me of not trusting him, saying he could hang out with whomever he wanted, and it was none of my business. I told him it was, as he was now my husband. He told me to stop being so nosy, and that maybe I shouldn't join him on the trip after all, as he needed some space from my harassment. After he hung up on me, I realized that if this was only the start of our marriage, I didn't want to see where it would go from there. In the morning I called my lawyer to get the marriage annulled, as well as the hotel to cancel the rest of the stay. If he wanted a vacation away from me, fine, but he wasn't doing it on my dime. I sent him a text, saying he would need to find a new hotel, and by the time he got back, we wouldn't be married anymore. Anyone who already wants space from their spouse during the honeymoon is not someone who should be getting married. My husband abandoned me at the hospital while I was giving birth to our baby. Now he's apologizing to make things right, but I told him to pack his bags because I am leaving him, for good. I and my husband Jake have been together for 6 years, married for 3. We were both ecstatic when we found out we were expecting our first child. Pregnancy was tough for me, though. I had severe morning sickness, gestational diabetes, and was generally miserable. But Jake was supportive and sweet the whole way through, which made it bearable. As we got closer to my due date, we discussed birth plans. I was adamant that I wanted Jake in the delivery room. I needed his support, and he'd always agreed. However, a few weeks before my due date, Jake started acting strange. He was distant, distracted, and wouldn't engage in any baby-related discussions. I thought he was just anxious about becoming a dad, so I didn't press him too much. The day I went into labor, Jake drove me to the hospital but seemed off. He was quiet and kept checking his phone. When we got there, he pulled the nurse aside and spoke to her privately. She came back and told me Jake wouldn't be in the delivery room because he was uncomfortable with blood and medical procedures. I was stunned. He'd never mentioned this before. I begged him to stay, told him I needed him, but he just kept saying, "I can't do this." I was heartbroken and furious, but I didn't have much time to dwell on it as my contractions were getting stronger. Jake said he'd be in the waiting room and kissed me on the forehead before leaving. I was left alone, crying and feeling utterly abandoned. Labor was long, painful, and traumatic. I was alone the entire time except for the medical staff. When our son was finally born, I was exhausted, emotionally and physically. The nurse handed me my son, and all I felt was a deep sadness that Jake wasn't there to share this moment. After I was taken to a recovery room, I asked the nurse to get Jake. She came back and said he'd left the hospital hours ago. I couldn't believe it. I called him repeatedly, but he didn't answer. Finally, I sent him a text saying I was done and he could find his own way home. I didn't see him until the next day. He showed up at the hospital with flowers and an apology, saying he'd panicked and needed some air. He claimed he'd gone home to shower and change and fell asleep, which I didn't buy for a second. I told him I didn't believe him. I was overwhelmed with anger and hurt, and I told him he had let me down in the worst possible way. He kept apologizing, saying he knew he'd messed up and he'd do anything to make it right. I didn't want him near me or our son at that moment, so I asked him to leave. He tried to protest, but I told him I needed time to process everything. He left, and I spent the rest of my hospital stay alone with my baby, trying to grapple with the enormity of what had happened. Since then, Jake has been trying to make amends. He's been taking parenting classes, attending therapy, and is constantly trying to be present and supportive. But I can't shake the feeling of betrayal. He abandoned me at one of the most vulnerable moments of my life. Every time I look at him, I remember being alone in that delivery room, terrified and in pain, wondering why the person who promised to be by my side wasn't there. My family is split. Some think I'm being too hard on Jake, that he made a mistake and is clearly remorseful. They say he's a good father and partner otherwise, and I should focus on moving forward for the sake of our child. Others think what he did was unforgivable and I should leave him. They believe I'll never truly trust him again, and that's no foundation for a marriage. I'm torn. I do still love him, and I know he loves me and our son, but part of me wonders if I'll ever get over this. Update: I am filing once I regain my strength. He already packed his things and left the house. My husband abandoned me when I was about to give birth and chose to be with his mother. Now he's livid because I made another man fill his role.
Last month, My wife called me in a frenzy telling me that her water broke and that she was going into labor. This was incredibly shocking to both of us because she was still early on in the pregnancy. The problem with this is that I was already on the road, about 30 minutes away tending to my mother, who had just called to tell me that she was in an accident. Not a significant one, but it still shook her up. I told my wife to call an ambulance because I would not be turning around to drive her to the hospital and witness her birth. She yelled, cursed, cried, and screamed at me through the phone while I tried to calm her by telling her to call my sister if she didn't want to call an ambulance since my sister only lives 20 to 25 minutes away. After this, she went silent and hung up and I didn't hear from her for about 1 hour and a half. I checked my phone for the first time since getting to my mother, and my sister sent me a video of my wife actively giving birth while holding her male friend's hand the way women squeeze their husband's hands for comfort during labor. My sister immediately followed up the video with a text that said, "When are you going to get here?" I ignored this text and asked her if she's the one who drove my wife to the hospital and she responded no. I asked her who did and she informed me that it was my wife's male friend, who lives only 10 minutes away, who drove her and was getting his hand squeezed by my wife. I ended up just asking my sister for the full story while I drove my mother back to her home since everything was sorted with the accident. Long story short, instead of calling my sister or an ambulance, my wife called her male friend that I've always unliked but never informed my wife. I told my sister to get on FaceTime with me, but not to make it obvious to anyone else in the delivery room, and I would stay silent on the other end. During the call, I saw my wife's friend rubbing her back, wiping her tears, comforting her when she screamed and cried, etc. I couldn't bear the sight and I ended the FaceTime and told my sister to inform my wife that I would be at the hospital the next day after work whenever she got out of labor. My sister called almost 2 hours later to tell me she left the hospital and that my wife would be staying the night. The next day around 3 to 4 p.m. when I went over to the hospital to see my wife and newborn son, she was not trying to hide her anger and saltiness from anyone in the room. That included mostly my family and some of hers. When I asked her why she was acting this way, she rolled her eyes and told me to leave her the F alone in front of everyone. Later when I tried to hold my son, she snatched him from my hands. In this hospital, visiting hours ended at 8, but all of the guests excluding me left by 6. When we were alone, I finally got the chance to have a conversation with her about why she was being so salty on a memorable day that should have been filled with love and joy. She responded by getting angry and mumbling something about my audacity to miss her birth and be surprised that she's angry. I'm not proud of this, but in response, I called her a cheater for inviting another man into the delivery room in place of her husband. This spiraled into a short full-blown argument between us that eventually ended when a NICU nurse came back with a baby. It's been a month since then and my wife only refers to our son as her son, her baby, etc. I've tried to get closer to her by sitting down and trying to have a deep conversation about our family's future, and she flat out told me that she was never having another child with me after what happened, which deeply hurt me. Last week I heard my wife on the phone talking about who would be godfathers and mothers to our son. She told whoever was on the other end that she would be choosing the male friend as godfather because he was there for me when Richard couldn't care less. This post is all over the place, but let me know if I overreacted in the argument when I saw her in the delivery room after she gave birth, or if anyone knows how to fix my marriage and family.
Update: 4 days later. I'm the wife from that post. A friend found it and sent it to me anyway. I decided to make an account to respond, clear some things up and tell my side of the story as briefly as I could. Yes, I did call my husband to tell him that my water broke and he did tell me that he wouldn't make it and to call an ambulance or his sister, who has called me a slur to my face before, so I don't know why he thought this would be a good idea lol. I did not call his sister because we don't get along and I have a friend that lives closer to us. He ends up driving me to the hospital and his sister pulls into the lot almost right after us. Don't know how she knew I was going. So now I'm in pain, scared, upset at my husband, and have someone I don't like with me during my most vulnerable moments. I was holding my male friend's hand because, why wouldn't I be? Now, it was very obvious that sister-in-law was recording me in some way because she was basically isolating herself from everyone else in the room with her phone to her chest and pointing at me. I didn't think that she was on FaceTime with anyone, I just thought she was filming me, which is equally as weird. I'm not sure why I brushed it off and or didn't ask about it when I was more stable. My husband did in fact show up the next day around 4 p.m. and tried to act like nothing happened, and I was very moody and rude to him, which was probably very immature of me. This later broke out into an argument after everyone left where he called me a cheater and I also said some very nasty things. I have been isolating me and my son away from him as much as I can and trying to be less dependent on him in some aspects. The reason for this is because I feel that I can't trust him to keep my son safe or change his diaper or pour my breast milk into a bottle and feed him, or burp him, or basically do anything for my son at all. I and my son are indeed financially dependent on my husband like he has stated before, and because of this fact I cannot divorce him, not now at least, because I do not have any support system or family that lives near us to help me and my son, and I am still in school. I know staying for the kids isn't healthy, but my family has recommended for me to stay for the sake of my schooling and my son's happiness. My husband had stated many times that he was apologized, but these quote apologies were just along the lines of, "I'm sorry, will you stop being angry now?" No, I am not sleeping with the male friend. We've been friends since 2nd grade and there's never been anything romantic or intimate between us. My husband and I went to a party of his friend where I found out that they were using girls for amusement. Now I cannot see them the same way again. My husband has this group of friends who he is very close to. They all grew up together and still see each other regularly. They've always been nothing but nice to me for the entire 3 years I've known them, and before this had never made me feel uncomfortable in any way. On Saturday, it was his friend's birthday, so he invited us to his party. At the party there was a table full of gross things like you would see on a survival show, and these men were paying some girls to eat them, and they were filming it and laughing at them. My husband intentionally kept me away from that side of the party, but at one point I needed to use the restroom and I couldn't find him after, so I ended up there. When I was there, this random guy came up to me and tried to get me to eat one of the nasty things. He was pretty aggressive about it. One of my husband's friends saw me and he told the guy not her, and then he asked me where my husband was and made a joke about how he shouldn't have let me out of his sight. He then stuck to me like glue until we found my husband again, at which point he whispered something to him and then left. I feel so repulsed and creeped out by the whole thing. I literally had a nightmare about the party. It doesn't help that I spoke to one of the girls and she said she had no idea this was going to happen before she got there. The dilemma I have is that we see them often. We're supposed to see them in 2 weeks, but I feel so uncomfortable just at the thought of having to be around them, especially the host. Honestly, I see them all differently now, and it's even made me see my husband slightly differently, even though he never participated. I feel like I'm doing a horrible job at explaining it, but the whole thing was extremely creepy to me. I don't know how to tell my husband this. Those friends are like family to him, and I feel like refusing to go will cause tension between us and make him feel like I'm forcing him to choose between me and his friends. There was a lot, but things I noticed were live insects, eyeballs, bull's testicle smoothies, and pig's uterus. I know there are probably places or cultures that eat this, and I'm not trying to insult anyone by saying it is gross, but the thing stunk really badly and I feel like they intentionally made the stuff look as disgusting as possible. I didn't eat any of it, so maybe it tasted better than it looked, but I doubt it based on the smell. They had labels with prices. Update: I was supposed to see them 2 weeks after my original post, but I got out of it. My anxiety was sky high and it made me physically sick, so I had a legitimate reason for skipping the event. It took me a long time before I actually gathered the courage to say anything to my husband about what happened that day, even though he had been asking me multiple times before if I was okay. When I first told him, he was super understanding and promised nothing like that would ever happen again. While he was upset when I told him I didn't want to be around his friends, he told me he understood and wouldn't force me. Also, he already knew what happened with the guy who approached me. His friend told him all he would say was that he had handled it and it wouldn't happen again. He continued hanging out with his friends separately, and eventually, they asked him why I was never there anymore, and he told them. They did reach out to apologize/justify the party, but I never responded to any of them. Things were starting to get better until recently. My in-laws hosted a birthday dinner for my husband. I asked my husband if his friends would be there, and he told me it was just going to be family. When we got there, his friends were all there. I ended up leaving the dinner without telling anyone because I couldn't handle being around them when they were all trying to act like nothing had happened. I did text my husband when I was in the Uber, but he was pissed at me when he got home for leaving the way I did. We had a big fight and I ended up locking him out of our bedroom because he wouldn't drop it. He's still angry at me over what happened, but I'm pissed at him too. During the fight he said I needed to get over what happened and that his friends wouldn't hurt me. He kept telling me I had nothing to be worried about because he was right there and he wouldn't let anything happen to me. I got really angry at him and asked him if I had nothing to worry about, like I had nothing to worry about at the party because I was married to him. I asked him would he still say that if we weren't married, or if I would have been fair game then. He implied I had misunderstood what was happening at the party, that I had worked myself up over nothing and that I was being ridiculous. My husband and stepkids told me to go over myself because I am not the mother, so I made them feel my wrath by refusing to do everything a mother should do. I recently married a man with 3 kids from a previous relationship with his ex. My ex-husband of 8 years had a degenerative disease, and we weren't able to have children. He eventually succumbed. My sweet and loving ex-husband left this world far too early, leaving me heartbroken and lonely. Then comes this guy offering me a full family, full of life. I was a fool. I was ecstatic about being a stepmom. I was determined not to be that stepmom. I wouldn't demand that the children call me mom and accept me as mom from the get-go. They should take their time. They moved into my house, and problems started because they absolutely hated being told anything by me. I can't enforce chores without being told I'm the worst person in the world. My husband told me to stop being harsh to them. It doesn't give me the authority just because I married him. When I worked my ass off to help Louis with his science fair project, I wasn't allowed to attend his presentation because his bio mom wanted to go. Then, when I bought the youngest child the plushie he wanted, the bio mom went off on me for taking the experience away from her. Husband took her side. Also, their second child absolutely hates everything about me. My voice, my mannerisms, my existence. She isn't shy about that and will let me know. She mocks and imitates me. My husband says it's because I'm trying too hard to be her mother when I'm not. I feel a crippling amount of anxiety when it's our turn with them. I feel like I'm unwanted in my own home. I brought this up with my husband, and he got mad at me and told me to go over myself and that I was not the mother. I told him, okay. So the following day, I cook for myself only. My cooking is nothing to scoff at. I went to chef school in my home country, specialized in several types of ethnic cuisine, and worked at fine dining restaurants. When my husband complained, I said Biomom might have packed some food for them. I am not their mother. I wash my dishes, and I wash my own dishes only. I clean my own space and do my laundry. Because I am not their mother, I don't enforce chores. Because again, I am not their mother. The children need help with math and languages. I suggested the husband pay for a tutor. I am not the mother. Finally, he told me I was being petty. I lost it. I said they expect me to be the mother, but only the boring or difficult things. I am not allowed any of the fun or rewarding parts of being a mother. They're using me, and I'm done with it. He apologized and said that he didn't mean it that way. I asked what exactly he meant. He said he didn't know, but he was really sorry and would try to improve. However, he couldn't do this without me. I don't know what to do. Edit. I looked for a therapist and a lawyer. I sat down with my husband and told him I was thinking of ending things with him. He lost it. He told me I was selfish for abandoning him when he needed me. I called him ignorant if he thinks that I am going to put up with all of his SHTS in my own house. I told him that the least I expected from him and his brats was respect and they could not give it to me. I said that he might as well go to his ex-wife because he needs a nanny and not a partner. He was silent for a while. He got up and told his children to pack their things. They were shocked and asked why. I don't know what he told them, but they instantly cried. I was heartbroken. I did not want everything to end up like this, but they left me with no choice. My husband beat and choked me after I told his friend that the food he made was great. Now he is out of my life. My husband cheated on me for 2 years. However, every time he gets a new friend, he thinks I am into them or having intimacy with them. He gave me a concussion because I hugged his friend after helping his wife give birth at home and his friend was trying to say thank you. I didn't want to hug the guy anyway, but I was being polite and we were in their house. I got a new job at a restaurant, and one of my coworkers is really attention-seeking, and he is dating another girl coworker. We have karaoke nights on the Mondays that I work, and the coworker always comes and sings a lot and is drunk. I don't talk to this dude or acknowledge him because my husband thinks he is attention-seeking. I sang a song at karaoke, and my coworker commented on it. Now my husband is mad because he says I don't have boundaries when I ask him to have boundaries with women. His friend was a few hours late to meet up with him the other day. I was home alone and cleaning the house and had music on. My husband called me 10 times and I didn't notice because I was cleaning and didn't have my phone. I also missed a call from my friend. I answered his last call, and he accused me of having his friend over and having intimacy with him. We even had a friend who was a homeless meth dude, and the friend talked to me about how he was sleeping with some dude's wife while my husband was right there picking stuff up. He got mad at me for having that conversation, and I agreed that it was inappropriate and wouldn't talk to him by myself anymore. Meth dude made dinner another night and he was being really insecure about his cooking and kept asking if it was okay, so I told him it was great because I honestly wanted him to shut up. I mentioned how my husband makes amazing food. I was punished for a week over this and there was violence. Today, we were arguing because the coworker thing happened last night. He wanted to leave, so I tried to get in the car to stop him. He got in the car and told me that he was going to give me a concussion and unalive me. He started beating me and I saw blood all over us. He tried to choke me to the point I couldn't even make a sound to scream. I opened the car door and screamed for my landlord to help as she lives right on the property. She helped us calm down and he apologized and says he doesn't like having rules on him. I asked him to have boundaries with women. The advice I'm really looking for is, has anyone ever been with someone who is very traumatized? He was a child refugee from Africa. His relationship with his mom is bad. She showed no love. He and his siblings starved so that she could buy gold jewelry and she stole all their money. He was in a relationship with a woman 20 years older than him who had 7 children and was an alcoholic and physically abusive and cheated on him the whole time and severely put him down. I have a lot of empathy for him and have seen him grow a lot and am proud of him for how far he has come, but also some things like his insecurity are not changing fast enough for me to even be or feel safe. I had a hard life. I was assaulted a lot of a child and beat. I have been drugged and assaulted many times as I got older. I was put in lockdown facilities from 13 to 18 because my parents listened to therapists and thought I was mentally ill. Despite all of these things, I am an optimistic person. I learned how to heal myself, and in the lockdowns, I learned how to find freedom within myself when I had nothing. I have always been psychologically aware and intelligent in the way that I can help people, help myself, and I can understand what is going on in people's hearts. I see the true person who wants to be free in him who is caged by all of his pain, but it has taken a toll on me. His cheating made me lose myself and I was a shell of a human until recently. I have been getting back up on my feet, but I feel like because I have better energy now, men are becoming more attracted to me, and now my husband is starting to become paranoid and insecure again when I have never betrayed him like that, and I never will. But when you're paranoid, everything you see feeds your assumptions. I guess I am just wondering, has anyone been with someone so traumatized and had to be patient for their growth? Update: it's been a month, and he is gone. I let him keep the car because it was the only way to get him to leave ASAP. My family came. It was the longest we had gone without seeing each other. He had us hating each other for the past year, so it was nice for everyone to reconnect and for me to remember who I am. They helped me get a car, but the main thing is that I love my life. Literally, wow, existing is amazing. I am so happy to own my life and not to live in fear anymore, not to have so much hatred and paranoia inside of me. I started to become someone I never wanted to be in that relationship. My own anger and violence. I thought the only way to get out was to let him unalive me because things had gotten so codependent. All the cheating on me made me feel so attached to him that I wanted him to fix how I felt. My past relationships were bad, but more calmly. I was not used to something like that. I never understood why people stayed in hell like this, but here I found myself. For anyone else who also feels stuck, freedom is right around the corner. It hurts, but if you go through it, things get better so much faster than you can ever imagine. I can't explain how amazing my life feels now, so quickly. I have gone back to my trauma therapist, and gone to a few other therapists outside of that. Whenever something bad has happened, I have always run away on some road trip, but this time, I stayed and went through it and went headfirst into these intense therapies, and am amazed at how transformative it has been. One of the things that I have understood is that when I was abused as a child, I was not allowed to have boundaries with my parents. I always stood up to them, and every time I got beat, I would stand back up, but I started to become silent when the police told me that my mother was allowed to beat me because I had a weed pipe. I think that I stopped expecting people to respect me or my boundaries, so I gave up on them and learned how to be really flexible for everyone else. Now I am learning to speak up for myself even with small things. Pretty interesting how people actually listen when you say no lol. I'm planning on staying single until Jesus Christ knocks on my door lol. I'm not even gonna make out with anyone, I just want to come back to myself and my own freedom and strength. My husband blew up at our family event and blames me. Now he wants me to beg for his forgiveness, but I am giving him a divorce instead. We have been together for 7 years and married for 2. I have no kids yet, but I recently found out I am pregnant, and it's so early in the pregnancy that only my mom knows as of now. About 2 months ago, everything was fine in our relationship. We lived in Toronto in a condo and got a puppy 2 weeks ago. We had the usual spats like most couples here and there, but nothing was unmanageable. Recently, my husband got it into his head that we should move to Calgary, due to its lower cost of living and the rising expenses in Toronto. I was not and still am not 100% sold, because one thing my husband refuses to consider in this decision is that we have a lot of family here. If anything were to happen, I know we would have support from them, and out there, we'd be on our own. More info: we are very close to my family. While we are not so close with his family, he has no communication with his sisters and only tolerates his parents. His parents never really accepted me because of my religion, and despite trying with them several times, it came to the point where only he communicated with them. I try to push him to mend those relationships because I think he needs it, so I figure with my pregnancy, maybe we can start from scratch with his side of the family and build that relationship again. He was on board with my messaging his sisters and letting them know I was pregnant. The problem: my brother had a barbecue on Saturday, and our new puppy and I went over it. About a week before the barbecue, my husband told my mom about Calgary. My mom was not a fan as she didn't think it was a good idea for us. I wasn't thrilled either because we had nothing planned, and I felt there was no need to mention it yet as we didn't even know when and if we would go. During the barbecue, I asked my husband not to mention it because I saw how upset my mom was, and I wanted to have a good time. He promised me he wouldn't. Now a bit more background: my brother married last year and had his reception this year in May after his wife got her visa to come to Canada. My mom helped with the finances for both events. My brother feels like it's not fair that he got a wedding and reception, but I didn't get either. We got married in City Hall and didn't do a reception. We got our condo instead. So, during the barbecue, we were talking, and my brother said we should think about it and throw a little party. To be honest, I would consider it now, but my brother doesn't know I'm pregnant, and I don't feel like I want to do that now. I'd rather focus on our future with the baby. During this conversation, when my brother said to think about it, my husband said in front of everyone, "F that, I don't want to feed those people. We are going to Calgary." I was very upset at this because, firstly, he wasn't supposed to mention Calgary, and secondly, the way he said it was so rude. My husband noticed my mood changed and asked me what was wrong. When I told him privately why I was upset, he got mad at me for my feelings and decided he wanted to leave the barbecue. Remember that we came in one vehicle and had the puppy with us and all his stuff. The barbecue was pretty much done, so we were going to leave soon anyway, but my husband made a production of looking for car keys and making a grand exit. When he couldn't find the keys, he rudely asked me to give him the effing keys. We were by the front door, and I told him to go outside and calm down, give me a few minutes to pack up the puppy, and we could leave together, but he was adamant. When I didn't give him the keys, he raised his voice and started swearing more, and that's when my brother came to see the commotion. He got into a verbal argument with my brother and my sister-in-law dragged my brother away, but words were still exchanged. I was crying because he's never been this way in front of my family. I gave him the keys, and he ran to the car. I went after him to get him to calm down and wait for me, but he drove off while I was standing right there. The neighbors saw it, and there was such commotion. I know in hindsight I should have just given him the keys, but at the moment, I didn't think along those lines, and I was worried about how it would look that he just drove off and left our puppy and me behind, and I'd have to ask one of them for a ride home. When I tried to call him on the drive, he said it was all my fault, that I caused his character to be assassinated in front of my family, that I don't respect him, and I should have just obeyed him. When I got dropped off, my mom was afraid to let me be alone with him, but I told her I'd be okay and thought we could talk it out. In trying to talk, he continued to say it was all my fault, but I felt that he was to blame, too, as he could have just left and called an Uber or gone for a walk instead of raising his voice and bringing the unwanted attention. I didn't like that he didn't consider for 1 second how his pregnant wife and puppy would get home. Talking led to more fighting and airing of a lot of dirty laundry. We both haven't gone to work and are questioning if we should be together. Update: I suggested we do counseling as I suspect that this blow-up has some roots in his anger issues, which have been unresolved since his family sort of fell apart. He goes back and forth, agreeing to do counseling and then saying that he doesn't want to. He thinks that I need to be the first to apologize and beg for his forgiveness, and then he can apologize for the things he did afterward. When he says obey, he means it in the traditional sense where women in the relationship are subservient to their husbands. During our arguments, I finally could express how I've been feeling in our relationship. I let him know that for the last 7 years, I felt like he was very dismissive and devalued how I felt about anything. Whether the issue is big or small, anytime I expressed my feelings towards something, I was often met with comments like I didn't want to hear it or was brushed off. So, for the course of our relationship, I've often had to push down my feelings so that it wouldn't cause a rift between us, and these last few days, all of that bubbled over. He felt that I was explaining all of this out of the blue and under my mother's influence. I tried to explain that it felt out of the blue for him because each time I tried to express myself in the past, he shut me down. So now, for him, it's the first time. He believes I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. The trivial things he does, or behaviors he exhibits, are not as bad as things could be. For example, when I say he has some anger and attitude issues to work out, he replies that I should be grateful that it's only that minor and that he's not being physically abusive, that the girl who gets beaten and starved and roped has it worse than my problems are. I don't think that's a fair comparison to make. He asked me to make a list of the issues I have with him, and with each item, he provided 1 or 2 examples where he proved otherwise, but what he doesn't seem to grasp is that the overall lack of effort in our marriage bothers me. One example of this is that I work longer hours than he does. Also, my commute is about an hour if not more. So during these 2 months, while I'm at work and he's home, it bothers me to come home and see his lunch plate sitting on the table. I don't get why he can't pick up after himself, especially since he is home all day. He says that's a minor thing, but I think it boils down to respect. I'm the one who is at work all day and is tired when I come home, so leaving it for myself makes me feel disrespected. His response is to show me videos of women saying they put up with their husband's minor flaws because of what he provides. To be honest, I know this is a minor flaw, and if we were sitting together, I have no issues grabbing his plate with mine when we get up from the table, but I feel like it's different when he's home and I'm working. We eventually got to the point where he started crying and said he didn't know that I thought he was such a terrible person, and he couldn't believe that I'd been miserable for the last 7 years, that we should get a divorce because I'm so unhappy. He also said that he tried his best with his limited means, and it saddens him that it's not enough for me. Despite his lack of knowledge, he tried to make my life easier and gave me opportunities to use my knowledge and skills to help our family. Eventually, we ended up at a stalemate. I said I thought counseling would benefit us, especially him, and he said that he would only do it if I apologized to him for letting this fight go on for too long. I should have begged for his forgiveness already and been a good wife. Only then would he consider therapy. If I did that, I feel like I couldn't look myself in the eye. I know some people thought I should have just given him the keys that day, but in the heat of the moment, that didn't happen. I feel like there's 1,000,001 things he could have done differently, too, so I shouldn't be the one to apologize. His actions after that day, due to his uncontrollable anger, were far worse than my not giving him the keys. During this stalemate, he starts to say that once he leaves me, I'll have what's coming to be because I'll be 34 single and alone. I won't be able to find a man, and I'll look back and regret this. I feel like, despite my better judgment, I tried my best to salvage whatever I could of this relationship, but if he can't give me the effort to work on it, then we are doomed. I am seeking out counseling for myself as I know that there's a lot for me to talk through. I don't know about the baby yet. I have my age to consider and I've always wanted to be a mom. I have my family to support me if I do end up being a single mom. My husband booked my horrid mother-in-law a ticket so she could come with us despite me telling him no. Please help. I don't have the best relationship with my husband's mom. Since day one, she tried to make remarks and compare me to her. She then tried to get on my good side and started overly praising everything I do, sometimes even copying me, like when she literally dyed her hair purple just like mine. When everyone pointed out how ridiculous she looked, she actually blamed me and accused me of trying to make a joke out of her. So, anyways, my husband and I took 2 weeks off work to go visit some places out of the country. The thing is, I was the one who saved up for and arranged for the trip. My husband was responsible for booking the tickets. My husband's mom wanted to come along and threw temper tantrums when I said no. She called, texted, sent people to talk me into letting her come, and even threatened to call the police and make some complaints up to get us to stay if she couldn't come. My husband said we should just take her, but I told him he was wrong to tell her about the trip in the first place. He gave me an ultimatum. He said he wouldn't go if she couldn't come, and I told him I'd gladly call his bluff, which made him take his words back and say, "Fine. I will tell her to stop it because we won't take her." Things got quieter, suspiciously quieter. The day of the trip came and we got to the airport at 2 p.m. My husband was walking ahead of me and was looking left and right like he was looking for someone. I asked him, but he didn't respond. He led me to the waiting area and the first thing I saw was his mom standing there with her luggage. I froze in my spot. I felt a cold wave washing over me and I was fuming inside. She and my husband were hugging. That's when I quietly turned around and started walking toward the exit. My husband followed me while shouting at me to stop. He tried to stop me, but I told him off the harshest way possible. He tried to say I was overreacting and that his mom was there anyway. He said I should let it go and not mess the trip up for us. He was yelling and raging about how pathetic and spiteful I was to walk out and go home to ruin the trip last minute. I told him he was the one who ruined this trip. He said that I was being so hard on his mom that it was ridiculous. I refused to fight anymore, but he kept on berating me. I told him that he and his mom could still go and that I was going home. He was left there speechless because I wouldn't budge with my decision to walk out of the airport. I went home and sobbed into my dog's fur for several minutes. Then I figured that I wouldn't let them ruin my plans for my 2 weeks off. I booked another flight to another destination and I stayed with one of my friends for the night. My husband kept messaging and calling me to come home, promising that it won't happen again. They did not continue with the trip, but I have decided to go with mine. Whether we separate or not after this is not in my mind right now. I will be dealing with them after my return. My husband called me by his dead wife's name twice. Please help. I met my husband 4 years ago through the same work industry and we both instantly felt the same attraction. On our first date he told me he was widowed, that his wife had died unexpectedly at the age of 31, 2 years prior. 3 years later, we got married at the beginning of this year. Everything has been good until 2 months after we got married. I've noticed that his behavior was changing. He started to get more quiet and kept to himself. He stopped telling me about his day or talking to me about his niche interests like he usually does. I asked him if he was feeling alright because this behavior was really unusual. He admitted that while cleaning, he came across some of his previous wife's belongings and that he accidentally tossed something from their wedding night. I felt sad for him and I couldn't imagine how he felt as this is my first marriage. I tried my best to cheer him up but his happiness was short. One night, we got into a small disagreement about some movie we were watching. During the argument, he called me by her name, which is something that he had never done. He looked frightened and shocked that he said this. He kept apologizing after it and I told him it was all right. He cried and I held him. The next morning, I noticed he didn't sleep at all. I asked him if he wanted to talk about what happened the previous night. He got mad and told me he was gonna go visit his brother. I felt worried and told him I love him just for reassurance. It did hurt that he called me by her name, but part of me wanted to understand where he was coming from. I know he really loved this woman and sometimes I don't think I can amount to her. It seems like he holds her to a pedestal and I'm just there. I have hoped he doesn't actually feel that way, but with the recent events, I'm starting to think about it more and more. He came home around midnight and he apologized for what happened and how he reacted. I told him everything was fine and didn't express my concerns because I didn't want it to turn into another huge argument. A few weeks ago, we were having intimacy and while he was finishing, he called me by her name again. This time I was mortified, jumped off the bed, and moved away from him. He tried to comfort me by giving me a hug and he kept apologizing. I told him I was going to stay in our guest room and I did not feel up to a confrontation right now. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, he kept apologizing and told him it's fine. We talked for a bit. I asked him if he was alright and if he needed to speak to someone professionally. He agreed to go speak to someone, but he didn't show up to the appointment that we had set up for him. Our conversation since then has been insanely short. Everything has been weird since he called me her name during intimacy. He rarely speaks to me, only when he needs something. Which makes me sad because I do love him, but I'm scared that he doesn't love me. Worst of all, I recently found out that I'm pregnant. I'm happy because I've always wanted to be a mother, but I am sad I don't know if the father of my child even loves me anymore. My husband cannot believe that I am pregnant even though we made love without Jimmy hat. Now he's asking for a paternity test so I am giving him a paper trail to freedom. I and my husband Alex have been married for a year. Recently, I found out I was pregnant. This was not planned, however. Ever since we got married we have not been using protection every time we got intimate and I'm currently not on any birth control. My guess is that I'm only a few weeks along. I haven't seen a doctor yet. Anyway, I told him when he got back home from work yesterday. I personally was very happy about it because I've always wanted a mom. I was pretty sure I was all smiles when I told him, and I thought he would be too once he found out the news. Let me add that he's been neutral on having kids. My assumption was wrong. Immediately he gets super upset and asks how in the hell this could happen. I explained to him that while it was sudden, we hadn't been using protection every time so it wasn't that surprising. I thought he would have understood. For some reason he didn't. After a few minutes of back and forth, he demanded a paternity test and told me there was no way it was his. I was hurt and insulted. Let me be very clear that I did not, and will never, cheat on my husband. I have also never given him any reason for him to be suspicious about me cheating on him, either. I was so taken aback that he doubted my loyalty enough to ask for a paternity test. I told him I couldn't believe he was seriously asking me for that. He said that I wasn't helping my case, and that if I had nothing to hide, then I would take the test and prove my loyalty to him. I honestly can't remember all that I said, but I ended up saying something along the lines of if you're doubting me and my loyalty so much that you think I cheated on you and got pregnant with someone else's baby, then I don't think I want one with you anymore. I don't want to be tied to someone who clearly doesn't trust me. He blew up at me and accused me of cheating once again. It was a big argument, and he said I was being shitty, dismissing his concerns and saying that asking for a paternity test was valid. In the end, I agreed to the test, but said that I stood by my words. The last time we spoke was before the argument and he's currently at work. I went to my friend for advice and she said that while he was out of line for accusing me of cheating, I shouldn't have said that to him over one of his valid concerns, and that clearly had a reason to feel that way about the situation. I cannot fathom made him feel like I was cheating on him. I was just so hurt that he would insult me like that and accuse me of doing something so disgusting when I thought we were supposed to have trust in each other. Update: after I made that post and he came home from work, I cooked him his favorite dinner and let him relax a bit before I calmly approached the subject again. I told him that I was happy to do the paternity test, just that I was a little hurt that he would accuse me of cheating on him, because I loved him a lot and would hate to make him feel that way. I also apologized for what I said. I asked him if he was just overwhelmed from the news and that's why he accused me like he did. He said that wasn't it and that was genuinely his biggest concern. He then told me he wasn't willing to talk to me, say anything else, or negotiate about anything until after we got the test done. I asked if he was sure and he practically yelled at me telling me to drop the subject for now, so I did. And so things have been super tense. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt and chalk it up to him being told he was infertile or something, but I ended up getting a really bad sinking feeling in my gut that I should check his phone. I never wanted to be the type of person that goes through their so's phone obsessively for no reason, but my gut has never really steered me wrong, so I did it last night while he was sleeping. I snuck his phone off his nightstand and went out to the living room. He's cheating on me, and if that wasn't bad enough, it is, indeed, with my friend I mentioned in the last post. Like a lot of you said, I guess it does make sense now that I think about it, but I'm still really shocked. I went through their texts, and from what I can tell it's only been going on for a few months and started after we got married, but really I only focused on the text from right after I told him I was pregnant. He texted her, saying things like, "I don't know what I was thinking when I decided to F her without a rubber. She says it's mine of course, but I swear to God it better not be. I'll be happy if it isn't. Obviously I don't want a kid with her. I'd rather be with you than be stuck with her. I know I should have been careful. I don't care if she thinks I'm a dick or an awful husband right now." This was his reply when my friend told him that I came to her about the situation. So yeah, those were just a few messages, but their conversations were hard to read and I ended up crying a lot. I screenshotted the messages, sent them to myself from his phone, deleted the text on his phone so it looked like he'd never sent anything, and then deleted the screenshots, and deleted them from the recently deleted folder. I also went on his laptop to check if they were deleted there too. From his text I gathered that he did not have a secret vasectomy that failed, nor does he think he is sterile since he said himself that he should have been more careful and he doesn't know what he was thinking. I don't think he'd be saying that if he thought he was infertile, but that's basically it for now. I am not going to confront him about cheating right away. I am going to get the test, then confront him and tell him I want a divorce along with the test results. I mean, that's currently my plan, but my mind is also all over the place, so maybe that's not the best way to do this? I don't know. It's like 6 a.m., I feel like poop, and I haven't gotten any sleep. Lol. I almost forgot to mention that I am going to get an STD test just to be safe. My husband couldn't keep his stick in his pants and got engaged right after our split. Now he resents me and had an outburst in front of his family because I could forget him and move on so easily. I caught my ex-husband having an affair the same week that I found out I was pregnant. The blow was devastating. I didn't know what I wanted to do. Should I get in termination or should I stay with him for the sake of my baby? I decided on getting a divorce and keeping my baby. Ex-husband asked for a second chance but it just wouldn't do, so he moved in with his mistress within the month. I also started a new job with better pay but more flexibility, but I had to work my butt off in the beginning to establish a good reputation before maternity leave. When I gave birth to my baby, I was back at work after 3 months. Being a single mom with career was not an easy task. I hardly slept or ate for the entire first year. I lost all my baby weight plus 15 kilos more. My ex-husband and I have shared custody, but since she's still a baby we are waiting with the every other week arrangement until she's 2. But he visits to see her 2 to 3 times a week. Mostly my mom or the nanny receive him. I just can't bear seeing him so frequently, especially when he brings his now fiancé, with him. The few times I meet him he looked very oddly at me, asking if I had changed my hair or compliment my dress or something. Yesterday we had my baby's first B-day party. It was just the family and we held it at my ex-in-laws, with me, his fiancé, his sister and my parents. Ex-husband was very irritated for some reason and just was there sulking the entire evening. After the cake his mother asked him why he's acting like he did and he said nothing. When I asked him if he was okay he flew at me. He started yelling, telling me that I was the one who broke us. If I didn't let myself go and took care of myself half as much as I'm doing now nothing would have happened. Everyone was shocked and he stormed out in tears. I know what he said was a load of bullshit but it kept me thinking nonetheless. His fiancée was terrified. It was the first time she met me and my daughter. Father-in-law had to drive her home. My in-laws told me to ignore him, but how can I ignore him for 18 years? I have always been modest and rarely wore makeup. My style is basic black t-shirt and jeans, but I would never say that I let myself go. I do look different now and wear dresses and more feminine clothes occasionally, but I wasn't aware that I have started taking care of myself more. I just feel happy and at peace with myself now and maybe unconsciously trying to look nice because I want to start dating again. I feel guilty that he thought I was neglecting him. If I was, it was never intentional, and besides, even if I have started taking care of my appearances now I couldn't look 13 years younger. Update 1. I asked him to give my daughter and me a break and not visit until he could be civil. He told me I couldn't forbid him from seeing his daughter. Now my ex-mother-in-law comes and takes my daughter to her place so he could see her. He came to my apartment yesterday to talk. He was basically angry because I could forget him and move on so easily I didn't know what to say. I just started crying and kicked him out. None of what happened was something I wanted or planned. I never wanted my baby to grow up in 2 different homes and to never experience the love her parents once had for each other. I have moved on because I want my baby to have a happy life, and that's what's making me glow, as he so resentfully put it. I want him to understand that we have to get along because that's the least thing we can give her. He has moved on with a different woman and I chose to move on with myself. How can I make him open his eyes? He needs to start thinking of her and put her needs first because she didn't ask to be born to this mess. He's terrified that I would meet a new man. Almost obsessed. I wouldn't even know how to begin dating tbh. Final update. I can't control or change my ex-husband and I don't even think I have any right to do so. I can only change my life, and right now he's being toxic and I don't want that. I need to cut the cord and go NC completely with him. I don't know why he's being like this, and I'm not sure it would make a difference if I knew the reason. For both sake, I need to distance myself. We have shared custody, but because of her small age she will be living full-time with me the first 3 years. That was the agreement. He will from now on see her at his parents' houses instead of coming to my place several times a week and stay as long as he wants. He is never allowed to talk to me outside of the subject of our baby, and only via text. Nothing about us/me. My looks, my dress, neither the positive or the negative will be tolerated. For him, I'm a stranger now, and he has no right to do or say any of the things he's been saying and doing since the divorce. I have told him all of this via email because I don't want to see him. He asked to meet, but I refused. He has written back that he understood and he will keep away. He has also apologized for stepping the line. He just still saw me as his family and he was hurt. I didn't answer. I hope everything is fine now and that he behaves. I also need to rid myself of the resentment and bitterness that I feel towards him. I loved him and I still do, and I am so angry and hateful towards what he's done, but this is life. People change and fall out of love, and it's okay. I need to move on. My husband doesn't want to work anymore but refuses to take care of our daughter because he wants to be free, so I decided to make him completely free from our family. Long story short, my husband used to work to support the family while I stayed home taking care of our 2-year-old daughter. Last month, he lost his job and told me he felt exhausted and wasn't eager to do anything. I said okay and offered to work so he could look after our daughter at home and get some rest until he felt better. By the way, our daughter goes to daycare, so it's mainly some housework and picking her up. But he said no, he needs his time to be completely free. I got furious because this means either I work while also taking care of our daughter, or our family will face significant financial pressure. But I stepped back anyway and had a hell of a month doing everything while he hung out with his friends and played PS5. I feel like a single mother who rushes every time to pick up her daughter from daycare and take care of her after a hard day of work. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and told him he had to choose between being a house husband or divorce. He chose the first, but it felt forced. I keep questioning myself, was I too harsh? Update: I talked to my husband. He said he wasn't feeling depressed, just tired and exhausted after years of working, and he just wanted to be childish for a bit and really enjoyed the month off. I kind of understood because we used to travel a lot before our daughter was born, and life has been harder since then. I told him I wouldn't force him to work and that he could take his time as long as he could pick up our daughter and do the housework. He hesitated but told me not to worry. I thought this was the end of it. Then, the next day, I came home from work to find his mother there. I was shocked because he hadn't told me anything. She gave me an angry look and told me that she would take over since I didn't want to be a mother. She started picking up our daughter and doing the housework, while my husband is still playing with his buddies and ignores our daughter. This is driving me crazy because I have never gotten along with mother-in-law well, and my husband knows this. I feel like he asked her to come so he could continue being childish, disregarding how I feel. His mother raised him as a single mom, and according to my husband, she was very protective and planned to live with him for his whole life. He felt suffocated, so he went to a university far from home and reduced contact with her. I remember one time she came and got sick, and vomited, and I cleaned up her mess. Suddenly, she asked her son to come and told him that her underwear was dirty and needed to be washed by hand that very night, even though we had a washing machine. My husband and I had agreed that our marriage was ours and that she wouldn't come and live with us. He broke his promise. I'm considering divorce, but I'm worried our daughter is too young to understand it. I've thought about holding on for a while, but these days of living with her are already driving me crazy, and I don't see a quick end. I've thought about being in awe and forcing her to leave, but that might lead to divorce. Update: I felt trapped in a limbo where talking to my husband seemed futile, but the thought of divorce felt like an invisible hand was squeezing my throat, making it hard to breathe. I decided to make an appointment with my psychologist, who has known my childhood and understands my background, including my adoption and family dynamics. Yes, I am adopted. Although my adoptive parents treated me very well, I generally don't like to talk about it. Before I had my child, I specifically consulted the psychologist because I was afraid that my unresolved issues might unconsciously affect my daughter. So, during our conversation, she pointed out that the child in me desperately longs for my biological parents, while the love for my adoptive parents makes me reject this idea. As a result, I am obsessed with maintaining the ideal biological family that I never had. This insight resonated deeply, making me realize why I had delayed taking decisive action for so long. After our session, I felt a strong urge to speak with an attorney about divorce. I wanted to prioritize my daughter's future over my illusory family unity. I gave the attorney all the necessary information and expressed my desire for a quick resolution. She informed me that the process could be completed in as little as a week if my husband agreed to cooperate, although it might take longer otherwise. She recommended that I discuss the matter with him to facilitate the process, so I have been planning in my mind to choose a day to confront him. During this period of hesitation, I came home one day to find that my mother-in-law had left. My husband had prepared dinner and apologized for his behavior. He admitted to being childish and expressed deep regret for his actions. He understood that he had been in the wrong. I reiterated that divorce might be the best option as I couldn't see a way forward together. In response, he handed me a letter taking full responsibility for the problems in our marriage and admitting his mistakes. He asked for one final chance to prove himself as a good husband and father, promising that if he failed, I could use the letter to proceed with the divorce at any time. After much hesitation, I agreed to give him this last chance and informed my attorney to hold off on the divorce proceedings for now. Although my attorney mentioned that the letter had no legal standing, She assured me she could handle the situation with or without it. For now, I'm cautiously optimistic, willing to see if my husband's efforts will lead to genuine change. If things don't improve, I'm prepared to take further steps to ensure my daughter grows up in a healthy and loving environment. My husband expected me to do all the homemaker duties without fulfilling his breadwinner responsibilities, so after 6 months of exchanging vows, I blew up our marriage. My husband and I have been married for 6 months and together for 3 years. When we met, it seemed like the stars had aligned, and everything was perfect. My family loved him, and his family loved me. We built a great network of friends around us. At the time, he was working a decent job for his age and skill level while I was doing some freelance work and trying to build the business because where we live, I'm not legally allowed to work as a foreign woman despite being highly overqualified. Anyway, fast forward to 3 months before the wedding, I got distracted trying to plan everything. His family wanted a big wedding, and we spent a lot of time looking for a place and furnishing it. It was stressful, but we eventually got through. However, my plans to launch my business got pushed back, and I had to postpone taking on any new clients until after we had settled. Once we started living together, the problems began. He almost never helped with household chores, so I would spend hours each day doing so. He also expected dinner to be ready by the time he got home, but he didn't like it when I worked after he was back, so I almost never had time to focus on my work. And despite making it abundantly clear that I had no intention of ever becoming a housewife, it seemed like I unintentionally found myself in the role. He expected me to do all the homemaker duties without fulfilling any of his breadwinner responsibilities. He would constantly bring up that he pays the rent and the bills. He would always blindside me by getting groceries without me so he could pick and choose what he deemed necessary without considering that I had to cook and use what he bought for the house. He would argue with me for hours whenever I'd ask him for money to pay my phone bill or get a cup of coffee when out with friends. Mind you, I never asked him to take me shopping, for instance, and he never has. Yet, he was perfectly fine splurging on himself every month as soon as his paycheck came in. When I suggested a grocery budget of around $200 per month, he told me it was too much and asked me to cut it down, so for a while, we ate chicken, tuna, and eggs for dinner. Eventually, he told me he'd been dealing with some debt due to all the wedding expenses 6 months prior, but 2 days later, he bought himself a new luxury watch. He also doesn't support me emotionally, mentally, or professionally and constantly minimizes what I do, although he knows I'm on the road to success. I have brought up my concerns in every way possible and tried to find every solution for our problems, but he never seemed to care or listen. A few weeks ago, we had a big fight, and I blew up everything by telling my family, who were shocked by everything I told them and thought divorce now is better than once kids are involved. Since the fight, he said he'd been working on himself and towards fixing our issues, and said that it's only been 6 months and that I should give our marriage a chance. I'm not sure I have any more chances left to give. So, am I the a-hole for blowing up the marriage only 6 months after saying our vows? My husband flipped because our son doesn't want to eat green beans. Now, he'll be served with jail food. I, 27, have 2 children with my husband, 37. We have our son who is 3 and our newborn daughter is only 2 weeks old. Before having our daughter, I was primarily in charge of day-to-day things for our son, including meals. My son is not a picky eater, but there are a few foods he just really doesn't like, the main of which are green beans and sweet potatoes. He will eat every other vegetable with no fuss but not those. I actually like green beans, and I still like to eat them from time to time, so usually when I make them it's just for myself, and my husband and I will make our son a different vegetable. It's not a big deal to me. Well, since giving birth, I've had to take some time for just the baby, so my husband has been doing a lot more for our son at home. It's been pretty okay until last night. Around dinner time my husband was watching our son while I made dinner. I made baked chicken with sides, one of which is green beans. I left my husband to feed our son without thinking of reminding him about his preferences. So a few minutes later was in the baby's nursery breastfeeding when I heard my son start crying. Again, he isn't a fussy kid, so I thought briefly about going out to see what was going on, but I decided against it. Well, he didn't stop crying, and it eventually turned to absolutely wailing. I thought maybe he hurt me and went out there. What I saw was my son sitting at the table, snot and tears all down his face, and my husband leaning over him. I was like, what is going on? My husband snaps that he won't effing eat. My son started to say mommy and try to explain, but he was cut off by my husband yelling at him, yelling at our 3-year-old son, to stop whining for me. I asked my son why he didn't want to eat. He sobbed to me he doesn't like green beans. I've never really seen my son cry like that, and I guess maybe the nursing hormones got to me because it really broke my heart. I told him he didn't have to eat the green beans and that he could just have whatever else he wanted that I made. He wiped his nose and spit the green beans out and was literally scared to ask for a different vegetable. My husband cursed, threw a chair over, and stormed out. My son took a while more to calm down, but he ate his broccoli and the rest of his dinner just fine. I ended up putting him and the baby to bed all alone. While putting him to bed he said sorry to me. I told him he didn't have to apologize. He said that daddy made him eat the green beans and they made his stomach hurt. My heart was just broken. When I could finally ask my husband what happened, he was still mad. He told me that I obviously cater to what my son wants and he didn't realize how bad it was. He told me he's now going to make sure that our son doesn't grow up spoiled. I tried to explain that having a preference for food doesn't make you spoiled. He just doesn't like effing green beans. I told my husband that he himself doesn't like fish and I don't force feed him fish, but he said that's different and our son should be grateful for what he has. He told me that I should have never come out there and fixed the problem for him just because he cried, "Mommy." I told my husband he was being unnecessarily cruel to a 3-year-old child who just wanted dinner. He just laughed in my face. I know he is not a perfect father, and I do not claim to be a perfect mother, but this was too far for me. Aita for being so mad over it? Update. In retrospect, I always knew my husband was an angry man. I knew it was only a matter of time until his anger spilled to me, and then to our children. When it happened to me I thought I could handle it. When it happened to my son it broke my heart. So I left, and he's tried to make me regret it every day but I haven't. My son is happier, safer. My daughter won't grow up being scared of him and walking on eggshells like I am. I thought the divorce and custody was going to be hard and messy. Luckily, or unluckily, my husband decided to smack me in the face in front of a police officer. It's all been pretty simple now. It is hard, but if you're in a situation like this, you can do it too. My husband flipped over a Christmas list and brought up the most horrible thing that happened in my life, so I made him the most miserable man on Christmas. My husband and I have been together for almost 10 years. There are a lot of things that we argue about, like him cheating on me and proceeding to tell me that I deserved it. So here's a nutshell of what we were fighting about now. He was acting weird and quiet all day, and I was pressuring him into telling me what was bothering him, which I know he hates, but I can't help it. When he's off, I feel it strongly, and it gives me mad anxiety. So I finally got him to tell me what was bothering him. He was upset because he felt I'd been making Christmas plans with my family without consulting him. Also, I made a Christmas list on Amazon, and my dad bought our daughter what she wanted most off the list, not on purpose. My husband feels angry and frustrated and said he feels like a stranger in his own house because of these things. He told me all I care about is that my extended family is happy, and I couldn't give two shits about him. I told him that was absurd. I do everything I can to be a supportive wife, and why is it a problem that I made a Christmas list for our daughter? We all have access to the list. I sent it to him and my family, and everyone had the same access to buy anything off the list. I told him that he shouldn't feel that way and it's just about our daughter being happy. He should be happy for her because she has so much love around her, and that's the most important thing. He got very upset and said that I have a way of making him feel like the least important person in my life. He told me I see my family too much, and he feels that he's not the most important man in our daughter's life, that my dad is. Another tidbit of info to add here. He works away from home and is gone 3 weeks at a time. 3 weeks away at work, 10 days at home. Yes, I see my dad about once a week when my husband is away for work. I see my mom once every second week. He says it's too much and it's an invasion of his privacy. How much I see my family when he is away at work for 3 weeks at a time is an invasion of his privacy. He's gone 3 out of the 4 weeks of the month. So, if he lived here, I'd see him every day, of course, and my family a lot less. But what are my child and I supposed to do? Sit like princesses in a castle for 3 weeks alone, waiting for him to return? I truly don't understand how seeing my family, our daughter's grandparents, a couple of times a week when he's not even here, is a negative thing. He says he is just left to fend for himself now for Christmas ideas for our daughter. The Amazon list I made has about 40 things to pick from. My dad bought 4 things off the list. He says now he's just on his own as usual, and I don't care. And I'm just happy that my parents are happy and don't give a poop about him or how he feels. That absolutely could not be further from the truth. I am loyal, loving, understanding, and patient with him. We've been through a very trying year in our marriage this year. I don't know how to show him I'm a good wife. He just seems so angry and hates me. He said, "I'm starting to see why my stepdad's name did what he did. You probably made him feel like poop too, and once you started mending your relationship with your real dad, you dropped him like he was nothing to you. So he probably did it cause you drove him to it, and now how badly you are treating me is making me want to do the same thing." Not true. My stepdad and I were as close as anything right up until he died. He was one of my best friends and my lifelong father figure. So not only did he pour acid into the most painful wound I have, but he also threatened to unalive himself, which is deeply triggering for me considering what I've been through. I told him we needed to go to therapy. He said therapy is a crock of poop, and that all that would happen is the therapist would coddle me and blame everything on him, and it's a cash grab, and that he won't do it. Update 1 month later, after all that happened, he returned to work, never ended up giving me a sincere apology. I still FaceTimed him every night so he could speak to our daughter. I kept hoping he'd try to mend what happened, especially knowing that Christmas is approaching. He returned to work for 2 weeks this time, instead of the usual 3, because he was coming home for the holidays. I went to pick him up from the airport 2 days ago. Things felt off and tense. I'm still upset and hurt over what happened last time he was home a few weeks ago. Yesterday, his phone was on the couch, and he was upstairs. I had a bad feeling, and my intuition told me to check his phone. I know it's wrong to do that, but I did it, and I'm glad I did, as there was something to find. My intuition was correct. I saw under the recently installed tabs that Snapchat had been recently installed. I opened it. There were 20 plus ongoing chats/snaps with women. I was scrolling and it looks like it was only going back as far as the last week, but I don't know for sure, because he came in the room and caught me on his phone. He grabbed my wrist so hard to get the phone away from me, that my wrist is now bruised from where he grabbed me. I asked him who all these women were. He said, "What does it matter? You're mentally checked out. You don't care." I told him, "You're caught. So please at least do me the decency of telling me the truth. Who are all these women?" He just sat stone-faced and wouldn't tell me anything. I started bawling my eyes out. He just sat there saying nothing. I asked him why I deserved this. He told me that I should be happy cause now I have an out. He's sick of being used by me. I just expect him to pay bills and don't appreciate him. I don't have intimacy with him and constantly turn him down for intimacy. I've turned him down twice in the last couple months, once because I was exhausted, and once because we had been fighting and I felt too emotionally hurt to have intimacy, and that I make him feel unloved and unappreciated, so he had to get attention elsewhere. And what did I expect would happen? He told me he would always take care of his daughter financially, but there's the door, go F yourself to me. In the past, I told him I'm not the stay together for the kids type, so just bear that in mind, and he did it anyway. I asked him if he physically cheated on me too, and he said no. I said, "Swear on our daughter's life," and he did. But I don't believe him, and even if he hasn't, it's just a matter of time. He's obviously looking to propositioning 20+ women on Snapchat. I am so heartbroken. I've been crying nonstop since yesterday. He isn't even batting an eye. Our family is finished, and he doesn't care in the slightest. He tells me I did this, and that I brought this upon myself. Now I can find some new guy to use. My heart hurts so badly. Our daughter loves him so much. I loved him so much. I don't think he ever really loved me. All I wanted was for us to be a family. I feel like I will never recover from this. 6 months later, 6 months ago, my life was in shambles, and I thought I'd never recover from the heartbreak. My husband had been cheating on me, both emotionally and potentially physically, and the pain of his betrayal cut deeper than I could have imagined. But now, I'm standing on the other side of that dark tunnel, and here's how I got there. The moment I saw those Snapchat messages, I knew I couldn't stay in that toxic environment any longer. So, when he left for work, I packed up my and our daughter's belongings and moved out of the house. I went back to my parents' place, where I found the support and love that I so desperately needed. Within a few weeks, I secured a job, which gave me a sense of fulfillment that I hadn't felt in years. It was a breath of fresh air, a new beginning. When he returned home and found the house empty, he was furious. The text messages I received from him were vile, filled with anger and bitterness, but I was already starting to see things clearly. His words couldn't hurt me anymore. 2 months after I left, he moved another woman into our home. That was the final confirmation I needed that our marriage was truly over. 3 months after our breakup, I filed for divorce. When he found out, he flipped, accusing me of ruining our family, but I stood my ground. I told him that his gaslighting wouldn't work on me anymore and that he brought this upon himself. He tried to argue, tried to twist the narrative, but I was done with his manipulation. I've started dating again, taking things slow, and focusing on my own happiness for once. It's refreshing, and I'm learning what it feels like to be valued and respected. Meanwhile, my husband, soon-to-be ex, started texting me, claiming that he missed me and that he made a mistake. He even tried to use my own words against me, saying that I'm mentally checked out now. I responded simply, telling him that he should be happy he won't be used by me anymore, just like he always claimed. He showed up at my parents' house, begging for another chance, but my father met him at the door and told him firmly that there was no going back. He was visibly shaken, unable to accept that this was the end, but it was clear to me that it was over the moment he decided to cheat. Now, as I look back on the last 6 months, I realize how far I've come. I've reclaimed my life, and although it's been painful, I've grown stronger. My daughter and I are building a new life together, and I finally feel at peace. My husband gave me an ultimatum: let him sleep around or he will divorce me, so I agreed to open our marriage and it backfired on him. My husband and I have been together for 7 years, married for 4. We don't have any kids, and we don't intend to. 2 years ago, Leo asked me for an open marriage. I was devastated at the time. I couldn't understand why he didn't just want me. I couldn't even comprehend the idea of sharing him either. He gave me the same song and dance a lot of men give their spouses, swore up and down that he loved me. I just wasn't fulfilling his needs. He needed more than what I could give. It was just to spice up our life. It was just intimacy. I did ask if there was someone else. He said no. To this day, I'm still not sure if I believed him, but at the time, I was angry and hurt and said no. He pestered me to change my mind for a week before giving me an ultimatum: open marriage or divorce. I chose the open marriage. I just couldn't bear the thought of him leaving me at the time. We have rules. We can't bring any partners home. We have to get tested for STDs every 3 months. 1 weekend out of the month must be left free for us time. Any money we spend on / with our partners must come from our accounts. I didn't partake in the open marriage myself for the first 3 months. Leo did right away. He seemed to be gone or out late almost all the time, but he always acted so happy and loving towards me while I felt like I was dying inside. It killed me to think he was sleeping with other women, and I felt so lonely and unattractive and not good enough. I told my sister, Katie, and a few close friends everything. Katie told me to just play his game and be part of the open marriage, too. If he could sleep around, so could I. I honestly didn't have much confidence in myself at the time. I'm a bit overweight, and I've never considered myself conventionally pretty. I was afraid this would just humiliate me further. Katie and my best friend Jessie set up my online dating profiles for me. I got so many matches that it was overwhelming. When I told Leo, he was surprised but told me to do whatever I thought was best. Jessie helped me choose my first date, and I had a great time. He didn't pressure me for intimacy and took me out to drinks and dinner. We did have intimacy eventually, but it was all just casual, and we didn't see each other after a couple of months of casual dating. That first guy made me feel more confident in myself, so I kept going on dates with men. Many of them wanted to treat me, so I didn't have to spend much of my money. Not only that, but some of the men have given me the best intimacy I've ever had in my life. It's almost like the kind of intimacy you read in romance novels. It's been amazing. I am currently seeing 2 different men alongside Leo. One, Mark, is more of a steady boyfriend I've been with for about 6 months, and the other, Steven, is very casual, mostly just hanging out and having intimacy. They know about my open marriage/other relationships and are fine with it. My husband has not been so lucky. In the beginning, he definitely was. He was always out and about and didn't seem to care even when I started dating too. But now he complains a lot and hasn't been going out much. He whines about how he's usually the one spending money. A lot of the women he tries to be with want an emotional connection before intimacy. He often wants to be with younger women, but they want younger men. He's also been upset that I usually go out with random guys while he's at home alone. He hasn't asked to close the marriage yet, but I feel he will soon. He keeps saying he misses us and wants to spend more time together. He tried to initiate intimacy a lot more, too. He wants to go on dates and vacations and all that stuff more and more, and he gets upset when I tell him I can't because I've already scheduled to do stuff with my partners, mostly Mark. Honestly, I don't think I love Leo anymore. I care about him, but I just don't love him. I'm not saying I love Mark or Steven, but I honestly feel closer to Mark nowadays than Leo. Mark makes me feel comfortable and safe, and I love spending time with him more than my husband. Steven is funny and sweet and good at intimacy. Katie and Jessie have been wanting me to divorce for a year now, but I was afraid of hurting him and thought I still loved him. But I think my love for him died when he asked for this open marriage in the first place. Seeing him get all pissy about it now just because he's not benefiting from it is also a turnoff for me. But I don't know if divorce is the best option. I still care about him and don't want to hurt him. Maybe we can discuss it if he finally asks to close the marriage. My husband gets sloppy and careless when it comes to my daughter and me. Now he's royally pissed because I called him Mr. Liability. I have been with my husband, Nathan, for 8 years. Ever since our daughter was born, I have been unable to trust Nathan with anything, no matter how small. Background context: when I was 19, a semi-truck driver fell asleep at the wheel and turned my car into scrap metal with me inside it. I have enough metal holding me together that I light up like a Christmas tree for TSA and am physically impaired with good days and bad days. I used a portion of my settlement check to buy a house outright and have it retrofitted to accommodate my needs, as I'll eventually require a wheelchair. I work in software development as it's fun, and nobody cares if I work from bed on bad days. My husband has not worked in 5 years, which was fine until our daughter was born. Between the settlement money, a paid-off house, and my salary, I enjoyed having him here with me. He contributed by handling most of the domestics. We pay for a weekly cleaner with monthly deep cleaning because it gives us more time together. Since our daughter was born, it was like a light switch turned off in his head. For our daughter, he would buy the wrong size diapers, not fully mixed bottles, put diapers on backward, leave out poop-covered wipes, forget to latch cabinets. This past week, he has gone to the store 3 times because he keeps coming home with the wrong size socks and shoes for her. I eventually just ordered the right ones on Amazon. He has tried to help me with my weekly pill organizer fill up and several times has spilled the contents of new medications all over the floor. Then, not seeing that he didn't get all of them off the floor, he has repeatedly brought me grapefruit juice to take my medications with. A huge no. He repeatedly forgets I can't have dairy and puts milk in my coffee, or cheese on a burger. He has broken so many things of mine from being careless. He shattered my laptop because it slipped out of his hand when he tried to pack it for a trip, even after I said I would pack my own electronics. We've lost so many spoons and forks at our disposal. He tried to replace the head gasket in my car and over-torqued the engine bolt, which shattered inside the block, and 2 different shops said they couldn't repair it. We got a new vehicle because a replacement engine would have cost $11,000. A week later, he crashed the new car into the garage door because he thought he'd press the brakes, not the accelerator. He wanted to do TikToks and to do streaming as a hobby. I supported him initially, but I quickly noticed a pattern. Anything regarding our daughter or me, he was sloppy and careless. He never whoops his stuff. He would build entire sets to stream or make videos with, leave the garage, and leave his brain in the garage. It came to a head 4 nights ago. He streamed himself building a new set piece, 9 hours straight. Meanwhile, I worked, clocked out early to pick up our daughter from summer camp, cooked and fed both of us and got her ready for bed. He came out to help put her to bed. I told him I needed to finish some work and would be in my office, and I asked him to take the trash out. He says he would. 2 hours later, I left my office, and the house felt warm. He'd taken the trash out but left our front door partially open. He was back in the garage with his game volume loud. I panicked since our daughter could get out of bed, and thankfully, she was sound asleep, but she could have easily shuffled right out of the house, and he wouldn't have noticed. Then I saw a stovetop burner with a small pot and nothing inside. I didn't use the stove for cooking that night. I popped into the garage and said, "Hey, I need you for a minute." I informed him of the door situation, and he responded, "I thought I locked it." We checked the camera, and he did not. I asked about the burner being on, and he said he was planning to make ramen and forgot. He pulled the still hot pot off the burner and put it straight into the sink on top of our daughter's favorite plastic plate, which is now ruined. I overreacted and screamed, "What are you doing?" He realized what he'd done and pulled the pot off our daughter's plate, and straight onto the countertop. I grab it quickly and run it under water to cool it down. I tell him I can't tonight. I can't deal with him. I'm taking my meds and going to sleep. He gets a cup from the cupboard and sets it straight onto the burner that had been on. I hit my limit. I started crying. He kept saying it was fine. Things happened. It was just an accident. He'd had a rough day from streaming, and he was tired. Why am I crying? It's just a cup. We can replace it. The anger hit, and I said, "It's because I have a liability and not a partner." He said, "What the F does that mean?" I screamed because I couldn't trust him to do anything. I'm always having to watch him like a child. He always had to bear the costs of his mistakes. Every time I get careless and think I can trust him to be an adult, I'm always the one getting fucked over. I said, "I can't see you as a partner anymore. You're just another liability in my checkbook." He immediately stormed out of the kitchen and went to bed. I called my mom and told her what happened. She thought it was just stress and offered to take our daughter for a week so we could figure this out without her seeing it. She says it was an asshole thing to call my husband a liability. In the morning, I told my husband that my mom would pick up our daughter from summer camp and offered to watch her for a week. He said, "Okay," and that's our only interaction since. He spends all day in the garage playing games with his friends, making TikTok, and streaming. For food, he's been ordering DoorDash and having the person deliver it in the garage. It's been days, and he refuses to be in the same room as me. I've tried messaging him to ask if we can talk, or figure out a solution, but he's just left me on read. If I pop into the garage, he ignores me but apologizes to his friends or viewers for the interruption, and the geek unmutes his mic when the noise stops. Before the blow-up, I asked if something was going on. I tried to respond gently every time he screwed up so our daughter didn't associate mistake with anger. I asked him to schedule with a doctor to see if something was going wrong medically. He always said I was overreacting and that people make mistakes. I didn't see an issue, even when the same mistakes happened. When I tried to get him to understand that it was concerning just how expensive his mistakes were getting, he'd wave it off as in it's not like we can't afford it. I love him dearly. I just miss the person he was before we had a child, the one I could trust and rely on. Did I screw this up forever? Was I being too harsh on his mistakes? Am I missing something? Update. Friday. I finished work due to the smell of food being cooked. My husband was plating dinner on the table when I left my office. He said he wanted to talk over dinner. He said he was willing to see a psychiatrist one more time, but he doesn't think he's ADHD or autistic at all. He does think he might be depressed, though. If not depressed, he will ask about some of the other medical suggestions if it will ease my worry or rule out a major problem. He did sound genuine in this, but something he said stuck with me. He said it jokingly and apologized when he saw the hurt in my eyes. Everyone saying there's something wrong in his brain must be onto something since he chose to love and marry someone medically fragile knowing our life together would be anything but normal. He did also admit that the night he'd left the door open, the pot on, ruined our child's favorite dish in a cup, and he drank a little too much on his stream, and would monitor that more closely. He said the last few nights, he had been filling his wine bottle with grape juice, so it looked like he was a jolly drinking Viking, but was actually sober. He said he would keep doing that. After dinner, we went out, and he surprised me by seeing the new Deadpool movie. We spent the next day discussing the extent to which our family dynamic had changed for the worse, how the little things had added up, and how I see change as a part of an apology. If you verbally apologize but repeatedly do the same thing, the apology words are worthless to me, and that he didn't recognize just how frequently he was making the same/similar oopsies. Sunday, we spent talking over the short and long term. What needs to change immediately is scheduling his own doctor appointments, timelines for expectations. He agreed that replacing or fixing things he caused would no longer come from our expense account. He will pay it from his allowance account, which we talked about. I did turn deposits back on, but only for $50 per paycheck. He suggested we keep it that way until he's paid back the cost of repairing the garage and car from earlier this year. He said it would take him far longer to undo the cost of destroying the engine of my last vehicle, but that he's going to step up and find ways to make it right. So that you know, do I think this is resolved? And will we come out of this as a perfect married couple who stays together until one of us croaks? Not really. Is it a potential resolution? Maybe. But my husband is fully aware that he has a lot to make up for, a lot to fix, and a tight schedule to make it happen. My husband had an emotional affair and tried to make me greenlight it by asking for an open marriage where we'd be allowed to have side adventures. I refused and his affair partner dumped him. A few months ago, my husband fell sick and had to stay home for a while. He decided to pick up an online game and started having weekly sessions with a group of players. Among them is a girl, 30, and long story short, he fell in love with her. He broke down crying a month ago and admitted it. He told me it built up so gradually he didn't understand how he felt until it was too late. They started texting privately after meeting and eventually had one-on-one calls together. Then at some point, he said, she told him she was in love with him and he realized it was mutual. He said he told her it was impossible but loved her too. They tried to be just friends but they couldn't resist and continued to show affection for each other. He showed me the texts, but also ventured into texting. She asked if she could meet him face to face, but he refused. So he told me all of this, apologized over and over again, and told me he couldn't control himself, and while he loved us both, it was me he would choose no matter what. I was still very upset and slept at a friend's that night to gather my thoughts. I decided to forgive him because he clearly felt guilt and wanted to work it out. I told him that while I was deeply hurt, I still appreciated him coming forward to me and being honest about what happened. We got into long conversations about how we were feeling in our relationship. I accepted he could love someone else but said I didn't like how he handled it. He agreed, and then yesterday he asked if I was comfortable opening up the marriage to polyamory. He said he still wanted to live with me and have kids but couldn't erase nor ignore the feelings he has for her. He says he wants to do it right and let us both see other people, with clear boundaries and communication, and still be present for one another. I'm gonna be honest, it made me very uncomfortable at first. We have several friends who are poly. I know more or less how it works, but I never really thought about getting into it myself. I am not against it, it just never crossed my mind before. I'm trying to think it through, but it's a lot to take in. Update 1, to answer some questions, the other girl wanted to meet him, but they never did, partly because my husband refused, but honestly, mostly because she lives too far from here. I still got checked for STDs, though, and I'm clean, yeah. As for our polyamory friends, they apparently were the ones who suggested him to go down the polyamory road. I stopped talking to them for now. I'll deal with the bigger problem first. I told him his actions hurt me deeply and that while I appreciated him admitting his affair, it was still infidelity. I told him that turning it into polyamory was merely greenlighting the affair after the fact. That polyamory should be built on mutual trust and communication, which he already broke. That I didn't feel respected. It destroyed him. He said he already knew, deep down, but didn't want to admit it, neither to me nor to himself. We both screamed and cried a lot. He finally admitted he wanted to open the marriage for selfish reasons. He is very sorry. He cut off contact with the other girl, let me fully access his computer and phone, and now wants to go to counseling to repair our relationship and marriage. He is showing me a lot of affection and attention since then, although he admits himself it's sometimes out of guilt and not just out of pure love. And now I want to make it work too. But, am I? Or is it sunk cost fallacy? I don't know. He cut off contact with her because once he told him he was married and wanted us both, she just ran away and broke up with him. There are times since then where my husband starts feeling sad or angry because of what's basically withdrawal, and for that he's smart, least sensible enough not to blame me. Update 3 months later, he begged me to try to reconcile with him, to which I agreed while I was actually trying to prepare my exit. We both went to individual therapy, still am. We separated temporarily 3 times, but every time I came back, it went terribly. He was desperate. He kept trying to cross my boundaries, love bombing me, playing the victim, asking to touch me even though I established I didn't want to, threatening to delete himself if we were to divorce. I could go on and on. This made me finally realize that I was in an abusive relationship. I had no idea that what my husband had been doing all these years, even before the affair, counted as such. In his case it was psychological abuse, manipulation, gaslighting, guilt-tripping, blame-shifting, emotional blackmail, nothing aggressive or mean, which turned me into a very submissive partner over the years, always catering to his needs while erasing mine. I rationalized everything. It happened subtly and gradually, and I was too naive to see it for what it was. His emotional affair and open marriage proposal were the natural continuity of that. Of course, the more I tried to get away from him, the more manipulative he got. Now that I was aware of it, I knew what he was doing, but fighting years of conditioning, even if you recognize it and succeed, is effing exhausting and disarming. So, earlier today, I brought a friend home to assist me. We sat down, the 3 of us, and I told my husband we were over and I handed him the papers. It might sound dumb, but it's genuinely one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. I was terrified, yet he agreed. He repeatedly asked me if I was sure. He reminded me of the family we were planning to have and of our best memories together. Was it all for nothing? Apparently, yes. He was heartbroken, clearly mad and frustrated, but still, he agreed. He signed them and went back to his parents for now. We still have to go through the whole procedure, separate our assets, decide what to do with the house and all, and he still wants us to go to marriage counseling. But right now, I feel free, for the first time in months. The last hours have been a mix of tears, celebration and godly, restful sleep. Update 3. After my soon-to-be ex-husband signed the divorce papers, we went no contact, or at least, I tried to. He still sent me text messages, voice messages, and tried to call me multiple times. He even sent me a long letter full of statements such as, "I'm concerned that your mental health is deteriorating. I believe you need antidepressants to help you feel like yourself again," or, "Your trauma is understandable, but it probably makes you want to punish me by making irrational decisions, like divorce," or, "I am afraid you are surrounding yourself with questionable influences that have bad agendas. Please let me help you see it through." He claimed that the crisis was just as hard for him as it was for me. People told me he was escalating and that I should protect myself. I should have listened immediately, but I didn't react soon enough. Then he came to our street. He arrived uninvited and pleaded with me to give him a second chance. He said he wanted to be there for me and for us, insisting that he didn't deserve any of this. I started to feel distrust. He saw that I was unwell and wanted to comfort me, so he hugged me. But I didn't want to be touched. I'm pretty sure I told him no. I think I screamed no multiple times, but my memory is fuzzy. Either I misremembered, Or I did say no and he ignored it and didn't stop. I know it's just a hug, but it triggered a severe panic attack. He called emergency services, telling them he was worried about me because I wasn't myself. I had to ask the paramedics to make him leave. After that, he told me he was there for me if I needed him, but he thought we needed space. He contacted half our social circle to inform them that I was unwell and needed support: our mutual friends, my colleagues, our neighbors, my physician. People reached out of the blue to ask if I was okay. I became paranoid, unsure of who to trust anymore. Close friends, my therapist, and people here helped me see things more clearly. My lawyer filed a restraining order against him, but unfortunately, it was refused. We submitted a second request, which is currently being reviewed. In the meantime, I've moved into an apartment of my own. He doesn't know where I live. Hell, almost nobody does. I constantly wonder how he reacted when he found out. I'm still paying my half of the mortgage because nothing has been decided regarding our house yet. It's financially very hard for me, but I do feel safer. I am feeling much better, although I remain haunted by constant stress, sleep disorders, nightmares, nervous tics, random bursts of tears, and rushes of anxiety. My physician prescribed me sedatives. They do make it easier. I realize I'm isolating myself more and more. I try to fight it, but I'm really afraid that sensitive information could leak, even accidentally. I've started reaching out to my closest friends again, as much as I can. I keep going to therapy. It's necessary, because one part of me, the part he cultivated for so long, urges me to stop all of this, to go back to the house, cancel the restraining order, cancel the divorce, call him, apologize, and repair our relationship. It would be insane. I am not going to do that. I do not listen to that little voice. I don't. But when your defenses are attacked over and over again, it becomes incredibly hard to reason properly. I can't wait for the divorce to be over. I just want to move on. I want all of this to be behind me. My husband had been telling everyone that he was the one who had been teaching me to drive, so I snapped and told everyone that he would yell at me until he was blue in the face. For my whole life, I have had a lot of anxiety when it comes to driving. It has never been too much of a problem, as I live in a city and I can walk wherever I need to go. I have been married to my husband, Stan, for 3 years, together for 6. Throughout our relationship, he has tried to help me learn how to drive. The problem is Stan is not a very good teacher and gets very impatient and angry every time we try. Honestly, he's very patient about most things. He has always been weird about the driving thing, because I'm a grown woman and should know how to drive. We go to the parking lot of an abandoned warehouse sometimes. It's huge. Anyway, if I make one small mistake, for example, if I don't check my mirrors for a long enough time, Stan yells at me. I would already be nervous at the wheel, but all the yelling would cause me to break down and cry. I have a brother, Paul, with whom I hang out typically once a week. A few months ago, I talked to Paul about how I wanted to learn to drive, but I was very nervous about it. He offered to help teach me when we hung out. Paul's husband, Chris, also was willing to help me out, and they made me feel so much more at ease behind the wheel. I thought I was bad at driving, but I was just anxious. Another factor that made me want to learn, besides feeling like I need to do this, is that Stan has told me that he won't have a child with me until I get my license, which I understand. 2 weeks ago, on my day off from work, Paul and Chris took me to the DMV, and I finally got my license. I also bought a used car a few days ago from the money I've been saving for years. I'm so happy and have the support of my brother and his husband. I thought Stan would be mad that I did all of this behind his back, and he was somewhat disappointed that I didn't want his help. I love him so much, but he wasn't the right teacher for me. Anyway, on Sunday, Stan and I both had off from work, and he told me he had a surprise for me. He took me to his parents' house, where they celebrated me, basically like a little party congratulating me because I learned how to drive. Halfway through, my mother-in-law gave a speech about how proud she was of me and also proud of my husband for all the support and lessons he gave me. I could feel the anger rising in my chest. Stan had been telling everyone that he was the one who had been teaching me to drive. I snapped and told everyone, basically, that the few times Stan tried to teach me, I always ended up crying because he would yell at me until he was blue in the face. Paul and Chris were the only people who helped me and gave me confidence. And that, if anything, Stan made things worse for me, which was true. But now, Stan won't talk to me. His father told him that it was a shame for him to do that and that it is not something a good husband would do. His mother said the same and apologized to me. I felt that my husband was very ashamed of the situation, so he asked me to go home right afterward. I feel like but at the same time, everything I said was true. My husband has a habit of always running late, only for family plans, so we left him on my 40th birthday celebration and he did not show up. Now I had had enough. My husband is always out of the house on time for work and yesterday he went to the pub with some friends and wasn't late for that. He tends to only be late for things including the family. I've brought it up multiple times before but nothing has changed. I do admit that I can be a pushover when it comes to waiting for him, but I'm sick of having to put other things on hold in order to check if he is ready and being late for family plans. He was late for my mother's funeral last year, and after this birthday incident, I've decided not to give him any more leeway and start standing up for myself. It was my 40th birthday a few days ago and we had a reservation for a table at a nice restaurant for 7 p.m. It takes about 20 minutes to drive to the restaurant, so I plan to leave the house at 6:30 p.m. to build in time for traffic and picking up my father. My husband had decided to do a bit of work on his car about half an hour before we needed to leave. At 6:30, when the kids and I were waiting by the door, he was still doing it. He hadn't changed and hadn't showered. I told him to quickly get ready, but it got to 6:50 and he still wasn't ready yet, so I decided to just leave without him. He has a habit of always running late when we go out and he is always the last one to be ready. Normally I can tolerate it since it only sets things back by 10 minutes at the most, but my birthday dinner was important to me and I had been looking forward to it for weeks. Making us wait for 20 minutes was taking the mick, so I yelled out that we were leaving and left because I didn't want to lose the table since we would have arrived at about 7:20. I called the restaurant to let them know we would be late and we luckily still had our table, but my husband didn't show up at the restaurant and when we got home he was mad at me. I told him that I was tired of him not respecting my time and always making people wait for him, and that he could have made his own way to the restaurant. My father agreed with my decision to leave without him, but my kids were a little upset that he wasn't there to have dinner with us. Update 1. My eldest had a school football match last week, a few days after I posted my original post. I planned for us to leave at 5 p.m. and, as per my resolution to not tolerate his tardiness anymore, left at 5 p.m. without my husband since he wasn't ready. Just like with my birthday dinner, he didn't show up. My youngest and I had a lovely time watching the match and supporting my eldest. He even scored a goal and his team won. Last weekend I met up with a couple of friends to catch up over lunch, and both my sons were going to their friend's birthday party the same day. My husband was in charge of dropping them off since my thing began about an hour before the party. I told him a week in advance, the day before and before I left the house, that he needed to get the kids to the party on time. I even followed the advice of some comments from my original post and told him that the party began at 12:30 instead of 1 p.m. so that the kids wouldn't be late if my husband wasn't ready to leave on time. At 1:30, I got a call from the birthday boy's dad asking if my sons were still coming to the party, and I also saw I had a missed call from my eldest. My husband had not taken them. I rang him several times and he wouldn't pick up, so I called my eldest and he answered the phone in tears. He said their dad was doing work on his car again, and when the kids asked him to take them to the party, he yelled at them and called them whiny brats. I said goodbye to my friends and went home to take my kids to their party. They were an hour late. He didn't care that the kids felt humiliated and missed a good deal of the party, which also meant that their friend was upset with them. Something inside me snapped and I decided I was done. I spoke to the kids as well, about the very likely possibility of their father and I splitting up. They weren't completely happy with it, which is understandable, but they agreed that it was the right decision. They said they had felt scared of their father on several recent occasions and didn't trust him anymore, which was heartbreaking to hear. I haven't been happy for a while and neither have the kids, I now realize. In addition to my husband being late or not showing up at all, there are other issues in our relationship and I realize the truth about his treatment of our family and given me the strength I need to put a stop to it. I can no longer justify his behavior or make excuses for him. Along with being late to my mother's funeral, he offered no emotional support when she died, to either me or the kids, which should have been enough to make me seriously consider my marriage, but I'm glad it's finally happened now. A couple of days ago, I told my husband how I felt and sent him my original post. To be honest, I have no interest in marriage counseling, I just want to move on with my life, but I suggested he look into therapy for himself. I explained that it didn't feel like he was part of the family anymore, and that our sons and I were struggling with the strain in our marriage, and I'm sure he has too. It's not a healthy environment for me, my sons, or my husband, and I can't let my kids miss out because of their father's incompetence any longer. I told him that I wanted a divorce, which he accepted. He told me that he no longer wants any involvement in anything to do with the family and will move out ASAP. My sons and I will go about our lives, and the soon-to-be ex-husband will go about his. I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. My husband has been acting incredibly strange and accused me of keeping his inheritance, so I called the cops on him and got him locked up in the nut house. My spouse has been experiencing behavior that has only become increasingly concerning. In the past 2 months now, he has been talking about things that he claims are happening but he's never mentioned before. As some background info, when his behavior first started getting concerning, I managed to convince him to go to the hospital to get checked out for his mental health. He wasn't even seen by a doctor and he was told he just needs to take a certain medicine to help him sleep. We also have 2 very young kids. Back to the weird recent behavior, he claims he had an old email with an inheritance that got hacked and he needs access to it. I tried helping him get on it but he hasn't used it in literally the 12 years we've been together. I only knew of its existence previously when I helped him switch his Facebook login and that was an email attached. Another example is that he believes everyone is talking about him to me and everyone else. I mean literally everyone else. He thinks there's some sort big thing planned to hurt him or do something horrible to him soon and that we're all on it. On a few other separate occasions he's asked about a show that we're on and asked how much money I'm being paid to keep a secret. He also thinks I'm having secret phone calls and that I've apparently left the room to accept these calls, which then results in me coming back crying about something I've apparently discussed on the phone. Whenever I try to explain to him that none of this is happening, he fights back saying that I'm just lying to him and to tell him the truth, that I need to tell him the truth or something bad is going to happen. It's gotten so bad, he ended up getting fired from his job because he was barely showing up. He kept going to the cop station to make a report instead of going to work. After he got fired, there was some sort of tense situation where they ended up calling a wellness check for him, because they were afraid he's going to come back and hurt someone. The cops showed up while I was also home and he said he wouldn't hurt someone, he only acts in defense. In recent weeks, he's gone from screaming at me demanding answers to just not talking to me at all. At this point I'd rather he just not interact with me. The reason I'm writing this is because of what happened today. It was a nice day out and I asked if he would come with me for a walk with our kids, to which he agreed to. He barely spoke a word to me or the kids on this walk, and when we came across a playground, I asked if we should take the kids there for a few minutes of play. He then got upset at me for suggesting it and said I always control everything and I'm the queen of the decisions. I didn't even tell him we were doing that, I just asked. When I mentioned this he just said do whatever you want, like always, so I figured why not. So I played with the kids at the playground and he did his own thing. Someone left a couple various balls there and he was throwing them around. He then picked up the football and threw it in my direction. It flew past me a couple feet from me. I asked why he did that and he said why are you upset? It didn't hit you, to which I responded well what if it did? He then said if I wanted it to hit you in the head I would have thrown it that way. Then he started on a rant about how he's going through the same thing with everyone lying to him. After which he sat down in the corner of the park and was doing literally nothing. I was getting upset, so I packed up the kids and started walking to leave the park. I said to him we're going home and started walking away. Apparently he tried to yell out to us but ended up taking a different way home than we did. He told me this when he met me on the street when we were almost home, saying that next time I want to be an idiot and walk away, maybe stop and listen to him calling out. I didn't hear him but honestly he could have easily caught up to us. I was getting more and more upset and said I wanted to go for a drive to get coffee and he said fine. I said I wanted to take the kids and he asked why. Then I said fine, you stay home with them and he said no they can go with you and started putting them in the car. I got in the car, and he got in the passenger seat, to which I asked him if he's coming with. He said yes and to drive. I told him I didn't want him coming because he's being mean and he said he could be a lot meaner. As I started driving away he kept going off on the usual BS he's been talking about lately and I told him I don't want to hear it. He started screaming at me to keep driving and shut the F up. I stopped the car and told him to get out and he made a motion like he was going to punch me but punched his hand in front of my face. At this point I started crying and yelling at him to get out and he yelled back to just drive. I then said I should just drive him to the police station for that and he said he would choke me unconscious before we even got there. I was crying even more at this point and said I don't want to be with him anymore and I want him out. He said no. He continued to be a PP for the rest of the car ride, where I pleaded with him to not treat me this way, especially in front of our children. It's not fair to them, or to me. He said to not bring them into this. I said how couldn't I? They are literally in the car. Anyway, after I drove us home, he asked how long I've been waiting to break up with him and who I'm replacing him with. I told him I haven't been and there's no one else, which of course he doesn't believe. When he got inside he even taunted me saying I should take you to the cop station in a girly voice. We only have the one vehicle which is in both our names. The place we rent is actually my mom's so we don't have a lease but we both have our addresses attached to this place on our licenses. He wasn't always like this, literally only the past couple months his behavior has been this bad. I miss the person he used to be. I miss that he would spend time with me, with the kids, but he spends all his time by himself now. I don't know if he's going through some sort of manic episode or what's triggering this change in behavior but I really don't know what to do. Is there something differently I can do to help him? Every time he talks to me about whatever situation he doesn't accept any answer I say and also won't accept if I say nothing. Update: I left the house the night I made the post, but went back home the following day. I wanted to be able to collect some sort of evidence I could use, because my spouse has been really good at downplaying his symptoms to any authority figure. I want to mention that I had been present at most doctor and hospital visits prior, so I know what they did recommend for him. I felt at the time that they did not give him enough help for the crisis he was obviously going through. Anyway, continuing on, the couple days after the Sunday post, he did not really engage in much conversation with me or our children. Every time he entered the room, I set my phone to record. I did not get anything until Thursday, when he finally started talking to me again. He was questioning who I have been talking to about him and who has been trying to sabotage his life. Obviously I denied everything, because there is no one talking to me about him. This started to anger him, which included him yelling at me and saying if anyone is talking to me about him, to bring him to the house so he can take care of them himself. I tried not to engage anymore. This made him more upset, as he was continuing to demand answers from me. He would then say oh I want to hit you or don't make me slap you when I was either not answering or just saying I didn't know what he was talking about. I got this on recording. After he ended up walking away and leaving the room, I took the kids to bed, locked us in our room, and tried to sleep. The following morning, he insisted on driving me to work. I told him I wanted the car, to which he disagreed with me and said he needed it. After dropping the kids off, he started going off on me about how I'm stupidity, dumb, a bitch, etc. for keeping his inheritance, again something he is clearly having delusions about, from him. I tried to disengage completely, keeping myself the far side of the passenger seat, which caused him to grab me by the back of my neck and pull me closer to him, where he told me to listen to him. I obviously reacted to this and was super upset, telling him to please focus on driving and not touch me again. After he drove me to work, the last thing I said to him as he was still going off on me with the car window open, was you desperately need help. Once I got in, I called my boss and let her know what happened. She came in, canceled her appointments for the day, and took me to the police station. We made a report, Although the sergeant we initially spoke to seemed to be against us making a report, he kept saying he will be homeless if I report him, like he's the victim in this scenario. I told him my safety and the kids' safety should be more important, and he brought in a different officer to make the statement with me. Once I completed that statement, they let me know to stay away from the house as they were going to arrest him, and will call once he's out of the house. About 5 hours later, he was arrested. Apparently he was very compliant, and with all the information I provided, they actually took him to the hospital, and he is currently on a 30-day psychiatric hold. He will be going to court at some point for uttering threats and assault, but seeing how he doesn't have a criminal record, I'm sure it will just end up being a slap on the wrist. So as of now, I am home, safe with the children, and we are getting our locks changed. I will also most likely get a protection order, but in an ideal world, he gets better and that's not necessary. I guess we will see in the future. My husband has been going out with his coworker every Saturday and bringing her to a bar to uplift her after her breakup, so I am telling her that he has a wife. We've been together for 8 years and married for over a year now. He's been working in this company since he graduated from college. I've never heard him talk about any of his coworkers cause he's not really the kind of guy who tried so hard to make a connection with other people. He's very introverted and likes to be in his bubble. Sadly, he's just the type of guy that's easy to approach and talk with. He doesn't know that, but I've been with him for 8 years. He's very calm, funny and quirky. These past few months my husband has been mentioning this poor girl. I remembered a lot of bullshit happened to her this year, that's why my husband is trying to uplift her. My husband does not usually do that. He doesn't usually give a fuck about anyone. He asked me if I was cool if he brought this girl to a bar and I asked if I could come along. He said that he didn't really want to stir up awkwardness between me, especially since he was trying to comfort her after she had this recent breakup. He showed me her picture. She's really obviously young and very pretty. I've read their conversations and it hurts sometimes that my husband always initiates the conversation. They have been going out every Saturday. I told him I was starting to feel uncomfortable with this friendship. He said that there was nothing to worry about and that he was just helping her out. It's like a female-female friendship. I don't know what he's trying to point out, but everything between them two scares the poop out of me. My husband still let me read their conversation from time to time in the fug, and it hurts me that he responds to her faster than me. I hate how he kept apologizing whenever this girl left her on read. It's like I'm fucking reading how my husband begged this girl to give him some of her attention and time, and I can't take it anymore. I don't know how I would approach him, cause it always ended up that I'm feeling this for nothing and that there's nothing to worry about. I told him that I wanted to meet her and he said, for what reason? I just don't know what to do anymore. I don't even think she knew that my husband is married. Update 1. After this post I approached my husband that I wanted him to stop seeing this girl every Saturday unless he would bring me along. He told me that I was not making any sense and that he could just bring me and why I was making this a big deal. I asked him if this girl knew he was married, and based on his reaction I knew that she didn't know he's married. He said that why would he brush the fact he's married on her face. I called him names and he got so upset. I took his phone and went through every single app. He has been messaging her from time to time. I found out he gave her a very expensive gift that was worth almost $1,000. I was hella pissed about it. We had joint and personal accounts. A lot of things happened after this post and my brain couldn't process everything. I've threatened him that I will tell this girl I'm his wife and she's being a home wrecker. He said he would never forgive me if he ruined this one and only friendship he had. I told him that it didn't make any sense that he was being disrespectful to our relationship. He said that he hadn't felt the love ever since we got married. He had never been this happy, excited, and contented with anyone. I ended up messaging the girl. She said that she didn't know that he was married and very apologetic about it. He was so mad and left the house. I don't know what to do. I've been calling his phone but he's not picking up. I messaged the girl if she's with him. She said that he was not there. She just got into a breakup and a lot of things happened to her. She doesn't want to be involved anymore. She was so sorry. If she had known he was married she wouldn't even bother going out with him. I found out she just started working there 3 months ago. I have so many questions in my mind. Update 2. I haven't told any of my family and friends about this. I felt embarrassed, very ugly, and pathetic right now. The last thing I want to see on their face is the pity face. I don't want anyone to feel sorry for me. My husband went back around 3 a.m. and we talked about it. He said he could no longer see me in his future ever since we got married. The reason why he has been working a lot is that he does not want me to be around. I asked him why did he wait, cause we've been married for a year. He thought his feelings would come eventually, that it was just a phase and there was no way his love for me would be gone overnight, but every day felt just worse for him. He doesn't want me anymore. He thinks it's totally over and we could even be friends. He said that throughout our marriage life, he moved on. I felt the ultimate betrayal. I told him that we could go for couple counseling and work it out. He cried that he didn't want to be stuck anymore. It's not about his coworker anymore, it's about what he felt in our relationship. He cried and asked for a divorce while I was crying and begging him not to. I'm so confused and I don't know what to do. I felt like I was a good partner. I asked him about his coworker and if they ever had intimacy. He said that he genuinely cares and likes her. He's getting to know her more bullshit, but he thinks she doesn't see him that way. Nothing happened between them. I asked him about the money he spent on her. He said that he bought her a Christmas gift. I was so much in pain that I felt numb, that I couldn't believe this was happening to me. And I think this would be my last update. I guess I'll be welcoming 2023 as fucking divorced woman. My husband insists that I am pregnant even though I am not, and convinced that I am taking away the baby from him. So we got him checked and we were devastated with the truth. We haven't even started trying, though we do have plans in the future. We were just making conversation and yeah, I did mention feeling tired, but that's all. A few hours later he just came in so excited. Since about a week my husband became convinced I'm pregnant. I have no idea why, because I'm not. I told him I'm not, but he won't let it go. He has made remarks about how happy he is, what a wonderful mother I'll be, what our baby will be like. Not all the time, but it has come up multiple times a day. I told him I'm not. I even took a test, because even I started wondering, and it was undoubtedly negative. I showed him and he just got annoyed, said tests can be wrong. He didn't speak to me for the rest of the evening. The next morning he acted as if nothing happened. When I tell him I'm not, he just kind of shuts me out. I lost my poop yesterday when we were in bed and he put his hand on my stomach, told him he's acting crazy. I'm not pregnant and his behavior is scaring me. He went to sleep in the guest room after that and left for work early in the morning. I haven't seen him or spoken to him today. I'm just at a loss. I don't know where this obsession is coming from. I even asked him if I gained weight, if that's what's gotten him confused. He assured me I didn't. I'm thinking of contacting his parents, or maybe a therapist or something. I honestly don't understand what's happening and I'm worried about my husband. Update. I sat him down and explained to him that I'd love to have kids with him in the future but that I'm not pregnant right now, and that his insistence worries and scares me. I told him we could go to the doctor together if that would put his mind at ease, or I could take another test in front of him. I was just hoping to snap him out of it somehow. He got very agitated, said many hurtful things and accused me of being a liar many times. I'm trying to keep our baby away from him, and so on. Nothing made sense and I wasn't feeling safe anymore. I knew my husband would never harm me in any way, but that wasn't my husband. Things got worse. He did hurt me, but nothing permanent or even emergency care worthy. I also know that if he was in his right mind, he never would have done anything like this. I called mine and his parents and I'm now staying with my mom. He did seem to calm down a bit when his parents arrived. I haven't seen/spoken to him since then. His mother, an angel, is keeping me posted about everything. We all agree something is very off about him, and we don't know what it is. But he hasn't agreed to get himself checked out in any way. I don't know how they'll go about it, but they say that it's best to keep my distance for a bit, as most of it is aimed at me. I'm safe, so is he. I miss him so much and just want an answer as to why he's being like this. I keep trying to figure out if there were signs before or what I did wrong. New update here. 1 week later, my husband has a brain tumor. All the headaches and other symptoms, in hindsight, we had previously dismissed because of his stressful work situation and so on. I'm beating myself up that I hadn't seen it before. A wonderful team of neurosurgeons, oncologists and other physicians is figuring out the best approach here if there is one. We'll hear more in the next days. I've spent more time with my husband. Some moments he's his amazing self, others he's filled with anger. It's difficult, but we're managing. I wouldn't have been able to without the support of our friends and family. I love my husband. This situation is terrifying. In moments of clarity he's trying to make me laugh, so I don't worry. That's who he is. My husband is a doctor and he wants to deliver our baby instead of holding my hand during childbirth, so I am closing his chapter on my life and handing him a divorce. I am 7 months pregnant. I am married to a family medicine doctor and we've been together for 10 years. My husband really wants to deliver the baby, which I can kind of understand. It's not uncommon for doctors to deliver their own kids. There is still an obgyn there monitoring everything, and the doctor's father steps in at the last minute as a mom is crowning to just catch the baby. My husband has, I guess, always dreamed of being the one to pull the baby out, while I pictured it very differently. I thought he would be up by my head, holding my hand and helping me through it. He says he will do that, but the easiest part is the very end where I won't need him anyway. He said if I really wanted someone there, his mom could step in. I've been on my own since I was a kid living in my car, so I don't have anyone I'd want in there with me except him. I don't really even want his mom in there. She's great, but he's my person. I know it would be cool for him to deliver our baby, but I really feel like I need him there. I personally didn't want our doctors to know he was a doctor, because as soon as any of my doctors, or even our vet, finds out he's a doctor they talk exclusively to him. I don't even want him to go to prenatal appointments anymore because no one talks to me. They all talk to him, and I can't ask my questions to anyone but my husband at home. But he's already told everyone he'll be delivering his first baby. I guess I don't want this because I wanted him to be there as a husband and a father, and not a doctor. I see him as a doctor 95% of the time, and I wanted to experience this with my husband and not my husband the doctor. I wanted him to be there for me as this is my first birth and I'm terrified. He just keeps telling me I'll be fine. He pulled in friends and family who also don't understand my POV. They said this is his first child, too, and to just let him have this since I had the honor of being pregnant. I just really wanted him to hold my hand, all the way through it, and be able to share this experience as parents and people instead of a medical professional. I was hoping we could see the baby at the same time and just be equals in this. Am I being selfish for wanting this to be my way? Update 1. I am going to confront him tonight when he gets home. He's already going to be upset because we both have restrictions on how much time we spend on social media sites, and I have significantly surpassed that today and yesterday, which he'll know as soon as he reviews the router logs. I'm hopeful I can catch him before that makes him too upset. I did reach out to some of our mutual friends just to see what he has told them for why this is so important to him, only to learn he never discussed this with them. I think he made up what he has been saying, they said. They were really shocked to learn we've been having this disagreement and were actually quite supportive of an expectant mother controlling her birth plan. I'm quite nervous about his reaction to this as well, and I'd like to get ahead of this. Update 2. I can't say a whole lot about these last few days, so much has happened that I will be processing for years to come. All I can say is I am safe, and I am free. Read into that as you will. My next steps are to leave this chapter of my life behind. I'm moving out of this city and I'm going to try starting again somewhere new. Somewhere beautiful where every time I look outside, it's hard to believe it's real life. I've always felt drawn to the mountains with all of their beauty and might. I did the same thing at 16, and I'm hopeful these last few decades have set me up for more success than I had the first time chasing a new start. If you read my story, and you relate to it in any way, or you too feel smothered, voiceless, and alone every single day locked in the house with someone who is supposed to love you, I just want you to know what I now know. That isn't normal, that isn't what life is supposed to be. There are people you can rely on and strangers can be your best friend. The cost may be steep, but the cost to stay is so much more. My husband is accusing me of cheating on him and his proof is his dreams, so we aired out his dirty laundry, showed the world all his lies and ruined his image. It all started 6 months ago when he was convinced he had caught me cheating because he found a document saying so on my laptop. When I arrived home and he tried looking for it to show me, he obviously couldn't find it. He is going to therapy, but as of right now, we are technically separated and living in different rooms. It's just because this keeps happening. A certain insecurity eats itself into my husband, and he becomes convinced that it's the truth. He either dreams proof or convinces himself that anything is proof. I don't know what he does with the therapist, but I honestly don't see it getting better. Last week, he was mad at our daughter, 15, because she didn't want him to drive her to prom and make pictures with her. When I went to ask her, she said that was not true. She had talked to her dad about what she would like to do when she graduates in 2 years. Her father just got really mad at the perceived sly. The problem is that he keeps talking to people about the issues. I was already wondering why so many mutuals stopped responding to me. But apparently, they all think I am an awful human being and terrible spouse. I just want to tell people what is going on. Also so they are aware that my husband is basically lying to them and for them to tell me delusions that he might be having that I don't know. But at the very beginning of his therapy, he begged me not to tell anyone because people would think he is crazy. My sister said that it would also be an asshole thing to do that would basically feed into his delusions. I just feel like I am done. Am I the a-hole? Update. About 5 months ago, when my husband's behavior first started escalating, I quietly consulted with a lawyer here. At that time, his delusions had begun to affect our daily lives, and I knew I needed legal advice. The divorce process requires a period of legal separation before the divorce can be finalized. We initiated this process, and I requested full custody of our 15-year-old daughter, given her increasing fear of her father. The court was also concerned and ordered a psychological evaluation for my husband to assess his mental fitness for parenting. A few weeks into the legal separation, my husband's paranoia worsened. He started placing Apple AirTags in my car and in our 15-year-old daughter's backpack, tracking our every move. My daughter was the one who found the AirTag in her bag and was terrified. When I confronted him, he insisted it was for our safety, but it was clear to me that his paranoia was spiraling out of control. This incident deeply affected our daughter, who began refusing to see her father. Around this time, my mother-in-law reached out to me. She was concerned because my husband had accused her of cheating on his father, something that was completely out of character for him. Father-in-law didn't believe it for a second but was deeply worried about his state of mind. Her reaching out was a small but much-needed relief. She acknowledged that his behavior was erratic and offered her support, knowing something was seriously wrong. My older daughter, 19, had also become involved in the situation. She had been quietly documenting her father's behavior for months. She recorded 3 different occasions where my husband went on delusive rants. The first was about how I'm supposedly cheating on him with one of my co-workers, a man I barely interact with. The second was about how our 15-year-old daughter was secretly dating someone older and lying to him about it. The third was about how the entire family was conspiring against him to make him look crazy. Watching these videos was heartbreaking, but they validated everything I'd been dealing with privately. Things escalated further when my husband almost attacked one of my colleagues. He had convinced himself that this man was the affair partner I was supposedly seeing behind his back. It took all my strength to separate them before the situation turned violent physically. As the legal process continued, my lawyer informed me that due to the severity of the situation and the psychological evaluation ordered by the court, my request for full custody was being strongly considered. In Spain, courts typically prioritize the well-being of the child, and given my husband's mental state and the danger he posed, it seemed likely that I would be granted full custody of our 15-year-old daughter. She had made it clear that she didn't want to see her father, and the court was considering her wishes. Amidst this, my 19-year-old daughter decided to take matters into her own hands. She posted the 3 videos she had recorded of her father's breakdowns on Instagram, along with a compilation of texts, photos, and other evidence she had collected over the past few months. She intended to show the world what we had been enduring, but it quickly turned into a public spectacle. The backlash was intense. Some people were horrified and reached out with sympathy and support, while others criticized us for airing dirty laundry and accused my daughter of betraying her father. As the divorce process continued, my husband's mental health became a significant factor. The psychological evaluation ordered by the court revealed the depth of his delusions, particularly around cheating and female sexuality. It became clear that he was not fit to make decisions regarding our daughter's well-being. The evaluation supported my claim for full custody, and the court is now finalizing that decision. In the meantime, All communication between my husband and me is being handled through our lawyers, and I'm ensuring that any interaction between him and our 15-year-old daughter is supervised. Given the severity of the situation and the damage done to our lives, I'm making plans to move away with my daughter once the legal proceedings are finalized. My reputation in our current community is shattered, thanks to his delusions and the lies he has spread. Starting fresh somewhere new seems like the only way for us to heal and rebuild our lives. I never wanted it to come to this. I still care deeply for my husband, but I can't keep sacrificing our well-being for the sake of his image. The revelation that he's been lying to his therapist, or rather, his unqualified life coach, was a breaking point for me. I realized I couldn't trust him to get better on his own. Thankfully, some friends have started to see through his stories and are reaching out to support us, which gives me hope. But I know it will be a long, difficult road ahead. My husband is acting like my boss, and I am his employee because he got promoted, so I told him to get a grip on his ego, or he will be fired as my husband. Just recently, my husband was promoted to assistant manager of the warehouse. We both work on the ups of 50 hours a week. I am shift manager at a behavioral disorders facility. Both jobs are very hands-on and strenuous. Since his promotion, he has developed an entirely different attitude. Extremely entitled and dare I say rude as all F. He is always boasting and bragging. This has been going on for 3 weeks. So, some examples are as follows. On his days off, he wants the house to be radio silent. If our 4-year-old wants to play, he tells her to stick to her bedroom because he needs peace and quiet after working so hard. If I make our daughter lunch, he will immediately say, "Where's mine?" He asks me to grab him things damn near constant all hours of the night. He expects nightly back rubs, but if I ask, he will scoff at me and say I worked all day, even if I had as well. He expects meals that he likes made every night, regardless if me or our daughter like the meal or not. He also now acts like he has full say over the money because he makes more. Last night was the tip of the iceberg for me. Before this, I let a lot of poop slide because it was a recent promotion and hell has excited. So, I get it. But last night around like 11 p.m., I was in bed scrolling through my phone. He comes into the bedroom, lays down and says, "Babe, you should go make me some ice cream. I want the chocolate drizzle on it. And oh, don't forget the cashews." Then he starts scrolling through his phone. I ignore it because I feel at this point I was going to snap. He then shook my leg and said, "Did you hear me?" So I responded with, "Yeah, I did hear you, and no, go make it yourself. You were literally just out there. Your sense of effing entitlement is way out of line. Do poop for yourself." He became offended and instantly, like effing clockwork, said, "But I worked all effing day." So I snapped back with, "Yeah, I did too. In fact, I worked 12 hours to your 8. Like I said, do poop for yourself." He is now saying that he is not acting entitled and that I was just taking my bad day out on him and that everything I said makes him feel unappreciated. Am I the a-hole? Did I push it too far? Update. After the incident where I told my husband to make his own ice cream, we finally sat down and talked things out. I explained how his recent behavior made me feel like he wasn't valuing the work I put in, both at my job and at home. I told him that while I'm proud of his promotion, the entitlement and constant demands have been frustrating, especially since we both work long, strenuous hours. He admitted that the new role came with a lot of pressure, and he was trying to enjoy the little perks he thought came with it. But after hearing me out, he realized how inconsiderate he had been. We talked about how we both need breaks and moments of peace, but that can't mean one of us gets all the benefits while the other takes on all the burdens. We agreed on a few things to balance the load. We'll share more of the household duties and take turns on tasks like making meals or playing with our daughter. If one of us wants something during downtime, it's okay to ask, but we'll respect a no if the other person is tired. We're setting aside more family time, especially with our daughter, and we'll be more mindful of the way we talk to each other, no more dismissive or demanding attitudes. It was a long conversation, but I feel like we've cleared the air. Hopefully, this agreement will help us both feel more appreciated and less stressed. My husband is demanding that I equally share my son's trust fund with my stepkids because he lost his money in gambling, and now our marriage is at stake. I have a son who is 17. We lost his dad when I was 28. It was hard for us, we didn't have time to build a massive fortune, but from his insurance and other investments, I created a trust fund for my son, and the money there is around 150k USD. I have done well career-wise and am employed at a government job, which is a secure job till 60 and pays decently to live an upper middle-class lifestyle. I met my current husband when I was 30 during some event. We connected from day one and a year later we got married. My husband has twins, 15. Their mother is involved in their life, and my husband made clear from day one that children's finances will be kept separate. We share grocery, necessities, clothes, etc. funds, but savings and school fees are kept separate. We also own our homes separately, and I am currently living at his house and renting my own. Note that rent is exclusively used for whole family travels, etc. My son and his children get along fine, but they don't call us parents or each other siblings. We also have a daughter together who is 7. Also, I save a lot for my young daughter as she won't have this trust fund and I want to secure her future. A recent issue has been that my son has that fund and he wants to study in Australia and is preparing for his move next year. My husband's children has their funds, but the max he can contribute to each children's fund is 25k. He lost money on gambling and his ex-wife doesn't save. He says let's join all funds and is pressuring my son. He was giving in. I refused. I said it was my son's inheritance from his dad and that can't cover the loss of father. My husband exploded and abused verbally in anger. I also didn't hold back. He slapped me. First time ever in life he hit me. We sorted out things later, but I am not going to give this fund. My stepchildren, who have always been cordial to me, are suddenly calling me evil monster. Same children for those who I prepare meals every morning at 6 a.m., wash their clothes, iron them, and buy them clothes and other things despite my husband barely doing it for my son. If combined, the fund will come out 83K each, though it will still cover us education for all of three. I am not going to do that. His children also want to go Australia now. My son said he doesn't want my marriage to fall and said he will give away the amount if it makes me happy. I said no and said his future can't be compromised. I told my husband that it isn't my fault that he was careless. In 9 years marriage, he never acted like this and he is giving cold treatment since. My marriage is on verge of breaking, but I can't deny my son his rights. I know if I say yes, he will happily share, but I won't. I rather burn, but I am crying the way my man is treating me. My parents are saying you won't find a man later and to compromise and make peace. They said fight was one time happening, and we are expected to adjust. Also, I want to give him chance if he stops poking my son. My friends are saying it is tough to find a man again when you are a widow and then divorcee. Edit. Also to add, he started drinking more now and demands intimacy, which I refuse. It is leading to fights, and I let him do it many times, though I hate it doing with his drunk self. Am I the a-hole? My husband is disgusted with my body and thinks that I am a land whale for gaining 15 pounds during my pregnancy, so I made him look for another to stick his willy. I had a daughter with him 7 months ago. Our relationship had been really good before then and mostly afterward, but poop has gone sideways this week. In the middle of getting intimate, he asked me when I last went to the gym. I told him not recently because I had been busy with 1, our baby, and 2, housework. He told me that was no excuse to be lazy and not go to the gym to work off the baby weight. During my pregnancy, I only gained 15 pounds. My doctor said I should have gained more. I explained to him that there was absolutely no way I was lazy. On top of caring for our baby and doing housework every day, I go for walks, do yoga, and do 10-minute workouts every morning despite how tired I was from staying up with our daughter all night if she cried. He said that I was becoming careless about my weight and complacent. I told him I wasn't. He said being busy with our daughter and being tired was no excuse and that he was tired from work but managed to go to the gym often. No matter how much I explained to him that losing weight wasn't that easy, he just dismissed it and continued arguing, saying that the 15 pounds looked bad on me and that he missed my old, tinier body, so I should stop being lazy. I was in tears by the end of this, and he made me sleep separate from him. He's giving me the silent treatment now, and I feel so awful about myself. My daughter is the only thing keeping me happy right now. I want out of this marriage because he completely destroyed my self-esteem. I don't want to have intimacy with him anymore, and I definitely don't want to raise my daughter in an environment with him. I'm so tired, I just want a divorce, but I feel like he'll call me dramatic for wanting one, and say no for the sake of our daughter. I'm so tired. Update. Unfortunately, this isn't going to be a happy update where I say, this was all a big misunderstanding and we cleared it up, but it is an update nonetheless. Let me start off with some good news. My daughter and I are currently not living or sharing a space with my soon-to-be ex-husband anymore. It took some searching, but I found a place to stay. It's with someone I've known since middle school. I was hesitant because we hadn't talked regularly in a while, and he's the last person I'd expect to offer someone and their baby a place to stay, but in the end, it was my best choice for a steady support system in the housing side of things for right now. Now on to everything else. The day after I made that post, I demanded he sat down and had a conversation with me. Up until then he was still giving me silent treatment. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and asked him if he said what he said because he was in a bad mood or something. He told me no, he was being honest about his feelings and that he's been keeping them to himself since I gave birth. I started crying again. He got upset and told me that he saw nothing wrong with just preferring me back when I was smaller. Basically everything he said before he was saying again. I told him that if this was how he really felt, I wanted a divorce because I couldn't be married to somebody who made me feel this way or only thought of me as a body. As I predicted, he called me dramatic. He told me he just needed a wife to meet his needs being a tiny body, and that if I could meet them by losing weight, everything would be fine. I called him a shameful excuse of a man, father, and husband. He slapped me. He told me that while he didn't want to hit me, I couldn't just insult him like that and get away with it. If the weight thing wasn't an eye-opener, that sure was. I didn't say that I was going to go through with the divorce, just that I needed space to think about everything and that I was getting away from him as soon as possible and taking my daughter with me. He argued and told me I couldn't take her because she was his too, but I told him I didn't want her around him for now and that she probably wouldn't do very well without me since I do almost everything for her. A lot more was said. The conversation was long as poop, but I eventually convinced him that space was needed for both of us, and he agreed that I should take our daughter until I come to my senses and come back to him. I stayed in our house with him, simply distancing for a little bit until the guy, I'll call him Josh, I'm currently living with, said I could stay with him. If he didn't offer, I don't know where I'd be right now. My parents don't have a lot of room for me plus the baby because my younger brother is back from college, staying there along with my sister, and my friends are either married with kids too or living with their partners, and I didn't want to put more on them. I contacted an attorney and served him the papers last week, when he thought I was coming back to him, and we are now in the process of getting divorced. Being a single divorced mother sounds a little nerve-wracking to me. There's nothing wrong with being divorced, I just never thought it'd happen to me. Anyway, that's it for now. More has happened, but that was just the Cliff's Notes. My head is a mess. but I'm hoping to get out of this marriage as soon as possible. My husband is planning to go on a dinner date with a long-term ex-girlfriend and told me to stop being insecure. Now I am hiring a lawyer. My husband, Jack, used to date Emma for years. They broke up because Jack didn't want to get married or have kids. Emma moved away, and about a month later, Jack met me. I don't look like the typical girls Jack had been dating. For example, Emma is super tall, blonde with blue eyes, and has a PhD. I'm petite, 110 pounds and short. I'm a nurse. I have dark curly hair, and I'm an introvert. Apparently, she was a social butterfly. Jack has a group of friends that he's known since childhood. They are like brothers to him, but from the very beginning, they didn't like me. They still call me the rebound girl. At our wedding, during his best man speech, he joked, "We all thought rebound girls were temporary, but our brother Jack made an honest woman out of her." Everyone laughed. I didn't. They also joked that I'm just a nurse and that Jack downgraded, since he has a PhD, technically postdoctoral, from a doctor to just a nurse. For my own sanity, I ignore them, and Jack still hangs out with them regularly. Last weekend, there was a fundraising gala, and Emma was there. I saw her for the first time in person. Jack introduced me, and Emma said, "Yeah, I know who she is." The guys weren't kidding when they described her. Haha. Jack quickly changed the topic and asked how long she was in town. She said for a week, and then they ended up chatting all night, reminiscing about old times. I decided to talk to other people. Later, at bedtime, Jack mentioned that he should go out to dinner with Emma. I assumed he meant inviting her over, so I asked what kind of food she'd like so I could make it. He said no, it would just be the two of them. I asked, like a date? And he replied, "No, just two friends going to dinner." "Why are you so insecure?" I asked him. "Do you miss her? Do you miss being with her?" He said, "I'm not going to lie, it felt great talking to her tonight. There's just something about her." I got really upset and told him he could do whatever he wanted, but if he goes on this dinner date, I'm done. He thinks I'm overreacting and being insecure. Update: it's 4:45 a.m., and I didn't sleep last night. I thought I'd post an update. I decided to stay awake and talk to him when he came home. When he did, I told him, "I could have tracked your location, shown up at the restaurant, and done so many things to get my answer. But I'd like to believe you have enough respect for me to tell me, were you on a dinner date with your friends or Emma?" He showed me pictures and said, "No, it was all of us. Me, my friends, and Emma." I was stupid enough to feel relieved, even feeling bad for accusing him. Then he told me to sit down because we needed to talk. He said that after seeing Emma at the gala, he couldn't stop thinking about her. He decided to take Monday and Tuesday, yesterday, off and spent the whole day with her, while I assumed he was at work. He went on about how strong their connection was, how they couldn't stop talking, and how much he enjoyed being with her. He told me I'm a sweet woman, but he never felt that spark with me. He said that at dinner, Emma was laughing and having fun with everyone, and it felt like old times, compared to me being quiet and uncomfortable around his friends. He said it's best if we go our separate ways. I asked him if they had intimacy, and he didn't reply. I asked again and again, but he still wouldn't answer. I was so upset and asked, "Why did you marry me if you're not over her?" He said he thought I was the one, but these past 2 days made him realize there's no spark between us. He kept going on about how sweet I am and that I'll find someone too. I told him to shut up. I said, "Emma knew about your cancer treatments. Where was she when you needed a friend? Why didn't she ever call you back then?" He went quiet. I feel stupid for ignoring all the red flags over the years and wasting 6 years of my life with him. My next step is hiring a lawyer and finding my own place. I feel so numb. Right now, I'm going to contact my brother to help me. Thank you, everyone.
My husband is praying that I die. My husband and I are expecting our first child, which I knew would be a really sensitive issue as his own mother died in childbirth with him. We met with a marriage counselor to talk things through at the beginning, and he swears he's been seeing his own therapist twice a month throughout my pregnancy. I don't want to call him a liar, but I'm fairly sure he's either not going or not talking about the big issue. He and his father, a hugely active part of our lives, are completely convinced that I'm going to die in childbirth. They won't openly admit it, but their behavior has reached the point where it's constantly making me feel stressed and uncomfortable. When it was husband saying, "Please make sure your life insurance is up to date and I'd like you to meet with a lawyer and draft a will," I was like, "That's kind of intense, but okay, if that makes you feel better." When husband asked me to go through all of my possessions and inventory what I wanted to be saved for the baby versus what I would want to be returned to my family in the event of my death, I put my foot down and said absolutely not. Too morbid. No way. My father-in-law, who lives a few blocks away and eats dinner with us 2 to 4 nights a week, got on my case about how I was making things difficult for my husband in the event that he will be a grieving widower with a newborn. I'm just gonna add here that I've had a completely complication-free pregnancy and have no reason to think I will die screaming in the coming weeks. When I tell my husband this, he calls me paranoid, but I feel like my father-in-law wants me to die. His whole life identity for the past 35 years has been amazing single dad, never dated or had close friends or even hobbies really, and it seems like he's looking forward to being able to guide my husband through what he went through. At this point, I'd honestly be happy to never see my father-in-law again, and I certainly don't want him in the delivery room, especially since he told me he was putting his foot down about me not being allowed to have an epidural or laughing gas. He's a commanding presence and I know that whatever he wants in the delivery room, he will get. I know people will say L&D nurses would never let that happen. But you haven't met this man. My husband, in addition to backing his dad on everything, acts like my due date is my death date, and is completely pulled away from me. Every minute with him is morbid, stressful, and a reminder that our marriage seems to be crumbling. No matter how many times I tell him his behavior makes me stressed and upset, it's just getting worse, and I do not want it around me while I'm concentrating on giving birth. Do I owe it to my husband to let him stress and upset me during labor? Is his presence at the birth more important than a safe and healthy delivery? My therapist says no, but this whole thing has been so weird I feel like I need some outside perspective.
My husband kept pushing me to turn our duo into a trio with my best friend, so I am pulling the plug in this marriage and hitting the brakes of giving him a child. I, 26, met my husband, 35, 7 years ago, and we have been married for 5 of those years. I love my husband and all that he has done for me, but I fear that my marriage and my relationship with my best friend are now over. Not to mention I just found out I'm pregnant, and this only started happening after I told my husband. For context, my best friend, Mia, knew my husband before me, and they were incredibly close before I even knew him. When I first met my husband, I suspected something was going on between them, but they always denied it. However, they admitted while they were drunk that they were indeed sleeping together before I got with my husband. Even though it's not important now, it still plays on my mind, you know, especially considering what just happened. Anyway, 2 weeks ago my husband suggested a threesome for the first time, and I was already not on board with it. I quickly said no and hoped he'd never bring it up again. 2 days after that he suggested it again, and I once again declined. He asked again that night after we had intimacy, and once again, I said no. After that, he stopped asking, and I thought that was the end of it. However, 3 days ago he asked me out to lunch, and I was pretty excited considering he never takes me on dates anymore. When we got to the restaurant, my best friend was sitting there and was confused because he never mentioned that she'd be there. The vibe was weird from the start tbh, but I tried to think nothing of it. Halfway through the lunch, my husband asked me again I want to consider the idea of a threesome again, and I thought it would be a good idea if Mia was involved. I didn't know what to say. I asked if Mia knew about this, and she said yes, and that she'd known about his plans for over a month. I was devastated. I said no, paid for my meal, and left with my car. I feel so betrayed and hurt right now. I have no words. This man is meant to be the father of my child, but I can't look at him. I've been staying with my mom, and he's been phoning me and calling me dramatically, and that he'll just drop it. Mia has been spamming me too, saying the same thing. I don't know what to do. Update the next day. They both agreed to arrange a talk with me this morning, and I'm not even that shocked, but I still can't stop crying. When I arrived, they were sitting so close to each other, it genuinely made me feel so sick. They didn't seem upset at all. They were just talking like normal and even smiling, which is so gross to me, seeing as they both know how upset I am right now. Anyway, when I sat down, I flat out asked them if they had been seeing each other behind my back, and everything I've been suspecting these past 3 days was confirmed. They had been sleeping with each other. I am so heartbroken right now. I don't think I can carry this child. These past few days have felt so unreal, and I'm a wreck. I know that it's early to decide this, but I do think termination is the correct decision for me. I also asked him why he decided to tell me now and not earlier or when I wasn't carrying his child, and he literally just shrugged and shook his head and then said I don't know. As if that was a good enough answer. Mia was mostly quiet the whole time, but I don't think she feels the slightest bit of guilt. To everyone saying divorce, that is most likely what will happen. I'm terrified, as I've known him for most of my adult life, and he is the only man I've ever been with. He is in control of our bills, our rent, and our overall finances. I literally have no idea what I'm doing. My mother-in-law has also started spamming me too. I blocked my husband's number, and I did the same with Mia. His mother won't stop messaging me. I blocked her number, but she then went out of her way to message me on Instagram and Facebook. She keeps saying I should have just done the threesome to make her boy happy. It's effing weird. Update 2. After the talk I had with both of them, I'm deciding that termination is the best option for me. I feel awful for our child. I didn't mention the termination. I felt it wasn't the right time to mention the divorce, as I'm sure he already knows that it's most likely what's going to happen, and I didn't want to mention the legal side of things in front of Mia. My husband left me to be with a girl half of his age, so I took the game to the next level and slept with his mistress's father. I used to be married to my husband Alan before we got divorced 3 years ago because he had an affair with the intern working in his office. He made the typical excuses like I fell out of love. She makes me feel special, and our intimacy life was boring. What made it worse was that his mistress, Lisa, was my daughter's friend, so it was disgusting on his part overall. My daughter and son don't have a good relationship with their dads, especially my daughter having cut his dad off out of her life. I was pretty devastated. My whole world fell apart. I am still in therapy for some issues. AP's father once came into my house and apologized for his daughter's behavior and that he had taught her better than this. His wife abandoned him and his daughter when she was little. So, he hoped that Lisa knew about how disappointed his father was. For some weird reasons, we continued to talk, probably because we were both betrayed spouses. He helped me go through with the pain. He eventually asked me out and said he hadn't had loving feelings for anyone since his wife left him. He knows it will make things complicated. I am also wrong. I was feeling vindictive at that point. In my mind, I kept saying you can have intimacy with your husband, I can have intimacy with your dad. I know it is silly and childish, but after we started dating, things have been great. He is a great partner and a lover. I do like Ezra. We have had multiple conversations about this. I had my doubts about it, but so far no red flag. Ezra has expressed that he wants to tell his daughter about this. I am not sure what to expect. How can I tell her that I am sleeping with her dad? My daughter knows and thinks this is hilarious. Also, I am only continuing this relationship because I know Lisa will get bored of my husband one day. Update. Yesterday, Lisa came for lunch at Ezra's house. It was a surprise. I was there. When she saw me, she asked what I was doing here. Ezra told her that he had been dating me for a couple of months, and this is what he wanted to tell her next week. He didn't know it would be too fast. Lisa was not happy. She kept saying she didn't approve of it. It was so weird. How could he do this to her? There was screaming from her and told me to get out. Ezra wanted to calm her down, but nothing worked. I wanted to tell her to sit down and talk, but she was about to grab me. Before that, Ezra stopped her. He also yelled at her that she dared to tell him who he should date when she shamelessly dated a married man, and that too someone who is her friend's father. At least his relationship is inappropriate because we are both the same age. She needs to look at her life and its poor choices. She lost her friends, she lost respect in the eyes of her family, and she almost lost her job because of her affair. She has no say in who he dates when she doesn't listen to him about Alan, my ex. If it makes her uncomfortable, she needs to deal with it herself, because my ex and her relationship makes everyone uncomfortable. Ezra even said she was turning into her mother, a selfish woman who abandoned her family. That seems to have triggered Lisa. She shouted that he must have done something. That is why she left him. She even commented that my husband left me because I must have done something. This is odd because while the affair was going on, my husband wasn't distant at all, or showed any signs of cheating. I got to know that from my daughter. There were a few more screaming matches and she left. I honestly felt bad, and then it hit me. She may be carrying her anger towards her mother to her relationship. She must be under the impression that her mother must have left and cheated because of something her father did. I don't know what lies my ex told her, but she used that to justify her affair. In her mind, she is saving a man from a bad marriage because she wants to save her mom or dad. I know it sounds complicated, but that's what I think. She is carrying trauma into her relationship. That very night, I sat down with Ezra and told him we needed to take a break from our relationship. He said he didn't want to talk to her anymore. I tried to explain things to him. Her daughter dating my husband has made things complicated enough, and me dating him would make this thing even more twisted. And moreover, the issue seems to be bigger than us. His daughter needs him. She never had that stable home and guidance. She is confused right now. She needs her dad now more than ever. He needs to focus on his relationship with his daughter first. It took a while, but he agreed to at least try it. And yeah, I did get a colorful message from my ex after his Lisa left. He said it was inappropriate and poop. I pointed out his hypocrisy, that he didn't think it was inappropriate to F his daughter's friend or ask for my permission. Why does he think he has a say in my relationship? Update: things are normal now. Ezra and I are back to normal. It has been 2 weeks since. I don't know in detail what happened, but I am just sharing what Ezra shared. He and his daughter had talks and fights about this whole situation. His daughter's defense is that I am a selfish woman. My ex was unhappy in his marriage. I am only dating her dad to get revenge on her. Ezra retaliated and asked if she had any proof of me mistreating my ex-husband besides his words. How does she know he is not lying to get into her pants? How does she know if he was the one who mistreated me in our marriage? She made a lot of assumptions about me without even knowing me. She doesn't understand the lies and manipulation he told her just to get her. That a man telling you he will leave his family of 30 years for you is not something to be proud of. If a man can betray his family so easily for a younger woman, he can betray anyone, even her. Lastly, he said she had no right to say anything about his relationship when she didn't even listen to any of the words and advice he had about dating my ex-husband. She lost her right to judge him the moment she became a homewrecker. She said that she is an adult and she can do whatever she wants, but she is a hypocrite if she objects to her father's relationship. If she is uncomfortable with me around, then she should suck it up. He is still uncomfortable with her dating a 50-year-old man whose daughter is almost the same age as her. As for my ex-husband, he hasn't stopped commenting on how weird this is. I shut him down by saying that dating a girl the same age as his daughter is weirder. At least I am dating someone closer to my age. Did he give a poop about what his daughter is feeling when he is out here effing her former friend? Then he has no right to call this weird. I don't know if my ex and Lisa will stay together. I think she will make it work somehow just to spite her father, but from what I have seen, she has been doubting her relationship with my ex. Ezra got her into therapy. He is also attending along with her. And we got back together because we both realized we had strong feelings for each other. We are already very old. We have come a long way in our life. Our children are grown. We have achieved all the milestones and want to relax and have fun. Bonus: I don't have to have pregnancy scares because I can tell I am already going through menopause. My husband met my high school bullies and sided with them to bully and publicly humiliate me. Now he's devastated because it dawned on him that I am leaving. We flew out to our hometown and spent Thanksgiving with family. Everything went well. Friday, we decided to spend the day going out in our hometown and checking out new things since it's been years since our last visit. We stopped by a quick noodle restaurant for lunch. Guess who's eating in there? A few of the female bullies that ruined my life in high school. Brief backstory: my husband was friends with most of the people in school, including the popular crowd that bullied me. He knew they bullied people, but didn't know the extent of their bullying. I was an outcast with a small circle of fellow outcast friends. My husband and I didn't know each other back then. The bullying was so bad, they had me jumped and resulted in me having broken bones, that my parents pulled me out for homeschooling. Never got to go to homecoming, never got to go to prom, etc. I'm still in therapy and physical therapy for the things they did to me. My husband was also friends with some of my fellow friends, but we never formally met until years later. He moved away shortly after high school and I moved back to our home state right before meeting my husband. Think invisible string theory. He wanted to talk to them immediately. I told him I was uncomfortable going over to them and reminded him what they did to me, but he insisted and pressured me to go. They squealed when they saw him, leapt out of their chairs, and jumped all over him. I awkwardly waved and said hi to them. They immediately changed their attitude and were not happy to see me. They asked, "Why are you here and why are you following our friend?" I asked my husband if he could take over the conversation, but he refused, so I told them that my husband and I are here for Thanksgiving weekend. They made a snide remark, "Oh, well, where is he? The dirty stinky FT man with the receding hairline over there? Even he wouldn't marry you. You're probably making him up." I didn't want to entertain this, so I asked my husband if we could go. He refused and said I was being rude. These girls were insulting me right in front of him and he had zero interest in defending me. He's never done this before, so I told him I was going to order for us and walked away. They made nasty comments about me as I was leaving. I got our drinks and asked him, yet again, if we could find a table elsewhere. The girls said, "Why do you keep stalking him? He doesn't want anything to do with you. Go away, you stupid little troll." So I told him I'm getting my food to go because I don't want to spend another minute here. He said to the girls, "Oh, guess what she said about you," as we walked in. Then he proceeds to tell them about me, reminding him about the heinous things they did to me. They of course denied they did any of that, then swore I did those things to them. He said I was vile to torment his friends back in high school. I said, "I can't believe that you're acting like this, so I guess I'll see you later." Luckily the counterperson witnessed everything that just happened and boxed up my food for me, along with utensils and napkins. I thanked her, gave her a tip, and headed for the exit. As I approached the exit, he blocked me from leaving. He immediately said, "Give me the ring back." I asked if he was serious. He asked yet again, "Give me the ring back now." I said no. He asked again and I asked him to let me leave. These girls are standing around laughing like hyenas at this point. A few people from the restaurant helped me get out of the restaurant. They returned to their table and I ran out in tears. I called my sister and begged her to pick me up. I walked as far as I could so they wouldn't attempt to bully me again. After telling her about what happened, we decided to get all of my belongings out of our hotel room and have me stay at her place and change my flight to an earlier time. My husband made zero attempts to contact me since the restaurant incident. My sister did some digging on FB and she the bullies, tagging my husband in many photos. They were all over him in every photo, along with others from our old high school. Of course they went to the bar the alumni always hang out/work at. I felt sick to my stomach looking at all of those photos. My husband knocked on my sister's door in the middle of the night after I finally fell asleep after crying myself to sleep. He asked if he could speak to me and that he effed up and needs to fix things. She sent him away. I woke up to missed calls and texts. I answered his call, asking him to give me space for the remainder of the trip and please respect my wishes. He said that I'm being dramatic and need to just listen to him. I got home on Tuesday. I made the impulsive decision to take temporary residence in our guest room an hour before he got home and somehow got most of my clothes, makeup and hair products, toiletries, etc. so I have zero reason to go back into the master bedroom. He got home late last night. I wasn't supposed to go back to work until next week, but I make my own schedule, so I decided to return today. I was hoping to avoid him this morning, but we crossed paths on my way out the door. He tried to hug me, but I rejected his advances and ran out the door. He yelled, "You can't avoid this forever," as I was heading to my car. He is right. I can't keep avoiding him forever. Him and I have never had any issues before the incident at the noodle restaurant. I don't know what to do. Our marriage has been perfect before this. No red flags at all. He was the only person I felt safe and secure with before the incident. The trust is completely gone and I no longer feel safe and secure with him. I don't think he will assault me or anything, but I cannot trust him to protect me and stand by me. What should I do? How would you handle this? Therapy? Divorce? Break? I don't know. I still love him so much, but I don't know if I should trust my current judgment. I really need guidance on how to navigate this. Update. We finally had our sit-down conversation last night after giving each other space. Long story short, I knew he was going to tell me he cheated. He denied it at first, but finally admitted it. So here we are, separating. I'm going to file for legal separation, meet with some lawyers, and get the ball rolling. Sadly, we have to live together for a while. We do have a guest room and I moved my stuff in while he was gone. Our state doesn't have adultery laws or anything, so I can't exactly get him for that. I'm going to wait to make any additional changes after I hire a lawyer so I don't screw myself. So for now, I have to live with him unless he chooses to leave. Update 2. The divorce was finalized a week ago. We did an uncontested divorce. I avoided sharing anything to avoid provoking him and taking this to trial. My attorney advised this, and for good reason. If my ex decided to take it to trial, it would have taken at least a year. We agreed to sell the house. I've been touring condos on the market. He didn't come after my salary and benefits. I didn't want any of his salary and benefits. No fights over our vehicles. I've never liked his car and he feels the same about my car. My attorney agreed that this process has been fair for everyone. His felt the same way. We honestly could have done this without lawyers, but I didn't want to take that risk. I wanted this over as quickly as possible and I'm glad things worked out that way. Our mutual friends sided with me, even though I've been saying they don't have to pick a side. I have no idea what I would have done without my therapist, attorney, friends, and family by my side throughout this mess. I kept my ring. I have no use for it anymore, but I don't want any of those girls to possibly have it. If he wants to put a ring on any of their fingers, he can buy a different ring. Call me petty. I don't care, but it would hurt if I saw any of them wearing my ring. I did get ahead of myself and date someone. For just under a month, he was also in a similar situation to mine, recently separated from his spouse due to infidelity and him being abused. Yes, he had proof and showed me things she said and did to him. Both of us realized we weren't ready for this yet and went our separate ways, but he's a great friend and we still talk. Yes, that's why I made a post asking for dating after divorce. I got a lot of backlash for that, but I needed to get myself out there at least once and I'm glad I did. It helped me move on. It helped the guy I was seeing as well and helped him learn to trust someone again. My now ex-husband found out about it and was devastated. In my state, you can date others while separated. As for my ex-husband, he's struggling. I'm not playing therapist because he's the one that caused all of this. I advised him to see a therapist. He's moving back to our hometown. His company has a location close enough to our hometown. I agreed to let him take all of the furniture, except anything in the guest bedroom. Again, sorry it took me a while to update. I needed to finish this process before sharing it here. Anyway, I'm glad this process was fairly easy, but my emotions have been all over the place. Update 3. He moved back to the dreaded hometown. I heard he's going on dates with someone, but it's not someone that peaked in high school. Hopefully, he learned his lesson and he doesn't do the same thing to whomever he settles down with. Back to them. Imagine destroying a man-child's marriage and he still doesn't pick you. Honey, we all know you tried when he got back. People talk and I know all about it. My husband neglected our sons after the birth of our daughter because he's always been a girl's dad. Now our sons are neglecting him too, but he has made his bed, so he has to lie on it. My husband, Jerry, and I have been married for 20 years. We have 5 children together. My husband, Jerry, was an amazing partner and a fantastic father to our children for many years. However, about 6 years ago, something changed. It's important to note that Jerry had always longed to be a dad to a daughter. It was his lifelong dream to raise girls. When we got married, Jerry frequently expressed his desire to be a father to his daughters. When I finally became pregnant for the first time, we both hoped for a girl, but instead, we had a boy. While Jerry was initially disappointed, he still poured his heart into our first child. We went on to have 3 more boys after that, and every time Jerry saw his brothers and sisters with their daughters, I could tell that he was feeling disappointed. Despite his disappointment, Jerry never treated our boys poorly. Instead of dwelling on his disappointment, Jerry showed his love for our boys. Every weekend, he would take them fishing or hiking, doing things they enjoyed. Our children became huge fans of their dad. Even when they were young, they always made special Father's Day cards for him and began understanding the holiday concept. Despite his initial desires, Jerry became our son's devoted father. 5 years after our youngest child was born, I unexpectedly discovered I was pregnant again. Unfortunately, this pregnancy was different and quite challenging for me, especially as I struggled with housework after 6 months. I felt ill most of the time. Jerry's mother arranged the baby shower as she always did, and it was a joyous occasion because we discovered we were having a girl. Jerry was so overjoyed that he shed tears of happiness and hugged me tightly. I was given extra care due to both my sickness and the fact that I was carrying a girl. I love all my children equally, but I couldn't help but notice a significant change in my husband after the birth of our first daughter, Ava. He began distancing himself from our boys, particularly our oldest son, Jeremy, who will turn 16 this year. The twins, Richard and Jake, are 13 years old, and the youngest, Archie, is just 11. Before Ava was born, Jerry was an active and engaged father to our boys, taking them on adventures and spending quality time with them. However, for the past 6 years, he has been emotionally and physically absent from their lives. I have tried my best to foster a healthy relationship between my husband and our sons, but unfortunately, my efforts have been in vain. He continuously refuses to divide his attention and affection between our boys and our daughter, citing that daughters require extra care and delicacy. Despite my numerous attempts, I have failed to bring them closer. I even suggested organizing trips where he could spend quality time with the boys alone, but he rejected the idea. Instead, he chose to take our daughter on trips, visiting only the places she was interested in. We would frequently argue about this issue, and the discussions would always come to a close with one of 2 responses from him: "I've always longed to be a girl dad," or "Our daughter needs me more than the boys." Just a year ago, I reluctantly gave up on trying to mend their relationship. Nowadays, I take our boys on trips and fishing expeditions, even though my knowledge about fishing is limited because my father never took me fishing. Unfortunately, I can't take them on hikes due to my fear of heights. Despite my shortcomings, I'm doing my best to be fun and engaging. My daughter Ava started school just last year, and her father, Jerry, has been spoiling her since then. While Ava is generally well behaved, I occasionally try to enforce stricter boundaries as I feel that Jerry is overindulging her. One particular habit that can be endearing yet irritating is her fondness for scribbling on papers and walls with crayons and creating cute drawings in unexpected places. As sweet as it may be, it can sometimes be exasperating. My eldest son, Jeremy, accompanied me in buying groceries one evening. When we returned home, the twins, Richard and Jake, remained there along with Ava. They didn't notice when Ava entered Jeremy's room and drew pictures of cats and dogs on his assignments and walls. Jeremy didn't express his irritation then but locked his door whenever he left the house. I thought my other children didn't quite enjoy Ava's company, although they never showed their annoyance directly. It seemed that they tolerated her solely because she was their sister. Recently, I argued with my husband regarding gifts. You see, Jerry typically buys gifts for special occasions. Just last month, we celebrated the birthday of my twin sons, and once again, Jerry bought a gift for our daughter Ava as well. This has become a habit of his. Whenever our son accomplishes something or has a birthday, he purchases a gift for our daughter, too, so she won't feel excluded. While I believe giving a gift to someone unrelated to the occasion might be somewhat excessive, I attempted to address the situation in a friendly manner. However, our conversation escalated into a tense argument late at night. It goes beyond just my husband. We spend Christmas with his parents and Thanksgiving with mine, and I've observed that everyone treats my children differently. She receives multiple gifts from her aunts and uncles during those occasions, and I understand that uncles and aunts can have favorite nieces or nephews in some families. However, it becomes unfair to my other children. Last Christmas, the same pattern was repeated. I brought it up in our argument, and the disagreement escalated quickly. Despite loving all my children equally, the evident discrimination between them prevents me from bonding with my daughter without upsetting my sons. Last night, I finally reached my limit. My husband arrived home earlier than normal. I was home since I took the day off from work. Archie had a quiz competition, and I'm proud to say he secured first place and won some Legos as a prize. However, when my husband came home, he barely congratulated him before heading to Ava's room to say hello. I was preparing dinner in the kitchen when I overheard an argument between Archie and Jerry. Ava seemed to want to build Legos with Archie but refused because he wanted to do it all by himself. In response, his father lectured him to be a good brother and gave him other similar advice. This upset my middle children, leading one of them to confront him, saying, "That's rich coming from a dad who doesn't give two shts about his sons. Your future is not looking brighter than a black hole." I was momentarily stunned, but I quickly composed myself when Jerry came to complain about our son's behavior. I told him bluntly, "You've made your bed, so lie on it." Though it must be painful to be called out by your children, he had it coming. While we've had a long and relatively smooth 20-year marriage, this issue has created tension. I don't wish to divorce him over this argument, as I want to create a happy and healthy environment for us all. My husband played a prank on me while I was in labor, so I gave him the biggest regret of his life of not seeing the birth of our child and kicked him out of the delivery room. My husband and I just had our first baby. My husband was excited and super supportive and caring throughout the pregnancy. The only this is that he became slightly obsessed with watching YouTube and TikTok videos of husbands pulling pranks on their wives while in labor. I didn't mind at first, but then he started casually joking about doing things he saw in the videos, saying it would be funny. I clearly stated my distaste for them and asked him not to do anything like what he saw. He agreed and continued to joke about it occasionally, but I brushed it off since I trusted him and thought nothing would come of it. The day of the delivery came, and I had been in labor for 8 hours, 12 hours total labor. I had just finished another round of contractions when my husband let out the loudest fart, turned to me, and said, "What the hell have you been eating, Miriam? It smells disgusting." I immediately recognized that as one of the pranks in the videos. Outraged at him not honoring what I asked him not to do, I demanded that he leave the room. He started to argue, saying it was just a joke, but I insisted, and luckily the nurse helped get him out. I went through the last 4 hours of labor by myself since my family lives out of state and I'm not close to my mother-in-law. After the delivery, I told the nurse he could come back into the room, and he was fuming. He started demanding that I tell him why I kicked him out. I calmly told him the reason, but he was pissed. He hasn't talked to me in a week. His mom is taking his side, saying that I was a complete bitch for kicking him out. Normally he would defend me from her, but this time he completely agreed. I might be the a-hole because I know how much he was looking forward to being there for the birth of our first kid, especially when he got to cut the cord, but I still kicked him out and refused to let him back in. The nurse asked a few times if I wanted him back, but each time I said no. Update: he has been bonding with the baby but not quite helping. When he felt like holding her, he would just take her from my arms, or if mother-in-law was around he would ask her to get the baby. Update 2: it's been a rough first week, but thankfully my mother arrived this morning to help out. I talked to my husband, as best I could since he is still upset and ignoring me, and told him how I was feeling. I have been feeling depressed and anxious since we brought the baby home, and that I understood why he was upset but asked him to please see my side. He told me that I had no right to kick him out and that our daughter would come to hate me one day for having him miss her birth. I started crying and begged him to please talk things through instead of saying things out of anger. He refused and said I was under his roof, so he had the final say. He called me a C for kicking him out of the delivery room. I didn't say anything else to him. I just started packing myself and the baby's things and planned on leaving. He yelled, telling me that I couldn't take anything he paid for, so I just took the baby and told my mom we were leaving. We are staying at a motel and will drive to my parents' house tomorrow. Update 3: over the past 3 months, my husband hasn't tried to contact us or check on the baby. It was hard to accept that he didn't seem to care. I found out he went on a trip with his friends during this time, which made things even clearer for me. I decided to file for divorce. It was a hard decision, but I knew it was the right one for us. When my husband got the divorce papers, he came begging for forgiveness. He said the divorce made him realize what he was missing, although he is still insisting that it was my fault because I am overreacting for something so small. I couldn't trust him anymore. His actions spoke louder than his words, and I needed to focus on creating a stable, loving environment for my baby and myself. I've recently started working again, which has been good for me. It's given me a sense of purpose and helped me stay strong. My priority now is to provide a happy and healthy life for my child and myself. I'm hopeful for the future and ready to move forward. My husband pressured me to meet my former high school bullies, and he humiliated me in front of them by asking for my ring back. Now, he's begging to reconcile, but I have made up my mind. We flew out to our hometown and spent Thanksgiving with family. Everything went well. Friday, we decided to spend the day going out in our hometown and checking out new things since it's been years since our last visit. We stopped by a quick noodle restaurant for lunch. Guess who's eating in there? A few of the female bullies that ruined my life in high school. Brief backstory. My husband was friends with most of the people in school, including the popular crowd that bullied me. He knew they bullied people but didn't know the extent of their bullying. I was an outcast with a small circle of fellow outcast friends. My husband and I didn't know each other back then. The bullying was so bad, they had me jumped and resulted in me having broken bones, that my parents pulled me out for homeschooling. I never got to go to homecoming, never got to go to prom, etc. I'm still in therapy and physical therapy for the things they did to me. My husband was also friends with some of my fellow friends, but we never formally met until years later. He moved away shortly after high school, and I returned to our home state right before meeting my husband. Think invisible string theory. He wanted to talk to them immediately. I told him I was uncomfortable going over to them and reminded him what they did to me, but he insisted and pressured me to go. They squealed when they saw him, leapt out of their chairs, and jumped over him. I awkwardly waved and said hi to them. They immediately changed their attitude and were not happy to see me. They asked, "Why are you here, and why are you following our friend?" I asked my husband if he could take over the conversation, but he refused, so I told them that my husband and I were here for Thanksgiving weekend. They snarked, "Oh, well, where is he? The dirty, stinky FT man with the receding hairline over there? Even he wouldn't marry you. You're probably making him up." I didn't want to entertain this, so I asked my husband if we could go. He refused and said I was rude. These girls were insulting me right in front of him, and he had zero interest in defending me. He's never done this before, so I told him I would order for us and walked away. They made nasty comments about me as I was leaving. I got our drinks and asked him again if we could find a table elsewhere. The girls said, "Why do you keep stalking him? He doesn't want anything to do with you. Go away, you stupid little troll." So I told him I'm getting my food to go because I don't want to spend another minute here. He said to the girls, "Oh, guess what she said about you," as we walked in. Then he proceeds to tell them about me, reminding him about the heinous things they did to me. They, of course, denied they did any of that, then swore I did those things to them. He said I was vile to torment his friends back in high school. I said I can't believe you're acting like this, so I guess I'll see you later. Luckily, the counterperson witnessed everything that happened and boxed up my food utensils and napkins for me. I thanked her, gave her a tip, and headed for the exit. As I approached the exit, he blocked me from leaving. He immediately said, "Give me the ring back." I asked if he was serious. He asked yet again, "Give me the ring back now." I said no. He asked again, and I asked him to let me leave. These girls are standing around laughing like hyenas at this point. A few people from the restaurant helped me get out of the restaurant. They returned to their table, and I ran out in tears. I called my sister and begged her to pick me up. I walked as far as I could so they wouldn't attempt to bully me again. After telling her what happened, we decided to get all of my belongings out of our hotel room and have me stay at her place and change my flight to an earlier time. My husband has made zero attempts to contact me since the restaurant incident. My sister dug on FB and saw the bullies tag my husband in many photos. They were all over him. In every photo, along with others from our old high school. Of course, they went to the bar where the alumni always hang out/work. I felt sick to my stomach looking at all of those photos. My husband knocked on my sister's door in the middle of the night after I finally fell asleep after crying myself to sleep. He asked if he could speak to me and said he messed up and needed fixing things. She sent him away. I woke up to missed calls and texts. I answered his call, asking him to give me space for the remainder of the trip and please respect my wishes. He said I was being dramatic and needed to listen to him. I got home on Tuesday. I impulsively decided to take temporary residence in our guest room an hour before he got home and somehow got most of my clothes, makeup, hair products, toiletries, etc. So, I have zero reason to go back into the master bedroom. He got home late last night. I wasn't supposed to return to work until next week, but I made my schedule, so I returned today. I hoped to avoid him this morning, but we crossed paths on my way out the door. He tried to hug me, but I rejected his advances and ran out the door. He yelled, "You can't avoid this forever," as I was heading to my car. He is right. I can't keep avoiding him forever. He and I have never had any issues before the incident at the noodle restaurant. I don't know what to do. Our marriage has been perfect before this. No red flags at all. He was the only person I felt safe and secure with before the incident. The trust is gone, and I no longer feel safe and secure with him. I don't think he will assault me or anything, but I cannot trust him to protect me and stand by me. What should I do? How would you handle this? Therapy? Divorce? Break? I don't know. I still love him so much, but I don't know if I should trust my current judgment. I need guidance on how to navigate this. My husband pressured my mom to include him in her will, but doesn't want me in his father's will. He is now calling me a gold digger, and his family is harassing me. My husband and I got married about 3 years ago. We don't have any children together, but I have 3 kids and he has 2 from previous marriages. We each only have 1 child still living in our home, and we plan to retire early, as we both have a decent amount in savings. Most of my husband's money does come from his family, as they are very well off. Recently, I got a phone call from my father-in-law, asking me to come over for lunch. When I did, he asked me if his son mentioned his will. I told him that it had never come up before. He explained that a few weeks ago, he was discussing his plans for his will with my husband, and brought up how he planned to leave a good sum to me and my 3 children. My husband apparently told him I wouldn't like that idea, as I wouldn't want anyone to see me as a gold digger. This threw my father-in-law off, as he didn't understand what that had to do with anything. My husband said he would talk to me about it, but it was probably best to leave us out of the will, and put it towards his 2 biological children instead. He hadn't heard back from my husband yet, so that was why he had invited me over. I told him I knew nothing of that conversation. He asked if I felt the way my husband described, and I told him no. If he chose to leave money to me or my children, I would appreciate it, but I was also never expecting it to happen in the first place. I just sort of sat there, staring off into space for a moment, because I couldn't help but find the entire situation ironic. About a year after I got married to my now husband, my mom had a health scare. She asked me to help her draw up a will, just in case. When I told my husband about it, he asked if he or his 2 children would be placed in the will. I told him I didn't know, but that would be up to my mom. He said she should add them, as we were a family now and adding them to the will would be symbolic, making us all an official family. I told him I'd ask, but wouldn't push the topic. I mentioned it to my mom, who said she was unsure, as she really didn't have much to give anyway. Eventually she did add all 3 of them to her will, and I found out later my husband had actually spoken to her about it. I found it odd that he pushed the issue, since both him and his kids are set up to inherit an incredible amount if anything happened to his dad, but just assumed he meant for it to be symbolic. Now, here I was talking to his father, who was telling me he wanted to add my children and I to his will, and my husband refused. I started crying, wondering why he would lie about this, and shared with my father-in-law what had happened 2 years ago. He got upset, and said he would talk to his son about the entire thing. I told him I was leaving, and on my way out, he told me that he knew I was a kind person who cared for both my own children and his grandchildren. No matter what may come in the future, he planned to leave me with something. He just hoped it would do me more good than harm if his family tried to fight it. I thanked him and left. A few days later, my husband came home and started screaming at me. He told me I had no right to speak to his father, especially about money that wasn't mine, that I was showing my true colors finally, revealing I had been after his family's money all along. I asked him to calm down. I said, "You are the one who should be getting yelled at. You, who pressured my mom into adding you in her will, saying it was only symbolic. Now your father actually wanted to add me to his will, and you told him not to. You didn't even talk to me about any of this." He said that the difference was that he was testing my family to see if they cared about him, while I was proving I was only after the money. I called him an idiot, and he called me a bee. The kids came into the room at that point, and so he grabbed his daughter and said they were leaving, and not to expect them back anytime soon. My son asked what was going on, and I told him I honestly didn't know. It has been weeks now, and he hasn't answered any of my calls or texts. His mom has been leaving me messages non-stop though, saying I had no right to hurt her son, and she knew I was a bad apple from the start. Now it seems she has gotten more family members in on it, so I have a huge number of egotistical rich people harassing me now, for something I had nothing to do with. I left a message with my father-in-law, asking him to please remove me from the will in order to stop the harassment. It quieted down after I sent the text, but still haven't gotten a reply from him or my husband. I'm not even sure what is going on, but I do have a feeling I should get a lawyer soon, at the very least, to prepare for a divorce if my husband continues to ignore me. My husband purposefully ruined Halloween for me because he has trauma, so I gave him the cold shoulder and he went into total maniac mode. I am pregnant with our first baby, and I am 6 months pregnant. This Halloween, I was clearly ecstatic to hand out candy to trick-or-treaters. Where I live, Halloween is a massive thing and everyone gets into it. I decorated the outside of our house, bought loads of candy beforehand, dyed a costume, and had been talking about it for weeks. However, my husband is a bit of a grouch when it comes to holidays. He had a bad childhood and heavily dislikes Halloween. He's always put up with it though, because he knows I love it. This year, whenever a trick-or-treater knocked at our door, he'd answer before I had a chance and scare them off, yell at them, and make scary noises to literal children. I'm talking like 5-year-olds. I told him to stop multiple times. He said he was having his fun and I needed to stop being such a party pooper. By the end of the night, I had only handed out candy to a few kids and was very clearly upset with him. He told me I was overreacting, but he knew I was excited for Halloween and he purposely went out of his way to ruin it. So since that night I've been giving him the cold shoulder. I've tried to express my disappointment but he just won't listen and says I'm hormonal. We have a conjoined friend group and some of them say I'm being an asshole and need to grow up because it's his child's holiday, while others say I'm totally reasonable because he ruined the holiday I was excited for. I was also mad he terrorized innocent children. I made sure to give extra candy to the children and apologized to them and their parents profusely. Update: I waited for my husband to come home from work. I messaged him and told him we needed to talk once he got home and he replied with a thumbs up. When he got home I sat him down and attempted to have a rational conversation with him, expressing my disappointment at the ruined holiday and why I was upset with him for terrifying children considering he was a soon-to-be father. I suggested that we go to couples therapy to discuss boundaries and behavior, and he goes to individual therapy to talk about his own issues. He blew up immediately, accusing me of disregarding his trauma and basically just yelling at me for being weak. He insisted he didn't need therapy, but his response reinforced that he did. He went as far as to punch a wall and destroy furniture, Total maniac mode. I had pre-packed a bag in case it led to this, thanks to your guys' comments, and I left for my parents' house. He was berating me as I left the house, but I paid no mind. My parents are obviously on my side. My older brother was absolutely furious and swore to beat my husband's ass. I told him not to do that. He's always been a bit over the top. I'm going to listen to everyone's advice and get a divorce. I don't want my baby surrounded by that kind of immature bully. I'm going to try and get full custody. Our house has cameras, so I have proof of his adult tantrum, so I hope that can be proof. My brother and dad are going to come with me to collect my things while my soon-to-be ex-husband is at work. I'll keep you guys posted. Thank you for all your support and helpful comments. I can't believe this happened all within the span of almost a day. Life is crazy. My husband quickly jumps into another woman's bed because I refused to buy him a Rolex. Now they are going nuts because I got engaged to his new girlfriend's ex. I and my ex-husband, Kevin, divorced, and the straw that broke the camel's back was when I came home with a present for him for our anniversary, and he accused me of getting it from whoever I was sleeping with and threw it away. He didn't even open the present, a Rolex watch he had looked at multiple times and expressed liking. I talked to a divorce attorney after this, and we filed within a month, and he moved out. I told my attorney about this, and he wanted to know where he moved out as Kevin wouldn't list his new address. It was revealed he had moved in with his new girlfriend, Jenny. I knew Jenny, as our oldest kids had been in the same class since pre-K. I also knew Jenny and her husband, Terry, just gotten divorced before us. It took over a year to finalize the divorce since Kevin couldn't agree to any terms. A few weeks after the divorce, Kevin and Jenny went public with their relationship on a luxury beach trip. Terry sent me a friend request that I quickly accepted. I'll admit, at this moment, I was being shallow because he's undeniably attractive. He's 6 feet 3 inches, tan from working outside on his farm, and fit, and he messaged me right after, just asking if I had seen the post. The conversation quickly turns into planning to get dinner and drinks one night. It was Kevin's first weekend with the kids, so Terry and I went out. It sounds sappy, but at that moment, I knew this could be something. It felt natural talking to him, and I didn't have to walk on eggshells or tiptoe around things. He was the first to look at me while I talked, and we agreed on almost everything. I invited him over after we left, and we had a few more drinks, watched a sappy love movie, and had so much fun making fun of how unrealistic it was. We finished a bottle and a half of wine, so I invited him to stay the night. He offered to sleep on the couch, but I told him he could sleep in bed since I still wasn't sleeping well and wasn't used to sleeping alone. The next morning, I made breakfast for us, and we agreed that we should do this another time, and it was great. Kevin texted me that he would drop the kids off as we ate. Terry rushed to her dressed and left. It felt terrible making him leave like that, and of course, the first thing Kevin asked was if he saw Terry's truck coming down our road. I told him nope, and he dropped the kids off and left. That was 4 years ago, and shortly after that, Terry admitted to me that he wanted a relationship, and I said yes. We kept it private because it's no one's business to know, as long as we were happy together. We just celebrated our 4th anniversary, and beginning in November, Terry started to hint that he wanted to propose and wanted me to move to his farm in another town since he lived an hour and a half away. Our anniversary was December 1st, and he planned a surprise dinner for all our friends to propose to me. I couldn't believe that he did all this for me. All our friends were incredibly supportive and agreed that we seemed happy together and deserved to be happy with each other. The next day, I made a post that we were engaged. This was the first post about Terry and I on each other's page. Right after the post, we started getting calls, texts, FB messages from Jenny's family and Kevin's family, and Jenny sent a long message to Terry saying she couldn't believe we would do this. They didn't check with them first, and how insensitive it was to get engaged when we knew she and Kevin were on a break because of the fighting. He ignored all her messages until we both got messages from my family saying we were shitty people for getting engaged despite Jenny and Kevin and how they no longer wanted to see my kids and wouldn't be attending the wedding. Terry started to help me sell my house since he also works for a real estate company, and we packed all my stuff up, sold all the furniture, and moved into Terry's house. I left and got a job at his company as a secretary. He has 2 sons, who treat me very well. They don't call me their mom, I don't expect them to either, but they tell people I'm their stepmom, and they surprised me with a basketball mom shirt with their names and numbers for Christmas. I couldn't stop crying after seeing it because it was so meaningful to see how they considered me their stepmom. Kevin had the kids for Christmas, and we were supposed to begin the normal split custody in January. Since the first of the year, the kids have said they don't want to see me, and Kevin said he's talking with an attorney to change our custody schedule and that he wants full custody. I am finally happy with someone who loves me, planning a very small wedding with only friends and family that supported our relationship, and having 2 new stepsons who love me, but I feel so empty without my kids. I took them to meet Terry, and he had been to dinner with us a couple of times. He treated them like his own, and he never got onto them or was mean to them. I feel so conflicted about what to do. My kids won't even talk to me over the phone and refuse to see me. So, am I the asshole for getting engaged to Terry? Update: after that post and the advice, I called my lawyer, who agreed that he couldn't keep the kids from me and was doing something to make them flip like that. He did say we could go to court, but I told him I wanted to try and resolve it without court first. I'm not ashamed of it, and I'll admit it. I see a therapist for my health. I talked to her about having a session with my kids, and she agreed. I called Kevin after that to say I wanted to talk with only the boys, and he could drop them off, but he could not attend. The therapist was finally able to get them to open up, He turned the story to that Terry and I had an affair for years before we got divorced, and even tried to tell the youngest that Terry could be his dad because I was cheating then. This isn't true, as I never cheated on Kevin in our entire relationship. I could tell the kids the full truth, and I felt like a 50-pound weight was lifted off my chest. After, I had never been happier to hug all three of them. I expressed how much we missed them and were happy to have them home. And completely unexpected was all three hugged Terry next. Terry isn't one to cry about much or very easily, but the second they hugged him, I saw his eyes water up, and I knew I was making the right decision and had picked someone who loves these boys as much as I do. They spent the weekend with us, and I told the older two the full story about Kevin and Jenny, how their marriage fell apart, and invited them to live with us again. They both said they wanted to, but they didn't want to be around us since Kevin had fed them lies. They leave school in May and plan to move with us for the summer. This will hopefully be a good opportunity for them to bond with Terry's kids and their friends. I will not be pushing them to move here as it's their choice, but deep down, I hope they do. I told my youngest a more watered-down version of events. I told him that Kevin was his real dad and that what he told him about Terry was untrue. He seemed to understand it. So, for now, Kevin is fine with the boys moving here for the summer. All three asked him instead of me, which helped a lot. Showing him, it was their decision instead of mine. To say I'm excited is an understatement. I'm over the moon with how much this is working out. I've talked with my lawyer, and he said the older two can decide where they go, while Kevin and I would have to agree on our youngest. I don't want full custody as I think kids need their father in their lives, but my lawyer is urging me to fight for full custody. With travel sports starting up, Kevin and I agreed on a temporary agreement of me getting the kids on weekends that they have a game. I will pick them up on Fridays, go to the game on Saturday, and bring them home Sunday. We've been talking with lawyers about a permanent agreement. They agreed with the older two having a decision as long as they didn't miss anything required, such as school. My husband refuses to cancel his bros-only trip to help with our newborn, but I told him that if he goes, we won't be in his life anymore. I gave birth to our first child, Olivia, 2 months ago. Being a first-time mom has been both beautiful and overwhelming. My husband, Jake, was incredibly supportive during the pregnancy and promised that after Olivia was born, he would be there for me every step of the way, especially during those challenging first few months. Before Olivia was born, Jake and his friends had been planning a bros-only trip for this summer, a week-long vacation to a mountain cabin for hiking, fishing, and bonding. When the trip was being discussed, I reminded Jake that Olivia would only be a few months old, and we would be deep in the newborn phase. He reassured me that if things got too tough, he would cancel the trip to help me, and I trusted him. Now that Olivia is here, things have been harder than I anticipated. Between the sleepless nights, breastfeeding struggles, and just trying to adjust to motherhood, I've been feeling overwhelmed. Jake has been helpful, but I can tell he's excited about this trip, which is coming up next month. Last week, I asked Jake if he could consider canceling the trip, reminding him of his promise. I told him that I was struggling and that having him gone for a whole week would be tough on me. He seemed surprised and a bit hurt that I was asking him to cancel. He said he's been looking forward to this trip for months and that he needs a break, too. He also pointed out that his parents lived nearby and could help if I needed support while he was away. I understand that Jake needs a break and wants to spend time with his friends, but I can't help feeling like this is a time when I need him by my side. While I appreciate his parents' help, I try to explain that it's not the same as having him here. Jake said that I was being unfair by asking him to cancel the trip after all the planning that went into it and that I needed to trust him to make sure I'm supported even if he was not physically there. Now, we're at a bit of a standoff. Some of my friends think I should let him go, saying that it's important for him to have some time away, especially after all the stress of becoming a new dad. But others agree that it's too soon for him to take off for a week, and that he should prioritize being home with Olivia and me. So am I the a-hole for asking my husband to cancel his bros-only trip to help me with our newborn after he promised he would? Update: after putting Olivia to bed, I went straight to bed, feeling utterly exhausted. Jake was already asleep, but for some reason, the weight of everything just hit me all at once, and I started crying uncontrollably. My sobbing woke Jake up, and he immediately asked me what was wrong. I told him I was just tired, but then I opened up about how anxious I'd felt about his trip and being left alone with Olivia. I admitted something I've been reluctant to say out loud, that Jake hasn't been as involved as I thought he would be. This was one of my biggest fears when we discovered we were having a baby. For context, Jake has a rocky relationship with his own dad. I won't go into detail about why his dad isn't the best, but his mom, my mother-in-law, remarried when Jake was in middle school, and his dad wasn't very present in his life. Jake has expressed to me before that becoming a father was scary for him because he's afraid of being a bad one, just like his dad. When he first told me that, I thought it would make him into a great father, because it showed how much he cared about being a good dad long before we were even pregnant. When I vented to him about all of this, he first tried to defend himself. He admitted that he's been freaking out about having a baby for so long and just didn't want to tell me. He said he didn't want to stress me out while I was pregnant because he knows how much I've always wanted to be a mother. Hearing him say that made me feel guilty, like I hadn't seen how much he's been struggling internally. I had tried to convince him that he would be a great dad when we had this conversation long ago, and now it all felt more complicated. I thought to myself, this can't go on much longer. I realized that if he was going to keep pulling away like this, I didn't know if I could handle it. So I asked him, is this what our life will look like from now on? Me with Olivia and you away? Because if it is, Jake, Then I don't think I can continue on like this. Jake told me to calm down and assured me he wasn't going anywhere. Then he got really emotional. He even started to tear up. He said he didn't want to turn into his dad, and that he hadn't realized that going on this trip could be a preliminary step toward becoming the absentee father he feared he might be. He apologized for not considering me and Olivia as much as he should have. Long story short, Jake called his friends and told them he wouldn't be able to make the trip. He's even started planning a little family getaway for the three of us next year when Olivia is a bit older. It was a tough conversation, but I feel like we're on the same page now, and I'm hopeful that things will get better from here. My husband spent $45,000 behind my back to buy his parents a very expensive car, so I told him that he lost the privilege to name our daughter because he broke my trust. My husband, Gary, and I are expecting our first child in a little more than 3 months. As you can imagine, things have been quite hectic as we prepare. Overall, Gary is an excellent spouse. However, he has an issue regarding his relationship with his parents. Gary's family lived in extreme poverty for most of his life. It was so bad that his parents would regularly skip meals so that he and his brothers had enough to eat, and they came close to homelessness several times. Fortunately, Gary and his brothers were all able to secure good stable jobs and have worked hard to pull their parents out of poverty. The biggest issue I have with Gary is that he spends excessively on his parents. Around the time we met, he had just taken out a mortgage on a nice house for them. This strained our relationship at the time because I didn't want him to make any major financial commitments to other people before we were married. This was perhaps the biggest example until now. In the past few weeks, I've noticed Gary talking with his brothers about buying something else for their parents. I was curious, so I asked him, and he mentioned something about how he and his brothers wanted to buy a car for their parents since their old one was starting to have issues. I asked him not to spend too much because we're expecting a baby and don't know what expenses will arise in the coming months. He reassured me that he wouldn't. Gary has been working later than usual for the past 2 weeks or so. I even overheard him telling a friend in our neighborhood that he needed to work longer hours because he was about to make a major purchase. I admit this next part may seem wrong, but I was frustrated with his late hours, so I logged onto his home laptop. I saw that on Tuesday, he made a $45,000 wire transfer. Of course, I was fuming seeing he spent that much, and my curiosity got the better of me, so I checked out his WhatsApp, also on his computer, and read some of the messages he was sending his brothers. Turns out they are preparing to drop around $105,000 on a car called a G90 for their parents. Gary sent the $45,000 to his brother who lives in the same city as their parents. I saw a few pictures of the specific car, and read some of the messages he was sending the dealership rep about being fully on board, and all this made me feel sick to my stomach. When Gary came home, I confronted him about this. I said that he was irresponsible for spending that kind of money without consulting me and that I wanted him and his brothers to cancel the whole thing for the time being. Gary became very defensive and started saying that we had more than enough money in case of an emergency and that he'd work overtime for the next few weeks to make it back. We argued. I called him a liar. He said I broke his trust by going through his computer. I got so angry, angrier than I'd ever been, and I told him that since he spent this kind of money without telling me, he lost the privilege to name our daughter. He got frustrated and said I was too much. We ended up not eating together and even slept separately last night. We have also not spoken since, as he left extra early for work today. I personally think he's being too stubborn, but my best friend thinks I'm too harsh and that I should apologize. Am I the a-hole? My husband spilled wine all over me so he could get me to wear the dress he bought me for his friend's birthday, so I walked straight out of the upscale restaurant and made him an embarrassment. I would like to start in saying that my husband comes from a well-off family and most of his friends are well-off as well. Unlike me and my family, we come from a humble, working class and don't own a lot of assets like my in-laws do. My husband cares about appearances. At first he didn't try to control how I look, but did buy me things he said I'd love, but nothing was my style really. After marriage he sat with me telling me I get 100% to choose how I look except when I'm with him or his family, and introduced me to brands to choose my new clothes from, and I started wearing them whenever I'm with his family and friends. Although it limited my choice on what to wear because I'm more into simple things. For his friend's birthday that was celebrated at an upscale restaurant, my husband bought me a $300 dress to wear for the occasion, but I didn't like many things about it. I told him I'd just wear my $60 floral maxi dress. He didn't think it was a good idea and said I was violating the rules he gave after we got married, but I said the dress he bought wasn't my style. I said I either wear my dress or not go. He said fine then whatever, but still wasn't happy. We got to the restaurant and no one said anything about my dress, except his other friend who said I looked great. After dinner, my husband moved quickly and spilled wine all over my chest and lap. He freaked out and said that he thankfully had a replacement, then pulled out the $300 he previously wanted me to wear out of the bag. This whole time I couldn't help but think he deliberately spilled the wine on my floral dress to force me into wearing the other dress. He handed me the dress and told me to go change. I got up, but instead of going to the restroom, I made my way to the door. He asked me to wait, but I kept walking while opening my phone to get an Uber to get me home. I stood outside and started arguing with him. He said he didn't get why I was behaving like this and embarrassing both him and myself like that. I said that he looked down on my dress and tried to trick me into wearing what he wanted by spilling wine on me. He told me to go back inside, but I said I won't move till my Uber arrived. He threw a fit calling me an embarrassment and stood there till I left. At home he went off saying I could have worn the dress and not make a scene, and then doubled down and walk out. Again, I said he disrespected my choices and implied I was an embarrassment. He said he was just calling a spade and I should quit acting so insensitive and getting offended over nothing. He said I made a joke out of him in front of his friends, and one of them, the one who complimented my dress, and the one who constantly tries to video chat with me whenever he sees me online, tried to call me but I didn't respond because he made me feel uncomfortable. Am I the a-hole? Did I handle this right? My husband stole my car keys and passport so that I would take care of his nightmare niece. Now I'm walking out and never looking back. Plus all update. My husband became the legal guardian of his sister's daughter 2 months ago. She lost her single mom last year. My in-laws took her in, but they were too old. That was when my husband became her legal guardian despite my concerns. He told me that he would take care of her completely. We got married a year ago after 15 years of dating. I had a very successful career in a physically and mentally demanding field. I had to travel a lot. We wanted to start a family, and I agreed to be a stay-at-home mom. I quit my job a few months into the marriage when I got pregnant. Sadly, I had a miscarriage. Then his sister died, and everything was on hold. In the meantime, I took a part-time job in a related field that allows remote work so that I am not bored out of my mind. My sister-in-law was a nurse. She quit her job to take care of her daughter full-time. Her daughter has a variety of issues, including nonverbal autism, a series of developmental disorders like dyslexia, and severe sensory issues. My husband says that he does most of the work, but he doesn't. Since I am working from home part-time, most of the caretaking falls to me. She gets angry and has meltdowns all the time. She doesn't like the food I make, and most of the time, she throws food at the floor or me. I am at my wit's end. It is so emotionally exhausting. Around December 15th, my husband worked late and asked me to take care of dinner. She is very picky about food. The slightest change in texture or taste from what she is used to can cause a meltdown. She threw the plate at my feet, and I ended up bleeding. At that point, I called my husband and asked him to come home as soon as possible. He said he wouldn't be able to. I went to my room and told him I was no longer dealing with this. He came hours later, and she was still crying. He was furious at me. He called him heartless and irresponsible. I told him I had had enough of both of their ungrateful behavior and told him that I was going to my mom's and I wouldn't be back until New Year's. He panicked and tried to apologize, but I left. He called me every day, asking me to come back. I finally came back, and he told me that my stunt had forced him to take all available leave to stay home with her. He told me that he was glad I was back. I told him that I contacted my former company and got my old job back, and it starts next Monday. It is in office and requires a lot of travel. He asked me who was supposed to stay at home as she could not be left alone. He had no more leaves, and full-time caretakers were too expensive. I told him he promised to care for everything when he became her guardian and that it was his problem. As you can guess, my family supports me, and his family thinks I am extremely selfish. So, I am asking for judgment from impartial strangers. Update: I wish I could say things got better. My husband took a few days off to interview special needs nannies/caretakers. He found a good and experienced person to take on the job. He hired her for 9 to 6 during weekdays. One day, she said she could not make it for a couple of days due to an emergency. My husband had a meeting he couldn't miss and asked me to look after his niece for the day. I refused, and he took my car keys while I was getting ready and left before I noticed so that I could not go to work. I grew up with a narcissistic, gaslighting father who did stuff like this all the time. I told him to come back in 1 hour or call CPS, and once they got there, I would call a cab and get to work. He ended up driving back, which turned into a big fight. I told him that if he did it again, I would walk out and never look back. He apologized and said that he was just desperate. The worst happened 2 weeks ago. I needed to travel for a few weeks for work, and I could not find my passport. I am very organized, and I knew I did not misplace it. I ended up calling the non-emergency helpline. They ransacked the house and found the passports hidden in his gym bag. It is a crime to steal passports, and they asked me if I wanted to press charges. I said no. Another fight. He told me that he needed me at home that weekend due to a social welfare visit, and he knew that I would not stay even if he had asked me. I kicked them both out of my house, and I told him I would call the police if he came near me again. My house is a premarital asset. Thank God for that. I told him that I would be filing for divorce. The welfare visit turned into SHT as neither of them was living there when the worker showed up, and the social worker also knew about the recent call to the non-emergency helpline. So, all in all, she was not impressed with our bullshit. He came by 2 days ago. He told me that he ended up moving in with his parents. They own and live in a small 2-bedroom apartment. That doesn't qualify according to welfare norms. He ended up asking me for another chance. He asked if I would consider letting him and his niece stay until they figure it out, or she would have to go to the state's care. He told me that there was no way he could afford rent and a carer and begged me. I told him that I could never forgive what he did. He knew my past with my father, and he still went ahead and did it. He suggested they could move in, and we can work on this at couples counseling. I told him I could never trust him again and that it was over. He asked me if he could get his parents to take in the niece or even relinquish her care to the state if I would give him another chance. I think months of worth of anger burst that day. I told him that even though it may appear as if the problem between us was his niece, it was actually him. He didn't ask me before taking her in. He did nothing to help. He waved my concerns away whenever I felt burnt out. He took on a responsibility without consulting me and dumped everything on me. He chose to take my keys. He chose to hide my passport. I told him things may have been different. His niece and I may have adapted and become a family if he hadn't made the wrong choice, at my expense, at every turn. I told him to get out of my house, it was over, and I never wanted to see any of them ever again. I still don't know if my actions are right or wrong. I still have not started the divorce proceedings yet, but I will soon. For now, I am taking a break as it has been a very emotional and draining couple of weeks. My husband thinks that my whole world revolves around him and I am his servant because I lost my job, so I poured our marriage down the drain. I lost my part-time job due to COVID and I've basically become a little housewife. I'm fine with that, as that has always been my role in my relationship anyway. It's just less hard to keep up with now. I'm also in school for nursing, but obviously I'm doing that from home. My husband works full-time and works hard. His commute to work is very long, over an hour each way. We go running together every day, and because I know it's a lot of stress for him, we meet 20 minutes away from our home so he doesn't have to come home and drive back out. He calls me when he's 20 minutes away, and I leave. Today, I was 7 minutes late as I had to turn off all the lights and get myself together before leaving the house. When I got there, he copped a major attitude with me for being late, refused to even speak to me, for being 7 minutes late. I tried to explain that I had to put my shoes on and turn out the lights, but he wouldn't talk to me. The run was very awkward, and when we got home, he said that he felt he had every right to be angry, and stomped off upstairs. I've had a lot of pent-up feelings about the fact that he has always expected me to be at his beck and call. It's like he thinks the whole world revolves around his time schedule because I lost my job. Anytime he's hungry, or thirsty, he yells my name. He doesn't even serve his own plates anymore. It's like he thinks I just sit in the dark with my hands folded, waiting for him to call. At this point, I knew he was being ridiculous, and I was just so upset that I did something that may make me the asshole. When he came downstairs, I told him that he could make his own dinner, his own lunch tomorrow for work, and I looked him straight in the eyes. I poured the pitcher of sweet tea I make him every week down the drain, and I said, "You can make your own sweet tea too, you ungrateful brat." And I walked out and drove to my mom's house. He's 12 years older than me, been married before to a housewife but got divorced. When we got married, he mentioned he wanted a housewife and that it was his goal for us to be stable enough to do that. So this may have been earlier than expected, but it's what he wanted anyway. Update 1. For now, I am staying with my parents indefinitely. My mom is helping me write a list of all the reasons I'd want to stay and all the reasons I'd like to leave. I have always been a very independent person and I think I've been lying to myself about my situation for a long time. I called him to tell him I wouldn't be coming home and he didn't really seem to care much, which did hurt a lot. Either way, I am going to get through this and I'm going to get my degree. I'm 19 and just figured out what I want to do. I feel like it's typical for me to not have a job when in school full-time anyways. Update 2. Well, I've left my husband, and it really wasn't over this one incident, but really a build-up of many. Before I even made the post, I wasn't completely blind to what he had been doing in terms of control. As weird as it seems, sometimes I just forget I am an adult and I don't have to just yes sir and listen to any man that's older than me. I'm an adult now. I make my own rules. I feel sick saying this, but I realize I had been viewing him as a parental figure and not a partner. It kind of makes my stomach twist to even type that, but that is what it is. I don't really want to analyze it right now, it's too gross. I'm honestly going through a really tough grieving time right now. I feel like such a failure. What's worse is that he does not care in the least. When I called him to tell him I was leaving, he said okay, let me know when you want to grab your stuff, we can have you moved out ASAP. And that was it. That was all he said before he hung up the phone. I'm really hurting. I loved him so much, and I think part of me just wanted to see if he was willing to fight for me and apologize. He was not, so that's that. But, although I'm hurting, I feel free. My mom has welcomed me back. She's so happy I am divorcing him. I got together with my friends who he wouldn't let me see. I watched TV shows he told me were too childish, and I've been wearing ugly sweatpants and oversized t-shirts that he always said made me look like a man. I got a wake-up call I desperately needed. I don't even want to be a housewife. I never wanted that for me. No hate on anyone who does. Honestly guys, it was hard and lonely work. I am going to get my RN, and then move on to my master's. You've all encouraged me in the best way possible. My husband threw me out of our house because my best friend told him that I am pregnant with another man. I ended up in the hospital and she finally revealed that she lied. She and I were best friends for over 10 years before all this happened. She was my sister, my friend, the person I trusted the most, but to her I was never anything, because if I had meant something to her she wouldn't have stabbed me in the back just because I married the man she wanted. And this is important because she did all this for that very reason. 8 years ago we met my husband at college. We were in our first year and he was the assistant one of our professors. The three of us became very good friends until he and I started dating. At that time she never told me that she had feelings for him, so I never questioned my relationship with him. During all these years I trusted her with very important things about my husband and myself. The last thing was the most important thing that I ever told her, and that was that I'm pregnant. I even told her before I told my husband because I took the pregnancy test while I was with her because I trusted her with my whole life. And when the test came back positive we both cried because it was a planned baby. She seemed so happy that my chest hurts knowing that all that was fake. 6 months have passed since that day and my husband started acting weird. He was always mad at me for absolutely no reason until I had enough and confronted him. He told me he's mad at me because he knows the truth. I asked him what he was talking about and he showed me all the infidelity evidence he has. They were chats from a dating app between a man and me. I never created that account. Someone else did and used my photos photos that I never posted and that I only have on my phone. In those chats I told this man that I was pregnant and that I didn't know if it was his or my husband's. In those chats I even talked to that man about recent intimate encounters while I was pregnant, and things like that no husband or wife wants to read about their partner. I told my husband that everything was fake and that I wanted to know where he got those screenshots, and he told me that they are screenshots of my old phone, a phone that I supposedly used to talk to other men. He told me that my best friend told him everything because she couldn't look him in the eye knowing the truth. Apparently she knew about my infidelities and told him to look for evidence on my old phone, and he did, and that's why he was acting weird the last few weeks. Of course I told him that my friend is lying and that she probably used my phone without me knowing to do that I never created any account and that I never slept with another man other than him in my whole life, but he didn't believe me. We had a fight and we called her to confront her, but all she said was that she was sorry but that she no longer wanted to keep lying to one friend to save the others. But we had a horrible fight, but she was calm as a effing psycho, insisting that I'm a cheater, and I couldn't convince my husband that it's all a lie because the evidence indicates that I'm guilty. So he was furious and told me to pack my stuff and get out, that he wanted a divorce and a paternity test. I went to my mother's house and we did the paternity test, which obviously indicates that the baby is his, but still he didn't believe me that I didn't cheat on him. We had a few more fights after we did the paternity test, and I ended up in the hospital because of the stress, and apparently that made my so-called friend see reason, because she told my husband that everything he saw was fake and that it was she who made both accounts, mine and that of the man I was supposedly cheating on him with. She said that she did it because she was jealous because since I'm pregnant he doesn't pay attention to her anymore. She is very good friends with both of us since we met him, and that she lost her mind and acted in the worst way possible. She also said that now she's really sorry, that she never thought all this would go this far and that she thought he'd just get mad for a few days and then forgive me because she knew that he loves me too much to forgive me anything. Since she confessed all that, he apologized in 1,000 ways, and we've talked a lot about what happened, and we have decided to give ourselves the space we need, and we will start going to therapy, but I don't know if that will be enough. Our relationship is at its worst. It's screwed up and I'm afraid we can't work this out. And how could we? We said and did horrible things. During a fight he told me to pack my stuff. I refused and he took me by the arm to do it. And he was hurting me, so I pushed him and he hit a piece of furniture, and that's when he took me by the arms again, but this time he did it to shake me. But he's much stronger than me. Not only am I skinny compared to him, but he's also really tall, and when he did that he really hurt me, and I don't know if we can be who we were in the past again. In the past we almost never fought, and if we did there was never any violence involved. How can we fix this? Update. Things have gotten a lot better since then. We talked to my now ex-friend, and she admitted to using my old phone to create that fake profile and also to message the other man, and I use quotes because that man never existed. It was her. She used that phone when she came to my house every day, since we had a business together. She knew where the phone was and she also knew that no one ever used it, so she had everything perfectly planned out, which is scary because she really needs help. I mean, with all this it is more than clear that she is a psychopath and needs help. She said all the things she did, and she had even told my husband that she drove me meet that man so many times, and she told him that I made her pay with her card for the hotel where I met that man, and the truth is that I was never in any of those hotels, but all of that was right there, and it looked real, so of course he believed her. She has been my friend for many years, but she has also been friends with him for over 8 years, so we trusted her and we never thought she would do something like that. And when she started telling all those lies it sounded real. In fact, the messages and everything looked very real, and I understand why my husband believed it, and if it had been the other way around maybe I would have believed it too. On the other hand, my husband and I are still trying to cope with all this. After that violent episode things got really hard between us. It is not easy to save a marriage once violence is involved, but we are trying. I came back home and for now things are fine. But sometimes it's really warm here and I wear t-shirts and he doesn't even want to look at me because I still have the bruises from his hands on my arms. And they don't look too bad now, but they're still there after almost 2 months of that episode, and I'm guessing they'll take a while to go away since I'm a very pale person and my skin is very sensitive. But my arms don't hurt anymore or anything like that, so I don't mind the bruises. He has apologized for what he did and I forgave him because it was something that affected us both, and I understand that we both got violent and we're both guilty for screwing up our relationship. But like I said, we're still trying to get over it, and I guess it will take a while to get over it. It won't be easy, but we are willing to work hard so that everything will get better by the time our baby arrives in a few weeks. That's why we started individual and couples therapy, so we hope everything gets better. Now we are focused on that. We're preparing her room and buying things for her, and for now that's working. Our relationship is slowly getting back to how it was before, and I'm really happy about that because we've loved each other for 8 years, and the last thing I wanted was to throw away our relationship after all that time, because I know how our relationship was and I know that this was the first time that we both reacted like this, and we promised each other that it will never happen again and we will do everything possible so that it does not happen again. My husband told me he wished I had died instead of his first wife and that I'm only half the mother she was. I am considering divorce because our relationship died that day, too. My husband Nick was married to his first wife Vanessa for 5 years, and they had 2 amazing kids, Luke and Lila. Sadly, Vanessa died in an accident 11 years ago when the kids were very young. I started dating Nick 8 years ago, and we started very slowly for obvious reasons. Nick has always been a little more distant than anyone I'd ever been with, but he and the kids lost Vanessa so young that I understood it. After 3 years of dating, Nick asked me to marry him, and I moved in. I've always had a great relationship with Luke and Lila, and they were happy that I would marry their dad. I had wanted an actual wedding, Nothing big, but Nick didn't want one, so we married at the courthouse with just Luke and Lila present. We had a really fast engagement, but it worked for all of us. I have loved being Luke and Lila's stepmom and officially adopted them after discovering I was pregnant with our son Casey. The kids have been so great with Casey and help out so much. Nick was wonderful during the pregnancy and had always been a loving dad and husband, but Nick has been pulling away a lot over the last few months. He's been even more distant than usual, working late nights and going away with friends almost every weekend. I've tried talking to him, but he's been impatient with me and the kids. I was pregnant in June and am now 21 weeks pregnant with a girl. The kids are excited to have a little sister, but Nick seems indifferent to everything and everyone. He's missed soccer games, Lila's birthday, doctor's appointments, etc. Casey is too young to notice, but their dad's absence hurts Luke and Lila. These kids are so good and lost their mom so young. I'm infuriated that Nick is ignoring the kids like this. Last week, I finally sat Nick down and told him that he needs to stop disappearing and be more present in our lives. We will have another child soon, and before we know it Luke and Lila will be grown up and going to college. After an hour of arguing, he screamed at me that he wished Vanessa was still alive and that I had switched places with her and died instead. He also threw in some awful comments that I need to stop pretending I'm Luke and Lila's real mom and that I'm only half the mom Vanessa was. The final straw was him saying that he never even wanted any kids with me but did it so I'd keep busy and leave him alone. I'm so beyond hurt right now. I know I'm just his second choice, but I've always tried to honor Vanessa and tell Luke and Lila how lucky they were to have her as their mom. I love all of our kids more than anything, and I'm just so heartbroken. Nick barely pays attention to Casey now and doesn't even acknowledge the pregnancy. He somewhat apologized this weekend and took all 3 kids to lunch, but he won't even look me in the eye. He seems to want to talk, but he doesn't say anything, and I'm too upset to even be near him. I'm not sure where to go from here. Honestly, I can't even be around Nick right now, and if there weren't any kids involved, I'd leave and never look back. I'm not sure if he's cheating or the thought of a 4th child is stressing him out, but I'm devastated and not sure how or why I should save this marriage besides doing it for the kids. Any advice is desperately needed right now. Update: I gave Nick a letter, and I tried to explain how hurt I was by what he said and I wasn't sure how we'd gotten to this place. I also tried to explain that I knew he was still in so much pain from Vanessa's death, and I would never try to replace her. Even though I try to be understanding of his grief and, likely, depression, I didn't sugarcoat how badly hurt I was by what he said to me. I know grief is extremely complex, but it doesn't excuse telling your pregnant wife you wish she was dead. It was a hard letter to write, but I tried to put forward some kind of resolution. If he meant what he said, then we divorce as amicably as possible for the kids. If he didn't mean it and was just lashing out, then we had to get couples counseling and he needed to get back to individual therapy if he wanted to stay together. Nick took the letter and locked himself in the guest room to read it. He didn't come out until the next morning, but he told me he needed to go away for a while and think. So he packed a bag, told the kids he had a business trip, and left that afternoon. Honestly, I figured our marriage was done as soon as he left. Luke and Lila knew something was up, but I kept telling them their dad had a big project for work and would be back soon. They were both upset. Neither believed the story about Nick's trip, so I set up some emergency sessions with their therapist so they would have someone to talk with. Nick was gone for over a week. There were a few short phone calls to ask how I was and talk to the kids, but there was a lot of radio silence during that time. He came home one afternoon when Luke and Lila were still at school and said he needed to talk. I figured he was going to ask for a divorce. He told me he felt very guilty for being happy with his life and like he was dishonoring Vanessa by living this new life with me. The guilt and sadness made him want to pull away, and he hoped I'd let him, which I did. He said he didn't mean the things he said and felt ashamed after he said them, but he just wanted me to leave him so that neither of us would be hurt anymore. I expected to hear that, but it didn't make me feel better. After reading my letter, I guess it drove home how much he had hurt the kids and me, so he left to see if he could fix himself and get back on track. He admitted he'd been depressed and needed help. I told him I meant what I said in the letter and would work with him if he wanted to work through it. He was more emotional than I've ever seen him, so I believed he was sorry for what he said. So we've been in marriage counseling, and he's back in individual therapy as well. He still has a lot of guilt about Vanessa, and I'm still hurting from everything he said and did, but I feel like we're slowly making progress in rebuilding the relationship. Nick is trying to make up for the things he missed while he was checked out, and he's been great with the kids. I've been having a lot of complications with my pregnancy, but Nick has stepped up to help with everything. He's been to every doctor's appointment and has been very supportive of the pregnancy since he came back. I know he has extreme guilt from saying he never wanted Casey or the new baby, and he's been trying to make up for that. We'll all stay in therapy as long as needed, but I feel more confident about our future as a couple and a family. I won't lie and say I'm positive everything has been fixed or that his words don't still hurt, but I feel we're on the right path. My husband told me he's sick of babysitting our newborn. Please help. I feel like I'm going crazy, and I've been cooped up at home with a screaming baby for so long it's perfectly possible that I've lost my mind. I'm 25 years old. I met my husband when I was 20, and he was 30. Even though we had a pretty significant age gap, our relationship always seemed to work. I liked that he was older and could guide me through life in a way someone my own age couldn't. He was very smart and charming, and I fell in love with him fast. We worked in an office together. He was one of the supervisors, and I was just a summer intern, but we ended up falling for each other despite our differences. My husband proposed after we had been dating for about 8 months, and I said yes since I thought he was the most perfect man a woman could ask for. I had always known him to be this level-headed, mature guy, so his behavior ever since I gave birth to our first child had been shocking and disappointing to me. Our baby has recently been having trouble sleeping, and I have been the only one getting up literally every single time the baby wakes up. I sat my husband down and told him very honestly how tired I was and that I needed support from him, especially while our baby was going through this restless period. He said that I should have expected this from a newborn, but he would try to help more either way. This only lasted about a week. He did start waking up to comfort the baby, but he just sort of stopped doing it after a week. I would always try to wake him up and ask him to go check on her, but he just grumbled and put a pillow over his head to better ignore me. He was starting to make me feel so alone, and I ended up asking advice from both my own mom and my mother-in-law. Both of them were very supportive, and both seemed upset when I told them about my husband's neglect. My mother-in-law actually called my husband the next day and chewed him out, telling him he needed to step up and take care of his child. It was her words towards him that really snapped him into action, and my husband started waking up every night for the baby and just generally watching her more often and actually giving me breaks to relax from childcare. My husband worked and told me to quit my job when I got pregnant, so I was home with a screaming baby 24/7, and I really appreciated that he had started to take her off my hands so I could have some time for myself again, even if it was just an hour or two here or there. Well, I guess it was all a pipe dream, because after only about 3 weeks of my husband actually watching the baby, he freaked out one night when the baby started crying and screamed at the top of his lungs that he was tired of this shit. His booming yell only made the baby start crying more, and he followed me into the baby's nursery while I tried to comfort her, still yelling. He called me lazy and said he was sick and tired of babysitting our little brat and that this was a wife's duty, not his, and he had no place watching the baby this much. He said that I knew what I was signing up for when I got pregnant, and I was unreasonable to expect this much help from him. I didn't even try and argue with him. I just cried and fed my baby while trying to tune him out as he yelled and yelled at us in the middle of the night. I slept in the baby's room that night. It was the first time I ever felt scared of my husband. I resent him more every day, and I'm starting to think I made a huge mistake having children with this man. Well, it only took a little while longer for my fears to be concerned, but Terry's no going back now. Update: in my first post, I spoke about how my husband had been neglecting our baby in the middle of the night and leaving me with 100% of the childcare. I had contacted his mom about how he had been treating the baby, and she pressured him into actually watching our child more often and comforting her in the middle of the night too. Give me a break. He had only done it for a couple of weeks before he had a screaming breakdown at me in the middle of the night where he said he was done babysitting our daughter. Since then, I felt like I have been walking on eggshells around my husband. I try not to complain about anything, and I am the only one who takes care of our baby at all now. He doesn't ask to hold her, he doesn't change her, and it's been weeks since the last time he got up to comfort her in the middle of the night. Even though I stopped asking him for help, my husband has still continued to show signs of aggression towards me and the baby. A little while after he blew up at me, he started having dramatic, aggressive reactions in the middle of the night when our daughter would cry. He would curse really loud, punch the bed, and once he even threw his phone at the wall we shared with the nursery, I guess to try and make the baby stop crying. It was awful to see, and the way he is escalating only continued to scare me. Looking back, I feel like the worst mom in the world for not removing my baby and me from that environment earlier. It was only getting more dangerous for us, and I should have protected my little girl when I still could. I want to break down and cry when I think back to this night. I can barely think about it without shaking and freaking out. It was the middle of the night, and my daughter woke up crying as usual. She woke up maybe 2 or 3 times a night, and I know it was frustrating, but I never thought my husband was capable of crossing a line like this. I heard my daughter's cry, and I started to rise from bed when I heard my husband wake up and scream, F. Fuck CK. It was terrifying and so jarring, and before I could do anything, he was storming out of our room and into the nursery. I followed as quickly as possible and started begging him to calm down. That's when, to my horror, my husband walked over to my poor baby's crib, picked her up, and shook her like a rag doll. I had never seen him act so unhinged and violent, and I was a mess as I begged him to put her down. He was screaming in her little face to shut up as he shook her, and the image is burned into my mind forever. It was the darkest, cruelest thing I had ever seen another person do. And before he could put her down, I knew I wanted nothing more to do with this man. He was a monster, and after that, I would never see him as the man I loved again. My husband eventually put my screaming baby down and went back to bed as if nothing happened. I took my baby straight to the hospital to get her checked out, and by some miracle, she was okay. I went to my mom's from the hospital and told her what happened. I also called my mother-in-law and told her what happened as well. She sobbed on the phone and apologized over and over again for her son's actions. I contacted a divorce lawyer the very same week, and I decided I never wanted to see my husband again. Because I had a record of the hospital visit, I was granted a temporary restraint order for my husband while our divorce was being finalized. It was the scariest, loneliest period of my life, but I know I did the right thing by leaving my husband and making sure my baby was never around anyone who would hurt her and jeopardize her life like that. I just thank God everything for letting her go unharmed the day my ex shook her like that, and I just wish I could erase that disturbing image from my mind forever. My husband told me I was on the same level as his one-night stand because I didn't have anything special, so I got my brother to knock him out. My husband and I visited the beach to spend time with his family in their hometown. This is the first time he has brought me here, and I was curious about his life here. I asked him how it was, and he told me about how he lived here and some girls he went out with. We changed the subject, and he returned to it, mentioning that I was on the same level as his one-night stand. I couldn't believe it, so I asked him to repeat it, and he looked me in the eyes and said, "You are on the same level as them and don't have anything special that separates you from other girls," with a straight, serious face. I haven't talked to him since, which is hard because we have to share a bedroom in his family home. Still, now he is desperately saying it wasn't true and that he just said it because he is jealous of my past and wanted me to feel like he feels knowing I've been with someone else. I had one serious relationship before him who is the only guy I've been with because he assaulted me, and my husband has been with more than 15 girls. Update. I was in his family home and in my country, and we are having a long holiday. Yesterday I called my family and told them everything. My brother was the one closest to me, about 2 hours away, so he picked me up and we left. I have talked to a lawyer, and she will help me file for divorce on Tuesday after the holiday. I won't get an annulment because it is harder in my county and requires much time. As for my soon-to-be ex-husband, my brother left all of his things out of my apartment. It was my mom's wedding gift, and thank God we got a prenup, and he will probably have to go live back with his mom and siblings. He and his family have been calling me to insult me because my brother, who is his age, when he came to pick me up, and he wouldn't let me leave, knocked him out. Now he is calling me crying to take him back, so I decided to block him, and my family will help me communicate with him until the divorce process is over. Also, I am not staying in my apartment. We just took all his stuff out, but I'm with my mom right now for safety. My husband told me that he hates his female nemesis, but he can't stop talking about her. He left me for her months later and he's starting to realize that he will regret it forever. I have this itch in my brain that I need to scratch. I am married to my husband, 33, for 5 years now. Recently, about a year ago, my husband's office hired a new employee. Let's call her Jess, 25. My husband would often complain about how stupid she is. Here are some list of complaints. She always tries to act smart even though she is a kid. She always laughs at silly little thing which he finds annoying. He sometimes criticized her carefree nature. He once told me she was dressed like a clown. She just wore red lipstick. It feels like every time he comes from the office it is always him complaining about her or what she did, and usually it is just some normal poop. He told me Jess teases him by calling him an old man. He really hates that. It feels like this girl Jess is always in his mind. The other day we went to shopping. I really liked a red shoe and asked my husband how I looked. He said it will look gorgeous on me. Then out of nowhere he said, "Thank God you do not have stinky feet like Jess. She always wears shoes that looks weird on her," and then proceed to say how much he hates her and that she is his nemesis. This was clearly out of nowhere. The thing that confirmed my suspicion is that he follows Jess on Instagram. We were sitting on our couch. I was watching a movie and he was scrolling through Instagram. He was on Jess's page literally binge watching her content. I mean, if he hates her and hates everything she does, then why is he stalking her? I did bring it up and he said that I am being ridiculous, that I should know that he hates Jess. So thinking that there is something going on is making me look insecure. I do not know what to believe. My instincts tell me something else, but logically if he hates someone that much he wouldn't bring them up in every conversation. Where do I go next? Update. Well, I have answers now. They were having an emotional affair. I came to know of it when I checked my husband's phone. I pressed him hard on it and he admitted he has a thing for her. He had taken day off from work so that they can go hiking or just hang out. He swears he didn't sleep with her or kissed her. I am not sure about that. Their chats look more like banter. I asked him does he like her. He was hesitant but eventually admitted having a crush on her. I asked why? Why does he have a crush on her when she is not someone who he likes? His logic: she makes me feel alive. She makes me do crazy things and she has an energy that makes me feel special. I am hopeless. For months I have asked him to take a break and we will go to Italy like we always wanted. He made nothing but excuses. I wanted to tell him he is chasing a fantasy. He likes the version of her she presented herself as. But who am I to convince a lovesick man who would cheat on his wife of 5 years just because she is not energetic? I left my house. I am staying with a friend. I haven't decided on divorce yet. He has been calling and texting me nonstop. He wants to work this out. He even offered to quit and change his job, but that's not going to solve anything, will it? Update 2. I am taking the divorce route. I do not think I can reconcile with him after what he confessed to. He said he is ready to be truthful because he doesn't want this to ruin our marriage. He is willing to try therapy and counseling. He said he does have a crush on her and oftentimes did fantasize about Jess, but they are just fantasies, nothing more. He confessed that though there hasn't been any physical touch or contact, he did have a moment of weakness and they masturbated in front of each other. He swears he didn't touch her. They just jerked off in front of each other in his car. It was Jess's idea. She knew about his crush but she has morals, so they found a weird loophole. I wish I was joking because this sounds unreal to me. He is still insisting that was the only intimate thing they did. Nothing more. He has been begging me to come back home. He goes from begging to blaming me, and when I said I want a divorce he was cursing me. I have served him. I have yet to hear from him or his lawyer. I am surprised my parents were on my side. My mom told me I shouldn't have to beg someone to love me or respect me. Him lying to me was a huge disrespect. That a relationship cannot survive if there is no respect. New update. He has not stopped convincing me to stay, but the shamelessness of his activities is sending me to the moon. We are legally still married. From what I have heard, he is dating his work wife, also known as the girl he pretended to hate. He was never someone who posts a lot on Instagram or Facebook, but he has been flooding his feed with her pictures. I know he is doing this to piss me off, and I am an idiot to stalk his new girlfriend. She has pictures of him all over his feed. In every caption he is work husband. Yes, I get that she is immature. I know I shouldn't care, but I do. I wish I was strong enough to not give a F, but I do. I struggle with being confident and doing the gray rock technique, but it is hard. Regardless of what he did, or how much he humiliated me, I still loved him. I still have dreams about us and about our future. I am afraid to start from zero and picking up the pieces of my broken trust while he is having wild intimacy with his work wife. I keep telling myself, it is not real. He is just falling for the manic pixie dream girl, but it hurts to know he will choose her rather than me. Update. I met a guy who is the son of my father's friend. He is divorced and has a kid. He and I hooked up. I guess I was just lonely. I am never someone who has random hookups, but I feel this immense guilt in me, like I am the one who is cheating on my husband. 2 days ago my soon-to-be ex called me and I was puzzled. What does he want now? In few months our divorce will be finalized. He has moved on with his AP. He called to ask me how I am. It was small chit-chat. He then asked if we can hang out now. It was 9 p.m. at night. I obviously declined. The next day I got to know from a friend that his AP posted on social media about being in an open relationship. Her post basically appreciating my ex and how he was understanding of her not being monogamous. She identifies as poly, and they are in an open relationship. This whole thing made me feel weird. Like, who TF did I marry? What the F is he doing? He used to be monogamous like me. Now for her he is willing to be in an open relationship? I know I shouldn't concern myself with their life, but it is just weird. You cheated on me, put me through hell. You are dating your AP and now you guys are in non-monogamous relationship. I don't think I knew him well. I am seriously questioning my skills on judging people. Has he always been like this? My husband told me that he was attracted to men while he was drunk. When I confront him the next day, he becomes distant and he's been giving me the silent treatment. My husband and I have been married for 4 years. I'm 26, he's 30. In the 6 years we've been together, I have never had the suspicion that he was gay, assuming he actually is. The only sign I can really think of is that it took him a while to initiate sex. I always thought he was just shy like he said. I still have to initiate sex often because he'll only do it like once a week and sometimes won't even finish himself off. Sex is over once I've finished and we barely have any foreplay before. He always said he was under pressure and work takes a toll on him. I never questioned it. I mean, he's a paramedic and I know it's a stressful job. 2 days ago, him and I were invited to a friend's get-together. While there, he drinks a lot with the guys and is completely hammered by the time we need to leave. He doesn't drink much normally either. One of his friends had to even come with me so he can help my husband walk from the car to the apartment. When we get inside, he asks me for more whiskey, so I give it to him since he didn't have work the next day. He drinks quite a bit of it. I'm tired so I decide to head off to bed. I go to give him a kiss like usual. As soon as I started bringing my face closer to his, he leaned back so far he almost fell off the chair. He had this really confused/disgusted look on his face and I laughed at first, but then when I went to kiss him on his cheek, he pushed my face away. Then he looked at me really shocked and said, "No, I'm gay." So I backed off and went to bed. I couldn't sleep all night. After 6 years together, why would he say that now? But now that I think of it, I wouldn't be surprised if he was. The next day, we were having breakfast and he was extremely hungover. I start telling him how drunk he was last night and he just laughs. Then I told him about what he did/said and he looked straight up at me really worried. I must have looked really upset because right after he said everyone says stupid things when they're drunk, forget about it. Then he walked off saying he needs a shower. He's been a little distant ever since. Maybe I'm reading into this too much. I don't know. It's bothering me a lot and for some reason, I feel very hurt. I'd appreciate some help. Update. 2 days later, ever since I confronted him about what he said while drunk, he had been ignoring me and giving me one-word answers all day and today. He's been looking extremely tired, worn out, sad, and stressed. I didn't want to push him to talk to me about it because I thought it would make him explode, but it's been eating at me ever since and I couldn't control myself and I burst out crying while he was getting ready for bed. I told him I needed answers because I didn't want our relationship to be like this. He was really hesitant to talk to me, and tried leaving it at "You don't need to cry, it's okay." But then I asked him if he was attracted to me and he gave me a look of pity without giving an answer. Then I asked him about women in general and he gave me the same look. It turns out you guys were right. He's gay, and said he meant to tell me sometime soon. He said he drove himself crazy thinking about it and finding the right way to tell me that it came out while drunk instead. He said when we first started dating, he thought he was bisexual so he went on with it. Then he slowly came to realize he was gay but dug himself into a much deeper hole by then. He said he was diagnosed with major depression and was prescribed antidepressants but he couldn't take them because the side effects interfered with work. He also assured me he's never cheated on me, flirted with other guys, or been to any gay bars or clubs and said he had no intention to. I do believe him though, because I know he's not that kind of person, but also because his daily routines are the same: work, gym which is in our apartment, and then straight home. He barely uses his phone for any other purpose but calls. It doesn't have a passcode on it either and he leaves it laying around everywhere. For some odd reason, I don't feel as angry and upset as I thought I would now that I know what's been going on, but I feel like I'm handling this too well and might break down sooner or later. He said the only way he can be fair to me at this point is if we get a divorce, so we agreed on that. He said he'd tell his friends, his family and my family exactly what happened so nothing's left in the dark. I guess it all makes sense now. When I first met him he was a really happy/spirited person, and when I look at him now it's completely gone. Thanks for the advice. It really helped prepare me for what went down today and I appreciate it. Now, any tips on moving on would also be of help. My husband told me that I am ruining our son's future by teaching him how to cook. He brought father-in-law to stop our son from doing girly things and it instantly backfired. I have 3 sons with my husband Charlie. My middle son Matt is a little different from his brothers. His brothers like things that are typically meant for men like sports, gadgets, video games and so on. But Matt is different. He is not a big sports fan. He likes reading and painting. He doesn't mind doing things that are typically not for boys. Another thing about him is that he is passionate about food. He has been like this since he was 6. He would often come to the kitchen and see me cook and oftentimes offer to help. Well, I don't let him do heavy things like cutting or standing too close to the fire, but he would be a helping hand. I call him Ramsay Jr., after Gordon Ramsay. Honestly, I like this arrangement because while I am doing all of the cooking my other boys are in their room. My husband on the other hand is not impressed by Matt. He is a proud father of 3 sons and often like to do stuffs with them like teaching them how to play baseball, playing video games, wrestling, watching sports, but Matt is not interested in any of those things. He has said over and over again that those typical things they do doesn't interest him. My husband would still force him to do it because he thinks it is more important for him to do things that are more masculine with his brother because it creates a bond. I have tried several times to convince my husband that he must let Matt go and let him do his thing. We eventually reached to a compromise that Matt will do sports and other stuff with them once a week so that he is in touch with his brothers, and rest of the time he would do his own activities that he likes. My husband also doesn't like that Matt would rather stay in the kitchen with me being my helping hand rather than with him and my other boys. He sometimes tries to criticize him by saying, he shouldn't be doing girly things or he will not get any girls in the future or he will be made fun of. The incident happened yesterday. I was in the kitchen preparing for lunch. My husband and sons were outside playing football. Paul and Jamie called Matt to come play with them, but Matt was not interested. I told him he should go play with his brothers now while I do the meal prep and he can come back during the cooking process. Matt agreed, but he came to the kitchen after 10 minutes and started helping me. My husband was with the boys too. He called Matt several times but Matt didn't budge. I can see it irritated him. After the lunch, my husband was pissed and told me what I am doing to Matt is going to harm him in the future. I told him how is forcing him to do things he doesn't like would help him. He wasn't listening and kept saying things like he needs to be a man and stop doing girly things. And the way I am encouraging him cook and bake things like grandma, he would get bullied in school and he doesn't want a son who is a sissy. I was shocked. I told him he needs to get his head out of his ass because cooking is gender neutral. There is nothing wrong with Matt wanting to cook. My husband got mad and told me I am ruining my son's future. He doesn't want him to grow up weak and fragile, and making him do girly things will make it worse. He needs to learn how to be a man like his dad and learn how to provide rather than take on feminine roles. And just because I couldn't get a daughter I should stop turning my son into a girl. This turned into a huge fight between him and me, and now he is not talking to me. Matt is sad because he thinks he is the reason why his dad and I fought. I had to assure him that it was not his fault at all. Update. So, few days ago, he decided to call his dad. He thought since his dad was in the military he would teach Matt some lesson. So, my father-in-law came to our house. We chatted and talked. Charlie brought up the issue with Matt. He just talked about everything starting from his passion for cooking and not being interested in other masculine stuff. Father-in-law was quiet and thought about it. Matt looked scared, because father-in-law looks like a scary guy. Father-in-law told the kids to go to their room because he wants to have a chat with hubby and I after we were alone. I was expecting father-in-law blame me, but instead he blamed my husband. He said he is really embarrassed of my husband for having such backward thinking. He knows that when father-in-law was in the military he had to do all his chores and sometimes have to cook. He just loaded on my husband that he is teaching the wrong lesson to Matt. That cooking is a good skill and it will help in real life. Watching sports and video games will not teach him anything valuable. There is more. I cannot write all of it, but my husband looked really defeated. He tried to argue that Matt needs to do tough things, but father-in-law shut that down by saying he has the nerve to say cooking is easy when he probably can't boil water. Honestly, it was funny to watch my husband being berated by his dad like a kid. Father-in-law then called the boys to the room and told us to give them privacy. We were outside. I was looking at my boys through the slit of the door. Matt looks relaxed, but the heads of Jamie and Paul was down. Long story short, father-in-law told my boy to not bother Matt anymore. He also instructed that my boys help me in the kitchen once a week to learn how to manage home. He also told Matt to not be scared and do whatever he likes. I am glad Charlie brought him to our house even if his plans backfired. I thought after father-in-law left there will be peace. My husband would be normal and understand, but he was sulking and moping around. I asked him continuously what happened. He didn't answer at first, but then after a lot of pushing and pestering he did. He said that the reason why he didn't want Matt to do feminine things is because he, my husband, was bullied for that when he was in school. I knew he had to deal with bullies, but he never told me why he was bullied. This is my first time hearing this story. He said when he was about Matt's age he would also be in the kitchen with his mom because he liked watching her cook, and they lived in a joint family, so his uncles and aunts would also live in the house, like in Kanto. He would often get bullied by his cousins because he spent more time in the kitchen. He also admitted that he had an interest in knitting but had to stop because he once heard his then crush say that it makes him gay. So he also got bullied for knitting. I was angry at him, but now I just pity him. I had to explain the situation to him, that we do not live in the past and a lot of things have changed, and that he shouldn't have to give up what he likes because people are stupid around him. There was a lot of conversation about past and present and also about him being comfortable with this situation as a whole. He told me that he will not pressure Matt anymore. He realized that in order for his kid not to get bullied, he became his own kid's bully. Things are fine now. Today all of the boys, including my husband, helped me in the kitchen. For the first time I felt a little relieved by it. Also to those people who told me to leave my husband. Why? He is a good guy. I know he holds some backward views, but he is nice and caring. I understand he has insecurities, but they are not worth having a divorce. Things are fine now, and if it goes bad I know what to do. My husband took all my savings fund because it was a marital property and used it for partying. Now he's wallowing down in the gutter. My husband is out of work. He does odd jobs around town to bring in a few $100s a month. I am employed, but the job doesn't pay well and saving money is hard. A few months ago we had a birth control failure and now we are expecting. Saving money became an even bigger priority for me. My husband seemed to want to spend more because he said my pregnancy was causing him stress and activating his anxiety and depression, and partying helped. He says all of that will be over when the baby comes. Anyway, my husband received a really generous job offer recently. He decided to use the money I had been saving. He figured he could replace it with the first several paychecks. He never contributed a penny to that savings fund. Husband claims that since we're married, it was our money and he had every right to it. The job offer fell through. The husband then admitted he took my money. It took me months to scrape that together, and he blew it in 2 weeks. His friends have been telling me that I'm not allowed to be upset because we're married, so that money was marital property. I have also been told that my husband needed the money more than I did because it helped him cope, and I should just be glad he partied instead of worse. The husband said that he would not touch any future savings for the baby's sake. It all came to a head last weekend when my husband ran out of cigs. I ended up scrounging change to buy his packs so he could make it until I got paid. My husband did not believe that I was broke. While I was at work on Monday, he went through our apartment to look for any money I may have hidden. He found $20 in a winter coat I had in storage that I had forgotten about. He also logged into my online banking and saw I had money in my account, but that money was earmarked for a bill. He called my work twice to yell at me and then chewed me out when I got home. He told me that I was a liar and that I withheld something that he needed. I tried to explain that I had no clue that there was any money in my winter clothing and that my bank account was for a bill. He didn't care. At least 2 of his friends have told me that I could have paid the bill a few days late if it meant supporting my husband while he's going through so much. This morning, my husband told me that since I'm a liar and willing to hide things from him, he doesn't feel like he needs to pay back the money that he took until I stop being such an a-hole to him. I really wasn't lying. As far as I am concerned, bill money is non-negotiable. Am I the a-hole for not telling him about the bill money? Update: my husband partied a little too hard and got himself arrested this morning. Due to previous behavior, he will have to sit in jail for a few weeks while they sort things out. You've all given me things to think about, and the universe has given me time to mull them over. Update 2. Unbeknownst to me, my husband was addicted to substances. His friends, who were all on his side, were also doing substance with him. Here's my update on that situation. My, now ex-husband was contemplating getting rid of us both. His getting arrested that weekend in 2020 saved my life. I've had low contact with my family. My best friend helped me get a new job. I met some people who helped me get a better place. My ex is still wallowing down in the gutter, but at least he didn't take us with him. My daughter was born safe, happy, and loved. Life isn't perfect, but it's much better than it used to be. My husband took out a loan so he could go to a concert all by himself across the country and left us with $10. Now he will not see us in his return because I am done. My husband is a deadhead. His entire identity is built around this band, and he's seen them in their various incarnations over 50 times. Normally I don't mind, but 2 years ago, I was in an accident that left me unable to work. I now receive a tiny disability check once a month for it. He works, but it has been challenging with the cost of everything skyrocketing. My disability check doesn't even cover the full cost of our rent, even though our rent is the lowest in our area. Long story short, Dead and Company is made up of what remains of the Grateful Dead, and this is supposed to be their last tour. We live on the East Coast, where he's already seen them twice, which was already more than we could afford, but a few days ago, he took out a loan and bought tickets to see their final show in San Francisco along with round-trip air and hotel and whatever else he needs out there. Me and the kids are left with $10, some pocket change and what feels like a very big FU. School starts in a month, and the kids need school supplies and clothes. I could name 1,000 things we need, things we're going without while money is tight, but this is what he chose to do. We're not going to starve over the weekend, but I don't even have enough money to go get them a pizza while their dad is having a blast on the other side of the country and hanging out with his online deadhead fam. I understand that this band means a lot to him, and I try to support that, but I feel like he's crossed a line here. He refused to talk about how much all of this is costing us, but when I looked up the cost of concert tickets, flight tickets, hotels, transportation, and food, the bare minimum figure I got was still around $1,000. It could very well be, and it is probably a lot more than that. I've supported him through a lot of things, but this weekend, while he's off having fun and leaving us to fend for ourselves, I'm slowly planning my divorce. I'm playing nice while I get all of my ducks in a row, but this is it for me. I'm tired of watering down essentials like shampoo or laundry soap, living off rice and beans just for him to turn around and take out a loan so he can go to a show all by himself across the country. Update: it's the weekend now, so I won't be able to even think about speaking to a lawyer until Monday at the earliest. I wish I was packing up now, but the reality is I'm stuck here, at least for a little while. The $10 I have in my account doesn't go far. I'll have money again on the 1st, so tomorrow, I'll be packing just the essentials, birth certificates and the like, and taking them to my friend's house for safekeeping. I'll also be calling my landlord to see about having my name removed from the lease agreement. I'm not going to tell my husband I'm leaving yet, though. He's going to come home and tell me what a beautiful experience it was, tell me how much he wishes I could have been there, and how he'll take me one of these days and make it up to me eventually, and I'll smile and play along for the next 2 weeks. I'm not sure where I'm going yet, but I do know I'm not going to pay 3/4 of the rent just to be immediately broke again and have the lights, water, and phone all turned off a few days later because he put us in this financial pit. I hope his social media fam are impressed enough by his presence and Instagram stories to make all this worth it to him. I hate it. I can't even begin to explain how hurt, shocked, tired, and angry I am. I'm also numb. I don't know how it's possible to feel all this at the same time, but hey, here I am. Update: he knows. One of our friends told him. He is angry that I've made him look like an a-hole. I told him all I did was talk about it without naming him, and if people decide he's an asshole based on his actions, he's got no one to blame but himself. I'm so nervous, I'm shaking, and I feel like I might vomit. Some friends have offered to come help me pack and let me and the boys stay with them until I can figure out something more permanent. We're in good hands right now, and we're not going to go without. I figured, since this whole thing blew up today, I might as well tell all of my friends what's going on, and they've really pulled up for us, so we're definitely going to be okay. My husband tore our family apart on Thanksgiving Day, and now he is going crazy because I don't love him anymore, and he is begging me to forgive him. My husband and I never had trust issues or infidelity. We have had a great marriage, the kind of relationship, we were great friends. We have so much in common, we can sit and talk for hours. I was his best friend, and we even hung out during guys' night, watching football with his friends. We had a great relationship. The cheating happened when he went home to New York for Thanksgiving 3 days early. I arrived the day before Thanksgiving. This woman was visiting with his younger sister. They are in grad school together and are close friends. This woman couldn't make it home to California, so my in-laws hosted her, too. They all went out for drinks. My sister-in-law left my husband and this woman alone at a friend's gathering. They were all drinking and having a good time. My husband told me they were alone talking all night. Then, when they returned home to his parents, they drank more. They were up until 2 a.m., and they ended up having intimacy. My husband didn't make excuses, saying it was the beer. He said he was wrong. He admitted he was flattered that she was flirting with him. He admitted she was extremely attractive. He even left her alone to go to bed when he felt attracted to her. She came to him, and they were in his bedroom. They drank and talked more on the balcony and ended up kissing. They had intimacy. He told her he was going to tell me. He told his sister the next morning, and his sister told her she needed to leave. So when I arrived, my husband was acting off. He was feeling guilty as hell, trying to hold his poop together and not ruin his family's Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving night, I asked him what was going on with him. He was all over me intimately. He wanted lots of intimacy, and he was very aggressive during intimacy. I told him I needed a break. He wouldn't stop. He finished inside me, which he doesn't do. I don't want to get pregnant. I thought, this was so out of character for my husband. I asked him, what the hell is going on with him? He started crying, and he started apologizing. I thought it had to do with money. Never in a million years did I think he cheated on me. He confessed everything. I listened to my husband. I let him speak. I was upset. I felt sick, and I cried, but I didn't get angry. I wasn't disrespectful in my in-laws' home. My sister-in-law drove me into the city, and I stayed at my friend's apartment while they were away. My sister-in-law told me about this woman, and she apologized profusely. I saw a photo of the woman. She is 27. She is absolutely beautiful. I'm not saying it makes anything okay, but wow. She is the kind of woman men would fight over. I told my husband he needed to leave when he returned home. He moved out that Sunday night. He has been driving me crazy, begging me to forgive him. He has been showing up at my work. He shows up at the house, but I cannot make him leave because he owns the home too. I told him I think I may consider a divorce, but I can't forgive this. I always felt I could work it out if our marriage went through something like this, but I can't. I don't want our daughter to see her mom accept being cheated on. I am overwhelmed. I am overthinking everything. I don't want to make the wrong decision. I have been told I should keep our family together. He came clean and is a good man. It happens once. I know that is a good point, but I feel off. Is it shock, or did I lose respect and fall out of love? I don't know. Update: I have been sitting with this. I have gotten tested for STD, and I am all good. I have been trapped in NY with my soon-to-be ex-husband. We agreed to spend Christmas with our daughter and got stuck here due to the storm. I told my husband I wanted a divorce, which made him lose his poop. He was stalking me, and he was acting out of character. I asked him to please just leave me alone. He was scaring me. He was upsetting our daughter, who sensed a problem. She is used to a fun and cozy home. Now, there's tension. She cried when she told me to give daddy a kiss and hug, but I refused. It is breaking my heart. I know it is hurting him. He has been a mess. I don't feel sorry for him. I feel for our daughter. She is sad to see her dad sad, and he keeps telling her, I'm sorry, but he can't tell her why. Why does he have to leave at night? Why don't we eat as a family? It's been insane. I thought it would be good for her if we were a family for Christmas. I have been dealing with him, asking me why we can't get help for our marriage. I have gotten tears. I overheard him crying to his dad and mom at 2 a.m., saying he wanted to unalive himself for his mistake. I received a call from them the next morning asking if I could forgive him. If I couldn't, they said they understood. I admit the thoughts of self-harm are concerning. I don't think he is doing it just to get me back. He is spiraling. I was gentle with him last night. I agreed to talk, not for reconciliation. I just let him express his feelings and get poop off his chest. This led to me waking up at 4 a.m. this morning, with him lying next to me in bed, wide awake, staring at me. He said he needed to figure out what to do so I would not leave him. He refuses to live without me. My husband is a smart man. He is usually controlled, not someone who is mentally unbalanced. I think losing his family may have pushed him over the edge. I have just been kind and respectful until I am able to leave. He has been love bombing me and expecting a response. He sent the song I'll Be Over You by Toto and said I'm dying here. Please don't leave me. Maybe I am losing my poop. I am in such a difficult situation right now. Update 1. I am now home. My daughter is with my parents for a few days. I thought this would be better until my husband and I sorted everything out. I am happy I made this choice because poop hit the fan. My husband is not okay. He comes into the bedroom to pack clothes. He needs more suits for work. He says to me point blankly that he cannot live without me. He said he was so sorry. He would move heaven and earth to repair our marriage. He said he refused to let me go. He will not lose me without a fight. He summed it up by saying, you know I don't lose. I'm sorry I FWH broke your heart and tore our family apart, but I can't imagine life without you. I don't know what to do if I saw you with another man. I fantasize about it. It's driving me crazy. Those are his words. He has changed. His eyes are dark, but they seem empty. He knows this isn't going to end well for him. I never knew my husband to be a violent man. He did have a temper in college, but I don't think he would intentionally go as far as hurting me. I mentioned this to someone, and they said he may accidentally hurt you. In a fit of rage, my husband works a lot. He is an M&A lawyer, so he has a lot of work to catch up on. I know this will keep him occupied. I am praying that will keep him away. I plan on filing for divorce this week. I do not want him to know. He left the house. He said he would give me space. He apologized for hurting me. Then he dared to let him make love to me. His words. I said, I don't have love anymore. He lost it. He says, so you don't love me anymore? He began pacing the floor, crying, and saying, I made a effing mistake. I need you to forgive me. I need you to talk to me. I asked him to please leave me alone. I told him I was not feeling well. I needed food. I made the excuse of needing groceries, so I escaped by leaving for the grocery store. As I went to my car, he was right behind me. He blocked me in the garage and wouldn't let me go. He had me trapped between him and the car, with his arms around me. He wasn't hurting me, but he is 6 feet 3 inches, and I'm 5 feet 5 inches. I think this could all go left very quickly. I have to be careful with words because he is on the edge. If I say I will call the cops, I have a feeling he will lose his poop. We are gun owners, and that worries me. I pray his demanding job will keep him occupied and maybe he will cool down. All the work will distract his mind. Update 2. I have spoken with the police, and they know what is happening. I have decided to file but to hold off on serving him. He is going to IC and is currently slammed with work, which is excellent. He has stopped to see our daughter, tucking her in after her bath. He doesn't even have time for dinner. He is very busy, and I think his work is clearing his mind. He loves his job, and I pray he will come to his senses. My husband traumatized me after he said that he was imagining my hot cousin while being intimate with me. Now he's accusing me of destroying our marriage because I refused to accept his sorry. I was happily married, with 2 kids with my husband. We went to my female cousin's wedding this summer and my husband drinks socially for weddings and large gatherings, so this is not the norm for him. He drank so much at the wedding though it's not an excuse. After the wedding we went back to the hotel and started having intimacy. Immediately when he went inside me he started saying your cousin is so hot I'm going to F you like I'm sleeping with her. I literally went numb. I could not enjoy the intimacy and he literally gave me the best intimacy of our entire marriage but I was dead inside. The next day he didn't remember anything. I mentioned it to him a few days later because we have had intimacy pretty much every single day for the past 7 years being married. I could not stomach sleeping with him and he knew something was wrong because we're very affectionate. I told him I couldn't look at him the same. He said sorry. Apparently he wasn't that drunk to remember what he said. I haven't told anyone but every day I fantasize of straight up leaving him and when I have intimacy with him I completely blank out and pretend it's not him. It's been a few months and I haven't told him. Other than this he's my dream husband and I'm so torn if I should divorce. Update 2. My husband hugged me and didn't initiate intimacy for the first time and kissed me and said I know something is not okay with you and I'm praying for you and it hurts to see you in pain. Didn't make me feel better, seriously feel the same inside. Going to talk to him tonight. Also to counseling this week with him and stop having intimacy until I feel safe and forgive him. I need to heal. I'm a hot girl spiraling. Update 2. I spoke with my husband, it did not go well. I'm completely blindsided. He was very remorseful about the first situation. He is so sorry that it hurts me to this day but totally gaslit me and thinks I'm immature and needs to move on. I've said hurtful stuff and doesn't matter the depth of the subject that all hurts are equal. Then he starts crying about how sorry he is and that it pains him how he hurt me and wants our marriage to be restored. He completely diminished my feelings when I shared more after that and acted like I needed to get over it. It gets worse. He proceeds to tell me what I already know, that of course, it's normal to find other people more attractive. He thinks I'm very beautiful, but he actually thinks like this a lot, and though he tries to enjoy making love with me. Yes, he sometimes thinks of other women he's effed in college, my friends, my cousins, and occasionally corn girls he saw online prior to marriage. He knows it's wrong and is a man working on his sinful desires. His words, those are his intrusive thoughts he needs to battle against to make sure he loves me better and makes me feel desired. Thank you for cutting the knife deeper and extending the list. Whoa, gut-wrenching. I'm shaking typing this. He wants to get help for our marriage and is willing to go to counseling, only it's done through our church. No doubt there is a lot of work in those sessions, but I feel like it's a scapegoat for him. He doesn't think the counseling needs to be centered around this topic but more of my resentment and unforgiveness issues. He thinks I'm the problem and had no issues vocalizing that I need a lot of healing. Not from him, well, that I'm basically crazy. He also mentioned maybe my issue stems from not having a good dad in my life. I'm sorry, but I was not thinking about my father while you effed me pretending it was my cousin. I bring up the intimacy. I told him I felt uncomfortable and numb. I think it's highly disturbing he f-nigers me to find my hole, then inserts his dick in me while I'm sleeping, and that more than 20 plus times I either accept it and just lay there with my eyes closed, or I'm awake to enjoy the pleasure, and he will continue till he comes from dodgy position, every time, then rolls over and snoozes. He says sorry, I will never do that again since it makes me uncomfortable. He thought it was consensual since it's been happening like that all summer. I said well, I have been unwell mentally and didn't voice it. He then says he finds it offensive and disturbing I called it rope and that he is not dominating and I need help for using those words. He thinks we should separate and doesn't want to talk to me. He thinks it's better we don't talk because he doesn't like fighting and my mean words and accusations. He said he's willing to make it work if I seek help from the church and go to counseling. That I'm the one with serious issues because he already said sorry the one time. I got very angry and called him a fucking asshole and was yelling at him and crying. He walked out of the room and said he was not dealing with me. I followed him and he said it's best we don't talk unless it's in front of a counselor and told me to get away from him. He said when we didn't have intimacy last night he was concerned how I looked and that he prayed for me. He's concerned I need help. Suggested I read my Bible, go for a walk, and learn to forgive quickly because the hate in my heart is really unattractive. He also suggested we try for a baby this month because he wants more kids, so to forgive him soon so we don't miss that opportunity. Then proceeds to stonewall me. He is completely offended that I don't think he loves me or cares for me, that he's human and makes mistakes. I need to get over it immediately that I am destroying our marriage and intimacy. Update: yes, I'm getting a lawyer and seeking a psychologist tomorrow. By the way, staying in my guest bedroom locked. No worries, he is treating me like I do not exist. It's disturbing but the isolation is necessary. My husband treated me like trash because of the arranged marriage, and now he suddenly had a change of heart, but I am putting an end to his evil plans. So a little backstory: I and my husband Vernon have been married for 5 years. It was arranged by my grandfather and his uncle. We are not American, so it's common here. Vernon wasn't too thrilled about the marriage and he made it very clear because he was already in a relationship with Felicity. Long story short, Vernon, his family, and Felicity did the most to make my life hell, and my dumbass was stuck on the idea that one day he might change. About 3 years ago I found out I was pregnant and I was excited, but he wasn't giving. We only had intimacy a handful of times before that. He got it into his head that it wasn't his. The baby had complications and I had to get a medical termination. Not once did he or his family come to the hospital, and I guess that opened my eyes and I just stopped caring. I stopped trying. I just stopped caring. Early last year, he suddenly started caring, coming home early, calling me, and bringing me flowers. It was quite uncomfortable for me. Then he tells me that he's had a change of heart and wants to try to better our marriage because he's developed feelings for me. It's all fishy to me, honestly. I wouldn't trust this man as far as I can throw him. He's been doing these little things and I just can't shake that there's a joke coming at my expense. Now on to the story. It was my birthday last weekend, and Vernon told me his family was hosting me a birthday dinner. I told him I wasn't comfortable with that, and the last time I was at his parents', they literally told me my baby's complications were my fault and kicked me out because Felicity was uncomfortable, not to mention that they haven't apologized, just started acting friendly. I kept telling him no, and he kept insisting. He let it go, and I assumed that was that. I made plans and went out with my mom and cousins, and he starts calling me asking me where I am. I told him, and he tells me that he's waiting for me. Long story short, his family is mad that I skipped because they apparently wanted to apologize so that we could move forward, and Vernon keeps saying he understands why I did it but has been apologizing for everything and nothing. Last night, Felicity called to cuss me out because they've left her high and dry, and Vernon wants nothing to do with her, so maybe they did want to apologize. I thought I was in the right, but now even my cousins are telling me I was wrong for skipping. Now I'm doubting myself. Am I the a-hole? Update: I decided to talk with Vernon after he came home from work. It went somewhat okay. I followed some advice in the comments about starting over on my terms. I asked him questions I needed answers to, and he gave me answers. I wasn't completely satisfied, but it was a start. I told him I would give our marriage a chance, but he had to know that he was completely done with Felicity and would be completely on board with this. I told him to stop with the love bombing because it was making me uncomfortable. I told him I would not be having kids in the near future. I told him I was not ready to be his wife and that we would continue with our separate rooms. Surprisingly, he was on board with all of this and said that he wasn't a boy anymore and that he was getting older and he needed to sort himself out and make things right. I asked him if he only had a change of heart because he wanted me to take care of him in his old age and he said no. He said he realized that Felicity isn't what he's always wanted and started seeing her manipulate toxic ways. He said he was willing to put the house in only my name, it's 40% mine, entirely as a way of showing that he is all in and would mess up if I give us a second chance. He said he was willing to give me as much space as I need. He said he'll have a word with his family about me needing time and space and taking baby steps. Honestly, don't know where this will go at this point. I don't know the direction in which we are headed, but I'm willing to try so I can have a free conscience. Update 2. I told Vernon to go through with the transfer of the house into my name, and he did. I guess he knew he would be getting more money, so now I own the house. Nobody told me anything about the 180 change, so I decided to go to Felicity. I know it was stupid. She was the only one who was willing to give me any information since she's spiteful, and I think I got what I needed. It's not much, but it's enough to cement my decision. Turns out, Felicity had her womb removed when she was younger, so she couldn't give Vernon children. The whole family found out and turned against her. Uncle has been speaking of retiring, and Vernon has been at war with Uncle's sons to either take over the business or become one of the decision makers, and a child would guarantee that he would give a large sum of the company shares that would be in his name and the child's, and since Felicity couldn't give him a child, I was the solution. Felicity told me as much as she knew, and so I went to one of Vernon's cousins. I confronted him about what Felicity said, and after a heated back and forth he finally confirmed everything. I don't know why, but that hurt. Even though I knew it was too good to be true, I still held on to hope that maybe I was wrong. After the conversation, I decided to play along until I could get out. He completely cut off Felicity, and it's scary just how much he's acting like she never existed. I put in a transfer to a city 12 hours away from here. My head teacher knows my situation. I brought up moving to my family, and the majority of them said I'd be selfish if I did that and their whole lives are here and all that, but honestly, I feel I should put myself first. I told them it was just a thought and that I would never do that. I listed this house for sale on a private auction page. I refused to be intimate with Vernon and told him I wasn't ready. He told me we'll work on my time, but I see him getting increasingly frustrated each day. Even though I am scared for myself and my family about what they will do when they find out, I decide to leave and am not changing my mind. Update 3. Vernon found out and was not happy. He made it very clear. He told me we were to have a family meeting the next day, and I just knew we had to get out. When he went to attend evening prayers, I gathered all the important belongings I had and told my mom and brother to get ready because we had to leave. I gave them the information they needed to leave in case I didn't make it. We had the meeting in the afternoon, and it wasn't pretty. The uncle came and was angry that I brought shame to the family with my actions, and everyone took that as a green light. I ended up with a split lip, a dislocated shoulder, and a few broken ribs, but at least I didn't go down without a fight. Looking back, I feel proud of myself. I spoke up for myself, and I defended myself and the people I love. I honestly thought I wasn't going to come out alive. I couldn't breathe properly. I couldn't move. For a while, I just thought of killing myself because I was in so much pain. But my mom and brother managed to get me out. I don't know how. I don't remember a lot because my memory became foggy, but I got out and am alive. We reached our new home. My family is still adjusting, and I'm still healing. I hope I heal in time to start working. We are safe, and even though I'm scared that they might find us, I am relieved. I feel free. My husband wanted me to flash some road workers, and I did. He then physically pushed me out of the car, so I pushed him out of my life and got the police to arrest him. We've been together for 10 years, married for 6. The last 2 or 3 years he started to show less and less interest in me. He does subscribe to a couple of OnlyFans accounts, which I'm not bothered about as it's no different to corn, so I know he still has intimate urges. I've tried talking to him a couple of times about this and told him I'm getting bored and frustrated, and he knows I'm willing to try anything intimate, so if there's anything he wants to do to get him motivated, I'll try it. He just says duly noted and carries on with his day, which is frustrating. A few nights ago we had friends round for tea and we got onto the subject of commutes and roadworks, with them saying how their commute has more than doubled due to a road they use having roadworks. Carol, the wife of the couple, then says we found a way to make it more entertaining now, haven't we? To her husband, and they both started laughing. She then tells us that the roadworks are about 3 miles long with the groups of workers spread out to maybe 7 or 8 groups, and they are normally going 10 to 15 miles per hour, so when they get near one of the groups he beeps and she flashes them and they all cheer. I couldn't believe it as they seemed so straight-laced. That night when they left, my husband was saying how brave it is of them and that we should do it the next morning. I asked if he's sure. This is a man who didn't like when I posted a bikini pic on Facebook, and he said yes, and we even had intimacy that night for the first time in months, and he initiated for the first time in years. The next morning we were both of work, and as soon as he woke up he mentioned me flashing. I asked if he's sure and it wasn't just horny talk, and what if the men don't want to be flashed. He said he's sure and all men want to be flashed. We drive to the road and we see a group of workmen and my husband gets all giddy and says, "Are you ready?" I say yes and he says now, and beeps his horn, and I lift my top up and they all cheer. We are going about 10 miles per hour when suddenly he slams his brakes on and tells me to get out. I was in shock. His face is red with anger and he's shouting, "Get out, you effing slag." I start crying and he's leaning over me, opening my car door, and then takes off my seatbelt and starts pushing me out. The cars behind are beeping as he stopped traffic and he's yelling at the top of his voice. By now the workers have heard the commotion and two of them are rushing over to help. I turn to look at them and he pushes me really hard and the top half of my body falls out the car and I put my hands down. One of the workers is screaming at my husband and starts trying to open his door. The other worker is by me and quickly drags me out the car. He told me afterward he saw my husband put the car in gear and thought he was going to drive off with me hanging out the car. My husband just left me. I was still only wearing a vest top and pajama shorts and my slippers as he'd wanted to rush out and do this. My phone was in his car and I didn't have any house keys. One of the workers took his jacket off and wrapped me up in that. They took me to a cabin that was their canteen and put the heater on and made me a cup of tea. I was so embarrassed. This lot had seen my hunker and then seen me getting abused and then fell out of a car and then rescued me all in the space of 30 seconds. I kept apologizing to them and said it was his idea but they said it's okay and it happens a few times a day and they are used to it but I think they were just trying to make me feel better. They were laughing and joking with me and were all so sweet and funny. They asked if I wanted to ring anyone but I don't know anyone's number apart from work and I didn't want them picking me up wearing next to nothing from a building site. I asked if I could just ring a taxi but they said I can't get in a taxi dressed how I am. The man I'm assuming was their team leader told one of them to drive me wherever I wanted to go so I asked if I could go to my mom's about 5 miles away. They gave me some spare work boots to walk across the mud to the van and two of them drove me to my mom's and they were really sweet in making sure I was okay and even walked me to the front door. When my mom answered I was hysterical and crying and they told her me and my husband had an argument and he left me by the side of the road. My mom offered them a drink and I tried to give them their coat and boots back but they said it's okay. I told my mom we were driving to McDonald's and got in an argument. I didn't tell her about the pushing or anything. She drove me home and let me in with a spare key she has. I packed some things and went back to my mom's. My husband had been home as my phone was on the table. In the 5 days since he's been ringing me non-stop saying he's sorry and he don't know what came over him. He said he heard someone shout nice pair and it made him angry. My friends are saying leave. His are obviously telling me to give him another chance. I'm 50-50 but if I do stay I'm going to insist on couples counseling for us both and intimacy therapy either for him or both of us. He says he doesn't want to involve other people in the relationship. It feels silly to throw it all away over a few seconds of madness and I should have just said no when he asked me to flash as I know he's quite insecure. I was blinded by finally getting some intimacy and attention from him and thought I could get more. I took the workers their jacket and boots back and also made them 2 cakes and bought them 1,000 bags of Yorkshire tea as a thank you. Update. I rang the police to report the attack. I spoke to the workers beforehand who said they'd back me up. They arrested my husband and then released him on bail but told him he couldn't stay at my house so he's gone to his mum's. After the argument, he told all our friends that I had cheated. I hadn't wanted to admit to people that I had flashed but I felt like the tide was really turning against me and a lot of people were believing his lies so I wrote a long message with a description of exactly what happened, plus pictures of my injuries including scrapes and bruises plus screenshots of messages he sent admitting he asked me to flash and admitting he hit me although he did blame me saying if I just got out like he asked he wouldn't have had to do that. A few people apologized, most didn't, but I don't care anymore. I'm back home and he has to answer bail in a couple of months. The police don't sound confident they can get a conviction but maybe that's how they are supposed to sound. I've spoke a little bit to a lawyer but I can't really afford anything at the minute in that way. Been a sad few weeks but an eye-opener and I don't feel any guilt for getting the police involved or telling people what happened. Just working and keeping myself busy at the moment. My husband wanted to open up our marriage, so I started dating his boss. Now he wants to close it. Let me just start by saying that I didn't mean to start dating his boss. It all happened accidentally. My husband and I have been married for almost 8 years now. We have always had a healthy marriage and a great intimacy life, or so I thought. It came completely out of the blue when my husband sat me down a couple months ago and said that he was feeling unsatisfied with our physical connection, and he needed something more to be able to feel fulfilled. I was so confused. We are intimate a couple times a week and he never gave any indication that he was feeling unhappy in the bedroom. I was feeling hurt before he even dropped the bomb on me that he wanted to open up our marriage. I felt so small and unwanted as he rambled on about wanting to experience more freedom but he assured me that he loved me and he wanted to stay together. I asked him why I wasn't enough for him, and if there was anything I could change to make him happier in the bedroom or in our marriage in general. But all he said was that it had more to do with his masculinity than me. This didn't make me feel better, but I love him and we had already been together for so long. So reluctantly, I agreed and we decided to be open from that day on. Our only terms was that we had to disclose to the other when we would start seeing other people. The first couple weeks were excruciating. He immediately started seeing a woman from his office and I would just stay at home and cry myself to sleep while I pictured him out with a younger, more attractive woman. I was devastated for a while and I honestly had zero interest in dating anyone other than my husband. But after 5 months of him dating his one girlfriend, and spending most nights with her instead of at home with me, I decided that I deserved to experience some freedom as well. I made a Tinder account one night while he was out with his girlfriend. I was surprised when I got over 100 matches on the very first night. No one was really catching my attention until matched with this one, very handsome older man. He seemed very successful and he was a gorgeous silver fox. I ended up messaging him and we went out a couple of days later. I remember the feeling of waiting for him at the bar. It felt nice to have romantic butterflies for the first time in almost a decade. The date went amazingly and we continued seeing each other and eventually slept together. It was one of the most thrilling, erotic nights of my life. I hate to say it, but he was a much more talented lover than my husband, I guess because he was older and had more experience. Anyway, I told my husband about my boyfriend and it honestly seemed like he didn't believe me. He literally patted me on the head and said, "Aw, good for you honey," before heading out the door to spend the night with his girlfriend. Anyway, things got messy in a way I could have never anticipated. I knew this situation was already sort of rocky, but now I truly feel like I'm living inside a soap opera. Yesterday my boyfriend texted me asking if he had left a manila folder in my car the last time we saw each other. I found the folder and he asked if I could drop it off at his job. I was off that day and I figured they were important work documents, so I gathered the folder and a little snack and he sent me his location so I could come drop it off. You can imagine how stunned I was when I followed the address and it took me to my husband's place of work. I had no idea that he and my husband worked together, all I knew was that he was the head of whatever company he worked for, and he held the highest position in his office. He never spoke much about his work and we just liked to relax when we hung out together. Well, I walked into the office feeling awkward about possibly seeing my husband. Well, I walked to my boyfriend's office and he came out to take the folder from me. He thanked me and gave me a little kiss before going back into his office. When I turned around, of course, my husband happened to be walking by at that exact moment. He had obviously seen his boss kiss me and realized that he had been my boyfriend all along. His mouth made a perfect O shape and there was hurt creeping into his eyes. I felt sort of embarrassed at that moment even though I had done nothing wrong, so I just said hi to my husband quickly and left the office. When my husband finally got home, he broke down in tears and asked how I could do this to him. I reminded him that this entire situation was his idea in the first place. That's when my husband said that he was willing to close the marriage if it meant I would stop seeing his boss. The thing is, I have real feelings for my boyfriend, and I feel like my husband is being controlling and unfair. I find myself doubting my entire marriage and I think I might end up having to choose between the two of them. My husband wants me to draft my will because he is completely convinced that I will die at childbirth, but I banned him from the delivery room and drafted divorce papers instead. My husband and I are expecting our first child, which I knew would be a really sensitive issue as his mother died in childbirth with him. We met with a marriage counselor to talk things through at the beginning, and he swears he's been seeing his therapist twice a month throughout my pregnancy. I don't want to call him a liar, but I'm fairly sure he's either not going or not talking about the big issue. He and his father are completely convinced that I'm going to die in childbirth. They won't openly admit it, but their behavior has reached the point where it's constantly making me feel stressed and uncomfortable. When it was my husband saying, "Please make sure your life insurance is up to date and I'd like you to meet with a lawyer and draft a will," I was like, that's kind of intense, but okay, if that makes you feel better. When my husband asked me to go through all of my possessions and inventory what I wanted to be saved for the baby versus what I would want to be returned to my family in the event of my death, I put my foot down and said, not too morbid, no way. My father-in-law got on my case about how I was making things difficult for my husband if he would be a grieving widower with a newborn. I'm just going to add here that I've had a completely complication-free pregnancy and have no reason to think I will die screaming in the coming weeks. When I tell my husband this, he calls me paranoid, but I feel like my father-in-law wants me to die. His whole life identity for the past 35 years has been amazing single dad, and it seems like he's looking forward to being able to guide my husband through what he went through. At this point, I'd honestly be happy to. I certainly not want him in the delivery room, especially since he told me he was putting his foot down about me not being allowed to have an epidural or laughing gas. He's a commanding presence, and I know that whatever he wants in the delivery room, he will get. I know people will say, "Oh, L&D nurses would never let that happen," but you haven't met this man. My husband, in addition to backing his dad on everything, acts like my due date is my death date, and has completely pulled away from me. Every minute with him is morbid, stressful, and a reminder that our marriage seems crumbling. No matter how many times I tell him his behavior makes me stressed and upset, it's just getting worse, and I do not want it around me while I'm concentrating on giving birth. Do I owe it to my husband to let him stress and upset me during labor? Is his presence at the birth more important than a safe and healthy delivery? My therapist says no, but this whole thing has been so weird I feel like I need some outside perspective. Update. To get right into it, I was unfortunately right about my suspicion that my ex wasn't going to therapy. I sat down with him and very firmly put my foot down about my mother being my support person in the delivery room alongside him, and that my ex-father-in-law was not to be anywhere near the delivery room. I also was very adamant that I was getting an epidural, and ex-father-in-law had no say about any medical procedures I may take. I also told him that I was seeking my therapist, as his and his father's actions were worrying me. My ex-husband didn't take it well, to put it simply. I had never heard him shout at me like that, and it scared me a little. My fury outweighed my fear not long after, however. He told me I didn't need a therapist, and that he was just trying to be prepared. I admittedly lost my temper and told him that I wasn't going to die. It wasn't my fault his father's trauma wormed its way into his head and that he needed to fix it without taking it out on me. He yelled at me that he didn't need therapy. That caught me a little off guard. I asked him why he went to his therapist and was given advice about my death if he felt he didn't need it. His expression gave it away, and he caved not long after. It turns out there was no therapist. It was just his dad. He was with his dad when he was supposed to be at therapy. I'm still fuming. In the end, I gave him a choice. He could either go to therapy, or I was leaving. I had enough of their delusions. He chose to refuse therapy, and I packed my things and stayed with my mother. At that point, I still wasn't planning on divorce. I had hoped that we could fix our marriage, as naive as it sounds. But my ex decided that if he couldn't convince me to return, he would get his father and the rest of his family to do it. I had to change my number due to the amount of harassment and abuse they hurled at me. In the end, it was just my mother in the delivery room as I gave birth. I'm thankful for the nursing staff, they were a godsend, and I felt safe that neither my ex or his father would get even remotely close to the room without my say-so. The divorce is ongoing, so I can't give too many details on that front, but I hope we can work out a tentative co-parenting agreement. My ex isn't a bad father, he loves our baby girl, but our relationship is done, and as long as I live, ex-father-in-law will never be near my daughter. I'll wrap this up. I've got an adorable little toddler tugging at my leg. I'm alive and happy, and I have my baby in my arms. Life is good. My husband wants to name our daughter after the ex-girlfriend he loves the most because he wants to be reminded of her, so I decided to be an ex too. We've been dating for a year, and been married for 2 years. I got pregnant like 7 months ago, so recently, we started discussing the name for the baby. Ever since we found out it's gonna be a girl, my husband wants to name it like his ex's name. It's not any ex but the one he dated for a long period of time and loved the most. At the beginning of our relationship, we had many problems because of her, but she moved away so the problems went away. He really loved her, and he never hid that from me, but I thought it was over once she moved away. Now he made it clear that he wants the baby to have that name and I can name the second child. When I asked him why he wanted that name so badly, he said just because he and his ex didn't work out doesn't mean he doesn't want something to keep reminding him of her. He doesn't understand how much it's affecting me and keeps saying it's just the hormones. Is he still in love with the ex, or is it normal that he wants to name our child like that? Update: my husband, who called me so many bad names, refuses to talk about it, and still wants to name our child like his ex. The next thing I did was call his mom and mutual friends. His mom called me immature and said it was just a name and I should only care about delivering the child healthy and not argue with him over something stupid. Our friends said they don't want to get in between us and suggested therapy as well. I was really desperate, so I did something I never would. I called the ex. She didn't sound surprised at all by it and said she kinda knew he was gonna name the child after her, but she explained it fully because he couldn't look me in the eyes and say all that. Two of them had an agreement while they were still in love, to name their children after each other if they don't work out. She left him and obviously grew out of it and said she would never name her child after him because it's absurd, but she wasn't surprised that he still wants to do that. When I asked her why, she said that, well, here comes the shock. My husband tried getting in contact with her via Facebook several times, asked her to meet up, etc., and she kept refusing because he is a married man. Here you can see that she is not a bad person, by the way, for anyone who asks. Her name is Aurora, and I wouldn't mind just naming my child Aurora because it's a beautiful name and she isn't a bad person, but I don't want to raise someone who will remind my husband of his ex. I thanked her for telling me the truth and asked her to inform me if he tried to contact her again. I confronted my husband about it and told him I knew the truth. Being an asshole as he is, he admitted and said there was nothing wrong with it. The baby was mine, she will look like me, and at least he gets to name it after her like he promised he would. I told him it was nonsense, and even Aurora said it was stupid, but he stuck to his decision. We didn't talk much, and he spent days and nights out with his single friends. Pretty soon I got a call from Aurora and she told me he called her from his friend's phone and told her he is single now and asked to meet up and that he would fly up just to see her. After all those years with no contact with her, marriage with me, and future daughter, she is still in his mind and he wants to meet her. I'm completely broken. Divorce is the only thing on my mind, but it will be so stressful with pregnancy and everything else. I guess I wanted to be blind with him. Edit. Also feel free to drop names in the comments. I don't want to name my child Aurora because it would forever remind me of this incident, and I can't think about names, so help me out. My husband was livid because I baked a cake for my dead aunt and threatened to divorce me, so I called his bluff by calling a divorce lawyer and now he is pooping his pants. I didn't have the best relationship with my parents. My mother and father divorced when I was extremely young. Needless to say, they weren't very good co-parents. My mom was an alcoholic and my father did drugs. My aunt took care of me most of the time when I would have to stay with my father. She would constantly make me feel loved and taken care of. She would always have fun activities planned for us to do together, such as making bead bracelets and bead art, making other jewelry, and painting. I loved being with her because there was never a dull moment. When I was in 5th grade, my mom got clean and got full custody over me. We ended up moving towns and I never really saw my father again. It got extremely difficult to see my aunt, but as I got older and could drive, I started seeing her more again. Fast forward to 2021, my aunt passed away due to lung issues. I had not seen her in years because I was working and was dating my husband in 2020. I felt extremely guilty that I hadn't seen her in so long. Once I was told about the disease, I immediately went to see her in hospice. I went and saw her twice, and the last day I saw her, she passed away holding my hand. I was extremely broken. My aunt's birthday is on September 15th. Ever since she passed away, I've always made her favorite flavored cake, sang happy birthday, and blown out candles for her. This is my way of showing appreciation and love for my aunt. But my husband's sister's birthday is also on the same day. I love his sister and always spend the majority of the day with her. At the end of the night, I do go home to bake the cake for my aunt. This makes my husband furious. Anytime I ask him if he would like to join me, he always angrily declines and says his sister is more important. I totally understand and leave by myself. He sent me a text saying I'm not coming home tonight and I responded, I love you, be safe. I woke up this morning to see all of his stuff from the apartment gone, along with a text saying you are extremely selfish, and leaving a 12-year-old on her birthday for a dead person isn't okay. I will be contacting a divorce lawyer. I immediately started crying as my husband knew how much my aunt's death impacted me. He also knew I would celebrate before even marrying me. I am more angry than sad right now that I let this man destroy my life over me wanting to bake a cake for my aunt. The relationship never had any huge issues, and yes, he would get annoyed every year, but it was never to this extent. Needless to say, it's only been a few hours, but I am okay with him wanting to divorce me, as I don't need to be with someone who can't accept me making a damn cake because I will not stop. Update: I contacted a family friend who is a divorce attorney. After a few hours after the text from Raiden, husband's name, I decided to text him back. I understand. I have hired a divorce attorney. This clearly made him poop his pants, as not even 5 minutes later he came back home. He started saying he was just intoxicated and didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't say a word. He kept saying he was sorry and he didn't mean it. I told him to go back to his parents' house. He kept begging as he left. He then started blowing up my phone with the same apology. After about 20 minutes, I received a call from his mother. His mom loves what I do for my aunt and has asked to join me a few years ago. She called me saying she just had a conversation with her son and wanted to know why I'm leaving him because he didn't join me in making the cake. I just started laughing and sent her the screenshots of his text last night. He tried to lie and say I was the one wanting a divorce. His mom was extremely shocked and said she will call me later. Around an hour later his mom came knocking on my door. She gave me a hug and said she was sorry. I let her in and gave her a cup of coffee. We sat down and she told me that after she confronted Raiden after seeing the text, he started saying that he gets angry when I celebrate because I don't need my family since we have his. I do not talk to my mom that often, but when I do he gets extremely defensive and insecure about it. Now I know why. He also told her that he threatened to divorce me as a way for me to say I'll stop celebrating my aunt's birthday. His mom also told me she respects my decision to get a divorce attorney, but that she will always love me like a daughter and will always be there for me if needed. I am going through with the divorce and am working closely with my lawyer. This will be the final post I make about this situation and appreciate everyone for supporting me. Thank you all.
My husband was so jealous of my son that he decided to get into his ex-wife's pants. Now he's on the verge of madness because I'm leaving him. I and my husband have been married for 3 years, dating for 6. He has an ex-wife which he divorced a year before we met. We have a son who was adopted after we got married and who I love as my own child because he is. I know my husband, Peter, is bisexual, but I have no problem with it, and I had no problem with his ex-wife, Allison. I did have a problem with his family as they're a bit homophobic and are always telling Peter he should get back together with Allison. Well, 2 weeks ago, we were at his family's town because it was my son, Jack's, fake name, birthday, and we wanted to spend it as a family. My mother-in-law decided it would be a good idea to invite Allison, so she arrived in the middle of the party. I didn't want to ruin Jack's birthday, so I stayed quiet. I spent all my time with Jack, playing with him and his cousins at his request. When it was time to cut the cake, I noticed Allison and Peter weren't there, so I went inside and looked for them around the house. I found them in Peter's old bedroom taking their clothes off. I stood there in shock for a moment, but then I left and went back to celebrating Jack's birthday. Part of me wanted to scream and cry, but I also was in shock and I refused to make Jack's birthday about me. We cut the cake and opened the presents. People were already leaving when Allison and Peter came back. Peter took me aside and started saying that I shouldn't have cut the cake without him present and it was disrespectful. I stared at him and just said, "I'm sorry. I just thought you'd be too busy getting into your ex-wife's pants." He got quiet, so I took Jack and left the house to go back to the hotel. Once I put Jack in bed and made sure he was asleep, I locked myself in the bathroom and broke down. I called a friend and he tried his best to console me. I only calmed down in the morning when I took Jack for breakfast because I didn't want him to see me like that. I'm now watching him play in the park and I don't want him to suffer. I don't want him to have a broken family. And I don't want him to know that relationships aren't happy ever after. Peter has been calling and texting, apologizing for everything, and I'm tempted to forgive him. I'm tempted to just have my family back, and all my friends are saying that it was just a mistake, that he was vulnerable and Allison is his ex-wife. Update: I took some tests to discard any STIs or STDs. The results are coming back in a few days, and I will take another one in 3 weeks to be sure. My son is having a sleepover with a friend and I decided to speak with my husband. He came by our house. After a few minutes I texted him. He asked about Jack and I told him where he was. Then we sat on the couch and started talking. I started crying after a few minutes and he followed after. I asked some simple questions: when, why, how many times, among others, and this is what I could figure out by all the things he said. It happened for the first time when he visited his parents alone 2 years ago. They invited her, they both got drunk, he was feeling lonely as I had been more attention to Jack since we adopted him, and they slept together. Nothing happened again until our son's birthday party. He said his mother pressured him a bit and he caved in. I don't believe he did it for that reason, but I don't know. He said he doesn't love her and I believe him, but it doesn't negate the fact of what he did. After talking for a while, I told him that I wanted a divorce. He started sobbing and begging for another chance, but I told him that I couldn't give him another chance because I wouldn't be able to trust him again and I didn't want that in a relationship. He kept crying and begging for another 30 minutes until I told him that we had to think about Jack and his well-being and that we could stay friends DS and co-parent him. He got mad, really mad. He started yelling that it was all Jack's fault, that we shouldn't have adopted him, that he's the one who's getting between us. I was crying and really scared. I had never seen him this angry. He hit the table and stormed out of the house. I called the house where Jack is staying at and told them if Peter shows up there, they can't open the door. After the little episode, I was scared that Peter would try to hurt Jack. I called my friend again, Thomas, and told him everything that happened. He came by and is staying with me until I'm better. Right now, I'm trying to figure out what to do and how to go on with the divorce. Update number 2. My husband has been showing up at my work, following me, and calling me from burner phones. I was afraid he'd go after Jack, but he didn't. He said a lot of stuff, but I'll try to write the important things. He said that he missed when we were just us, that I stopped paying attention to him when we adopted that Jack, that I wasn't his anymore. He said that he missed how dependent I was on him. I was very insecure when we met, but I started working on my issues when we adopted Jack because I didn't want to be a bad example for him. When we got married, I used to get sick all the time. I was weak and tired, so he would take care of me 24/7. The doctors couldn't tell what was wrong with me and I didn't get better until a bit after we adopted Jack. I guess that dependence is what he missed. Yesterday, he followed me to work and started screaming that I was his and that we made vows to stay together. We had to call security and he waited for me next to my car. I panicked and took a taxi home. He keeps messaging me and showing up to our house. I took a few weeks off work to be with Jack, although he's taking this better than me. I made an appointment with a therapist for him, and when the divorce is finalized, I'll go to one myself.
My husband went on our honeymoon alone because he needed space, so I canceled everything planned for the trip, along with our marriage. When we got to the airport for our honeymoon, they didn't let me on the plane, because my husband had written my name incorrectly on my plane ticket. He said it was a mistake, and he'd go see if he could change it. He came back 20 minutes later to say that it was too late to change the name, as the plane had started boarding. I was really disappointed, and grabbed my stuff to leave. Only when I looked back, my husband was still standing by the gate. He said he thought it would be a better idea for him to go on ahead, so that way only one of us would miss out on the excursions we had planned for tomorrow. I said that we could probably still make it, and if not then we would just cancel. But he said he was really looking forward to it, that the first day was filled with so many fun things to do, and he didn't want to miss out simply because my name was wrong on the ticket. I reminded him he was the one who had made the mistake, and I didn't feel comfortable being away from him for so long as we literally just got married. He said I could just catch the next flight like I said, and arrive a few hours after him and meet up later. I told him that was ridiculous, as we would be spending our first night as husband and wife away from one another. He just shrugged, and said he'd tell me when he landed, then headed to the gate and boarded. I went to the counter and asked when the next flight was, to exchange my ticket. The woman was super helpful. Then she asked why I didn't just change my name on the ticket, since I was already here. I told her my husband had tried, but was told it was too close to boarding. She gave me a look, and said that he must have gone to the wrong person, as they are allowed to change it and there was plenty of time. This made me upset, but I assumed that maybe he just went to a worker who didn't feel like doing the extra work. By that time the plane had already taken off, so I just accepted my new ticket and went to the bar to wait it out. About an hour later, there was an announcement that multiple flights were cancelled due to bad weather. Go ahead and guess if my flight was one of them. I went home, and decided to try again in the morning. I left my husband a bunch of messages, and by the morning he had only responded that he had landed. When I checked his social media pages, they were filled with pictures of him at our resort. He was eating chocolates left on the bed for us, going to a barbecue and making friends with strangers. He got wasted and danced a lot. He hasn't answered any of my texts or calls. Just as I was about to leave for the airport, he posted a new picture of him with another woman, holding her waist tightly with one hand, and holding a drink with 2 straws in the other. I saw red and threw my suitcase down. Now I'm in my living room, looking at a large stack of wedding gifts, having second thoughts about being with this man. I feel like the entire trip is ruined, and I can't even contact him to talk about it. That's when I decided, if I can't enjoy our honeymoon, why should he? I got out the itinerary I had made, and started calling every single place up, and cancelled everything. Some of them I got the deposit back, others I did not, but I was so sick of his lack of care towards my feelings, I didn't care at that point. I decided to call up my friends and just go bar hopping for the night, so I wouldn't be stuck at home alone. When I got back home and checked my messages, I had a lot from my new husband, freaking out, saying some of the excursions had been cancelled, and he asked if I could send him some money to do other things instead, as all his money and cards were in my suitcase. I told him I was the one who cancelled everything, and I hate that the first time he chose to finally contact me was to ask for money. He called me up, and we talked for a bit. I explained how he made me feel forgotten and unnecessary. He said he didn't know, and thought he was doing the right thing. I thought we were actually on a good track, until I asked about the woman in the photo. That was when he went ballistic, and started accusing me of not trusting him, saying he could hang out with whomever he wanted, and it was none of my business. I told him it was, as he was now my husband. He told me to stop being so nosy, and that maybe I shouldn't join him on the trip after all, as he needed some space from my harassment. After he hung up on me, I realized that if this was only the start of our marriage, I didn't want to see where it would go from there. In the morning I called my lawyer to get the marriage annulled, as well as the hotel to cancel the rest of the stay. If he wanted a vacation away from me, fine, but he wasn't doing it on my dime. I sent him a text, saying he would need to find a new hotel and by the time he got back, we wouldn't be married anymore. Anyone who already wants space from their spouse during the honeymoon is not someone who should be getting married. My husband wet the bed and he got furious with me because I told our child, but I am begging to be scared of him because he told me that we should have deleted our children. I was woken up this morning because the sheets I was lying on were wet. I assumed our daughter, 6, had had an accident, but when I checked where the wetness came from it, to my surprise, turned out it wasn't her but my husband who had wet the bed. After I had taken a shower I woke him up and told him he'd wet the bed. At first, he denied it, then I guess he realized he indeed had as he got this mortified look on his face, jumped right out of bed and started to try rip the bedding off. As we have pull-on sheets and our child was sleeping on the other side he didn't get them off. It looked stupid and honestly quite funny, so I chuckled. He angrily told me it wasn't funny, so I stopped. At that point, the only thing his pulling of the sheets had accomplished was to wake up our child, who was confused and asked what was going on. He didn't say poop, just idiotically continued to try get the sheets off. So when he didn't reply, I just told her he'd wet the bed. At that, he just froze and looked at me with this weird look on his face, almost like he was about to cry or something. Our child asked why he'd wet the bed, and as he still was completely silent, I went something along the line of that sometimes accidents happens. He just stood there staring at me. If looks could kill, I would be dead, and I'm not exaggerating when I say he looked at me with pure hate. I've never been afraid of him, but for a second or two I thought he might hit me. Then he just dropped the things he'd managed to get off the bed on the floor, left the room and locked himself in the bathroom for about 45 minutes. When he came out, he got dressed in a hurry and just left with saying, "You can take her to school." He didn't even look at me. His behavior really annoyed me, but I just let him be as I didn't want to argue with him when he was in such a bad mood. When I got home from work, he was still sulking, and basically ignored me. I was still annoyed with him from the morning, so his behavior annoyed me even more. So I told him to get over it, that it wasn't the end of the world that he wet the bed, and to stop taking it out on me. At that, he accused me of having humiliated him when I told our child. I found that utterly ridiculous on so many levels, so I angrily told him that he humiliated himself when he wet the bed, not me. He didn't take that too well, and said "F you" and went off to his computer, and now he refuses to talk to me. Update 1, I did feel empathy and I did care about my husband. I was gentle when I told him after I'd woken him up. However, his reaction caught me off guard, and the time from when he got up from bed until he'd locked himself in the bathroom couldn't have been more than a minute. After that, I felt it was best to leave him alone. I know I was an off for telling our child, but I didn't do it to be mean or humiliate him. It was a stupid, wrongful decision. I regret it. Further, it's not easy to show someone that you care when you're being ignored. I did text him after he left and asked if he was okay, but he left it on read. I asked him again when I got home, but he didn't answer. I asked him if we could talk about it, no answer. I asked him if he could at least tell me why he was so mad at me, no answer. I gave up and went to make dinner. After dinner, I asked him if he could stop ignoring me, no answer. I asked him if he wanted me to leave, to which he replies, "You can stay, I don't care." So I ask him again if he will stop ignoring me if I stay, and when he says no is when I had it. And while I don't think ignoring someone like that is okay, I know I handled it really bad. And I do feel awful for being outright mean to him. Anyway, I texted him early this morning to say that I was so sorry and asked if he was willing to talk after work so that I could apologize. He texted me back an okay around noon. We met up at home, and he understandably was cold to me when we met, didn't say much. I apologized for everything, for laughing, for telling our child, for telling him to get over it, and for the part that I'm most ashamed of, that I told him he humiliated himself. He was just silent the whole time, and when I was done, he just asked why I told our child. I explained, and after that we just sat in silence in what felt like forever. Then right out of nowhere he went something like, "I scared you, right?" And I told him that briefly he did. He said he could feel that. I asked what made him react so strong, but he didn't know, just said that he panicked when he realized he'd wet the bed, that it got even worse when I told our child, and that he just got so angry with me for it. I apologized again for making him feel that way. He apologized for making me scared. I'm not going to go through all that we said after that. It was a long talk, but in conclusion, none of us is happy with how we acted, and we have both apologized for it. He wasn't that bugged about me laughing, but we both agreed that I shouldn't have told our child. However, he's no longer mad about it and doesn't think it's that big of a deal. We both think he shouldn't have ignored me like that, and that I handled it poorly and was mean. We have both accepted each other's apologies, but I still feel bad for being so mean to him. But all in all, we are on good terms now. Update 2, since he was sober, I did try to get him to see a doctor. But he outright refused and claimed it was pointless as they wouldn't do anything anyway. He's wet the bed one other time that I know of, and both times he was rather exhausted and stressed out, so that may have been the reason. I don't know. I realized I was still bothered by his behavior. I also started to receive more comments from people who saw issues with his behavior as well, which I'm grateful for, as it reassured me that it was problematic. He can be very immature and sensitive, has issues controlling his emotions, anger, and he's so damned hard to get sometimes. It's likely due to mental health issues, so it isn't fair to him, and I'm awful for it, but sometimes I just find him so annoying and exhausting. Then about a week before Christmas he unexpectedly made a suicide attempt, sadly not his first. I did not see it coming, and I still feel like poop for it, and probably always will. His memory of the hour before is blurry, but he's adamant he didn't intend to hurt himself when he left our home that night. But I should have known. Anyway, it was bad, and for a while, we didn't know if he was going to make it or what condition he would be in if he did. Thankfully he survived and did so basically without any long-term effects. The time after was horrible, and when he got to come home he was so unwell he was lethargic for weeks. As to why he did it, The short answer is that he had a hellish amount of anxiety he wanted to go away, which mixed badly with his sometimes complete lack of impulse control. He's been very clear that it had nothing to do with anything I've done. I didn't know how bad he was feeling because he didn't tell me or anyone else, and it's so damn hard to help him when he doesn't tell us how he's feeling. It scared the poop out of me, and it scared the poop out of him too. To the point where he, finally, realized he needed more help, and he's been serious about it in a way he's never been before. So when he was offered therapy, he accepted. Now the waiting time is a joke, so he will be starting in October. In the meantime, he's been seeing a nurse and a psychiatrist. I'm 23 weeks pregnant now, and up until yesterday, things have overall been quite good. When he got home from work, he was in a crappy mood. I thought he'd had a bad day at work, but when I asked him about it, I was served with an angry rant of how stupid we are for having the babies and that we should have aborted them. Like what the F, when I asked why he was saying it and pointed out it wasn't a nice thing to say, he just replied, "Well, you asked, and it's what I feel." I didn't want to talk with him when he was like that, so I told him we'd talk about it later. When the kids were asleep, I asked him what that was all about and where it came from. He said he didn't know the way he said it when he didn't want to talk about something. I tried to push a little but got nowhere, so I got a bit frustrated and told him that it wasn't fair to me to say things like that and then refused to talk about it. He was just silent for a while, then said F this and went and locked himself in the bathroom. When he came out he looked sad, so I asked him if he was okay and he said he needed some air. I was like okay and added something like it's okay to be sad, you know. He didn't like that, so he very angrily told me he wasn't sad. I know I should have let him be, but I just got such a bad feeling, so I asked him to stay. He didn't like that either, so he screamed at me that he didn't want to stay and slammed the door so hard it woke the kids up when he left. I couldn't do much else than tend to the children, pretend everything was fine, and hope he would return safe and sound. I was so damned worried, so when the kids were back to sleep I texted him to ask if he was okay, and then I cried. He replied almost instantly, "I'm okay. Home in 5. Sorry. Love you," which eased my worry, but I was still sad and angry. He came back shortly after. He was clearly high, so he had calmed down. He isn't addicted. When he saw I was crying, he said he was sorry. I told him I was not okay with him treating me like that, yada, yada, yada. He said he knew and apologized again. We've had that conversation before. I realized I wasn't even angry with him anymore. Perhaps I should have been. I just asked him to please not run away like that again, and he promised he wouldn't. But he probably will. Then he was tired, so we went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I haven't been feeling that great today, to be honest. I'm scared, disappointed, and I feel stupid. My husband was in a better mood when he came home today, and he's been such a sweetheart. He even talked to me. He apologized for yesterday and told me he was disappointed in himself for how he behaved, that he's been trying so hard to behave like a normal person, his words, and that he was tired of failing all the time. I know he's trying and he isn't failing all the time, so I told him to not be so hard on himself. I asked him about how he was feeling, and he admitted he wasn't feeling that well, but couldn't elaborate. So I asked him how bad not that well was, and said it wasn't too bad and that I didn't need to worry, and promised to tell me if it got worse. But I don't know if I can trust him on that. I'm so scared he will crash again. I'm not sure I have the energy for it, not now, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't have it either. I'm hoping so much that therapy will help him, but I'm not sure what realistically can be expected from it. My husband would rather work than spend time with our kids. Everything changed when I slapped divorce papers on his desk and told him he'd pay alimony for the rest of his life. My husband started an online business, and he's used it as an excuse to neglect our family. It's not like we're asking him to do anything unreasonable either. Our kids are constantly asking him for help with their homework, or just wanting to kick a ball around the yard. He always gives them the same answer: "Ask your mother." To the outside world it looks like I'm a single mom. I can't even remember the last time we had a date together because I have to do everything around the house. I drive them to and from school and soccer practice. I cook for them and do all the dishes. He's never even lifted a finger to help with the laundry. I've honestly started to question if I even love my husband anymore because of all this. He's put on a considerable amount of weight over the years since he's glued to that computer screen and doesn't really go outside. Sure, the money he brings in with his business pays for almost everything, but I still have to work too. I've tried asking him why he can't work while we're away, and spend more time with us when we're home, but he just tells me that I wouldn't understand what it takes to run a business. The only time I see him leave that desk is to eat, sleep, or use the bathroom, but I don't know what he actually does while I'm at work. About a month ago, our 7-year-old asked me why Daddy would rather work than play with him. That question broke my heart because I realized our kids barely even know who their dad is, and he's home every single day. I finally decided that enough is enough. I had a plan that would either make or break our marriage. I had a lawyer write an informal agreement that stated I would take ownership of the house, full custody of the kids, and get $5,000 a month in alimony until the kids turned 18. While he was at his desk the other night, I put that paper in front of him and told him I needed his signature. He didn't hesitate to sign it and slide it towards me. I asked him if he read what he just signed, and he finally peeled his eyes off the computer to read it over. The color flushed from his face when he realized what was happening. I told him if he didn't pay attention to his kids and help out, I would take this back to the lawyer and start the divorce proceedings. He went completely silent, but I could see in his eyes that he knew I was serious. When he finally came to bed, we had a very long talk about how I've been feeling like a single mother, and how he hasn't lifted a finger to help me raise our kids in the past 5 years. Then I told him what our son asked me. I think that's when everything clicked for him. He broke down crying and told me if I gave him another chance, he would make everything right. He apologized over and over, but I didn't really want to hear it. I believe actions speak louder than words, and until he shows me how he's going to change, I won't believe it. He says he understands and he's going to put in the work to bring our family back together, but I'm honestly thinking about going through with a divorce. Should I give him a second chance? My husband's work wife thinks she can act like a second wife in my husband's real life. My husband can't take it anymore and put her in her place. I have been with my husband for 5 years. Recently, in the last year, he has started a new job position, where his role is shared with his coworker, Chelsea, 20. I've noticed that his coworker, Chelsea, has increasingly pushed my limits of comfortability, and I frankly just don't trust her. I've known Chelsea and her family for years before my marriage, and I wasn't keen on her then either. She does and says strange things that I don't believe are malicious, but it's almost like she wants to be a second wife to him. I don't feel insecure about her, but I feel creeped out. She shared with me that she sees my husband as like her brother. This irks me because she has an awesome brother, and I'm friends with her brother. She often calls, texts, and FaceTime about work-related and unrelated topics, and I've heard someone refer to her as his work wife. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law passed last month, and it has been utter hell. In the midst of grief, Chelsea texted asking how my husband was doing and how she cries every day thinking about him. She told me that she knew exactly what I was going through and that she couldn't wait to give my husband a huge hug. Fast forward a little bit. She was drunk at a party and saw my husband leaving, so she confronted him about why he was leaving. He told her, "I didn't think I had to tell you what I'm doing," resulting in her panic texting him after to make sure they were okay and trying to get him to talk to her by saying, "You can open up and talk to me or vent or just tell me to STF you." Strange to me. There have been more instances, but I know I have a limit. Anyway, his birthday was last week, and she called him to ask about his shirt size, and she made it a point to let him know she'd never forget his birthday. Yesterday, when he walked in, I was cleaning the kitchen and noticed an unfamiliar shirt. I asked if it was new, and he said, "Chelsea got it for me," and my blood boiled. Instant rage, and I went quiet. He asked if I cared, and I remained silent and walked away. I'm usually a huge communicator, but his mom just passed, and he asked for no drama, so I'm trying my hardest to respect that. Still, I know I have zero patience and want to tell him it's effing weird how involved a coworker is trying to become in his life, and she needs to back down and focus on her engagement. Update: as for the talk, it went amazing. I sat down with my husband and just told him that there were some things that I wanted to bring to his attention. My husband was very attentive and validating. He gave me his point of view, and we talked about how my walking away made him feel awful and how I was upset that he knew I would be mad seeing him wearing the shirt. I accepted my role, and he could do the same. My husband has already chatted with Chelsea and put her in her place after my reaction. This led Chelsea to have a 3-day temper tantrum then and constantly seek reassurance and validation from my husband, in the form of texts and in-person harassment. My husband finally had enough and told her he would pursue this through his chain of command and HR if she didn't knock it off. That seemed to stop her in her tracks, and she told him she was having troubles at home, and my husband responded, "Sorry to hear that. Good luck with everything." She did not like this. He has since then put up some serious boundaries, and we both came up with some ideas that we were comfortable with and won't stress out his work environment more. My husband's adopted sister ran away crying when he proposed to me. Now she's telling my husband that I lost our child because we weren't meant for each other. My husband and I met each other at a ski lodge 9 years ago. There was a singing competition and both of us were set up by our friends to enter it. Sparks flew during our duet and the rest is history. Back to our first meeting. This was the first time I caught on to my sister-in-law's disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, he and I went to the cafe to chat. His middle sister, Tina, who was adopted at birth, came storming up to us and demanded he come back to their group. She never looked at me and whined when he shut her down. She ran off crying and apparently took her sister's room key cards and locked them out so they had to stay with the friends in their room. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up in a sexy club outfit. She ignored me the entire time and hung all over my husband, boyfriend at the time. She kept recalling tales of them when they were little and how close they were. She'd kiss him on the cheek, hug him, and touched his arm when laughing. He was visibly uncomfortable so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she had a crush on him, but the way she was acting looked like she was the girlfriend and not me. She was going around reminding everyone that he used to say he never wanted to have kids, but now he's playing daddy to my daughter. One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird for talking about how hot his modeling photos were when he did print work back in college and that her favorite photo was of them at a beach in Hawaii during a family vacation a few years back. The most bizarre thing she told a few people was that he had never dated a woman of color before and now all of a sudden he's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why this would bother her. Unless she's jealous of me because she wished she were me. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to me. She started crying and ran to the restroom. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. Now I have to say, I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting our peace. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk for going into labor early, like I did with my other 2 children. My mother-in-law called to RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and if it was okay if she brought her new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start her nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and destroyed their close relationship, when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids or to get married. She then asked if he thought about her in all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him and he just shrugged and said he didn't doubt my theory. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could cuddle and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention because there were many siblings and they all hung out all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her and this new boyfriend because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in, but I know in my gut that she's ready to ruin our day with her theatrics. Update: my husband ran home because Tina blew up his phone, texting and calling. Now, my husband always texts or calls me on his lunch break to check on me, even before the pregnancy, so I knew something was wrong when he didn't. Since he left Tina on read, she started calling and sending a slew of unwarranted and degrading texts about me and our children, so basically Tina being Tina. He didn't run it by me, but he sent her a long paragraph, which he showed me when he got home, basically telling her off and told her that he would rather never speak to her again than listen to her talk bad about our family. He told her she would never be invited to any of our family functions and that she needed to check herself back into the hospital if she thought their sibling relationship was ever closer than it actually was. He closed it by saying he would let the family know the reason she was uninvited and that he hoped she's either seeing a therapist or would find one immediately. I'm not surprised at his response because the things she said pushed him to that breaking point. I think the worst thing she said was that my 2 miscarriages years ago, which would have been our first child together, was caused because we don't actually belong together and that my body couldn't even carry any of my children to term. I expected her to bring something like this up, but I could tell it really hurt him, and that's why he didn't hold back from her. He then blocked her and told me he's changing our phone numbers. He called his parents and the oldest sister, whom he is close with, and explained to them why she's never allowed to visit our home. He shared all of their text exchanges, and they were mortified. He asked them not to share our address, and when we changed to new numbers, they assured us that none of them shared this information with her because she actually asked for his work schedule and mentioned driving up a day early to surprise him. My father-in-law had the most to say, and I get it. It's his baby girl, but he hadn't shared much info beforehand with anyone besides his wife. He said he always knew she had a little crush on him, but after her outburst at our housewarming years ago, they had a conversation about her behavior and she told him that she had been keeping a diary about him since she was a teenager. She explained it was to process her emotions and to challenge negative thoughts. All I heard was that she wrote about him for years, so there's several journals in their home, probably enforcing her beliefs. Apparently, she only stayed away from my husband because my father-in-law kept her in check and was able to get her hospitalized several times for being a threat to herself. I don't know if all her issues stem from her unrequited love for him, typing that just made me nauseous, but I hope she gets the help she desperately needs. He asked that they speak with her about his last text, but that we don't want to know the outcome. They told us they would deal with her and apologized for thinking she had resolved her issues. My in-laws are saints, and I thank them for believing us and keeping her away for all these years. Luckily, she's currently living with them due to her issues, so they're going to speak to her tomorrow morning. The bio sister-in-law called me when we got off the phone with the in-laws. She told me that she was really sorry because she's the one who hooked the new boyfriend and Tina up and suggested that she show him off at the baby shower, but admitted they had only been dating for like 2 weeks. She said she sent the text Tina sent to my husband to her the boyfriend, so I'm pretty sure they're probably not a thing anymore. I'm kind of nervous how Tina will deal with 2 rejections so close together. The 2 sisters aren't that close, and she was audibly disgusted to find out that her sister has been pining for their brother all these years. She has a theory, though. She thinks it started with the older bio brother, Sean, because when Tina was little, she would follow Sean around all the time. He's older, so he went off to college abroad. Tina was about 10, and then he permanently moved to Europe. It seems like the crush transferred to my husband when Sean left. Sean hasn't been back to the States since he graduated high school, and no one really has contact with him, so she said she can't call and ask him about it. I have to admit I'm kind of curious and would have been interested in hearing what Sean had to say, but I'll rest assured knowing our involvement in the whole thing is over. My husband is going to upgrade our alarm system and purchase more cameras. My husband's coworker is hitting on me and I found out that it is because my husband is telling them that I am his sister, so I confronted him and his reason is very shameful. My husband started working at a large accounting firm about 3 years ago, and from what he tells me, He loves it there. He's made a lot of friends through his job and he goes out with them for drinks and social events quite often, and I've been totally okay with that. After what happened yesterday, it only just occurred to me that he has never actually asked me if I'd like to meet any of them, or go to one of his work events. I guess that's important context. Anyway, I'll start with what happened a few months ago, that I had brushed off until now. I was at a bar with some friends for a couple of Friday after work drinks, and a guy approached me. He was there with some friends, too. He looked slightly familiar but I hadn't met him before. He seemed friendly enough, and he asked me, my name, right? I think I must have just given him a confused look, because he followed up with, I'm Jake, I work with Josh. I realized that I recognized him from some photos on my husband's phone. This is where it gets a bit embarrassing. I'm a bit socially awkward and so I struggled to end the conversation, but he just kept talking at me. I guess he was already a couple of beers deep. But while he was talking, he said something like, it's great that you guys are still so close. I haven't talked to my brother in ages. At the time I was like, huh? But I just assumed he was drunk and not making sense, so I ignored it. He started to get a little flirty, so I turned to my friends and we left shortly after that. I didn't say anything to them about it and it didn't seem like a big deal to me. I also decided not to tell my husband that I had met his coworker Jake. Not to hide it, but because I figured the guy wouldn't even remember talking to me, and I didn't want to make it awkward for Josh at work by telling him his colleague tried to hit on me. I just thought no harm no foul. But, yesterday morning, I was out walking our dog, Monty, and was on my way to my regular cafe, which is in town. I was waiting in line to order, and the guy in front was an older man. He got his coffee and turned around, but stopped and looked at my dog and goes, hello Monty. Monty was super excited to see him, apparently, and so I guessed that the guy was another colleague of Josh's, because Josh brings the dog to the office a couple of times a week. I thought it was sweet, to be honest, so I smiled at him and said hi. He introduced himself, but then he said something like, aren't you a good sister, walking his dog for him. I was so confused that I didn't even know how to react at first, so I stumbled on my words and just said it's my dog. I regret it, but I genuinely couldn't bring myself to correct him and say that I'm Josh's wife and not his sister. It was just too awkward, and I just wanted to leave because I think was suddenly dawning on me what might have been going on. He asked me something about sharing a dog, but I was able to escape the conversation by being next in line to order my coffee, and he left. I seriously don't know what to do, because what the fuck? Do I even ask my husband about this? Part of me is just assuming or hoping that it's a mistake, that he doesn't talk about me much at work and they assume we are related because we both have brown hair. But the thought that he has been telling his coworkers that I'm his sister makes my stomach churn. Update. On Saturday morning I woke up earlier than my husband. He was very hungover, so he was like sleeping a rock. I decided to look through his phone properly while he was sleeping. I have been on his phone so often just pissing around on it that I had never thought to check anything very deeply. I checked all the expected things like Instagram DMs, Facebook Messenger, his iMessages, etc., and I didn't find anything that set off alarm bells to me. I saw he had a folder called Work, and so I looked in there, and he had a couple of Microsoft apps, Outlook, Authenticator, OneNote, etc., but he also had MS Teams. So I opened that up and had a look around. It did feel like I might have been breaking laws looking at his work messages, but I obviously had to. Anyway, I was already upset to see that he had a bunch of one-on-one chats with several female coworkers, which, at first glance, is obviously not an issue, because everyone works with people of the opposite gender and are required to communicate with them. But a couple of them were vaguely flirty. Nothing I would call egregious, but there would be the occasional message between them with some playful innuendo or a wink emoji. These upset me, obviously, and they did send me into a bit of a spiral, but I didn't find anything that suggested he was having an out-and-out affair with any of them. Still, I followed someone's suggestion of screenshotting the messages and I airdropped them to myself. I still wanted some evidence of the lie, though, some proof of Josh telling someone that I was his sister directly. I go through his messages and search for keyword sister, so I searched for sis on his MS Teams, hoping to find results for both sister and sis. A bunch of messages from all hands group chats or one-on-one chats came up from other people, all unrelated and about their own sisters or whatever, but my heart dropped out my ass, lol, when I saw there was a direct message from Jake, the guy from the bar, to Josh from a Monday a few months ago. Jake's messages said, ran into your sis at the bar. On Friday she's single, right? And my husband had the gall to reply, nah, she's married. I was just in shock that he had the balls to tell this guy that I'm the one who is married because he doesn't want anyone having it on with me, but he is allowed to coyly flirt with every fucking woman in the office? Anyway, I kept going back through the search results on his MS Teams, and eventually I got as far back as 2-ish years ago, and I did in fact find a message from Josh himself to a group chat. It said, me and sis and Nusa Dua. I clicked on that and saw that he had sent it alongside a bunch of photos of him and I from our holiday to Bali. We went to Bali for our second anniversary. I thought he probably chose those photos because he's shirtless and had been working out, so he looked hot in all of them. I was in tears seeing all of this, obviously. I took screenshots of those too and airdropped all of the screenshots to myself. I immediately took myself to my friend's house. I'll call her Sophie. I went to her place to cry it out and show her what I found, and she was extremely supportive and probably more furious than me. Lol. At around 1:30 p.m. I got a phone call from Josh, and I hung it up immediately. He sent me a few messages along the lines of, where are you baby? I'm ordering food, want some? And sad to not wake up next to you this morning. Sunday morning I woke up feeling more angry than sad, so I opened my phone and finally replied to his messages. Coming home now, need to talk. I kept it cryptic to make him squirm, to be honest. I got home and he tried to hug me, but I refused him and we just stood in the kitchen. I did confront him. I just said, "Why have you been telling your coworkers I'm your sister?" He just said, "Huh?" This made me so angry. "How are you going to pretend to be stupid after 3 years of lying?" I basically said, "Don't play dumb. 2 of your coworkers have greeted me as your sister, and I have proof of you telling them. And I know you're pretending to be single." Essentially, I asked him what he had to say for himself. He still played stupid. He became moderately defensive and just kept saying, "I don't know what you're talking about," or, "Why would I lie about you?" I cannot describe how furious I was at this point, but I was in tears, so he was trying to comfort me as if I was having some kind of irrational breakdown. I showed him the screenshot of his message saying me and sis, and I said something like, "You, tell me." He just said, "I don't know what I'm looking at, and I'm confused." I got so angry that I left again, and went back to Sophie's, because it felt like a dead-end road. At like 8:30-ish, he called me again and I did pick up. He basically asked for us to talk and he said he has some things to say, so I went back to our apartment. He had written out a bunch of stuff on a piece of paper as if he had prepared a speech and sat me down on the couch. He said that immediately after he started at his job, he realized the atmosphere was like a frat house. All of his team members were men in their 20s and 30s that were single and fuckboys. He noticed that the one guy in their team that was married would either get picked on, or essentially excluded from any and all social interactions. These guys were friendly and welcoming to Josh, and he admitted that he was desperate to fit in with them. He hated feeling like fresh meat, so he was scared that saying he was married would alienate him from his coworkers, and at first just never mentioned that he was married. He admitted that after one of his workmates saw a picture of him and I on his lock screen, they asked him who I was, and in a moment of panic, he said, "My sister." He was really apologetic at this point, and he was crying a lot. He couldn't even look at me. Anyway, he said that from then, he basically dug himself a deeper and deeper grave, because they kept grilling him about me and wanting to see more pictures of me. He said he had let it go on too long and that he didn't have the balls to admit to the lie. They would always bring me up and ask poop like, "Did you give her my number yet?" Or joke that they had slept with me, etc. He said he was really ashamed that he did that. He told me that he had never had an affair or even considered it, that the messages between him and his female colleagues were banter and that it was commonplace to talk to people like that in the office. He also said, he knows how disgusting it is and he is embarrassed to have been acting like a fuckboy. He concluded his speech by apologizing again and said that he was disgusted with himself and ashamed that he had lied for so long, but felt like he had trapped himself and that he couldn't find a way to get himself out of it. He said he knows he could have confessed the truth to either his coworkers or to me at any point but that he didn't because he was a coward. He said that he'll confess to his entire office that he lied and that I am his wife and not his sister if I want him to. He said that he will quit his job without a word if it would make me feel better, and that he hopes I can forgive him but he understands if I can't. Anyway, I couldn't really think of anything to say at that point. He went to lock himself in the bathroom, and I just sat on the couch crying. Anyway, I packed up a bag and went back to Sophie's, and I'm still at her place as I'm writing this. I told Josh that I needed time away from him to think about everything and whether or not I believe him, or whether I can ever trust him again. He told me to take as long as I needed and that he will still be there for when I get back. He said, even if it takes a year. My husband's mistress banged my head against the wall and he didn't stop her, so I dragged their name through the mud and got them disowned. I have been with my husband for over a decade. Early on, I had to have a hysterectomy due to health complications and told him if he wanted kids, we should go our separate ways. He insisted he was strictly child-free and didn't want kids. In every other way, we were perfect for each other. A few years into our marriage, we even had the chance to adopt a little girl from a family member's unplanned pregnancy. I was thrilled, but he still didn't want kids, so she was adopted elsewhere. Not being a mom hurt, but I accepted it. Some time back, my husband started acting weird. You know how you just know when someone you love changes? He came home late, avoided intimacy, and was cold. He denied anything was wrong, but I could tell he was lying. Whenever I tried to talk to him about it, he'd tell me I'm being psycho and controlling. So, I snooped through his phone and found evidence of a very long affair. I'm not proud of it, but I did it. I needed that peace of mind. His mistress, whom he'd introduced to me as his cousin, was around less than 2 months pregnant. They were discussing marriage after he divorced me. He admitted he didn't want to divorce me yet because he would lose our house, which I funded entirely. He'd also been using our joint account, which I contribute significantly more to pay for her rent and hospital expenses. When I confronted him, he admitted to the affair and her pregnancy. She came over, and things got heated. I tried to blame him, not her, but after a lot of tears and fighting, I lost control and told them that I hoped they lost the child. I'm not proud of it, but I said it. He moved out of my house the next day, not sure where they live now. A few weeks later, she had a miscarriage. They blame me and believe I caused it. She came to our house, slapped me, banged my head against the wall, and kicked me. I was not significantly injured. He didn't hurt me physically but he didn't stop her either. Yes, I was foolish to let them in but I am in a weird mental state too and didn't expect her to hit me. Maybe I deserved it. I may have felt the same if someone said something like that about my unborn child and lost it. I won't file charges because it's not an option in my country, and maybe I deserved the beating for what I said. Edit. What I said was so unforgivable in my religion. Wishing something bad on an unborn baby is like unforgivable. It's not some small thing, that's why I feel like an a-hole. A child is considered God's blessing. I said all that and cursed them, and maybe my anger and envy created Nazar. Logically I know I didn't cause it to actually happen, but the bad thing happened because I thought bad and because I was hurt. My bad thoughts had effect. Update: after everything that happened, my in-laws found out that my husband and I are staying separately, because he also stopped sending them money for their upkeep. They called me, and I told them everything honestly, including what I said. My in-laws completely took my side. They threatened to cut their son out of their lives for his infidelity and were also angry about the embarrassment he has caused them. They've told him that the only way he can make it up to them is by obtaining my forgiveness and making it up to me. I'm thankful for them. They also informed my parents and reassured them that they'll be supporting me no matter what. I've been living with my in-laws since, but a lot of things happened and I found out that she was never pregnant and never had a miscarriage. She couldn't provide any evidence of pregnancy or a miscarriage. According to my mother-in-law, I think my husband realized she'd been lying about her pregnancy only after leaving me. It also turns out that she really is my husband's distant cousin, so he wasn't lying about that at least. She apparently begged my in-laws not to tell her own parents, but they went ahead and told them anyway. Word spread, and she is now in shame for premarital intimacy, that too with a married man. I don't know specific details about her, but I think she's pretty much been put under house arrest by her parents other than for absolutely essential trips. My parents are too old to have much of an opinion. They are reassured that my in-laws are on my side and are happy with anything I do. My husband and I are still not on good terms, but I still love him very much. I need time to heal from this and a proper apology, which I'm yet to receive, but once I do, I'm inclined to take him back. I think he currently resents me because of the backlash he got and is upset that his parents took my side. But eventually, I think he will realize the error of his ways. My husband's mistress doesn't know that my son will inherit all of my mother-in-law's wealth, and their affair baby will inherit nothing. Finding out that my husband cheated on me with his skinny blonde personal trainer while I weighed nearly 200 pounds from being pregnant with our child almost killed both me and the baby. My husband had left his phone unlocked on the table one day, and that's when I saw the text come in. One text with a contact that was just the heart emoji, that said, "I feel so empty without you inside me. I didn't make you fast enough to the bathroom to throw up and vomit all over myself and just lay on the floor and cried." Although it was extremely difficult, I separated from my husband, gave birth all by myself, raised my child all on my own. Meanwhile, while I was living in a one-bedroom apartment and juggling 3 jobs at once, my ex-husband married his affair partner and got her pregnant before our divorce was final. Even though the woman is a professional personal trainer, she has acted like anything but a professional towards me. The only time she ever saw me in person, she put her hand on my belly and asked if I was trying for another one. It was 100% obvious that I wasn't pregnant, but her harassment didn't stop there. During my husband and I's divorce, she kept making anonymous Instagram accounts to comment nasty things on my posts like whale and suggestions for various plastic surgeries that I needed. This led to me deleting 100% of my social media because I was sick of her having any access to me. The only positive aspect that came out of my divorce other than leaving a cheater was my ex-mother-in-law's overwhelming kindness. I had always been close to her and she was the first person I called when I found out about the cheating. I'll never forget how she supported me and cried with me on the phone and called her own son a B-starred beach for what he had done. We have stayed in contact through divorce. My son loves his grandma and she has done so much to support me over the years, including buying me baby formula when I was struggling. She's an incredibly kind woman, and unfortunately this year she developed a very serious fast-acting cancer and I have been visiting her every chance I get, far more than her own son. She took care of me when I was alone and now I want to return the favor. About a month ago when I was visiting her, she waited until her caretaker had left the room and pulled me in to tell me a secret. She let me know that she had been updating her will, and she was so resentful of the type of man her son had grown up to be that she had chosen to leave 100% of her assets to my son instead. So not only will my ex-husband and his new wife get no inheritance, but neither will their child. I started to tear up and begged her to reconsider, asking her why she felt like my family deserved this instead of her own. She reminded me that I am her family and confided in me that her own father had left her family to go live with his second family when she was only 5 years old and she had hated him for it. Now that her own son had grown up to be a cheating piece of poop just like his grandfather, she wanted nothing to do with him and his pathetic new excuse for a family. It was a very emotional night and I made sure to express my gratitude over and over again. I was one of the first people that my ex-mother-in-law had told about her illness, and once more family members began to find out, it eventually got back to my ex and his new wife. After they found out my ex-mother-in-law was dying, they were suddenly showing up every weekend when I was visiting as well. Their behavior freaked me out. They were acting super friendly out of nowhere towards me and my ex-mother-in-law when they are usually self-absorbed people who barely visited her. During one of these visits, I was walking back slowly from the kitchen with a bowl of soup for my ex-mother-in-law when I heard my ex-husband and his current wife whispering and giggling around the corner. I was probably wrong for eavesdropping, but it led to me discovering the ugly truth about what they were planning. They were talking about how excited they were that they could finally afford to join some expensive, exclusive country club they had been dreaming about. I heard my ex-husband explicitly say, "Once we get this money, we're golden. It shouldn't be much longer now." He was literally talking about his mom dying and his wife responded by giggling, and he returned her laughter. I thought I couldn't be more disgusted until I heard his wife turn around and start criticizing the way my mother-in-law's living room was decorated. From the corner I was peeking out of, I saw her take down a photo that my ex-mother-in-law had put up of my son, turn back to her husband, and say there doesn't that look so much bet? We'll have to replace it with photos of their son's name. I couldn't believe that my ex-husband was just standing there as his wife was insulting his own child. But then again, he's great at being divorceable. I'm going to miss my mother-in-law with all my heart when she passes, but I have to admit that seeing the realization on my husband and his wife's face when they learn they won't be getting a penny from my ex-mother-in-law will be priceless. My husband's mistress reached out to me and revealed that he was acting like a single man and denied that he was married, so I jumped on the train to Divorce Town. Yesterday, I got a "Hey girly" DM from an old college friend, Georgia, about my husband, Ristan. As far as I knew, she was living in a different city, but she moved to our city about 8 months ago. She sent me screenshots of their messages and their sex and had selfies of them after they effed. I've been busy at work and admittedly not spending as much time at home, but he's the love of my life, and I never thought he could do something like this. I confronted Ristan, and he admitted it right away. He said it was supposed to be a one-time thing. He and Georgia met up for dinner when she moved, but things progressed, so they started dating. Yes, dating. She had no idea about me. He doesn't post me on his socials because his online presence is dedicated to his personal fitness business, so she just assumed he was a fit, handsome, single guy. He never mentioned me once. It was only when Georgia started mentioning marriage and kids that Ristan got nervous and dodgy and mentioned trouble with his ex-wife if they were to get married. The ex-wife is me, his wife of 4 years. She mentioned this because, drum roll, she's 3 months pregnant. Thinking they were exclusive, she hasn't slept with anyone else, which means the baby is his. She Googled my name and found out that not only were we together, we were effing married. 4 years of marriage and 3 more years of dating are down the drain. I told Ristan to get the F out, and he tried to argue, but he knew he had no chance. He's staying at a friend's house, and after lurking on Reddit for so long, I texted him my entire reason for kicking him out, and he sent an apology reply admitting to everything, so I have it all in writing. I'm still messaging her. She feels totally awful about the whole situation and I really feel for her. We've actually become close in the last day or two, as weird as that sounds, but we're both in the middle of some trauma, and leaning on each other has helped. I'm leaving him if that wasn't clear. Georgia has also said she wants nothing to do with Ristan except child support. I texted him to come over tomorrow to talk, and he said he would. And I contacted a lawyer this morning and sent her everything I have. She replied after about 2 hours and said this case wouldn't be a problem. Basically, it was a slam dunk. She also offered to mention the case to a colleague in family court, but Georgia hasn't decided yet. She's just as overwhelmed about this as I am. I'm just grateful I didn't have kids with this son of a bee, and I'm still young and hot while R's a gross cheating cheater. Update. Last night, I got into a huge argument with Ristan over the phone, talking about how I'm a bee for breaking up with him and plenty of other nasty things. Throughout the night, I was anxious and insomniac. I started distancing myself from G. She sensed this, and things blew up. She went into a rage and told me she knew about me. She knew I got married through mutual friends on Instagram, my private profile, but friends and family posted about the wedding, so Georgia saw our photos. She texted me this morning after waking up to so many texts. She called me a fake bee who makes up circumstances and lies about details. I blocked her after that. I was as accurate as possible in my posts and texts without divulging too many details. I was also feeling petty from lack of sleep, so I did tag Ristan in an IG, telling everyone he was a cheater. A few people responded by saying they unfollowed/blocked him. I deleted it after 3 hours, but I know screenshots were taken, and the damage has been done. He called early this morning asking to talk, but I said everything was better over text, so I had receipts, and he obliged. He basically said he'd accept divorce and he'd give me almost everything I asked for. This obviously wasn't legally binding, but I'd imagine it's good ammo for a divorce. He came by before work to get a bunch of his things, and we were able to talk face to face. He apologized and asked, almost begged, for my forgiveness. Remembering comments about my dignity, I politely but firmly declined. He actually took this pretty well and asked me if I had any questions. I asked him, what the F happened? According to him, Georgia contacted him before she even moved. As many suspected, she knew about me initially but didn't care. She didn't say outright that she was trying to get pregnant, but she gloated to her friends about having unprotected intimacy with Ristan many times, so it's definitely suspicious as hell. He said he just couldn't resist her. To be quite frank, I'm hotter than her. There's no question. That is the one thing about this situation that brings me a bit of light. Oh, and as predicted by so many of you, Georgia and Ristan are apparently still in a relationship. They're planning on keeping the baby and, get this, 2 or 3 hours after I wrote this out, he posted the gender reveal on his public Instagram. Like I never effing existed. He's trying to get rent money from me, but there's no chance I'll give him a cent. In fact, I'll be taking nearly everything. He knows he doesn't stand a chance at getting any of the furniture that I paid for or the vinyls I bought. F him. My husband's wannabe work wife accused me of trying to harm my unborn baby, so my husband reported her to HR and got her fired. I'm 8.5 months pregnant, so I am not working for obvious reasons. But at my job, I earn significantly more than my husband. My husband works at a small company and I really get on with most of his coworkers, apart from one of his workwife. I put workwife in quotes as he does not call her this despite her desperately trying to get this title. She has degraded me to him before her main complaint being, when I was working, I worked too much and am clearly trying to emasculate him, which he very quickly shut down. Now I'm pregnant and not working, She's voiced concern to him that I look too thin for a pregnant woman. I am a healthy weight. She's just a larger woman, and I assume that while not trying to be too egotistical, she felt a bit jealous, probably hoping that I would get bigger than her during pregnancy. And her other concern is that I'm too old to be pregnant. She's done both of these in creepy subtle ways so as to not look like the outright bad guy. Anyway, on to the incident. My husband's boss was having a garden party to which I was invited. During this event, my husband had a glass of gin and tonic, one of my favorite drinks. He remarked that it was particularly good. I took his glass to take a small sip. I could see work wife's beady eyes on me as I handed the glass back. She then came rushing up to us to tell me about the dangers of fetal alcohol syndrome. I explained that I had just had a small sip and that it was really no harm at all. But this wasn't enough for her to just leave it. She continued to go on about how worried she was, to which my husband defended me, repeating that I only had a tiny bit and there really was no harm there. She seemed to be offended by this response. She turned to me and said if I want to unalive my baby I should just have in baby garbage. My husband and those in earshot were stunned by this. Before I could think about what to do, I instantly told her to F off and mind her own business. Luckily no one heard and she sort of just looked uncomfortable and left shortly afterward. Following this very mild response, in my opinion and in the opinion of my husband and others I've told, she has sent my husband 7 emails calling me and him every name imaginable, tried to call 40 plus times, leaving a variety of insane voicemails. My husband reported this to HR, and she resigned shortly afterward. Despite this, she won't stop calling and leaving abusive messages. We've tried blocking her but she just makes a new account. Her persistence makes me worried for her mental well-being, and I feel like a bit of an asshole for pushing this clearly disturbed woman over the edge. Am I the a-hole? Update. I am going to file a report tomorrow to the relevant authorities and both I and my husband will be changing our numbers. I do not believe this woman is any real danger to anyone but herself, and I would like her to be sectioned in some way to get the mental health treatment that she needs. My husband's best friend kissed me and threatened me with deportation if I told my husband, so I called the police and had him detained. I am an immigrant that recently relocated to another country to be with my husband after being long distance with him for several years. Needless to say, my husband is my best friend and I love him deeply. Because I've struggled making my own friends here, I am on friendly terms with my husband's friends. They are all for the most part decent people and welcomed me with open arms, which I am grateful for. Recently, I began planning a surprise party for my husband's birthday and I figured I would reach out to his friends about planning to see if they wanted to help. Enter my husband's best friend Adam. He has been my husband's friend for about 10 years now. Adam is married with a wife of his own who I am friends with. Adam immediately was very supportive of my ideas and was insistent on helping. Many times he offered to drive me around the city to go to different stores since my husband and I don't have a car, which I would decline since I didn't want to cause him any hassle. He would offer to use his place of work as the location for the party. He works at a fancy restaurant. Again, I would decline because my husband isn't the type of person to enjoy birthday celebrations like that, but I would let him know I appreciated his kind offer and that I felt he was a very kind and generous friend. He was fairly persistent, but I figured it was just because he wanted to make his friend's birthday memorable. Fast forward to this week, Adam texted me and told me he had his birthday gift for my husband, but he would need help loading it up in his car. I asked about what it was, but he just said a joke about how I would tell my husband, so I couldn't know. I didn't think anything of it and agreed to help him today. We drove to the store, got the gift, and drove back. He put the car in park and as I started getting out, he reached out to me and kissed me. I was taken aback and immediately pulled away. I asked him what he was doing and he said that he thought I was cute and he wanted to shoot his shot. I asked him about my husband and he said that he didn't need to know. I was just overwhelmed and couldn't begin to wrap my mind around what was happening. He apologized and said he thought I was sending signals because of me saying he was a kind and generous person. He then said that my husband couldn't know about it because my husband would blame me and would divorce me, and I'd have to go back to my home country. I got out of the car and just went inside. My husband was at work, so he doesn't know. I have a lot of conflicting feelings. I want to tell my husband because how Adam went about this proves that he doesn't have my husband's best intentions in mind and is incredibly selfish. My husband came home a few days ago and I surprised him with his favorite meal. I had a day off and was a ball of nervous energy, so I cleaned the house, did laundry, and cooked. Basically, I wanted the environment to be as stress-free as possible for my husband because I knew it was going to be hard on him. So, we sat down to eat and he had been able to tell lately that something's been bothering me and he asked me what was going on. I told my husband as gently as I could and he was understandably upset. Thankfully, Adam didn't get to him before I did and he believed me. He was really mad at Adam for kissing me, but especially mad at him for threatening me with deportation. We talked it through and after a few hours, came to the conclusion that, in order to protect my residency, we would file a police report for assault against Adam. As we talked, Adam sent me a text message that said this: "Hey. I just wanted to check in on you to make sure you remembered what I said to you in my car yesterday. I really don't want you to go back to home country. I've also been thinking of you. Call me when you get this. We have things we need to talk about." Yeah. Creepy stuff, plus low-key threats. It had my husband seeing red and me feeling scared, so we went to the police station the same night I told him. They seemed freaked out by Adam's most recent text and agreed it seemed like a veiled threat, so I filed a police report and they are investigating. The next day, I texted Adam's wife when I knew Adam was working to see if she wanted to meet up and she said sure. So, we met up and I told her what happened. I showed her the text and sadly, she didn't take it too well. Shortly after I met with his wife, Adam started blowing up my phone, but I didn't answer. I assume his wife confronted him or the police called him, I'm not sure what set him off. He then sent me a bunch of texts that just got crazier and crazier to the point where I didn't feel safe. So, I called my husband who was at work, and he told me that Adam was also blowing his phone up, too. We ended up calling the police because Adam was threatening to come to our apartment and do what he should have done when I was in his car. It's a satisfying ending, sort of. He was detained by police for making what they deemed a credible threat against me. My husband's racist family called me a gold digger for years. So I shared our 40-page prenup listing the assets in my name. For starters, my husband no longer talks to his family except the few who were always nice to me. He grew up in a family that has generational wealth and only cares about prestige. Questions like, where did you go to school? What's your job title? How much do you make? How much is your home? This is a dinner conversation. They hated me from the very start because I do not have their breeding. These are their actual words and they were beyond rude to me. They feel this way to me because I grew up in a working-class family. My dad is a tradesman and my mom is a teacher. We grew up middle class but I had a happy chill husbandhood. My husband resents his parents because they sent him off to boarding school and never paid him attention. When he met my family, they welcomed him immediately and treated him like a son. It was the attention he never had and he would do anything for my family. At our wedding, his cousins made a scene about how poorly dressed my family was, particularly my dad, and made them feel bad because they weren't wearing brand-named clothes. My husband spent part of our wedding consoling my family members about how rude his family was being. Our families had not interacted much before this but after, he decided, on his own, that he would never speak to some of his family again. Here's the kicker. While my family is not rich, I am. I started my own software company and sold it for over $5 million in 2010. I took most of that and invested in technology stocks. My net worth is 8 figures whereas my husband has trust in the 7 figures. We just don't flash fancy cars, an absurd home, or brand name clothes. The recent drama started with his uncle. His aunt stays in contact with us and she's one of the few who are genuinely nice, like showing up to help me after surgery. However, her husband is an open racist and was heard screaming in the background, ask your nephew why he's still with that black gold digger. Opposites do attract. Let's be real. I know many in his family hate me because I'm not white but they definitely also hate me because they think I'm poor. His uncle made another comment about how I brainwashed my husband to buy our new apartment. But in reality, I purchased it, that's why it's in my name. I've heard it all before from them but something about how his uncle said it really pissed me off so I had enough. I sent an email to several of his family members with our prenup showing the long list of assets under my name. This shut them up good.
My hypocrite teacher couldn't follow his own hold-it-in rule and paid the price. You ever have those nightmares where you show up to school in your underwear or forget about a major test? Well, this story isn't one of those dreams. It was the kind of day that felt like a nightmare, just not for me or my classmates. This time, it was our high school teacher who lived the nightmare, and trust me, the lesson he learned wasn't in any curriculum. Let me give you some backstory on this teacher. He had a reputation for being, let's call it strict, but he wasn't just the typical tough guy. He had this ridiculous rule: no bathroom breaks, ever. Didn't matter if the class ran over an hour or if someone was on the verge of exploding from chugging too much Gatorade during lunch. It was his way or the highway, and none of us dared question it. For months, we'd all suffered in silence. Some kids mastered the art of strategically timing their bathroom breaks between periods, while others, like me, tried to avoid drinking anything past noon. But that day, that infamous day, the rule would backfire in the most poetic way possible. So, it's nacho day in the cafeteria, the kind where the meat has that special smell and consistency that just screams, eat me if you dare. Most of us knew better, but a few brave, or clueless, souls dove in. By the time class started, you could see a few kids shifting uncomfortably in their seats, and the tension wasn't just about math. The teacher strolled in, completely unaware of the storm brewing, both literally and figuratively. About halfway through the lesson, we were working on some calculus problems when one unlucky student, who had clearly underestimated the power of cafeteria nachos, was called up to the board. The kid was already sweating, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't just the math that had him nervous. The teacher, never one to show mercy, pushed him to explain every step. But when the kid stammered through the last part and gave the wrong answer, our teacher let out this huge, exaggerated groan. Only, it wasn't just a groan. It was the kind of sound that makes you freeze because you know something went horribly wrong. A soft bubbling noise followed, and suddenly, the teacher's eyes widened with panic. The entire class went dead silent. We all knew what had just happened, but nobody dared react. It was like time stopped, and for once, no one wanted to laugh. The teacher mumbled something under his breath, excused himself, and hurried out of the room faster than I'd ever seen him move. Now, this would be enough to become high school legend. But it didn't stop there. You know those moments in movies where the bully has to face their own comeuppance? This was that moment. Here's the guy who never let us use the bathroom, who made us sit there for over an hour sometimes, even when nature was screaming at us. And now, he was the one caught in a situation far worse than any of us had ever faced. Class ended, and as soon as we were out of earshot, the room erupted in laughter. It was like a weight had been lifted off our collective shoulders. We didn't even need to say anything. Just knowing what happened was enough. By the time the next period started, rumors had already begun to swirl around the school. And of course, by lunch, the entire student body was in on the joke. But here's where things take an even weirder turn. Word must have spread to the administration, because by the next year, a new policy was put in place banning teachers from enforcing a no bathroom rule. The official story was that some parent had complained, but we all knew the truth. Our teacher's little mishap had forced the school's hand. In a bizarre twist, this teacher, Mr. No Bathroom Breaks himself, went on to start an anti-bullying club. I guess after experiencing the ultimate humiliation, he had a change of heart. Or maybe he was just trying to save face. Either way, the irony of him leading a group about kindness and understanding wasn't lost on any of us. To this day, I'll never forget the look on his face when karma struck. It was a lesson in humility, and one that we all learned without having to open a textbook.
My ignorant boyfriend thought that only veterans can get PTSD, so he pranked me in the most horrible way. I left him. I 18 has been with my boyfriend 28 for almost 2 years. I moved in with him last August, and things have been pretty rocky. My whole life, I've struggled with my mental health, specifically depression, anxiety, and self-harm. I've been clean for a while though. I made sure my boyfriend knew this when we started dating because I wanted him to be able to get out of the relationship if that was too much for him to deal with. He assured me it wasn't an issue. He never seemed to really get the whole mental health thing though. He would make comments saying stuff like depression is just spicy sad and people with trauma should just get over it. He also thinks that only veterans can get PTSD. I've tried explaining things to him but he just brushes me off, so I do my best to ignore him. Recently he started watching a couple prank channels on YouTube, then he started pranking me. At first, it was just small things like putting way too much flavor in my water or salt in a bite of my food. I laughed it off because it didn't really bother me. But then he started jumping out and scaring me. That kind of stuff really affects me sometimes because of my PTSD, and I try to explain that to him. He would apologize but do it again the next day. I was getting annoyed and frustrated, but I tried to let it be. Things escalated last week when he put some noisemakers under the toilet seat in the middle of the night. I woke up to go to the bathroom and sat down. It was late at night, I am half awake, and the loud noise all mixed together gave me a full-blown panic attack. I was on the bathroom floor crying and having flashbacks. After I don't know how long I stopped crying and was just staring into space, having flashbacks. He came in because I guess he noticed I was gone for a while. When he saw me sitting on the floor he remembered his little prank and started laughing. I just stared at him for a second, got up, and called him an SS. I slept in the living room the rest of the night. The next day I sat him down and I told him he could not keep scaring me like this. No more jumping out at me, no more loud noises. He pretty much sighed and rolled his eyes, but he said he would stop. Everything was fine for a week. I thought this whole prank thing was finally over. Yesterday, I got home from being out with a friend, actually feeling better for the first time in a while. When I walked in the house all the lights were off, so I assumed he was still at work, which isn't abnormal because sometimes he works late. I plugged my phone in because it died on my way back home, and when it powered on I got a notification that he sent me a text. It just read "So sorry, I love you." I replied saying, "It's okay, I'll see you when you get home, love you." And I heard his phone ding in the bathroom. That was weird, I thought. I got up to go get his phone and when I got into the bathroom I saw him lying in the bathtub. The bath was full of water, there was an empty bottle of pills on the sink, and he was covered in blood. His wrists were cut and there was just so much blood. My heart just sank. I started having a panic attack. I was hyperventilating, crying, and I was just frozen. After a minute I ran to the living room to get my phone to call 911, and I heard splashing and then laughter. I turned around to see him standing in the hallway just laughing. He said he got me and I should have seen the look on my face. I don't even know how to describe the feelings I was experiencing. I was so mad and sad and scared. I didn't even say anything, I just walked out of the house. I just kept walking and eventually, I figured I needed to call my friend to come get me. At first, I didn't tell her what happened, I just told her I needed her to come get me. She came and took me back to her house where I'm now. My boyfriend keeps calling me. He sent me some text saying he was sorry and it was just a joke. He also said that I'm overreacting and I need to come home. I'm not answering. I ended up sending my, now ex-boyfriend a text saying that he crossed a line and I don't want to hear from him again. I blocked him on everything after sending that, and I planned on changing my number. My friend went over to his house around noon with her boyfriend and was able to retrieve most of my stuff without issue. She got all my documents, sentimental items, medication, and clothes. The only thing she wasn't able to grab were the TV and Xbox I paid for because I'm not sure how I can go about getting those back without him accusing me of stealing them. I'm not sure that fight is even worth it right now. Before she left she put my copy of his house key on the kitchen table so he knew I didn't have it. She wanted to unplug his fridge and all his appliances just to make things harder for him, but I told her not to. I really don't want to add fuel to this fire. Then, his mom reached out to me to ask what was going on. Apparently, he called her to tell her that I had some sort of mental breakdown and ran away. That he was worried about me. I told her what happened and she was so pissed. She thought she raised him better than that, and that she was sorry he did what he did. She offered to help with anything I needed and told me that she was going to make sure everyone knew what actually happened. I told her it wasn't necessary, but I appreciated it, but she said she wasn't going to let her son get away with this.
My ignorant wife lost her mom 5 years ago and still grieves. Instead of asking for support, she went to her predatory coworker to have intimacy. My wife's mother passed away 5 years ago from lung cancer. It was not a peaceful or easy death. My wife had a pretty typical showing of grief at the time. However, after my mother-in-law passed, my wife got it really bad. I totally understand this. I can't say I know exactly what she went through, because I haven't had a parent die, but I understand how devastated she was. For months after, she could barely function. I gently took over pretty much all the responsibilities in the household and with the kids. She had been attending grief counseling since the diagnosis and continued after the death. None of this is the problem. I endeavored to be as supportive as possible. She cried on my shoulder every night for months and I just thought this was the worst of for better or worse. The problem is that after 5 years, she does not seem any better or more functional. She stopped grief counseling about 4 years ago and refused to go again, stating it would not help her and that nothing could. But here's the worst. Before any major holiday, she will have a major downturn in a month. She will be in bed crying all day and won't be interacting with family members. This will go on every single day until about a week after the holiday ends. Every holiday is intense grief, just as much as it was 5 years ago. October, November, December, and January. Every year is particularly bad. Altogether, she is completely incapacitated by grief for about 6 months out of the year and has been for the past 5 years. When I say incapacitated, I mean incapacitated. I am essentially without a wife and am a single parent to my 3 kids. When she is in the depths of her grief, she is completely incapable of intimacy with me or the kids. There is no cuddling, spending time with us, going on family outings. We don't even have intimacy for half the year. I've stopped asking her if she wants to talk about it because she can't get any words out between sobs if she tries. What hurts the most is that the kids have stopped asking or being concerned. If they see their mom in the bed when they get home, they just go about their day and might casually mention, "Oh, mom is sad today," if they're siblings, or I ask where she is. They don't really seek affection from her anymore, because they rarely get anything more than tears. I feel like my wife died when her mom died. I would do anything to get her back, even a small piece of her, so I spent a couple of days writing a letter to her. In it, I explained that the kids and I love her dearly and that we're concerned for her. I outlined all the worrying
My incestuous mother-in-law wants to come to our honeymoon to bond with my fiancé, and I told her I'd be having intimacy with her son all day every day. She called me an a-hole. My future mother-in-law has a very unhealthy relationship with my fiancé. We are in low contact with her since he says she makes him feel very uncomfortable by her constantly hugging and kissing him. My fiancé told me that she's been doing this since he was young. He is now in therapy and says they have an emotionally incestuous relationship which is toxic for them both. He also feels that she's using him to help her solve her adult problems and also using him as her therapist. I haven't really spent a lot of time with my mother-in-law, so I cannot tell if I would feel the same about her. But when I first met her, I felt really weirded out and couldn't blame my fiancé for hating her. She does this thing where she copies what I do to my fiancé. For instance, if I kiss his cheek, she'll find a way to do the same. I thought I was going crazy when I first noticed she did this, so I tested it out by running my fingers through his hair and she did the same thing. I felt grossed about it, but I will let my fiancé deal with her. Now, he's trying to set boundaries so they can have a healthy relationship. So far, it's not really working since she doesn't understand why she can't force him to hug and kiss her or use him to help with her issues anymore. But I think she can't help it anymore and asked me for a very stupid favor. One day, she cornered me at my future brother-in-law's housewarming party and told me she feels like her and my fiancé's relationship isn't the same anymore. So she'd like to come on our honeymoon because he'll be off work and they can talk things through and bond. Obviously, I said no, that's not happening. And this grown woman was genuinely shocked that I said no. She kept asking, why? What are you guys going to be doing that I can't be with you? She got the idea from Facebook. Apparently, people have honeymoons with their friends now. But I said we haven't had 2 weeks to just be together. Since my fiancé got promoted at work a year ago, we're both looking forward to being together. She said, why can't we all just be together? We won't be all that busy since we've been to the country. And you've honeymooned countless times, and we've seen all the tourist attractions, so why can't she come? She kept pestering me, so I flat out told her I'd be having intimacy with her son all day every day in every inch of that villa, so we won't really have time for all the things she wants to do with my fiancé. I thought this would make her uncomfortable and she'd realize how crazy her request is. I was wrong. She said intimacy isn't that exciting for us to spend all our honeymoon doing it. There's only so many positions, she said. She said some other things which still make me cringe a week later. Future mother-in-law offered a compromise. She said she'd come week 2 of our honeymoon and bond with her son. She even said we can be as loud as we want, she won't mind. But I didn't budge. I told her we'd just like to be alone enjoying each other's company, so we can plan a holiday next year. Then I left. She then called me again that evening to ask that they come even for 5 days so she can bond with my fiancé. I said no. She seemed to understand, but then messaged me at 1 a.m. today to call me an who doesn't care I'm ruining a mother and son's relationship. My in-laws barged into the delivery room while I was giving birth, and I ended up needing an emergency C-section. Now they are livid because I am denying them their grandparent rights. I recently gave birth to my first child, a beautiful baby girl named Lily. My husband and I have been over the moon, but our joy was ruined by an incident with my in-laws that I can't get over. For context, my mother-in-law Karen and father-in-law Bob have always been overbearing and intrusive, but my husband and I have tried to keep the peace. Throughout my pregnancy, Karen constantly criticized my choices, from my diet to my birth plan. She insisted on being in the delivery room, which I firmly declined. She threw a fit, claiming she had every right to be there as the grandmother, but I stood my ground. When I went into labor, my husband and I headed to the hospital. Everything was progressing normally until I was about to start pushing. That's when the door burst open, and Karen and Bob barged in, having lied to the nurses to gain access. I was in the middle of a contraction, in immense pain, and suddenly had my in-laws in my face, shouting encouragement and trying to film the birth on their phones. I was mortified and enraged. I screamed at them to get out, but they refused, saying they had a right to be there. My husband tried to get them to leave, but they wouldn't budge. The nurses and the other hospital staff had to remove them from the room physically. This caused such a commotion that my labor stalled, and I ended up needing an emergency C-section due to the stress and delay they caused. After Lily was born, Karen and Bob were unapologetic. They actually had the nerve to post about the birth on social media, including pictures they took during the chaos, without our consent. They announced her name and details before we had a chance to, and even worse, they shared a picture of me they clicked while I was in the delivery room earlier. I was pissed and heartbroken. This was supposed to be a private, special moment for my husband and me, and they completely violated that. I decided then and there that they wouldn't see Lily until they showed genuine remorse and apologized. When we got home from the hospital, they demanded to visit. I told them they were not welcome and explained why. Karen blew up, saying I was being cruel and a bitch, denying them their rights as grandparents. My husband is supportive but torn because they are his parents. They've since started a smear campaign against me and the rest of the family, painting me as the villain who's keeping their grandchild away for no good reason. Now, I'm getting calls and messages from extended family, from my husband's side, accusing me of being heartless and unforgiving. They say I should put it behind me for family harmony, but I can't. Also, My husband's two sisters are saying that if they were kind enough to forgive me after I threw a hissy fit and embarrassed and insulted them by getting them thrown out of the delivery room, then I should ignore them too. I get angry and upset whenever I think about what they did. I don't trust them, and I don't want them around my daughter until they truly understand and regret the pain they caused. My in-laws demand that we honor their tradition and name our son the name that traumatized our family. Now they are out of our lives and can't see my baby. Myself and my fiancé have a 2-month-old son. We are overjoyed at being parents, but most of my in-laws are refusing to even see our baby because of a decision we made concerning his name. My in-laws have a tradition of giving the firstborn son of every generation the same name. Let's say it's Peter. This has been going on for about 7 generations already, and they're very serious about it. My fiancé's eldest cousin was the latest person to get named Peter. Every one of his cousins has only had daughters so far, so our baby is the first son of his generation and consequently should get the name. I have no problem with the name Peter, and would have been okay with naming my son that. Unfortunately, that was also the name of my uncle, who died before I was born. I won't get into details, but it was tragic and traumatizing for my family. My father never got over losing his younger brother. My grandmother asked the family not to name any of our future children Peter during her lifetime. My mother-in-law and father-in-law knew about this promise, and at first seemed to not only be okay with us avoiding the name Peter but also supportive of the one we chose. However, my grandmother sadly passed away when I was 7 months pregnant. We traveled for her funeral. On our last days there, my in-laws called to offer me their condolences. Then my mother-in-law asked me if I was willing to think about the name Peter now. Suddenly, they were insistent that the name we chose was awful and we had to honor their tradition. According to them, they had only agreed to make an exception for us for my grandmother's sake and had no obligation to keep it now that she had passed. My family agrees that while it's true we don't have to avoid the name anymore, it still doesn't feel right to use it. My fiancé agrees with me as well, but his parents spent the last weeks of my pregnancy trying to convince us to change our minds about the name. When our baby was born and we named him what we wanted, my in-laws were furious that we had broken a 7-generation-old family tradition. Some of them hadn't previously wanted to name their sons Peter, but did it anyway for the family's sake. They said our decision was selfish, and that my family should have moved on by now. This has truly nothing to do with whether my family has moved on or not. It just felt like a betrayal to my grandmother and uncle's memories to even consider using the name. My father-in-law offered us $1,000 to change our son's name to Peter after he was born. That was 2 months ago, and neither of my fiancé's parents had met the baby or seen us since I was pregnant. Most of my in-laws are on their side, and this is causing a huge rift between my fiancé and his family. He assures me he's fine, but I'm starting to feel really guilty about this. Edit. The tradition started, as far as I know, when OG Peter died and his son, also named Peter, named his firstborn after his father. Peter III ended up having the first son of the following generation and did the same thing. That one died before having children, so his sister gave the name to her son, and so on. The name Peter is very common in my country, so none of them ever got bullied over it, and the fact that it was also my uncle's name isn't as unlikely as one might think. Also, middle names aren't used in my country. Most people get the maternal surname before the paternal one instead. Edit 2. It wasn't $1,000. Different countries, different currencies. It's still a lot of money, but would probably translate to about $200 US. Update post. A bit over 1 month later, about a week after my post, my fiancé's parents contacted us. They apologized for their behavior and begged me to meet my son. They said they were ready to leave the naming debacle behind and truly wanted to be involved in their grandson's life. We were skeptical but invited them over to meet the baby. The visit went well. They began coming over almost every day during the next 3 weeks. I noticed neither of them ever called my son by his name, but I didn't point it out. For the first time in months, things seemed good between my fiancé and his parents. One day, my fiancé was helping my father-in-law with something at our place, so my mother-in-law and I went to the park with my baby. Sometime later, I had to go to the bathroom, so I left him in the stroller with her. When I got back, she was sitting on a park bench, chatting with a woman who was cooing over my son. I went over there and introduced myself as, son's name S mom, and she said, I thought his name was Peter. I didn't say a word, and neither did my mother-in-law. She followed me to the car and we went back to my apartment. On the way there, I texted my fiancé about what had happened. The moment we got there, he kicked both his parents out of our place. He'd read my texts and confronted his father. Thankfully, my father-in-law is a terrible liar and confessed immediately. Apparently, both my in-laws only call my son Peter. That includes whenever they're talking about him, every time they introduce him to someone else, and even baby talking to him on the few occasions they were left alone with him. Neither of them is embarrassed by this, and they both think they're in the right. We're heartbroken, especially my fiancé, not only because his parents can't let go of their pride, but also because the name we chose for our son means a lot to us both. I blame myself for encouraging my fiancé to allow them near our son. I was raised in a different city than all my grandparents, and always wished they could have been more involved in my life. Losing my grandmother didn't help. Pretty much every doubt I had only existed because I thought it would be important for my son to grow up with all of his grandparents around. But now, all my guilt is gone. If they can't respect my son enough to call him by his name, they don't deserve to be in his life. I hope they enjoyed the 3 weeks they had with their grandson, because that's all they're getting, until they get their heads out of their asses.
My in-laws gave us a house as a wedding present, but it would be in my fiancé's name only. Now they are calling me ungrateful because I don't want to live in a house that I don't own. My fiancé and I grew up very differently. I was an immigrant who moved here when I was 6, and we were definitely struggling a lot. My parents worked extremely hard to provide for me and siblings, and they always prioritized our education over everything. My dad always told me it was his dream to live in a house that he owned, since we'd always rented, but he couldn't save up enough since we were renting in expensive areas with good schools. Unfortunately, both of my parents passed away before being able to realize that dream. Anyway, my fiancé grew up fairly wealthy, like private schools, designer clothes, 3 to 4 international vacations per year flying first or business class the whole way. I was able to attend college thanks to student loans, scholarships, and part-time jobs, which delayed my graduation a bit, while her parents were able to fairly easily cover all expenses themselves. However, I'm the last person to say that my fiancé hasn't earned everything she's gotten. She's an extremely intelligent person, and besides funding her education, her parents are in no way responsible for her accomplishments. My fiancé and I met 6 years ago when we started working at the same company, in the same position, at the same time, after graduating from college. We hit it off almost instantly and it didn't take long for us to start dating. Both of us still work at the company, however I've progressed through the career ladder a bit more quickly than she has and now make just over twice what she does. I'll be the first to admit that this is completely undeserved and I've benefited from a lot of luck and definitely some sexism as well, since we work in a male-dominated field. Still, that has allowed me to aggressively attack my student loans, and once they were paid off, I put that into saving up for a down payment on a house as a way to fulfill my parents' dreams. I proposed about 6 months, and things have been great so far. However, this past weekend, we were at her family's house, when her parents told us that for a wedding present, they were going to give us a house. My fiancé was overjoyed, and although I was also happy, I wanted to know the details as well. Pretty quickly, her parents told us that the house would be in her name only, and that they expected us to sign a prenup to protect any, and only, pre-marriage assets just in case. I was insulted that they thought I was after their money at all since I make more than she does anyway, and I ended up telling them that they can't call it a wedding present if they only give it to one person. I then told my fiancé I refuse to live in a house that I don't own, and she knows exactly why. All 3 of them got very upset with me. So am I the a-hole? Update. The hilarious part of the whole prenup conversation was that they basically said that they expected the prenup only to cover premarital and inherited assets. They said they would absolutely refuse to accept any clauses that include future assets. So if I want to own a home where only my name is on the title, I have to purchase it before the marriage and also make sure never to use any of my wife's money to pay the mortgage or anything. Apparently they already had their lawyer write the whole thing up, but wanted to give me a heads up so I can retain my own lawyer to review it. I have a suspicion that any lawyer is going to think it's massively unfair just based on how they've described it, and I'm assuming that they think I'll just get a cheap lawyer because of my upbringing. Admittedly, I don't know any better, so this is kind of difficult for me to determine what's fair and isn't fair here, but it doesn't seem fair to me. Besides that though, it's also just a personal thing. I want to live in a house that I own, not them, not my wife alone. I'm happy to live in a home that both my wife and I own, but not one she owns on her own. I also should mention that currently, my fiancé and I share our finances. She makes about 120k used and I make about 250k used. We split things according to income, so I pay around 2/3 and she pays around 1/3. Based on our conversations, my fiancé and I both expected this arrangement to continue after marriage. As for the update, well, I'll start with my fiancé's older sister calling me out of the blue a few hours ago to tell me that her parents did not ask her husband to sign a prenup before they got married. Both of my fiancé's sisters and my fiancé's brother-in-law were at the dinner where her parents talked about the house, so they both heard the whole conversation. My fiancé's sister thought I deserved to know. My fiancé's brother-in-law comes from a well-off family as well, but I don't know how well off or whether they are on the same level as my fiancé's family or just upper middle class. Their wedding was pretty extravagant. My fiancé's family is white and American, as is the brother-in-law. I am Pakistani. I don't believe her parents are racist, but it seemed like this information was important according to the comments. Anyway, about 3 hours ago, my fiancé finally came home. She had stayed at her parents' house because we'd gotten into quite an argument. I was expecting her to continue the argument, but she came and apologized immediately. Apparently, her younger sister, 22F, chewed her out after I left her parents' house. She laid into my fiancé and said she was being inconsiderate because everyone knew how important owning my home was to me. She also said that her parents weren't treating me right, or equally. That made my fiancé see my side, as she said, but she was too embarrassed, which is why she didn't come home last night. If you can't tell, I'm a huge fan of my fiancé's little sister. She's always been a no-nonsense firecracker type of girl, while my fiancé is a bit of a people pleaser and a daddy's girl, and she's kind of always vying for her father's approval. My fiancé has even said she knows she needs to work through that before we get married. I'm going to buy her sister a cupcake. Then I showed her the post and she got pretty uncomfortable reading a lot of the comments, especially the ones saying that she doesn't care about me. She also got uncomfortable when she read the comments about her parents being racist. I pressed on that a bit and she went on to mention that they've never been overtly racist. Still, they did make comments when we first started dating about being concerned about future, specifically about our children looking different and being treated poorly by her family. They asked her many times if she was sure about me. Like I said, I don't believe they're racist, but I do understand that they probably have some biases. This was also the case when they said they didn't want to do any traditional Pakistani events for the wedding. That was fine for me anyway, so I didn't really care, but now it makes me think a bit. I explained to her how I was feeling like I was going into this as an unequal partner, and she agreed that it wasn't fair. She even said she was going to tell her parents that she was going to refuse to sign the prenup. I told her to slow down, because she was going between extremes. I told her that we still needed to get the prenup because her family was already having difficulty accepting me and this was going to make it worse. However, I told her that under no circumstances was I signing anything her parents had a part in drafting and that we would each retain our lawyers outside of her parents' influence and get something fair and equitable. She agreed. We then talked about the house, and she said she would tell her parents that she wouldn't accept it unless both of our names were on it. I told her to slow down again, and I got her to agree to my paying for a quarter of it. My initial proposal was to pay half, but she said that what I said about it being a wedding present so it should be for both of us was true. So we agreed that we would each get half ownership of the house, with her parents paying for 75% of it and me using the money I have saved plus a small mortgage for the other 25%. Both of our names will be on the title. We then called her parents together and told them our plan. They grumbled about it a bit initially, especially because her dad was still upset that I had been so ungrateful, but eventually, we were able to talk it through, and they agreed to the plan. I doubt that this is the last I hear about this, but at least for now, it seems like the situation is mostly resolved.
My in-laws joke for years about me being with the wrong twin. Now they are telling my husband's twin to sneak in my bed because I wouldn't know the difference. I am so done with them. I have been married to Luke for 3 years, together for 7. Luke has an identical twin, Jake, who I met first during my freshman year of college. Jake and I became close friends because we had a lot in common. In my junior year of college, I went to Jake's house for Thanksgiving and met Luke. We instantly hit it off, started dating long distance that spring, and married 4 years later. Jake and I are still close and he's both my brother-in-law and one of my best friends. The conflict: my in-laws have a joke that Luke stole Jake's soulmate and that one day he's going to find us in bed together. All 3 of us find this disturbing and not funny, and have expressed this to his parents on multiple occasions. They just laugh and insist it makes sense because Jake and I are so similar and he met me first. They also insist that he brought me home because he was in love with me, not because we were friends. Honestly, the intense way they defend this joke makes me think it's not a joke at all to them. They've always favored Jake because he's much more outgoing and sociable than Luke, and also because he went to college and Luke learned a trade. Jake has a lovely girlfriend, but they don't like her, and always insist he should date someone like me. This past weekend, we were having dinner at my in-laws' house when they again started joking that it was only a matter of time before Jake and I got together. I could see my husband shrinking in on himself and getting quieter and quieter, and I asked them to please stop. They took this as me protesting too much because something's going on and said just sneak in her bed, Jake, she won't know the difference. This was the last straw. I basically erupted on them, yelling that this joke had gone on long enough and was incredibly effed up and disturbing. I also said that they were being bad parents by trying to pit their sons against each other and not supporting either of their sons' happy relationships. Both Luke and Jake backed me up, and we all left. Yesterday I got a phone call from my mother-in-law, in tears, begging me to get her sons to talk to her as they refuse to until she genuinely apologizes and promises to stop this. My family thinks I should convince them because she's their mother and deserves a chance to make things right, and also that I was an asshole for being so disrespectful at the dinner. Honestly, I don't think it's up to me whether my husband and brother-in-law forgive their mother for her behavior, especially since she hasn't apologized other than some half-hearted text saying she didn't realize it was hurtful, and I was only disrespectful after enduring years of disrespect. Update: the day after my mother-in-law's teary phone call, I figured there might be a chance for some sort of resolution. Luke and Jake still weren't talking to their parents, but I was trying to keep things open in case there was room for them to apologize and mend things. However, that hope was pretty much crushed when I found out what was really happening behind the scenes. Apparently, instead of reflecting on how their words were toxic and divisive, my in-laws doubled down. They've been going around to other family members, telling their version of events, a version where I am the manipulative one, and Jake and Luke are brainwashed by me. They're painting me as some temptress who's come between 2 brothers, all while saying that Jake's girlfriend is irrelevant because Jake's meant to be with me. It's beyond messed up. When Luke's cousin called us, she was pretty upset. She'd been told by my in-laws that I was the reason for this family fracture. Apparently, they've convinced themselves that I've got some secret agenda to break up their family. They've even said that this whole thing started because Jake's always been in love with me and now Luke is paying for it. Luke was furious when he heard this, and Jake, he's just done. I'm not sure what snapped in Jake, but he told me he's going no contact with them, at least for the foreseeable future. He's sick of the constant comparison, the blatant favoritism, and now the way they've tried to sabotage both his relationship with his girlfriend and his bond with his brother. I think it hit him hard because, in a way, he's always been their golden child, until now, when they feel like he didn't win me, and that's somehow a failure in their eyes. Luke, who's never been the favorite, seems a lot quieter these days. He's not the type to get angry easily, but I can see how hurt he is that his parents can't just support him in his marriage. It's one thing to joke around, but to constantly imply that his wife is better suited for his brother, that cuts deep. He's agreed with Jake that it's time to cut contact until their parents show some real remorse, but honestly, I'm not sure if that'll ever happen. Mother-in-law's half-hearted texts are still coming in, saying things like didn't know it hurt you all that much and I didn't mean it, but you're overreacting. No real apology, no acknowledgement of the harm they've caused, just more gaslighting. To make things worse, father-in-law is backing her up 100%. He called Luke last week, saying things like, "Your mother's devastated, and this is all because you're letting your wife and Jake's girlfriend pull you two apart." As if it's the women in their lives that are causing the problem, not the years of emotional manipulation and inappropriate comments. At this point, I don't see a way back for them unless they seriously change. But Luke and Jake are on the same page, and for the first time, I think they're realizing just how toxic their parents' behavior has been all along. The truth is, it's not up to me to fix this. Their relationship with their parents is their own, and if they want to go no contact, that's their decision. I'll support them, no matter what. My in-laws let my children be bullied every Christmas and call me a gold digger. Now I am done having losers in my life and refusing to spend Christmas with them. We have 2 children and my sister-in-law has 2 children. And every time we visit, they hurt my children in one way or another. Both physical and emotional bullying. My daughter now has a permanent scar on her cheek right below her eye because one of the boys scratched her face very badly. Shoving, locking in closets and turning off the lights. Calling my children ugly. Making fun of their hair. Threatening to beat my boy. My husband gets upset and tries to tell the children off. My in-laws pretend that they will do something. Boys will be boys. This time I told my husband that I didn't want to spend Christmas with his family. He got upset because he didn't want to lose his family. He is close to his mom and sister since they lost their father when my husband was 10. Also, my mother-in-law favors sister-in-law's children and they get more and more expensive gifts. As long as my children were small I didn't care. Now they notice when their pile from granny is much smaller than their cousins. I asked once if they couldn't just try to exchange gifts before we arrived and then only have one gift each for each child in front of my children so they don't notice the favoritism, but my loser mother-in-law started yelling and calling me gold digger. Nobody involved has gold to dig. We are all hardworking people. He says if we start not attending big holidays etc. this will put a wedge, but I don't care. I don't want my babies to associate the holidays with negative feelings and being hurt. I don't even want to compromise, negotiate, or meet them halfway. Update. My husband chose to spend Christmas with his family. He called and told them that he was coming alone this Christmas and I heard his mother yelling over the phone telling him that I was the devil, ruining the family traditions. Anyway, it seemed like she didn't tell him not to come. My husband said that our children are too small to understand so we can pretend Christmas is when he gets home on the 27th. He drove, yesterday, 8 hours, but when he arrived, nobody was there so he got worried and called them a number of times but nobody answered. He called me freaking out so I told him to text his mom that he was going to call the police to make a wellness check. Only then did the loser call him back telling him that they had booked an apartment on a skiing resort and had gone earlier that day and then they were spending the holiday skiing. I think she thought he wouldn't just drive home like he did. I don't know, maybe he would apologize or try to have them come back or go after them? They didn't tell him they had already made plans and left. What a bunch of loser psychos. I felt so sorry for him because he was so hurt. He got home early this morning and he tried to fight with me and put the blame on me because I refused to let my children celebrate with their family. I stopped him right there telling him that I wasn't the one ghosting him and that if he wanted any chance to have a happy family, this was his. People had shown him what they were and the lengths they could go to hurt and humiliate others when slighted. I have had a wonderful weekend. However, the children were happily surprised by Dad's presence and we had a Christmas lunch with my closest friend and her youngsters. Now we are making pizza, because I thought Christmas was gonna be on the 27th and didn't prepare. Now I think the in-laws had come to the realization that they had gone too far because they have been calling and texting my husband all evening. I even heard his loser mom crying. I made it clear they were not welcome here. If they think they can come and apologize to my husband for making him drive to an empty house, and I made it even clearer that I will never have them in my or my children's life. He hasn't apologized, no, but to be fair I told him that I refuse to ruin my day in any discussion or talk and that he should really think before opening his mouth with me because whatever he says and decides next is going to decide our future together, so he agreed to give us a break. I will start my own Christmas tradition for my little family and it will not be 2 days after. I told him that I wanted this clear so he can make his choices and how to proceed with his life and who he thinks are more important to him. I am done having losers in my life. Merry Christmas. My in-laws opened credit cards and bills in my husband's name that accrued to $100,000 of debt and I was placed on the back burner, so I burned bridges in their family reunion. My husband accumulated a lot of debt, so he worked so much. I work 60+ hours a week and care for the household and childcare while much of his income goes to pay his debts. I keep up with the household, I do the housework, lawn work, repairs, etc., and he contributes where he can. This year, he has taken time off for family and co-worker events. He has scheduled time to take trips with his friends. When he does, I'm the designated babysitter. Many days after he gets home, he is responsible for his parents. He takes them grocery shopping, fixes things at their household, and does some of their housework. I forgot to mention that he is one of 5, and all 4 siblings live close to his parental home. His parents assist in child care for his siblings but not for ours. I've told him my frustrations of being consistently placed on the back burner. The other day, I lost it. I found out he invited his family to our house for a family reunion last week. I thought he took time off of work, and he didn't. The house was a mess, and most of the mess was his. I was expected to clean the house, get the groceries, and run the kids to their weekend events. I started cooking and setting up the reunion, as he set the time for 4 p.m. when he got out of work. The kids helped do their chores and clean their rooms. I got the house clean, and by the time his family started pouring in, I was stewing as he was at work. He asked me why there weren't clean towels as he would shower, and I freaked out in front of his whole family. I ran down the list of how I am always on the back burner for these people and how I am one person, and I'm the one contributing to the household. At the same time, he works just to pay off his debts, how I have no security or support in this relationship and that he is like having another child, and that all I feel like I'm worth is an occasional F whenever he is in the mood. I let it all out. I ended with I'm done, packed a bag, and took off. I'm sitting in a parking lot, hysterical. And no, the kids weren't present. They were outside playing. He is a good father to the kids, but I feel better off by myself as a husband. I have so much resentment towards him. And no, he hasn't called. He texted me loud and clear, which made me even angrier because this is exactly how he deals with everything. I'm now feeling like an asshole for going off and saying all I did, especially in front of his family. Am I the a-hole? Update. After the loud and clear text, I was bombarded with phone calls and texts from his family. I sent a message to my husband to give me some space and, if he cared for me in this relationship, to call off his dogs. I called my mother and sent her some money, and she picked them up. I had a secret rainy day fund and splurged on a nice hotel and spa day, had a few drinks, cried my eyes out some more, and just spent the day unplugged and journaled all my feelings. I haven't had time to do any of that in a very long time. I do not know the lengths of his debts. Much of it was from his parents putting bills in his name, and others is just mismanagement of money, credit cards, etc. I took over the finances after finding a letter saying we would lose the house. I contributed to the household bills then, and he was doing the finances. I trusted things were well. This was after marriage and after kids. We went to counseling because of it, and he said he was ashamed and afraid to tell me the truth. I took over about 3 years ago and told him to focus on clearing his debt, and I'd hold the household down while he did. I did not expect it to take this long, and everything has become more expensive and harder for me with inflation. I was supposed to go back to school, but that was put on hold so I could catch up on what we were behind, hence the working 60+ hours. I'm a nurse, working 12-hour shifts and capitalizing on overtime where I can. I'm burnt out. I realized this today. I realized I'm constantly in critical thinking caregiver mode at work or home. My job is to care for and solve problems for everyone but myself. I see how they use him. I have said something before, and he returns, one day, they won't be here, and I wish I could have done more. I told him that's fine, but he has equally responsible siblings, some of whom don't have spouses or kids who can contribute. As far as the house and things go, he helps when he can. I think it came across that he comes home and does nothing. He just works up to 16 hours 7 days a week, so many times, it's me doing the majority of it. As far as the trips go, he takes the day off. It pisses me off. I have to beg for time, and even when we do get it, we end up in a fight, or I have to plan everything or we can't get sitters and sit home, and he sleeps all day. And to be honest, I'm so full of resentment that it's almost too little too late. Like when I'm around him, I'm just so pissed off. He says I always have an attitude, and he's trying, but nothing is good enough. So, I just stopped and accepted my fate, hence the blow-up. I haven't spoken to him yet besides telling him to call off his family. He was part of the D&D on my phone. I'm enjoying the peace, being alone, and being present and aware of my feelings. Knowing my kids are safe and I can truly take some time for myself and my mental health right now is everything. Update 2. I did call my husband this morning. His voice told me that he didn't sleep last night, and he confirmed that he did not. He told me after the blow, he asked everyone to leave. He was surprised to see my mother as I sent her to pick up the kids. He said that's when it became real. We had a long conversation. I did apologize for exploding and doing so when I did and not communicating better. He said he understood why I felt like I couldn't and was glad it happened the way it did. His family finally got to see how much they affected his home. According to him, after I left he laid into them and told them that he could no longer be the only one to help his family out and that a lot of the mess he was in was their fault. He said that after the blow-up, he told his siblings they needed to step up and help with his parents. His parents were upset with the whole ordeal. I couldn't care less, to be honest. They couldn't believe they were such a burden because they asked for a little help occasionally. I just rolled my eyes in disgust as he was talking. He finally broke down and said he felt like a failure. He's ashamed of the debt and how much he has let us down. He said he was exhausted and had been feeling depressed because he couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel and felt as though he'd ruined our future. He goes out with his friends to feel normal and himself because all he does is work. He does this because of the black cloud hanging over him. The self-pity is pathetic. He got himself into this mess, and I'm digging him out. I'm effing depressed, too. There's a ton of poop I want to do that I can't do because I'm financially unable to do so. I went off how, over the past 3 years, his income has gone solely to debt repayment, yet there's no end because I haven't seen the so-called debt. I've given him my all and as much support as possible, but I'm angry. This isn't the life I pictured or set myself up for either. It's not the life my kids deserve. I've missed out on so much because I'm working, cleaning, or just so tired I can't even open my eyes. I told him he had no one to blame but himself. I think my disdain was concerning. He said he would show and prove that he would print out his credit report and list all the debt he has along with all his pay stubs and bank records and the receipts of what's paid off and whatever else I want regarding his finances. He promised me my hard work was not in vain and that he was almost debt-free. He came to find out that his parents opened credit cards and bills in his name when he was younger and accrued close to 100K of debt in his name, not including interest. They trashed his credit, and that's why it has taken so long. He said he has been fighting with the collection companies to settle, trying to consolidate or get a lower interest as it was multiple companies and debts. I didn't know that some were so bad that his wages were being garnished. He was in tears and said he didn't know how to tell me, that he didn't even know the extent of what they did. He worked all these hours with nothing to take home to us and accrued more debt to survive. I stayed silent. My blood was boiling. He didn't even realize he just helped me make my decision. He jokingly said my outburst took care of the family situation, so he texted me loud and clear, meaning he and they got the message. I told him I didn't find it funny. It's a shame that it took an outburst from me for everyone to hear what I've been saying all along, that he's an idiot for not filing charges against his parents and just taking it up the butt and allowing it to ruin my life and the children we created lives. I told him he was spineless, and I felt so stupid. He said he's willing to do whatever it takes to turn this around. He even suggested marriage counseling. He told me he used his PTO and took the rest of the week off to work on this. I lost it and sobbed uncontrollably. If it was that easy to take time off, why now and not then? I asked him why he didn't matter before we got here. Why now? I told him he needed the time off to find personal and legal counseling and that I wouldn't be coming home. He asked me if I was serious and begged me to rethink my decision. He said all the things I've been wanting to hear. He asked me where I would go and what about the kids, the house, and the bills, that I couldn't tear the kids from the only home they knew. I simply replied that I knew this needed to be done and that I'd already set the ball in motion. He hung up on me. I cried and then went to get the kids. We will have a wonderful week in a somewhat fancy hotel, swim in the pool, order room service, and make some memories. I took some of the money I had saved in my rainy day fund and extended my hotel stay to include me and the kids. I have an awful lot to catch up on with them. The look on their faces when I said, "No, Mommy doesn't have to work tonight," was priceless. I also have an appointment with legal consultants tomorrow. My in-laws refused to answer my dinner invitation because they don't find it warm enough, so I obeyed their wishes too literally and used ChatGPT. I sent my in-laws an invitation for dinner. We stupidly thought it would be nice if it came from me. Religious greetings. Husband, was thinking of inviting you next weekend, God willing. Would that work for you or do you have other plans? 10 minutes later, father-in-law called my husband to tell him they wished the message had been longer and warmer. Husband agreed to let me know for next time. The next day, father-in-law called again over something else. Husband used the opportunity to point out they still hadn't replied to my message. Father-in-law told him they would not be replying to me until I fixed it and made it warmer. They also pointed out that at my job, I have to adopt a certain tone to be perceived as professional. This is the same in a family context. Since they wanted me to adopt the same strategies I use at work, I figured I'd use ChatGPT to get frustrating tasks out of the way as quickly as possible. I showed the AI my original message, told it my in-laws' complaints and told it to rewrite it super warmly as if I were the perfect, insert ethnicity, daughter-in-law. It came up with an absolutely ridiculous message with emojis everywhere. I copied-pasted and sent right after my left on read, invitation. Husband sent it with me and is okay with it. I first suggested to him I could write a genuine message about my grievances here, but he pointed out I did so over another petty complaint months ago and it led nowhere. We decided to go with the ChatGPT message minus some of the emojis. Father-in-law works with AI. I have no doubt he can tell this is ChatGPT. Even mother-in-law will know there is no way either husband or I wrote this. I do kind of feel a bit guilty about the passive aggressiveness of our response. There's a very obvious cultural context here. I understand my culture seems cold to them the way theirs seems over the top to me, but as God is my witness, I have unsuccessfully tried everything else to communicate with them. They have ignored the new message. No phone call to husband. I don't want this to go nuclear. I just want them to say sure, see you next week and pretend to tolerate my cooking. Am I the a-hole? Update. Mother-in-law did reply to my second message. Religious greetings. Thank you for the invitation. We will get together soon, God willing. I did not follow up and let the invitation expire. They did not come. A bit after that, we had a large family gathering at their place. My husband's grandparents, his parents, their kids and grandkids. I kept the interaction with father-in-law and mother-in-law to a minimum. I was polite. I greeted them, but nothing more. I felt I had made enough efforts trying to connect with people who did not respect me enough to reply to a text message. In the past, they have always used my lack of relationships with the rest of the family against me. I was not close enough to sister-in-law or I did not spend enough time with Neil and it was proof I was not making any effort to integrate into the family. I have tried to explain their family is very large and it takes a while to build a relationship with tens of people who are already close-knit, but you might as well try and convince a mountain to move to a different spot. Well, not this time. The younger kids have always been easy. They're not as set in their ways and they accepted me very quickly. I spent hours with kids playing all over me. The babies used to cry when they saw me. They hated strangers. Not only have they stopped crying, they smile and play with me now. My oldest sister-in-law also married outside of their culture, so she's always been the most empathetic since she knows what her husband went through with them. My other sister-in-law is a lot more like mother-in-law. Hard one to win over, but even she softened and we are now in a place where we get along. The final blow though was my husband's grandparents, father-in-law's parents. They are very conservative and would have clearly preferred if he had married within the community. The grandmother barely speaks a word of English. I'm not what they wanted, but even they have moved on. They hugged me and they were clearly happy to see me. Between the fact I now feel comfortable with everyone else and the fact I stopped even trying with them, I guess it dawned on them that my problem was not their family, it was them. It might seem like a small thing to the readers here, but such a level of actual awareness coming from them is nothing less than a miracle of God in my eyes. After the gathering, they called my husband again and asked him if I hated them and still held a grudge for the fact they opposed us getting married for a very long time. Husband in his infinite patience argued for hours with them and tried to explain that when you treat people unkindly, they do not tend to love you back. He pushed back on the idea I was punishing them and reminded them I had tried very hard for months to get along with them and all I got for it was criticism and ghosting. Whatever else was said during that fight, it seems to have had some sort of effect. They have stopped calling my husband once a week to give a detailed report of everything I have done wrong during the last 7 days. While they still cannot accept to see me wearing pants around them, they seem to have given up on trying to convince us I should never wear pants outside my own house. Again, the 21st century reader may be confused by how this constitute progress. I'm grading on a curve here. And for her credit, I think mother-in-law has taken the mental load to try and fix the relationship. She's been the one texting me, giving news and inviting us to a restaurant, all the emotional labor that used to be mine. Father-in-law is still a piece of work, but since his parents now like me, not much he can say or do. Ironically, his culture is now working for me.
My insane girlfriend sent an email to my boss saying I quit because I have a female friend at work. I work at this trendy tech company, and we're all super tight-knit. Recently, I've been spending a lot of time with my coworker Emily, and we've been working on a project together. Emily's jokes often lighten up some of our intense workdays. I've mentioned her a few times to my girlfriend, thinking nothing of it. Emily's fun and cool, but just a friend. One night, while we were watching a movie, I got a text from Emily. It was just a funny meme from work, nothing more. I chuckled and, thinking nothing of it, put my phone down. My girlfriend asked who texted me so late. When I told her it was just Emily sending something funny from work, I noticed she seemed a bit off, but she didn't say anything at the time. I thought it best not to push the conversation because I didn't want to make a big deal out of a simple work text, and my girlfriend didn't seem too bothered by it. The next day, I left my laptop open on the dining table when I went to take a shower. I got an email from Emily right before I hopped in the shower. It was nothing incriminating, just another silly meme, and I had replied, "LOL, you're the best." I guess that set my girlfriend off more than I could have anticipated. While I was in the shower, my girlfriend apparently turned off her crazy inhibitor. She drafted a resignation email to my boss from my account that said, "Resignation notice." She wrote, "Hi boss's name, effective immediately, I'm resigning from my position. Thank you for the opportunities and support during my time here. I've decided to pursue other interests. Best regards, Ben." And then she sent it. I had no idea she felt so threatened by my friendship with Emily that she would do something so dumb. She told me later she didn't actually plan to send it, but in a moment of anger, she hit send instead of delete. By the time I got out of the shower, my life was turned upside down. My boss had already responded, asking for a discussion before anything final was made. My girlfriend, panicked, deleted the email from my sent items in an attempt to cover her tracks. Because I didn't see the original email sent from my account, I didn't think anything much of the email from my boss. She didn't tell me anything about it right away. The whole weekend, I was oblivious, just enjoying my downtime, playing video games, and watching football. It wasn't until Sunday night that she broke down and confessed everything. She told me she felt I was spending too much time with Emily and feared I was growing too close to her. In her mind, sending that email was a way to save our relationship by pulling me away from Emily and my job. I was shocked by what she'd done because not only did she make me quit a job I really loved, but she obviously didn't trust me to be loyal to her. It hurt to know she would go to such lengths over a misunderstanding. My friendship with someone that she's never even mentioned made her feel uncomfortable. I wanted to comfort her because she obviously felt really bad, but in the moment I just yelled at her to leave me alone for a bit so I could fix this mess she made. That made her cry, and when she saw that I was on my laptop emailing my boss back instead of comforting her, she left the house to stay with her mom that night. On Monday, the conversation with my boss was so awkward. I had to explain the misunderstanding, assure him of my commitment to my job, and somehow convey that my personal life drama wouldn't spill over into my professional environment again. It was embarrassing, but my boss seemed to understand. I sent a text to my girlfriend after the conversation with my boss telling her that I was able to maintain my job despite the email and that I would like to talk to her about how she got to this point. She hasn't responded to my text, and I'm wondering if I messed up by not talking this all out with her when she decided to confess. I never imagined a simple workplace friendship could lead to such a personal and professional crisis, but I feel like my girlfriend should have told me there was a problem before this became such an issue. Should I reach back out to my girlfriend and apologize for not wanting to talk to her until I had resolved the work problem that she caused?